Why am I inside a game? I tried to recall. There was a CD game, a relic of the past, hero of the Academy. As the outdated format and gothic title suggest, this game was released 15 years ago. An expansive universe. A near open-world experience. A massive cast of characters, both main and supporting, plus the freedom to create custom ones. It was considered a legend in the gaming world. But not for the right reasons. Despite its ambitious scope, it had rough 2D SD graphics, broken game balance due to hidden mechanics, and a painfully low number of character illustrations. Even so, back then, it was still considered a great game simply because there was nothing else quite like it. But there was one major flaw that turned it into a nightmare for players worldwide. #####. No one has ever beaten the final boss. Not the Japanese otaku, pioneers of gaming fandom. Not the Western elites, known for dominating any game they touch. Not even the Korean pro gamers, who take their challenges so seriously that they deserve their own difficulty setting. Nobody has cleared this game, even after 15 years. A game with a beginning but no end. Naturally, most players moved on. But some of us, the veterans, kept trying. We gathered every piece of information. We shared every exploit, every hidden mechanic. We pushed ourselves to the limit. Years passed, and I had mapped out nearly every quest, reward, and secret the game had to offer. I was close. So close. Just a little more, and I'd finally clear it. #####, and then, the developers shattered everything. There are still quests, stories, and rewards that players have not yet discovered. We estimate there are about 2,000 more. Two simple sentences. But to us veterans, they were a disaster. We had just spent a month uncovering one new, completely useless quest. And now they tell us there are 2,000 more? How much more time would it take? How much more effort? The veterans snapped. Let's just stop. One by one, they quit. Frustrated by the endless grind, the constant failures, and the lack of any real progress. No matter how legendary the game was, it was still just a CD game. A relic of the past, abandoned as new games took over the scene. And just like that, I was the only one left. For real. No more discussion forums. No more player reports. No more anyone to share the struggle with. I was truly alone. But still, I continued. 1 year. 2 years. 3 years. #####, game over. Failed again. The familiar bold red letters flashed across my screen. Even after all these years, even after collecting every hidden piece, this was the result. Frustrated, I clicked the mouse. Restart. Why was I still doing this? The answer was simple. Because it's fun. That was enough. It's been 3 years since I became the last player standing. But I wasn't tired of it yet. If anything, I had discovered 50 more hidden pieces since then. 50 out of 2,000. To others, it might seem like nothing. But to me, it was everything. Each new piece was another step forward, another reason not to give up. If I could just find one more crucial piece, maybe just maybe I could finally clear the final boss. And so, I pressed restart once again. #####, a new attempt. A new character. Well, which character should I play this time? Going back to the main character? Too predictable. A supporting character? Too restricted. Maybe I should try something different. I scrolled through the character list. I had played through every main and supporting role multiple times. There was only one option left. I clicked the extra tab. Choosing an extra character meant more freedom, less scripted events, fewer forced interactions. For someone like me, who had to carve their own path, extras were the best choice. #####, and then I saw it. A trait I had never considered before. Small eyes. Wait, wasn't there a character like this? Not just small eyes, but slit-like. I vaguely remembered seeing someone play as this character in an old online forum. A joke character with terrible stats. A nobody in the academy. But something about it caught my attention. I was reminded of Zelos from the classic anime Slayers, a smiling trickster, constantly mistaken for the mastermind, only to reveal his true power when the time was right. A character overflowing with charm, but never in the spotlight. Maybe there was something more to this character. So, without hesitation, I selected. Small eyes, twisted speech, smiling face, ominous aura. A bizarre combination. Nobody in their right mind would play a character this cursed. But that's exactly why I had to try it. I clicked next and entered a name. 0. Click. #####, and then, I woke up. I wasn't sitting in front of my PC anymore. I wasn't in my room anymore. I was ##### inside the game. I had dug my own grave. Thoroughly. And just when I thought things couldn't get any worse, I checked my starting skill. Eye opening, F. * slightly open your eyes. Your pupils ominously glow red *. Keek. Keek. You've got to be kidding me. Isn't it standard to get some kind of broken power when you regress, possess, or reincarnate? But what did I get? Eye opening. The lowest possible rank. Just opening my eyes a little. That's it. Feeling both amused and horrified, I opened my skill window. And then, I froze. Because right in front of me were several more skills. Translation, S. You can read and write all scripts. Interpretation, S. You can converse in all languages. Mental defense, S. Your emotions are forcibly restrained. You are immune to mental magic. You never panic. Information window, S. You can see details about people and objects. Twisted speech, S. Your speech is forcibly altered under unknown conditions. Resistance is futile. Ominous aura, B. Your presence alone is unsettling. My vision blurred as blue text filled my sight. This was unexpected. Far from being a joke character, this was something else entirely. And then, as if to prove that something was deeply wrong with me, I laughed. Keek, as expected, there's no dying for me. Wait, why did I just say that? I covered my mouth. But no matter what I did, the words kept twisting. Realization struck. This was the hidden mechanic behind my chosen traits. A never-before-discovered secret of hero of the Academy. But instead of feeling thrilled, I felt dread. Because I had just become something far worse than I ever intended. Hidden piece. A fragment concealed by the developers, an Easter egg. One that only reveals itself when specific, intricate conditions are met. That's what a hidden piece is. In Hero of the Academy, unlocking one wasn't just about stumbling upon a rare item. It required a perfect alignment of traits, quests, character builds, and actions. Some were easy to discover. Most were painstakingly difficult. And sometimes, it's not always something good. There were hidden pieces that permanently halved your HP, forced you to play while constantly poisoned, or gave you skills that seemed useless at first glance. My current situation? Probably one of those. But who would have thought there'd be a hidden piece that forcibly changes your dialogue? Amazing. Not all hidden pieces were bad. Seeing one activate the moment the game began? That was new. There were still 1,950 undiscovered hidden pieces. With this bizarre ability, I might be able to find dozens of them. But the biggest problem is that this isn't a game. This is reality. Slit eyes, twisted speech, a permanently smiling face, an ominous aura that unsettles everyone around me. At a glance, I look suspicious as hell, and I have no idea how this hidden piece will affect future events. But there's no point worrying about it. I'm already here. My dialogue is locked. This is undeniable reality. There's only one thing left to do. Move forward. Unpredictability aside, there are things I do know. After all, I'm a veteran player. With that thought, I felt at ease. Though, now that I think about it, that's probably thanks to mental defense rather than my own rationality. Anyway, what should I do next? A quest appears. Hero of the Academy is a quest-based game. Progression happens by completing quests and receiving rewards or intentionally failing them and suffering penalties. If I don't accept quests, my ability to access hidden pieces drops significantly. And right on cue, a blue window pops up in front of me. For the sake of clearing, you have been invited into the game after satisfying special conditions. You know too much about the game, and therefore, a penalty has been imposed. Penalty, a hidden boss appears. When the main characters enter a boss room, a portal to a hidden boss will open. Inside the portal is a boss stronger than the original one. You can view its abilities through the information window. Final bosses with no recorded clear attempts are excluded. Clear condition. Defeat the final boss. Reward, return to Earth plus wish ticket, usable on Earth. Failure condition. Game over. Death in reality. Ah, I see. So, while the main characters fight the standard bosses, I get to handle a stronger, secret version of them. And if I fail, I die. No retries. No second chances. Sounds easy. No. Are you kidding me? Of course, my words are automatically corrected into something else, which makes me even angrier. This isn't just unfair. This is pure hell. How am I supposed to survive long enough to even reach the final boss? Unfortunately, reality is cruel. No matter how frustrated I get, the mental defense skill quickly suppresses my emotions. The only thing left is the cold, unfeeling blue window in front of me. And another quest. Main quest number 1. Enroll in Anwood Academy of the Anwood Empire. Bonus reward for entering the advanced class. Reward, 200 EXP, 10 gold. Additional reward, shop window, S, skill. Penalty for failure, all stats decrease by 1. No major surprises. This was standard for a main character's starting quest. Anwood Academy, the core setting of the story. The most prestigious academy in the Empire. A place filled with elite students who can casually shatter mountains with a flick of their swords. And I'm supposed to enroll here? A critical decision. I hesitate. Hero of the Academy is an open-world game. If I reject this quest, it'll unlock alternate routes. Losing 1 point in all stats early on isn't crippling, I can recover later. If this were just a game, I would have rejected it immediately. But this isn't a game anymore. It's reality. If I wander into the wrong area, I could actually die. Fantasy settings mean nobles, commoners, and racial conflicts. And also bandits, assassins, and random NPCs who can obliterate cities. An old beggar on the street could secretly be a master-level assassin. The chances are low, but in a world like this, it could happen at any time. For the first time in years, I feel something unfamiliar. Uncertainty. And strangely, I like it. For the first time, I don't know everything. For the first time, I actually have to think. A broad grin spreads across my face. I'll accept the quest. Why I chose the academy. There are 4 reasons why I decided to go through with it. I'm the first to play this character. No one else has ever used a slit-eyed, twisted speech character with these traits. If I can keep influencing the story, I might find new hidden pieces. It's safer than wandering around. Without combat skills, traveling is suicidal. The academy provides at least some level of protection. The shop window skill is an S-rank ability. An unknown skill. No drawbacks. If it lets me buy skills or items, I need it. The academy contains hidden pieces that villains normally acquire. If I collect them first, the final boss becomes weaker. Letting them fall into enemy hands would be stupid. That said, I won't stay long. Keek, I can always drop out later. 1 to 2 years at most. I'll grab everything useful, then move on. The academy's quests are easy. It's enough time to get stronger before heading into the real battlefield. And honestly, meeting the protagonists in person will be interesting. Even after 18 years, no game has matched Hero of the Academy's cast of characters. The thought of interacting with them firsthand sends a thrill down my spine. How delightful. Truly delightful. There will be hardships. I'll be forced to make painful choices. But that's what makes this fun. With a confident step, I push open the door, with a smile on my face. However, that smile doesn't last long. I'm standing in the main entrance plaza of Anwood Academy. The area is bustling with people. But strangely, the space around me is completely empty. A circle of distance forms. Every time I move, the gap shifts with me. People are avoiding me, like I'm some kind of monster. And then, Keek, hello, Aya, pervert. What? I just said hello, and some girl screamed and ran away. People are whispering now. His eyes, his aura, he's terrifying. A black mage? No, something worse. This is going to be a problem.
Hello everyone, welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
Rodin Lucid. I recalled information about her. A genius in swordsmanship and the youngest of the prestigious Lucid family, a noble house among noble houses. At just 15, she earned the moniker the Lone, Noble Sword. Despite being only a second year, she had achieved the remarkable feat of securing the position of vice president of the student council from this year. To summarize the character Rodin, it would be apt to describe her as the embodiment of perfection. One of the 5 monsters of the academy, too. But her nature was not monstrous. Outwardly strict, but inwardly gentle, she was a character of strong exterior and soft heart. She would listen to the weak and empathize with the pain of others. Yet, she was merciless against evil, no matter who it might be. No, there is one exception. The Lucid family to which Rodin belonged. Initially her pride and joy, her view of the family began to crumble after learning its secrets. Still, Rodin loved her family and struggled to protect it, only to be ultimately discarded by them. Yet, she continued to love and cherish her family. Before she was discarded, after she was discarded, and even after being discarded again and losing everything. That's how it was. It's a character I felt sorry for, and here I am facing her. I couldn't help but be sentimental. Of course, this was all from my perspective. Hey, what are you doing here? The Lucid family had guarded the borderlands abutting neighboring kingdoms for hundreds of years. Perhaps due to such an upbringing, Rodin considered herself a soldier, characterized by her stern manner of speaking. Didn't you hear me? I asked you what you are doing. Rodin's eyes blazed fiercely. Eyes like a wild beast. Not only was she hailed as a genius in swordsmanship, but her excellence wasn't limited to that. All her stats easily surpassed the average. This meant she was also highly intelligent. If I'm not careful, I'll be expelled right away. At novel bin at. The badge of guidance hung on Rodin's left arm caught my eye. Her standing in Anwood Academy was significant. Before even considering her position as vice president of the student council, she was a student trusted by the professors. In the game, Rodin expelling a few troublemakers before the entrance ceremony is an actual event. Can't you hear me? Depending on your response, I might expel you right here in the square. This place is within the jurisdiction of the student council, after all. Rodin's gaze sharpened slightly. I wanted to observe a bit more, but now didn't seem like the right time. Already, my appearance was suspicious enough. I had to focus. I had to prove that I was not suspicious at all. And in times like these, a smile is the best. Keek, as you can see, I'm just standing here. Isn't the weather nice today? Yes, it's a fine day, but I'd prefer if you went somewhere else. Today is the entrance ceremony, and the prospective students are trembling with nerves. That's a bit difficult. Did she not expect to be refused? Rodin's gaze turned fierce. Why is that? I'm a prospective student too. I'm waiting to attend the entrance ceremony. You. She seemed truly incredulous. Rodin, who did not discriminate against people, reacting like this. It was a moment that made me realize again the weight of slit-eyed characters in this world. It seems to be the epitome of injustice. I wasn't sad. In fact, I felt good. I had the feeling that I could find a new hidden piece. Especially since encountering the forces of evil seems to trigger many events. Recruitment offer, human experimentation, abduction for demonization, revered as a cult leader, marriage, and so on. Depending on the situation, I might have to comply with their demands. After all, this is that kind of game. Stop grinning like an idiot. Do you find this situation funny? You seem clueless about what's happening. Rodin had unconsciously placed her hand on the sword at her waist. Oops, I had been lost in my fantasies for too long. But it's okay. I know how to conquer Rodin. I wiped the smile off my face and spoke. Keek, I can't help it. If I don't smile, I'll end up in a worse situation. What do you mean by that? If I frown in this situation, they'll pick on me for frowning. If I get angry, they'll torment me more for being angry. That's why I smile. At least then they don't beat me too severely. That's because your actions are suspicious. I haven't done anything. Not now, not earlier, and not even in the distant past. I trailed off slightly. Rodin didn't seem to fully understand my words. It's not because she's dumb. It's because she has never experienced this herself. Rodin, born into a noble family. It was only natural for people she met for the first time to harbor goodwill towards her. Her pretty appearance and impeccable conduct contributed to that. But anyway, I'm hesitant to say this in front of the vice president of the student council, but do you know what prejudice is? Prejudice. Prejudice. A word meaning unfair and biased thoughts. Being the intelligent Rodin, she should be able to grasp it from this hint. Rodin's body jerked slightly. Simultaneously, her hand left the sword. To judge me based on my appearance alone. She must have realized her mistake. Rodin, a character who is rigid and pure, yet lenient towards the weak. By now, her conscience must be pricking her. It's time for the final blow. I spoke with a trembling voice. Is someone like me not even allowed to attempt the entrance exam? There's no way tears would come from these small eyes. I'm not skilled enough in acting to fake crying. But this act was enough to convince Rodin at the moment. So that's it. I've made a big mistake. Despite living a tough life, you haven't become twisted. That's truly admirable. By now, Rodin's head must be filled with a movie-like unfolding of my unfortunate life. If she's reacting like this, imagine how others must have treated me. I'm sorry. I misunderstood. I apologize sincerely. Keek, I heard there was no prejudice in Anwood Academy. But it seems that's not entirely true. No, it's not right to judge based on just one person. Yes. Prejudice? That's the real prejudice. Rodin desperately tried to console me. The sternness in her eyes had long since turned puppy-like and droopy. She's cute. Today is actually Rodin's first day as the vice president of the student council. The day new students arrive and her own advancement to the second year. It was natural for her to be tense. Rodin might be called the epitome of perfection, but she is still just a 16-year-old kid. What's your name? I'm Zero. All right, Zero. I highly regard your effort and pride. I'd like to give you points, but you're not a student yet. That's unfortunate. There's no way someone like me could be admitted. Don't give up. If you get in, I'll treat you well. I promise, on my name. You'll receive 1 point as soon as you enroll. This is big. My lips were twitching, my heart was thumping. It's a total chaos. Am I falling in love? Impossible. I wish I could tease her a bit more. She's a character as noble and exalted as her title, the lone, noble sword implies. Yet to see her so flustered. If you're human, no, if you're a seasoned player, it's a situation that would tempt you to tease. But let me be clear, I'm definitely not a pervert. I'm just someone who wants to take care, sort of the characters within the game. Rodin is a mature character. Many people liked that about her, but oddly enough, I didn't. Children should act like children, and adults like adults. That's the role and difference between children and adults, as I see it. For a child to become an adult so quickly means they've lived a life carrying a significant burden. Family discord, struggle for survival, absence of money, absence of love, and more. There are too many and too varied reasons to count. Rodin is burdened by the weight of her prestigious family lineage. It's something I can't help but know since she's a main character. Maybe that's why I feel like teasing Rodin. To show her that she still has a child's heart within her. To let her know she doesn't have to be so strict with herself. To show her that she can freely express her emotions. Anyway, the way to make Rodin act like a child is very simple. Physical strength, intelligence, a virtuous nature, and the formidable support of the lucid family. She's perfect in every aspect but has two vulnerabilities. If her secrets are revealed or if there's any talk even remotely risque, she turns redder than anyone, innocent as a child. I approached Rodin, who was visibly confused, and whispered in her ear. Your skirt seems a bit short. Have you shortened it? A little deviance from the vice president of the student council. How interesting. Rodin visibly shuddered. Even the dignified Rodin, after all, is a teenage girl going through adolescence. The desire to look even a little prettier is something that can't be avoided. She considered shortening her skirt a significant rebellion, but since she only shortened it by 1 centimeter, no one else noticed. That was written in her character profile. Players found it incredibly cute. You, how did you? I apologize. Was it a secret? Of course it's. No. More importantly, don't tell me everything you've done so far was just an act. Keek, I don't quite follow you. Oh, but be careful. It's so short it might show everything. The difference was actually too slight to be seen with the naked eye, but to Rodin, that 1 centimeter seemed to represent a significant deviation. Her face turned so red that even her ears seemed to ripen. Steam seemed to rise from her head. Really? She's too cute. Cute enough to make one smile without realizing it. Hey, it's too loud here? The entrance exams are about to start. Everyone, calm down. In her confusion, Rodin chose to run away. It was as I watched her receding figure, defeating the vice president of the student council. He's as scary as he looks. Look at her red face. He must have done something unsavory. Let's move further away. His reach might extend to us next. Quietly dash. The circle that had formed around me had grown larger than before. And I hadn't done anything wrong. Really? Isn't this world just too full of prejudice? TL notes. Hope you enjoyed this chapter. If you want to support me or give me feedback, you can do it at /MattReading. A single prank blew my chance to get closer to Rodin. Some might think it was a really stupid thing to do, but no, this was the right decision. I had to stay away from Rodin at all costs. Why? Rodin is one of the main character's party members. While I'm targeting the hidden boss, the main character's party isn't just sitting around. They too are desperately fighting the main boss to snatch victory. But should I steal Rodin, who was an excellent force? That would be a fool's errand. If the main character's party were to be annihilated, it's game over. Not only would the portal to where the hidden boss is not open, but wouldn't it also become impossible to progress to the next episode? A future of being trapped here forever, watching destruction, was not what I wanted. Well, I do regret a bit about the prank involving Rodin's skirt. But that doesn't mean I can indulge in lewd talk. No matter how many times I rethink it, my actions were justified. In other words, I am innocent? Is that the guy who made Rodin, the vice student council president, cry with just a look? Come on, there's no way the vice president would cry over something like that. I heard someone saw him using his fists. Beating up a girl? What a cruel and vicious person? He's as bad as he looks. But reality was harsh. After the eyewitness accounts made a few rounds among the people, the recent events were quickly distorted. TCH, even though I'm a hidden piece, this is too much. No matter what I did, it seemed designed to isolate me. Wouldn't I have faced a not-so-different situation even if I had saved someone who was dying? Certainly. It's not like I treated Rodin that badly. What if it's just my fault, not because I'm a hidden piece? If that's the case. Keek, I don't even want to think about it. It would make school life so difficult. Rodin, currently the vice student council president, will be the student council president in a year. The forces protecting her would grow accordingly. I need to be careful. I've decided. From now on, I won't torment characters with simple pranks. No matter how happy or cute they are, I won't play tricks. It was the moment I firmly made up my mind. From now on, please form groups of 30 and enter in order. Maintain good order, as befits prospective students of Anwood Academy. The giant main gate swung open on both sides, and the crowd slowly started to move forward. At the same time, a few kids muttered, "Ugh, it's already starting. Damn, only one chance in life. This is too cruel. Goddess, please save me." Complaints and grumbles filled with dissatisfaction, along with fervent prayers. In them lay unmistakable anxiety. It wasn't strange. In fact, it was to be expected. One of the traditions of Anwood Academy. Because of the entrance exam, about 50 to 60% of the applicants fail to pass the threshold of the entrance exam and are expelled. Even the types of exams change every year. What exams will be held, how many rounds there are, how many pass, nothing is disclosed. The reason for such a harsh tradition? To find talents who will lead the empire. It prevents the appointment of lazy and incompetent noble offspring, while offering a gateway for outstanding commoners and lowborn. Skill over blood. An incredible system that makes the empire's power increasingly stronger. Well, thanks to that, I can also attend the entrance ceremony. No need for a name, status, or noble lineage. Only one thing is needed, age. The once-in-a-lifetime age of 15. If this condition is met, anyone can qualify to participate in the entrance exam. Evidence that I, who possess the Slit-Eyed character, am 15 years old? The system gave it to me as part of a quest, so it must be right. Imagine if, after struggling through the entrance exam, they say during verification, "You're not 15 years old, are you?" and expel me. This game would be a disaster. It's a great game, right? So they must have taken care of my identity and age. So, it's not this but something else that's the problem. What will the exam subject be this time? Maybe it's a duel with a knight. It hasn't been selected as a subject for the past 5 years. It doesn't matter what the subject is. Just run forward without looking back. I'm really going to work hard. I've staked everything on being here. The reason why Anwood Academy's entrance exam is so vicious, not just because it disqualifies more than half the participants, nor because it doesn't disclose the exam subjects. It's because the design forces every child to give their best. A relative evaluation system, not an absolute one. Therefore, everyone gives their best in the exam. Hiding one's abilities could lead to failure. The existence of a class system also contributes. The lowborn strive to survive. The commoners aim for social mobility. The offspring of lesser nobles seek to make their family names known. The scions of prestigious houses strive not to tarnish their family names. Everyone has no choice but to give their best. Especially the lowborn and commoners, who throw themselves into it with a do-or-die attitude. With the addition of exceptionally talented individuals, the passing mark inevitably rises. In summary, a terrible system that only harms people like me, who purely want to enter the academy. It's really unfair. I'm just a pure child who wants to enter the advanced class. Hey, let's go over there. Okay, he seems to be thinking something unpleasant. He might be plotting to eliminate competitors early on. Everyone, run away. The children slowly moved away from me. Such a cruel world, persecuting a pure child. Information window. As I muttered inwardly, a blue window appeared in front of me. My information window. 0. LV, 1. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Intelligence, 10. Stamina, 10. Magic power, 10. Potential, 0. Owned PT, 0. Owned skills, translation S, interpretation S, mental defense S, information window S, twisted speech S, ominous aura B, eye-opening F. Titles, none. Keek, just as I expected. Yes, just as expected. Perfectly as I had anticipated. Destined to be rapidly eliminated from the academy entrance, becoming unnamed extra 1 with my despairingly low stats. It was precisely as I had predicted, and it was too sad. From the experience of a veteran player, the cutoff level for Anwood Academy's entrance exam is about 10. With a bonus of 10 PT given each time the level increases, at least 100 PT would be needed to have a chance of passing. My current level is 1, but I can level up during the entrance exam, so it's not an insurmountable problem. Without combat-related skills, reaching level 10 is impossible. But reaching at least level 5 should be doable. Using the knowledge of a veteran, I can overcome some differences in stats. Though the second and third exams can be passed in other ways, it's not a big problem. The first exam is the issue. An exam of navigating a forest maze filled with slimes. Basic combat ability, stamina, and judgment are crucial. I know the maze inside out, so that's not an issue. Level up by defeating slimes and use the points invested to get through the maze. It would be an easy exam under normal circumstances. However, the problem is I can't use stat points for a while. The hidden piece in the stat window. The minimum points needed to utilize it are 100 PT. I couldn't afford to waste precious points on the entrance exam, especially not on the first stage. I reviewed the skills I possessed once more. As expected, they're the worst. A collection of skills that even the knowledge of a veteran player can't find a way through. I need to find another way. In reality, I am as powerless as a slime. I need to find someone to help me. Preferably a very kind person. Next group, please enter. I scanned the surroundings using the information window, but no suitable person was in sight. All the guys around here were the same. Damn it. Should I just find someone with good stats and drag them along? That's when a girl caught my eye. Pink hair. Twin tails braided on both sides, eyes slightly upturned at the corners. Typically a cat-like appearance, but due to her small stature, she looked like a cute child. Luna. LV, 13. Strength, 30. Agility, 25. Intelligence, 15. Stamina, 30. Magic power, 20. Potential, 0. Owned skills, fighting spirit A, competitive spirit C, swordsmanship C, Lester family style E. Titles, one who desires revenge. She lives a life solely for revenge. Struggles with controlling anger. When angry, logical judgment is impossible. Receives a penalty of intelligence 20 when angry. Luna. Why is she here? If Rodin, whom I met earlier, is a genius in swordsmanship, then this child is a prodigy. The academy professors evaluated her as such. Given enough time, she might have surpassed Rodin. Of course, only in swordsmanship. But that's impressive in itself. However, Luna cannot defeat Rodin. Why? She dies before that can happen. After losing one arm in a certain incident at the academy, she wanders and ultimately meets death. Well, that's not what's important right now. Luna is a supporting character. At novel bin at. A supporting character among supporting characters. I knew Luna's story because there's an episode where she duels one of the academy's 5 monsters. Although a supporting character, I know Luna's secret, discovered through multiple playthroughs. Adequate for a momentary aid, no, the best partner. But there's a concerning part. As far as I know, Luna's personality is quite foul. She's not kind enough to help someone as powerless as me. And though she's a character with a tragic story, getting involved with her here could cause problems in the story later. That's when it happened. Luna's eyes flickered and then focused on me. What are you staring at? Her words were as fierce as her gaze. Anyone who would welcome such a person as an ally was clearly one of two things. A pervert or, well, a serious pervert. Since I wasn't a pervert, I answered Luna's question with a full smile. Keek, I'm looking at you, as you can see. Crazy bastard. Scram, if you don't want to die. That was the end of Luna's words. She shifted her gaze forward and concentrated again. Look at that nasty attitude. Truly incorrigible. It was then that my decision solidified. Luna, that child. She was perfect as my ally. Declaring to kill someone just for looking a bit too long. What a personality. At this rate, it's not Sundara, but rather a Tsunsun psychopath. But, I actually like that. A personality that can never make friends. That's the only and absolute condition for someone to become my ally. What do I mean? I need to ally with people who have difficulty getting close to others. People who are lively and positive, and good at what they do, are likely to join the main character's party. Currently, I'm the only person in this world who can intentionally create a butterfly effect. I can't just recklessly ally with famous individuals, not knowing how my small actions could lead to a massive storm. My actions could change the composition of the main character's party from what it originally was. It could decrease, but it could also increase. Hero of the Academy is a game that offers that level of freedom. There's nothing sadder than having your carefully nurtured child taken away by the main character's party. In fact, after seeing the game's clear conditions, I had already planned the basic framework for clearing it. Using 2 parties to defeat the final boss. I'll support the main character's party from behind, hand over a few hidden pieces, and turn them into monsters. With that, they should be able to easily defeat the main boss without me. At the same time, I'll form my own party to attack the hidden boss and clear the episodes. And then, in the last episode, the two parties will join forces to attack the final boss. The main character's party plus my party's power. Using the calculations of a seasoned player, it's certainly possible to defeat it. Keek, this is perfect. Crazy bastard. Luna turned away with a scowl. I checked Luna's information window once more. A status abnormality called anger control disorder. With her already nasty temper, there's no way she can make friends with this condition. Well, there's a sad reason why Luna became like this. To think I'm planning to use such a child. Isn't that too cruel? No. Joining my party would actually benefit her. She can avoid death, and even get her revenge. Luna lives solely for revenge. The black curtain that appears in the middle, and even the final boss, is somewhat related to her. If Luna joins my party, it's fair to say I'm actually helping her. The problem is, no one has ever succeeded. It's a game with a high degree of freedom, but there are certainly things that can't be done. One of them is taking Luna to the stage where the final boss is. Many seasoned players have tried, but they all failed. It was an inevitable outcome. One of the 5 monsters of the academy blew off one of Luna's arms. On par with Rodin, no, stronger. Since Rodin hasn't fully grown yet. Facing such an entity makes my whole body shiver. Not out of fear. It's exhilaration. To succeed in what no other seasoned player has done? For a gamer, there's no greater joy. I will announce the first stage of the exam. Everyone, please pay attention. A bearded man's voice. The eyes of 30 children, including mine, were focused. After exchanging glances with each of them, he spoke again. The first stage of the exam is to pass through a maze while avoiding slimes. You may form parties, and the use of all magic is permitted. The only prohibition is combat and dueling among prospective students. Disqualification occurs the moment weapons touch, so be careful. All things I'm already aware of. The faces of the children brightened a bit. Slimes aren't such difficult monsters to deal with. Of course, they are quite challenging for me. Keek, a battle, how frightening. Why did you come here if you can't even handle slimes? Perhaps it was to meet you. Really a crazy guy. If we meet inside, you're dead. That would mean disqualification, wouldn't it? Luna muttered under her breath. It was a whisper, but I clearly heard it. To think she can come up with such unique curses. Impressive. I thought such things were only possible in Korea, but they're feasible abroad as well? Hey, keep it down. There are people trying to concentrate here. I quickly turned my head towards the familiar voice. There stood Rodin, the vice president of the student council. Despite her kind expression, she was grinding her teeth. Why so? Did she see someone she dislikes? Vice president, that's not good for your teeth, is it? Is that so? Thanks for the advice. Make sure you get admitted. I'll give you both shop points and demerits as soon as you enroll. For what reason would I get demerits? Surely not for what just happened. Of course not. You'll get them because you're unprepared. Rodin's eyes scanned my body, specifically my waist. She was pointing out that I had no weapon. I see. Don't worry. I know how to separate personal matters from official ones. Rodin had returned to her usual demeanor. Her characteristic calmness and strength, with a child's heart hidden within. Just looking at her naturally brings a smile to my face. Makes me want to tease her even more. I'd like to see her face turn red again, but I'll restrain myself. Causing a scene could lead to disqualification, after all. But really, I have no weapon. I searched myself, but only found dust. No consideration for a person dragged into a game. But it's fine. Anwood Academy was generous. Keek, speaking of which, could I borrow a weapon? I never imagined I'd have to fight monsters right from the first test. Wow, I really didn't see this coming. First, second, third stages, and even the secret test that's not revealed to anyone. I knew all of them but feigned ignorance, scratching the back of my head. Then Rodin kicked a sword leaning against the wall, sending it slightly into the air and then tossing it towards me. Whirl click, use it. It's a supply sword, but it should be good enough. Anwood Academy's supply sword, D. Attack power, 10. A plain but sturdy sword. The scabbard is embossed with the mark of Anwood Academy. A hidden piece activated by discarding the weapon equipped at game start. I never thought I'd use it here. It wasn't too hard to attach it to my waist since it had a strap. The only issue? The unfamiliar weight felt awkward. It seemed it would take some time to get used to it. Keek, since we know each other, how about something better? But I guess this will do. What do you mean we know each other? No, the correct term would be knowing each other's secrets. Don't say things that can be misunderstood by others. Rodin's face slightly reddened as she quickly looked around. Ah, she's really cute. Such a pity that I'm destined not to form a party with such a character. The door is opening. Get ready to enter. Oh, it seems like it's really starting now. As I headed towards the door, Rodin murmured. I don't think everything you said earlier was a lie. Keek, is that so? Everyone with a rough edge has their reasons. So, rely on me a bit when it gets tough. I'm your senior, after all. Rodin seemed to sparkle with radiance. Yes, that's the kind of character she is. Always striving to uphold justice, with a strong accent yet a tender heart inside. A character loved by everyone, but tragically walked into hell herself to protect her family. To her, I had only one thing to say. Keek, I'll do my best. At novel bin at. Whether it's clearing the game or saving Luna. I've never succeeded before, but I plan to do my best as far as I can. That's what being a seasoned player is all about. Because I'm a gamer. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Don't follow me? I'll really kill you. I'm not following you. It just happens that we're going the same way. Despite Luna's fierce barking, it only made me feel better. From others' perspectives, she might be a fierce cat, but from mine, she's an excellent talent. Clang! Luna drew her sword and pointed it at my neck. Do you really want to die? Keek, would that be alright? There might be instructors watching us nearby. Luna glanced around and then sheathed her sword again. She knew my words were true. Though we're still prospective students, Anwood Academy wouldn't just let a student die. This is a prestigious institution, after all. In fact, instructors are closely monitoring, as per the game's setting. Of course, there are those who still cause trouble even then. Soon, one of them will cause an incident and become corrupted. As she grumbled and walked, a fork in the road appeared. 2 paths good, you go first. Luna urged me to choose. But I shouldn't choose. If I choose the wrong path, Luna might not head there, which would change the outcome. So, I yield the choice. To show goodwill and build rapport? Keek, I guess I have no choice. Just this once, I'll let you choose. It's quite special. Luna's expression soured. I don't understand why she looks like that. I even gave her the choice as a courtesy. I genuinely became curious about the reason. I'll take the left. If you follow me this time, watch out. I won't leave you be. Still uncertain despite her harsh warning, Luna looked back several times. I gave her a slight smile and then headed down the right path. You might think I'm giving up too easily when I'm the one who needs help. But that's not the case. We'll meet again anyway. Not only is Luna notoriously bad with directions, but she is also destined to encounter the hidden piece in this first exam. I can handle slimes on my own. The issue was needing help with the hidden piece. And it turns out to be her. The maze is no worry. Memorizing the maze for the Academy's first exam is too obvious for a seasoned player like me. So, I'll level up moderately, head to where the hidden piece is, and gain Luna's favor by saving her in a crisis. Such a perfect plan. Hehehe, it's my plan, but it's too perfect. Squirm, squirm dash. Maybe my self-admiration didn't sit well. I saw something between white and blue. It was slightly paler than sky blue. A squirming jelly-like mass appeared. It's a slime. Information window. Slime, F. A regular slime. So weak that it can't even use camouflage. This was the first monster I encountered in the game world. I should have been scared, but strangely, I wasn't. I was surprisingly indifferent. Is it because of the mental defense skill? Being unable to feel fear. It was the moment I realized this skill wasn't entirely beneficial. I need to find a weapon first. Looking around, I found a fairly thick branch. Not too long, not too short, and not too heavy. Easy to swing without any hindrance. It was perfect for a club. I had the sword Rodin gave me at my waist, but using a sword on a slime would be wasteful and extravagant. I had just asked for it because I wanted a weapon. Keek, historically, this has been the best approach. Plop dash. With a satisfying sound, the slime burst open. After swinging it 2 or 3 times, the core hidden inside revealed itself. This core was both the slime's weakness and its main body. As long as the core exists, the slime can regenerate. Crack. The moment the core was crushed, the slime collapsed. All it left behind was sticky mucus and its shattered core. I rubbed the club against a tree to clean off the mucus and pocketed the broken core. Even though a broken core wouldn't show up in the information window, it was still a necessity for me. After defeating about 3 slimes, I leveled up. My health didn't recover, but I could feel a bit more strength in my body. This is because game players get a special reward of increasing all stats by 1 with each level up. They also get 10 points for stat upgrades, but these points should be saved for using the hidden pieces in the stat window. Effectively, in this exam, points were as good as non-existent. But still, Keek, this is quite doable. There was about 1 hour left until the end of the test when I needed to head towards where Luna was. Until then, my only task was to swing that club. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 1 hour remaining in the first exam. Students who haven't found the exit yet, hurry up. The loud voice of the instructor rang in my ears. Desperate movements could be felt from beyond the bushes. The confusion was intensified due to the mixing of several groups. You think the first groups to enter have an advantage due to more time? Not really. In fact, the maze is so simple that if you touch one wall and keep moving, you could find the exit within 30 minutes. Whether you pass or fail the first test is the only criterion. The supervisors in the first test only wanted to see problem-solving skills, judgment, endurance, perseverance, and an unyielding spirit. The slimes were just a sort of trap. If you showed off your skills by killing every slime you saw, you'd quickly run out of stamina, losing track of your path while showcasing your skills against slimes. Sweat pouring down, fatigue building up, and the elusive water. Depleted stamina slowly eats away at your concentration, and the maze seems endless, gradually falling into despair, and then, you're compelled to give up the test. Although I killed every slime I encountered, my situation was different. I knew all the paths in the maze and the location of the only spring in it. Even now, I was gulping down water from that spring. Phew, that's refreshing. A smile came naturally. I had achieved more than I expected. 0. LV, 7. Strength, 16. Agility, 16. Intelligence, 16. Stamina, 16. Magic power, 16. Potential, 6. Owned points, 60. Owned skills, translation S, interpretation S, mental defense S, information window S, twisted speech S, ominous aura B, eye-opening F. Owned titles, none. I managed to raise my level by 6. I could have gained even more levels if I had increased my stats in the middle, but I couldn't afford to do that. To gain just 2 or 3 more levels at the expense of hidden pieces. That's not an option. And there's more to it than that. As with most games, the higher you grow, the less significant levels become. Not only does the experience required for each level up increase, but the difference in stats also becomes less impactful. For instance, let's assume all stats are poured into strength. At level 1, the strength is 10. If all the stats gained from leveling up are invested in strength, at level 11, it becomes 110. 10 and 110. The difference in stats between level 1 and level 10 is significant enough to be noticeable, but it's different at higher levels. If the strength at level 200 is 2110, then at level 210, it's only 2,210. The same difference of 100, but it's negligible. The outcome of battles becomes dependent on the difference in skills and items. My goal is the final boss. I can't afford to waste points here. I must use them efficiently. Unless it's a crisis, I'll save the points until the end. I clenched and unclenched my fist a few times, checking my body's condition. I was a bit tired but not to the point of being immobile. Well then, shall we get going? Shouldering the club on my right, I started walking slowly. After about 5 minutes, I saw a child and an instructor standing in front of him. I give up. I can't do it anymore. Understood. Have some water first. The child almost snatched the water bottle from the instructor and gulped down the water. The instructor's eyes briefly shifted towards me. I could easily guess his thoughts. That guy will be out soon too. Because this way is the exact opposite of the exit. Considering the remaining time, passing seemed difficult. His judgment was accurate. At the same time, that's the reaction I wanted. My current destination was where Luna and the hidden piece were. I couldn't afford to leave the instructor there. Are you okay? As you can see, I'm in good shape. I've had enough water. He, just need to find the way. The instructor's gaze changed. It was like looking at a bug. Really, it's a troublesome appearance and manner of speaking. Well, I can't help it since I look similar to those who've ruined continents several times. Well then, hang in there. Don't give up until the end. That was the moment the instructor completely lost interest in me. The ability to easily subdue slimes. Having confirmed that I still had plenty of energy, he saw no need to follow me. There are many children collapsing from exhaustion, he would be busy attending to them. Keek, I will be on my way then. And so, I took a vigorous step towards the first hidden piece. Wasn't I supposed to be helping Luna, who has a poor sense of direction? Oh, her. I'll save her along the way. Asterisk. Countless slashes marked the trees and bushes. Peeking through the intact bushes, I emerged. Keek, just as I expected. Vroom vroom dash. Luna was frantically swinging her sword in the air. Well, not exactly at the air. There were moments when the speed of the sword noticeably slowed down at novel bin at. As if it was hitting something. Invisible slimes, harder to see than I thought. That's right. The creature Luna was facing was an invisible slime. Focusing on the area where she was swinging her sword, I used the information window skill. Invisible slime, S. LV, 20. Strength, 45. Agility, 17. Intelligence, 8. Stamina, 100. Literally, a transparent slime. An experimental creation of an unnamed magician. Creating this creature was a challenge, but it became invisible to the eyes, even eluding its creator, the magician. Fortunately, it settled in a crevice of the maze, feeding on other slimes to grow. Owned skills, rapid regeneration S, predation A, gluttony B, digestion B. The predator of the maze and the reason Luna didn't make it into the advanced class at the beginning of the semester. She was tormented by this thing until she exhausted all her stamina. It was only at the very end of the first exam that she narrowly found the exit. Barely avoiding failure in the second and third exams due to lack of stamina, she managed to enroll. Her abrasive personality led to a difficult life at the academy, eventually resulting in her losing an arm and going missing. Damn it. Luna cursed. A sword is an inefficient weapon against slimes, but not for someone of her caliber. Yet, Luna was struggling because, firstly, it's hard to attack something that's invisible. Secondly, the invisible slime's stamina is abnormally high for its level. Thirdly, its rapid regeneration skill allows it to recover quickly. It's hard because not only the body but even its weak core is invisible. Luna, who had been moving incessantly, suddenly leaped backward. A move, presumably, to escape the range of the invisible slime's attack. What the hell is that? It's definitely a slime, but, if it's a secret test hidden by the academy, I should figure out a strategy. I can't see a way out. This is really troublesome. Right. It's really trouble. What is that? Oh, she still screams like a little girl. That was a new discovery. Despite her cute appearance, Luna had a pretty foul mouth. Where did you suddenly come from? Or, have you been following me? You perverted stalker. Keek, it's a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding my foot. Get lost? I found this thing. Luna seemed to think the invisible slime is a secret test set by the academy. But there's no time to explain the truth, so I had to act quickly. Let's make a deal. A deal. I'll tell you how to defeat it. You can take the credit. Just give me the byproduct that comes out after killing it. Luna's eyes rolled wildly. She seemed confused about what exactly was going on. There was no time for a lengthy discussion, so I quickly got to the point. Here's the question. What's the weakness of a slime? Its core. I know that, but it's invisible. What do I do? I'll make it visible. The killing part is your job. Do we have a deal? Explain your method first. It was simple, really. I pulled out the collected slime cores from my pocket. Then, I threw them towards where I assumed the invisible slime to be. After about 5 seconds, the cores floated up into the air. Such a method. Luna exclaimed in surprise. Slimes typically feed on microorganisms, but they also grow by consuming each other. The stronger one covers the weaker one, destroys its core, and eats it. The important thing here is that regular slime cores have color. Keek, that slime will unwittingly lead us to its core while trying to absorb these, revealing its fatal weakness. Damn. Seemingly displeased about needing help, Luna rushed in. Her swordplay was splendid, but, ugh, her sword failed to reach the invisible slime's core. Her attack power wasn't enough to cut through both the membrane and the core. She could easily win if she used her family's secret technique, but she wouldn't use it carelessly with onlookers around. Like me, she was probably conscious of the instructors watching from somewhere. However, contrary to her belief, there are no instructors here. This is a space that doesn't even exist on the maze's map. A place reached because of Luna's notoriously poor sense of direction. The very setting of the game was that this was where the invisible slime, having escaped from the magician, resided. If she gives up now, it's me who will be in trouble. In the game, Luna gives up on the invisible slime and chooses to break through the maze. Admission to the academy was that important? No, it was the only way. It's the only path for the revenge of her family. The reason Luna hides her family's swordsmanship, her secret. She's the descendant and the sole survivor of the Lester family, which was implicated in a rebellion. But, having played through multiple times, I know the truth. Luna is a poor child struggling to restore the honor of her falsely accused and destroyed family. Her goal in entering the academy is to grow stronger and find the family that framed hers. Therefore, she will soon flee from the invisible slime. Considering the value of the hidden piece that could be obtained from the invisible slime, it's a bigger loss for me. I had to persuade her. Use the secret technique of your family. Family? What nonsense is that? I'm a commoner. Don't lie. You are the sole survivor of the Lester family, Luna de Lester. Luna's eyes widened tremendously. Luna leapt backward. At the same time, she rested her hand on the handle of her sheathed sword. This was known as the drawing stance. The secret swordsmanship of the Lester family was based on this stance. The problem was, she should be preparing to use her family's swordsmanship on a transparent slime, but it looked like she intended to use it on me? You, what are you doing? Keek, as you can see, I'm on your side. Bullshit. She doesn't trust me. She doesn't trust anyone. No, that's not it. She couldn't trust anyone. Friends, relatives, allies, investigators, even the vagabonds on the streets. Because they didn't listen to her. I'm on your side. If I were an enemy, I would have already pushed you into a trap and had you captured, wouldn't I? Maybe. Or are you after something else? Like making me fight and then stabbing me in the back, or having an instructor see my family swordsmanship so you don't have to get your hands dirty. That's a high level of paranoia. Well, she can't help it since she really suffers from that condition. Keek, trust me. It's just us here. Then why don't you fight? My power is too flashy and will attract attention. Everyone in the academy will know we're here. Are you okay with that? Luna gritted her teeth. Attracting attention was not good for Luna either. But still, get lost. That was so Luna, the girl who veteran players never managed to make an ally of. Was my plan to make her an ally too ambitious? I fell into deep thought for a moment. Is there a skill I possess that can overcome this situation? Hero of the Academy is a game with a high degree of freedom. The more hidden pieces you have, or the more skills you possess, the wider your range of choices becomes. If I were playing this situation in a game, the choices available to me right now would be talk, attack with a sword, attack with a club, use the information window, use eye opening, run away. The goal is to persuade Luna. So, among these, the action I need to take now is. After much deliberation, I spoke up. I see. I didn't realize you could be so foolish. It's no wonder your family is heading towards ruin. What did you say? Revenge is out of the question. The only survivor has an empty head. There's no hope. The Lester family is finished. You little. She was about to kill me, exam or not. She was furious. Noticeably so. So far, everything was going according to plan. Luna, in her anger, must have received a -20 penalty to her intelligence. Now was the time for an adventure I had never tried before in the game. It was strange from the beginning. A weird skill, even a veteran like me couldn't figure out how to use properly. The appearance of people who were filled with hostility, who had terrorized the continent. And my face, which looked exactly like theirs. I could see it. The many hidden pieces that had branched out because of it. Yay, let's give it a try. The skill I activated was the F-grade skill, eye-opening. *****. What's this? As the unidentified boy suddenly opened his eyes, Luna couldn't help but be startled. His eyes glowed ominously red. Just looking at them made her skin crawl at novel bin at. The aura has changed. She could sense it. The person standing in front of her now was a completely different entity from the one she had been talking to moments ago. If I draw my sword, I'll be the one to die. Her instincts were screaming at her. She had thought he was nothing but trash who only talked big despite being weak, but it wasn't so. It was the opposite. A formidable opponent. His ridiculous confidence and those chilling eyes said it all. Yes, it was strange from the start that he knew her identity. He was hiding his strength. Just like her, to achieve a certain purpose. Luna swallowed her saliva without realizing it. It was around the time she realized that her hand holding the sword hilt was sweaty, that he opened his mouth. Keek, there's no need to be so cautious. As I said before, I'm on your side. It's unbelievable. After her family was accused of treason, no one lent her a hand. Not only did they not help her, but they also wouldn't even listen to her. I thought I had perfectly concealed my identity. After disguising another corpse as herself, she had disappeared for 5 years, and she began to secretly gather strength. To one day clear her family's name of the false accusations. I was just beginning to understand the family's swordsmanship. Why had she emerged again, even though she was not fully prepared? Because someone was deliberately erasing all traces of the Lester family. If this continued, it would become impossible to prove that her family was innocent and not involved in the rebellion. That's why she came out. But still, there's someone who knows I exist? That's impossible. Moreover, someone who believes in the Lester family's innocence and offers to join hands. Everything is so confusing that her head is spinning. What should I do? The sole survivor of the Lester family. The immense burden of restoring the family's honor. The pressure that comes from having to make all the decisions and choices. This situation was too difficult a trial for Luna, who was just 15. Sigh. I apologize. I got a bit excited. There's not much time, so I'll speak directly. Now is the time for us to join forces. What kind of nonsense is that? Keek, what I mean is that your goal and mine aren't that different. Her goal was to restore her family's honor and seek revenge. So, was this boy also falsely accused? If such a powerful person becomes her ally, wouldn't revenge be much easier? She should take the boy's hand quickly. It felt like a devil whispering in her ear. She always thought people who fell for the devil's temptations were fools. But now that she's in such a situation, not taking his hand seemed absurd. But why would someone with such skills? Why is he urging her to fight the slime? It's suspicious. Too suspicious to trust his words. Unlike Miss Luna, my powers leave traces. Your family's techniques only have a signature when used. That's why I'm asking for your help. So, does his power lie in magic? Or some special secret technique of his family? Which family that had been wiped out had such a technique? Luna's thoughts were prolonged when suddenly, 20 minutes left until the end of the first exam, the instructor's shout echoed through the forest. As if the situation wasn't tense enough, now there was also a time constraint. Sweat formed on Luna's forehead. If you don't like it, refuse. I can escape using my power. But, as for you, a witness, you'll probably die here. His eyes shone coldly. She could feel the scabbard at her waist trembling. Soon, Luna realized that it wasn't the scabbard trembling, but herself. Do you really have the skills to do that? She tried to hide her trembling hands and voice, but he just let out an unpleasant laugh. Keek, do you know why there's no instructor around here? What? Why? Because someone took care of them. And who might that someone be? I'm not quite sure. Ha 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 ha. A laugh filled with madness. Luna's hair stood on end. This guy, he killed the instructor. Killing an innocent person just to keep a secret. He's a real villain. The skills of an Anwood Academy instructor are at least of a knight's level. Then how strong is this boy? Above the level of a knight. Luna felt all the blood drain from her body. In fact, keeping you alive serves not only our shared purpose but also, to assess your skills. Skills. To see if you have enough value to be spared for my purpose. Is that too cruel to say? Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Luna hung her head low. Even at the risk of her life, she would not beg to be spared. The proud Lester family. She was the last survivor of such a family. For Luna, begging for her life was unthinkable. But I made a vow. The unburied bodies of her parents, executed and denied even a proper burial. She had sworn in front of them, tears streaming down her face. She must survive. Even if it means crawling through the dirt and mud, she must live. To restore the honor of her family and to exact bloody revenge on those who framed them, even if it means joining hands with a devil. She clenched the handle of her sword tightly. It was cold and hard, but it didn't hurt. After all, Luna had undergone grueling training for the past 5 years. Her childlike appearance contrasted with the scars on her hands. The numerous scars and calluses on her hands testified to her efforts. She had to prove it. She had to show that she had value. The secret swordsmanship of her family, practiced alone for 5 years without anyone's guidance. She put all her strength into executing it. The first secret technique of the Lester family style. One flash. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Kagagagagak dash. Bushes and trees, even the dew on them. Everything was sliced in a straight line and floated in the air. The transparent slime was no exception. Though invisible, she could clearly see a large crack in the core of the transparent slime, which had been busily absorbing its nucleus. Damn, too shallow. Luna's exclamation came out almost like a sigh. But this was enough. I was prepared for such a situation. I jumped off the rock and swung my club downwards. Crack. The core and the slime of the transparent slime couldn't withstand the combined force of my weight, gravity, and the club, and crashed to the ground. It was an excellent situation. Time to show the proven efficacy of the club. Crack, crunch, crack. After a couple more swings, the core of the transparent slime shattered. At the same time, the slime stopped moving. The rapid regeneration skill did not activate. She had won. I had leveled up by 2. Achieved level 9. Just one more level and I can use the hidden pieces in the stat window. But the harvest didn't end there. Transparent material acquired. A special condition has been met. Predation skill acquired. Transparent material, S. A transparent substance. Its use is unknown. Predation, S. You can acquire one of the skills held by boss monsters and named monsters. The grade of the acquired skill changes to F. This is it. I put the small bottle containing the transparent material into my pocket. It's useless for now but will be needed for crafting items in the distant future. What's important is the skill predation, a hidden piece. A cheat-like skill that can absorb and grow skills from bosses and named monsters. It's an unimpressive skill now, but its value increases over time. Named monsters are defined as monsters of S rank and above. One of the skills they hold. It's a bit disappointing due to its randomness and the downgrade to F rank. But there is a way to somewhat alleviate that disappointment. The transparent slime is an S-ranked monster. Classified as a named monster, it meets the conditions for using the predation skill. The skills held by the transparent slime are rapid regeneration, predation, gluttony, and digestion. Excluding predation, which was obtained by meeting the conditions of a hidden piece. The skills I can acquire are either rapid regeneration, gluttony, or digestion. A 1/3 chance. Which skill will I get? Hoping for gluttony. It would supplement my lacking stats. The broken core of the transparent slime lay there. I placed my hand on it and used the predation skill. With the power of predation, you acquire the rapid regeneration skill. Its grade is lowered to F. At first, I thought it was nothing special, but then I changed my mind. Unlike the game where I could restart anytime and take risks, in this world, I only have one life. Survivability is key. Rapid regeneration is a skill classified as top tier in survival. Haha, this is actually good. It's the perfect situation for this. But the harvest didn't end there. Slit-Eyed character. No, I see how to use this character now. Usually, just an ordinary kid. A bit of a klutz, but unexpectedly helpful. Whenever something happens, he appears out of nowhere to help, and in crises, maintains his unique composure. In truly dangerous situations, he reveals his real strength and crushes the enemy. Isn't that the very essence of a Slit-Eyed character? The eye-opening skill was made for this very purpose. I thought of various situations and stories where I could use this skill. Just imagining it made me excited. Such gameplay was possible. Kakeek. This is fun. Really fun. Hey, right, Luna was here. Was it because I deactivated the eye-opening skill, or had she just gotten used to it? Luna's attitude seemed to have returned to how it was initially. Still, there was a hint of caution. How do you know my secret? How should I respond? I needed to maintain some mystery while getting past this situation. Suddenly, I remembered a line often used by Slit-Eyed characters in anime. Haha, that is, a secret. A secret. Yes, how I know your secret is a secret. It's interesting, isn't it? This is real. Luna's fists trembled as she raised them. Knowing that I'm a strong opponent, she couldn't just swing at me recklessly. She's trying to glean information while barely holding back. That's probably the best she can do. Well, I'm planning to manipulate things for the final boss's strategy. I should at least help with her revenge. Of course, very slowly. For now, start with improving our relationship. I said with a bit of slyness. Phew, thanks to you I survived. Since we're here due to fate, let's introduce ourselves. You should be the only one introducing? You know my name and even the secrets of my family. Right. I am Zero. Right. This is real? Luna clenched her fists, trembling. Her desperate attempt to control her anger was quite adorable. So, how are you going to deal with killing the instructor? What? Killing? Who would do such a cruel thing? Luna glared at me. Her eyes seemed to say, who else but you? But I was really wronged here. I never killed the instructor. Haha, I never said I killed him. Just that someone seems to have done it. Why the laughter? I genuinely laughed out of curiosity. Leaving a prospective academy student like this. It's really disappointing. Don't you think? Luna's face twisted in various directions. The flesh on her cheeks spasmed. It seemed like she was swearing at me with her eyes. It felt like I could hear it, but it must be my imagination. Let's find the exit for now. Questions can wait until we enter the academy. That's a wise decision. Luna glared at me even more. I praised her, so why is she acting like this? Ouch dash. It was when I took a step. A sharp pain shot through my right foot. What? Did you twist it? Haha, seems like I might have. 10 minutes until the end of the first test. Luna's expression hardened. Not knowing where the exit is, time is running short, and here I am, full of secrets, with a twisted ankle. It's frustrating, but I know the way very well. I even know a secret passage that leads to the exit. Then say that sooner. Where is it? Where? I gestured towards Luna. A slight gesture to sit down. Seeing the gesture, Luna's expression momentarily blanked. What are you staring at? Sit down quickly, Luna. ***** novel bin at. The second phase of the entrance exam. Hundreds of kids were gathered like a cloud. Alistair, the supervisor of the second exam, smiled as he looked at them, as they passed the first phase brilliantly. Haha, they're always so cute. The kids, chirping like chicks. Their appearances and postures while waiting for the exam were all so diverse. These kids will grow up to shoulder the future of the Empire. It's always amazing to think about. Graduates from Anwood Academy are spread throughout the Empire. It's astounding to see kids who were once crying over a failed exam now grown up and working. More astonishing than magic itself. That was the definition given to the children by Archmage Alistair. These chicks will grow up soon. Of course, they'll have to pass the second exam he prepared. Master Alistair, it's time. It's a shame, but rules must be followed. Please close the door. Creak clang dash. As the door closed, the children's faces were filled with tension. They must have realized that the second exam was about to begin. Haha, such adorable kids. Boom, crash dash. Oh what is it? Is it a terrorist attack? It wasn't a terrorist attack. Just a loud noise and a bush beside the door bursting open. And at the same moment the bush exploded, something sprang out and fell forward. A person. A girl with pink twin tails, face planted on the ground, lay sprawled out, not a chick, but a girl. And a boy laughing atop her, with eyes so small that his pupils were hardly visible. Keek, we've arrived. Just as expected. A strange chick appeared. *****. Just before the end of the first phase of the entrance exam. Haha, to the left. Run dash. This time, to the right. Run dash. The scenery of the labyrinth swiftly passed by. It wasn't hard. Luna was carrying me as she ran. The power of a well-trained body is great. I could feel the extent of Luna's effort and the depth of her desire for revenge. Keek, we're almost there. Just turn right, and we'll be at the entrance of the second exam area. Right. Wait, the door is closing. Luna was right. The door was nearly closed. The problem was, the gap was too narrow for us to enter. Clunk dash. Oh, no. Luna sped up, but we couldn't stop the door from closing. But it's okay. There's a way. Don't give up. The moment you give up, the competition, no, the exam is over. But how can we? The door's closed. Isn't there a bush beside it? We can just break through it. Right. This place is a labyrinth made of bushes and trees. The doors of the second exam area were flanked by bushes. The issue? The bushes were meticulously groomed by the gardener, giving off an almost antique vibe. Is it really okay to do that? Luna asked, turning her head slightly. Her eyes seemed to say, haha, tell me it's okay to do it. To Luna, my response was, Keek, maybe. This crazy bastard. But Luna had to get admitted no matter what. In the end, she started charging as I suggested. Go, Luna, body slam. Though I didn't hear a Luna, in response, Luna faithfully executed my command. Boom, crash dash. Oh what is it? Is it a terrorist attack? As a result, this is the situation we're in now. Luna, exhausted, collapsed on the ground, but so what? I safely guided her to the second exam area. Why aren't you coming down? You jerk. You worked hard. Luna, no, Miss Luna. I dusted off the grass leaves stuck in her hair and clothes. The gardener who comes to work tomorrow will probably cry, but it was Luna who caused this mess, not me. She'll be the one to get the penalty points. Ha, jerk. What kind of secret passage is this? A passage isn't a secret passage until it's made. Now we can call this a secret passage. What kind of secret passage is it if everyone can see it? Why is a secret passage called a secret passage? Because it's a secret passage. Nod. Luna's head trembled as she desperately tried to contain her anger. Is this really allowed? Honestly, it's a failure. The door closed, didn't it? Yeah, the time is already up. It should be treated as a failure. Whisper dash. Luna's eyes changed. The word failure started from one child's mouth. It spread like wildfire because of that. It started the politicking to eliminate competitors. Politicking is not just for politicians or adults. Children, especially those entering adolescence, can do it too. An age where they enjoy putting down someone they don't like and forming cliques. In an entrance exam that happens only once in a lifetime, it's natural to start politicking to eliminate competitors. Clap dash. Suddenly, a clear clapping sound echoed in the exam hall. But it was not an ordinary applause. A noise created by hundreds of children. It resonated in everyone's ears, cutting through the noise. Is this magic? Impressive. As the surroundings quieted, it was clear that everyone heard it. Everyone's gaze turned towards an old man on the stage. Glad to meet you all. I am Alistair, in charge of supervising the second exam. Alistair, watch your words. He's an archmage. He used to be the chief sorcerer of the royal palace. I heard he retired last year. I never imagined meeting him here. Wow, Archmage Alistair. He achieved the 9th circle, the highest realm attainable by a human body. One of the 8 pillars of the Anwood Empire, elevating it to the top position on the continent. That's the setting of Hero of the Academy. But contrary to popular belief, he hadn't retired from the front line. The official reason is to nurture successors. The real reason is to investigate an unfortunate incident that occurred within the Academy. A key character in the game, Of course, he wasn't playable. His gaze turned towards Luna and me. I quickly hid behind Luna's back. After all, I am a poor person who was carried on Luna's back and forced to break through the bush. If anyone should fail, it should be Luna alone. The 2 students who just entered are passed in the first exam. It was an innovative way to break through the labyrinth, so I will acknowledge it. In that moment, the pass necklaces were given to us. It was the perfect situation to show off. Haha, just as expected. You weren't planning to leave me behind and pass alone, were you? What an absurd thing to say. It's a misunderstanding. I suppose so. Luna's eyes cooled sharply. At the same time, one of the children timidly raised a hand. Master Alistair, please speak. Isn't that not innovative but rather foolish? Anyone could do that. It's begun. The politicking to eliminate competitors. The children nodded in agreement with his opinion. However, Alistair just gave a faint smile. Well, besides those 2 students, is there anyone else who broke through the maze? There was no response. It was to be expected. No one else had done it, except for us. Why didn't you do it? The door to the second stage of the exam is so large that it would have been visible from about halfway through the maze. Why did everyone wander around the maze, struggling needlessly? Well, that's because, let's be honest, you just didn't think of it. Mazes are usually made of solid materials like stone or ore, so it's not easy to think of breaking through a maze made of shrubbery. Thinking inside the box is dangerous. It limits you. Alistair's argument was flawless. The student who asked the question hung his head low. Who asked that question? Me. It was me. It's not good to disparage others' efforts as foolish, but asking a courageous question is excellent. I hope you pass. Thank you. I will definitely pass. The child's expression brightened instantly. However, many children were still visibly unhappy. Alistair, recognizing this, continued. You've just finished the first stage of the exam. If you don't have the skills, you'll either fail this exam or the next one anyway. Right. But you don't expect to be outperformed by someone who barely passed the first stage, do you? If so, it might be better to give up now. Only then did all the children fall silent. They had no choice but to agree, because Alistair's words were entirely logical. Seeing him in person, he's even more impressive. In fact, the hidden piece of breaking through the shrubbery to pass the first stage exam was a seldom used hidden piece. There was no special reward for it. At most, it extended Alistair's dialogue a bit, but I often used this route. Why? Because he was the second stage examiner, a great archmage, and my favorite teacher in the game. That was evident from the recent event. Kind, rational, and while he scolded, he also allowed time for reflection. But he was merciless to arrogant, ignorant children. It's an odd way to put it, but he's a gracefully aged old man. If only all teachers in South Korea, including my own school teachers, were like that. It was then that I enjoyed looking at Alistair's face, the only illustration of him in the game. Why did he suddenly have that silly expression? And why is he looking at me? That's when I snapped back to reality. The second stage of the exam. Illusion magic. It had already started. Or rather, it had started a long time ago. Ugh. Arg. Don't come near me. The test had started suddenly without any signal. Everyone, including Luna, was in agony. Except for one person. Me. The mental defense skill provides complete immunity to both drug and mental magic attacks. Meaning, I don't fall for illusions. That's why I didn't need to prepare for the second stage. Or rather, I was going to act at the right time. I missed my timing while admiring the game character. It's late, but I still have to do it. Well, it's only a little late. Arg, my head. But no one responded. Instead, their gazes grew even stranger. Alistair, as well as the instructors surrounding us, were all looking at me with the same eyes. It seemed like they all knew. This guy, right now, is just acting. Alistair stepped down from the platform and glided towards me. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of me. It's probably best to stop the act now. Well, there's no need for it anyway. That wasn't my voice. It was Luna's, who was beside me. She had started to cry bitterly, lying face down. The other children were in a similar state. In fact, Alistair had used a stronger magic than usual for some reason. Now that it had come to this, Keek, you commit such cruel acts without a second thought. Fitting for the Empire's top academy. The line could be taken as somewhat sarcastic and provocative. As if to prove it, the instructor's expression slightly frowned. But this was the right approach. Alistair likes confident children. At novel bin at. Not to mention those with real skills. Seen as the pillars of the Empire's future. So, this line was appropriate. You must have had a rough life. Keek, it can't be helped with eyes like these. Well, that may be part of it, but to me, it seems more problematic that you're always grinning. Is that so? I'll try to correct that. If that were even possible. What can I do when the character is designed this way? I was created with a smiling face. What's your name? I'm called Zero. A good name indeed. I'll remember you. This batch has many remarkable kids. Alistair floated up and gently landed back on the platform. The children began to regain their consciousness from that moment. What the? Was it illusion magic? I brought a defensive artifact, but why? But not everyone had woken up. After a little while, at Alistair's gesture, the waiting instructors picked up the fainted children one by one and disappeared. They had failed. In the second stage of the exam, thud dash, Luna had survived, but she was still not in her right mind. Are you alright? Don't touch my body, I'll bite you to death. She was even more irritable than before. A terrible illusion, rather, a taste of the past. Many of you survived. Impressive. When we meet again, it won't be as students but as entrants. Let's meet again with smiles then. The children cheered and chanted Alistair's name. The second stage of the exam had thus ended. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Ha, unbelievable. Alistair muttered to himself. The magic he had used was a high circle spell that triggered trauma. Seeing that some children had come prepared, he had infused stronger magic power than usual, meaning it wasn't a spell that students could wake from. For reference, the rules of the second stage were as follows. Cancel the magic after 5 minutes. After that, score them in the order they wake up. Fainting means disqualification. But that kid, the child with slit eyes, whose pupils were not visible, it wasn't that he was unaffected by the illusion magic. If that's the case, did he break through my magic himself? And he was still pretending to be affected by the magic. A long curve formed on Alistair's lips. A very interesting chick had entered the fray. Third stage, no, inform Sir Karen in charge of the secret test. Tell him to watch closely. He's a student to be wary of. Yes, a student who seemed to need special attention, both positively and negatively. Alistair was well aware of the portraits and legends of the beings that had once plunged the continent into despair, terror, and screams. That's why he approached carefully and secretly used magic. Scanning with magic, it was clear that Zero didn't possess any artifact to block illusion magic. Then it means he's seen, experienced, and felt things more horrific than anything illusion magic could show. Alistair knew exactly what that was. It was reality itself. Illusion is, after all, a world filled with falsehoods. It can never surpass reality. So he has a past so terrible that he recognized the illusion immediately? Or could it be someone with greater skills than himself, a ninth circle archmage? As this thought crossed his mind, Alistair couldn't help but let out a wry laugh. That's impossible. The scan result showed that the biological age was undoubtedly that of a 15-year-old boy. It's impossible for someone of that age to be stronger than him. The weight of experience, named time, is not something easily surpassed. But, Sir Alistair, what about the student's score? There was no category on the scoring sheet for breaking the illusion magic on one's own. It never occurred to set such a rule. It was thought to be an impossible occurrence. Gulp dash. The instructor swallowed nervously. Alistair, though rational and kind, was strict about the rules as a great archmage. But emphasizing the rules would mean losing a talent like Zero. It wouldn't be easy for him, one of the pillars of the Empire, to admit his own mistake. So, the instructor was cautiously observing. A score. I see. Alistair decided to humbly acknowledge his mistake. Even as a great archmage, he is still a human. Just a ninth circle, far inferior to dragons. I can't fail that child because of my mistake. At an age closer to the earth than the sky, learning from a child at this age, realizing another truth, Alistair felt it was right to be at the academy, beyond his regular duties. How to score 0? Naturally. Full marks, of course. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I'll kill them all. On the way to the third stage of the exam, our Luna is not in a good state. Quite the opposite, in fact. Miss Luna, do you want to die? No. Please continue what you were doing. Muttering under her breath. Terrifying. Is she planning to summon a demon? Too scary for a poor, innocent soul like me. But it's not just her, the other children are in bad shape too. The slime maze and illusion magic test. The gap in difficulty was like heaven and earth. If the second stage is this hard, how much more difficult will the third be? The children's faces couldn't help but look troubled. The third stage is tough too. Well, I plan to piggyback on Luna, so it doesn't bother me. So, it was time to improve Luna's mood. Miss Luna, look over there. Isn't the sky beautiful? Shut up before I send you there. Oh, how terrifying. I decided to just keep quiet and proceed. With this level of combat power, passing the third stage should be no problem. Oh, look over there. The instructors are there. We must be close. Ugh. Already the third stage? It's going to be harder and tougher than the second, right? Wait, that is. A faint groan escaped from the children's lips. It was clear at a glance what the third stage was. A square-shaped arena. It meant only one thing. A duel, no doubt. Yes, the third stage was a duel. A mock fight disguised as a duel where 10 people form a team and fight until the last victor emerges. It was when the children lined up under the guidance of the instructor. Nice to meet you, I am Karen, the instructor for the third stage. There he appeared. The character I dislike the most in this game. Ugh, the day to I meet that guy day has actually come. A fierce man with a face full of scars. If Alistair was my favorite teacher, then this Karen guy was the teacher I disliked the most. Absolutely inflexible, the epitome of taciturnity. When playing the game, usually several choices are given when conversing with characters, but with Karen, there were only 1 or 2 options. Sometimes, it was even impossible to have a conversation. Well, there are other reasons too, but they're not important right now, so let's move on. The students currently standing will fight in groups of 10. The test won't end until only one person is left. Wait, I have friends here. Can you change the groups? From the kids who came to the city together for the entrance exam to those who had become friends during the exam. Most were in groups of 3 or 5, so most belonged to a group. Luna and I were no exception. I reject that request. Even family members thrust swords at each other on the battlefield. Don't talk nonsense. But, the kids murmured, but Karen didn't budge. He was too busy continuing with the explanation of the third exam. You can fight alone or form teams. The important thing is to show your abilities. Make sure to do it properly. Does that mean not only one person from each group can pass? I don't recall saying that. If you want to pass, just do your best. That's all. The first group, please proceed to the arena. What, already? No? Rather, tell us clearly what the passing criteria are. The kids collectively freaked out, and those in the first group were in an uproar. Kids, give up. That guy has no flexibility, a real madman. Now that I think about it, I forgot one thing. Right? We need a more detailed explanation and some more time to think. For safety, use only the batons, wooden swords, and clubs available here. The first group, take one each and enter. The kids froze, their mouths agape. They were probably confused whether what was in front of them was a human or an exam machine. Well, it wouldn't be long before they realized while being with Karen, that the heart of an exam machine was warmer than that of a human. A cold-blooded person, of which even a mechanical heart feels warmer. That was the verdict I had reached about Karen. The kids were shocked, but that wasn't my concern. The duel was what mattered now. The rules are actually not that complicated. 10 people fight. It's not about winning or losing, but about showing individual abilities. The passers could be 1 out of 10, all 10, or none. Simple, but somewhat subjective in judgment. But the kids who didn't know this were bound to be confused. Well, I have Luna, so no worries. The third exam, duel. But not just mere force determines passing. Force, psychological warfare, survival skills, team forming, synergy among team members. Everything was part of the evaluation. To share a piece of insider knowledge, the highest scores go to overwhelming force, the ability to strategize, and dominance. Forming a team with strong people or building a large alliance is also considered a skill. Of course, since the scorecards aren't public, it's unknown. This is just speculation based on various experiments by veterans at Novel Bin at. Would it kill him to give us a hint? I really hate this, seriously. Anyway, I was confident about passing easily. Luna's overwhelming force would take down 8, and I would command Luna to do so. Then, it would be a simple pass. Controlling the strong with a single command. That's also a skill. Threaten with information as a leverage, and Luna will surrender willingly. It was when I was assessing the members of my group that I noticed a familiar face. Small stature like a girl, innocent looking with glasses, a typical model student. Why are you here? The panic was brief. I quickly replayed the early parts of the game in my mind. Damn, I had forgotten. There was a second reason Luna hadn't made it into the advanced class. Raymond, one of the protagonists alongside Rodin, and one of the 5 monsters of the academy. Well, it's another guy who cuts off Luna's arm. After tapping Luna's shoulder, I whispered cautiously. Keek, I recommend fighting that kid last. That nerd? Why? He looks like the easiest one. Yes, you would think so. Luna is certainly strong, but that's only compared to average kids. Raymond, contrary to his appearance, is a master swordsman who can see and deflect any attack. He's a bad match for Luna. In fact, the reason Luna didn't make it into the advanced class wasn't just because she wasted her stamina, but largely due to Raymond's presence. When you play the game as Raymond's character, there's a combat tutorial event. An extra charges in screaming, and following the tutorial instructions, Raymond calmly counterattacks and strikes. The extra knocked out by that strike is Luna. A humiliating treatment, not even getting a face illustration or a name mentioned. During multiple playthroughs, the revelation that the extra was actually Luna brought great laughter to the players. Of course, for us now, Raymond is nothing less than evil, like the devil himself. Just trying to beat me up when all I want is to enter the academy. Such a nasty guy. This is troublesome. I don't care if Luna gets crushed, but it's a problem if I do. If I lose miserably here, there goes my chance of getting into the advanced class. Luna and I, just 2 extras, would be blown away. Moreover, there's no route in the entrance exam where you fight and beat Raymond. In fact, this situation doesn't exist in any route. It's an untraveled path. Meaning, I have to break through this situation with my own strength. My body shivered slightly. Am I scared? No way. The reason I'm trembling is because it's so excitingly fun. Raymond is the last character I'd want to face as an enemy. But to fight such a monster, an event no veteran player has ever or will ever experience, I can't help but be thrilled. Luna, to what extent have you mastered the secret techniques of your family? What are you babbling about now? I'm asking if you have any other secret techniques you can use, aside from one flash, like moon shadow or abyss. You know, those kinds. Luna's eyes were fierce. Her gaze seemed to say, how much do you know? But then, realizing the seriousness of the situation, she opened up. I can use all of them, but considering accuracy and power, one flash is the best technique I have. The rest aren't really practical in actual combat. So, one flash is the only useful one. The situation is more serious than I thought. Moreover, with my current condition, even one flash isn't perfect. Probably, 3 times is the limit. Luna is unstable due to the damage from illusion magic. What, you ask if it's because I made her headbutt the brush? No way. My Luna is a very sturdy kid. But is that guy really that strong? To the point you're worried? If we're talking about talent alone, he's the best I've ever seen. High potential too. A promising friend, I'd say. And what about me? How do you see my talent? Well, at best, a genius, I suppose. Luna's eyes darkened. But this was a fact Luna also knew. After 5 years of training, she must have realized something. After all, Luna's trait isn't an innate talent. She could certainly reach the level of a genius. It just takes a bit more time. Well, beating Raymond is still impossible though. But right now, I needed Luna's help. It was necessary to awaken her a bit. Luna. What? Talent is not as big a deal as you think. With effort, you can catch up someday. Surpassing them is for later. What are you blabbering about now? Don't give up. Even the most overwhelming talent has its weaknesses. Sounds like you're saying I can't win against him now. That's correct. But there's a way to pass the test. Luna's eyes lit up. Then explain quickly. Don't beat around the bush. First, you and I, excluding that guy, will eliminate the other 7. And then, save me. That's how this plan will work. Luna nodded. So, you're saying to conserve energy. All right, what's next? You'll find out as we fight. What nonsense is that? Tell me everything. Luna grabbed me by the collar and shook me violently. But I couldn't help it. Knowing this plan in advance increases the likelihood of failure. Luna isn't the type to act well, so she has to realize it while fighting. My plan. But right now, it seemed I needed an excuse for survival. Luna, I'm not your teacher. You have to realize it yourself. That will spur your growth. TCH. If you can't talk. Well, if I may give a hint, this is historically proven to be the best strategy. Gulp. Luna swallowed and perked up her ears. Well, it was indeed a great strategy. Universal, legendary in any country. It could be called a gang-up strategy. Luna's eyes cooled sharply. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A melee unfolded before my eyes. 10 people fighting in chaos. But from the second or third group onwards, most showed similar patterns. As expected, everyone's forming teams. Just like the game. Ganging up is a historically proven excellent strategy. It seemed only Luna was unaware of its greatness. Next, Group 13, enter. It was the group with Luna, Raymond, and me. Each of us held a wooden sword as we entered the arena. Start. The third test began without any warning. But no one complained. We had repeated the same scenario 13 times already. Surround them. It was a bit messy but swift. 4 were against us, 3 against Raymond. It was expected, and I had anticipated it. We had been invited to join parties before entering the arena, but we refused. 2 for me, 2 for Luna, then. That meant my role was simple. Just endure. Until Luna deals with those 2 and comes to help. Corner him, he's out if he falls off the arena. Attack together. 2 kids approached me with determination. I am so weak that I couldn't beat either of them. But, are you sure? I am quite strong, you know. Unfounded confidence. But it was enough bluff to make the 2 kids hesitate. Even though they cornered me, they didn't dare rush in recklessly. Hey, just hit him, I'll go first. Damn, alright. The bluff only worked for a mere 20 seconds. They were really about to charge. But there was no need to worry. Keek, are you sure? My familiar, feared by all, is coming. Familiar? What are you talking about? It's a lie, get him. Yeah, thwack, smack, kook, aiik. Both were quickly knocked out of the arena. Standing before me, panting, was Luna. Excellent. My powerful familiar. Shut up. In the end, I did all the cleaning up. That's right. It went according to the plan. Zapdash. A strange sound echoed from Luna's head. Ugh, yup. Luna's face twisted grotesquely. It was terrifying. That such a face was possible. It might cause a convulsion if it appeared in a dream. Everything was going according to plan, but why was she like this? Come on, calm down and focus. It seems like it's over there too. What? He really won, that nerdy guy. Raymond had already dealt with 3 opponents. Yet not a single drop of sweat or a wrinkle was in his clothing. His body was shaking, but that was just because of his pure nature. One shouldn't be deceived by appearances. He was a carnivore in herbivore's clothing. Luna, use your secret technique. Are you sure it's okay? It was natural for Luna to hesitate. Using the secret technique might reveal her as a member of the Lester family. But it was fine. Yes, it's okay. Your one flash is so terrible no one would ever think you're from the Lester family. So use it freely. You bastard. Wait until this is over. Luna, bending at the waist, assumed the unique stance of the Lester family. The stance for one flash. The technique involved drawing the sword in an instant from that stance, compressing the air to strike the opponent. A famous Lester family technique, known for leaving a blade mark despite being a compressed air wave. Here I go. Lunging forward with a slight bend at the waist. When the opponent came within range, she took a big step and accelerated. Her left knee slightly bent, the sheath of the sword erect at a right angle. The angle of the wrist drawing the sword. That was exactly the first secret technique of the Lester style. One flash. A flash of light that tore through the air headed straight for Raymond. But, thud, Luna's eyes widened. Raymond had blocked the one flash by holding his sword vertically. Even though Luna's one flash was poor, a secret technique was still a secret technique. She was shocked, and it seemed Raymond was too. Amazing. Such swordsmanship. Praising me after easily blocking? Do you want to die? What? But I can't just die. Would you do that? Sorry. Then, what should I call you? Like, Auntie. Oh, Auntie. Luna's expression turned demonic. The reason for Raymond's popularity. His insane swordsmanship technique sense for his small stature, overpowered stats, model student behavior, cute appearance like a younger sibling, and pure evil. So pure in his actions that he himself couldn't tell if they were good or evil, but to others, they seemed evil. Yes, the problem was that all his words and actions were filled with purity, but his skills are undeniably real. Luna, transformed into a demon, charged with sincerity, but Raymond easily deflected her sword strikes. Not just blocking, but deflecting. Truly insane talent. Damn it. About 2 minutes had passed. Luna swore as she caught her breath. She took a few leisurely steps. The opportunity had come. The moment Raymond stood between Luna and me. Well, can't be helped. I have to step in. Scary. Looking forward to it. But it didn't take long for Raymond's face to harden. Because I used the eye-opening skill. At the same time, I placed my right hand on the sword handle, lunging forward with a slight bend at the waist. When I was about 10 steps away from Raymond, I took a big step and slightly accelerated, getting into a ready stance. The left knee slightly bent, the sheath of the sword erect at a right angle, the angle of the wrist drawing the sword. The eyes of both Luna and Raymond widened. Could it be? Raymond hastily raised his sword and assumed a defensive posture. Yes, this was exactly the first secret technique of the Lester style. One flash. That's impossible. That's right. This was just an imitation of Luna's one flash. But that was enough. The real one was coming from behind Raymond. By the time he realized he had been fooled, it was already too late. Go ahead, Miss Luna. Luna's hand moved like lightning. The first secret technique of the Lester style. One flash. Perhaps because she used all her strength in one flash, Raymond, along with the surrounding air, seemed to split apart. Crack. The ground of the arena shattered, debris flying everywhere. I quickly ducked, and a cool breeze swept over my head. It was the wave of air created by Luna's one flash. Phew. Insane power. This is still an E-class 1 flash. I wonder how powerful it gets at S-class. Someone's figure stood in the dust. There was no need to guess who it was. It can't be. Luna, who had somehow come beside me, muttered. Yes, it was unbelievable. But the unbelievable was unfolding before our eyes. That hurts. Really scared me. Raymond was standing on his 2 feet. He had withstood Luna's best strike. Of course, he wasn't unscathed. Torn clothes and skin here and there. Blood was even dripping from his limp right arm. He blocked that? No matter how skilled and evasive the character is. This is too much. But this was an undeniable reality. I quickly assessed our strength. Luna, who couldn't use advanced sword techniques, and me, in good shape. And Raymond, who had lost at least 70% of his strength. If we faced off again. So this was your plan. Nice, you got him good. What's the next move? There isn't one. What did you say? We can't win. Raymond with 30% power is stronger than us. I, currently at level 9, have 80 stat points. Distributing them in strength and agility might give us an edge. But I can't waste stat points just for that. I need to defeat the final boss of this game. Waste points on just an entrance exam? Impossible at novel bin at. What's the plan? There is no plan. What would you do if that were the case? I'd rather die by your hand than his. Wow, such comforting words. I thought about fighting mindlessly, but I couldn't. I don't know the first thing about swordsmanship. Even pretending to be good is out of the question. In a world where even extras are better swordsmen than me, just the way I hold a sword would reveal my novice status. Not just the children's gazes, but I need to get into the advanced class. If Karen, that cold-hearted judge, saw me flailing around, he would naturally give me 0 points. So, the only option was surrender. What? It's time to back off. We've shown enough. I raised both arms, preparing to defend myself. I thought Luna would rush in and tear my hair out, but she didn't. Instead, Luna muttered, head bowed, doing your best. What? They said if you do your best, you pass. But surrendering. I can't agree with that. I couldn't say anything. What Karen's subjective criteria were. So many experts had been there, but none could figure it out. Aren't you coming? Then I'll go to you. Raymond had already prepared himself. A wooden sword in his left hand, not his right. That was exactly why I gave up on the fight. Raymond was. He is left-handed. Then why did he fight with his right hand? The reason is shocking. It's because everyone else holds their swords with their right hand. For reference, Raymond holding his sword in his left hand happens in episode 3, in the latter half. But to show his full strength in the tutorial? That's crazy. Luna, unaware of my thoughts, was burning with enthusiasm. I wasn't sure if it was because she was called an auntie or because of Karen's words that doing one's best would result in passing. Can't be helped. I slightly dragged the wooden sword's tip on the ground. Clatter, clatter. Curiosity filled Raymond's eyes. I had to irritate his nerves. Confusing his mind was the only way to gain even a slight advantage. Okay, here I come. Luna's spirited charge did not happen. Someone had physically blocked her. Luna bounced off and landed on her buttocks. Everyone, stop moving. It was Karen, in charge of the third test. He had somehow appeared among us from a distance. That's enough. The test for Group 13 is over. You pass, and you two are on hold for now. The one who passed was Raymond. And the ones on hold were Luna and me. Why is that? Who asked you to use such a big technique? I said do your best, not use a skill that could kill someone. But, it's your fault for setting such rules in the first place. Luna couldn't finish her sentence. Karen's eyes were too cold. How could he have such eyes with a face full of scars? It was impossible to continue speaking. Well, I was an exception, having the mental defense skill. Keek, why am I on hold? You didn't do your best. Why did you try to give up? If it's out of consideration for the injured as a strong person, that's disappointing. Damn it. It wasn't consideration as a strong person, but avoidance as a weak one. I genuinely felt wronged. You there, what's your name? R.A., Raymond. Go over there and get treated. Yes. Raymond glanced over here regretfully. Look at that, the appearance of a carnivore regretting not being able to catch a herbivore? To keep attacking me, so weak and innocent and kind. He's really a bad guy. As the supervisor of the third test, I will conduct an additional test for those on hold. Follow me. An additional test for those on hold? This wasn't something that happened in the game. Has a hidden piece been triggered? For what reason? You will continue the test in my place. I'll leave the judgment to you. Understood? Group 14, move quickly. Move it. The excited instructors urged the students. It was no surprise they were excited. Karen, who is meticulous and distrustful of people, delegated authority to them, even the power to decide pass or fail. I followed Karen, lost in thought with Luna by my side. Something's strange. As far as I know, Karen isn't this kind of character. He has lived most of his life as a spy. That's why he hardly trusted anyone. A life stained with betrayal, and yet more betrayal. Most of the scars on his face and body were from torture. But he delegated authority to the instructors? What's going on? However, there was nothing I could do. Just follow Karen, known as the bad ending maker. Karen stopped in a place where people were scarce, deep in the woods darkened by densely packed trees. What's the relationship between you two? Karen muttered without turning around. He's asking this? He was a character who had no interest even in the gender of animals, let alone human relationships. Luna, her face turning red, desperately waved her hands. No, there's nothing between us. Definitely not dating or anything like that. I'm not interested in that. What I am interested in is... Karen spun around, his eyes sparkling. Luna de Lester, are you close enough to share secrets with each other? Just 2 sentences. But it was enough to make Luna's complexion turn stiff. I felt the same, though it probably didn't show due to the power of my skills. Judging by your reaction, it seems you knew. This is bad. Luna is the sole survivor of a treasonous family. In this world, that's reason enough to be killed. Could this be a bad ending right here? So suddenly. I opened the stat window. This was no time to conserve stat points. I was about to invest everything into strength. Pathetic. If I hadn't experienced the Lester family's swordsmanship firsthand in the past, I wouldn't have noticed. Excuse me, you should have trained more. Skimping on eating and sleeping to wield the sword. I had expectations, but what a disappointment. I stopped thinking about raising my stats. It wasn't a threat or oppression, but more of a rebuke. The nuance of why are you so weak was evident. Luna seemed to feel it too. Wait a minute, what are you talking about? Do you know something? Improve your skills. Saying anything before that would only shorten your life. What do you mean? Just tell me. Suggesting you forget might be cruel to you, but it's better to forget. That's my advice. Wait. Luna tried desperately to cling to him, but it was futile. He moved like a ghost, evading her effortlessly. Luna fell to the ground, but he didn't spare her a glance. What's your name? Keek, it's 0. I don't know how much you know, but stop it. You'll both be disqualified and sent home. Disqualified? Karen once again moved past me like a ghost. But I couldn't let him go. I was in the middle of a quest to pass the entrance exam. What were Karen's characteristics? Intimidating. High-handed. An uncommunicative personality. But a child who stands bold and unflinching before such a person is a pervert who you dislike, yet admire at the same time. TL note, it should be obvious by now, but the author sure does love the word pervert. Yes, he likes people with a strong will. That's the key to winning him over. Disqualified? That's funny. A teacher who can't even lend a hand or a word of comfort to a crying child. I cannot accept such a school. I used the eye-opening skill and glared at him. I will leave on my own. Meaning, I wasn't disqualified by you. Karen looked away from my gaze. Was it my imagination? It seemed like he was slightly smiling. Is that so? Can't let the likes of you insult the academy. I'll pass you both. Be more careful in the academy, there are many eyes watching. Though, it seems unlikely you'll be caught, given the gap in skills. With those words, Karen vanished. Left behind were only me and Luna, who lay on the ground, sobbing, her face buried in her hands. Why do you stay silent even though you know? Please tell me. I beg you, someone, clear my family's name. Luna trembled and wailed. I too shivered just as much as her. Because I felt sorry for Luna? No, Karen is such a talkative character. It's so fresh, thrilling, enjoyable. My stepping forward was partly for Luna, but only a very small part. I was more eager to uncover Karen's hidden dialogues. Ahu. But it was time to console Luna. I'm not a psychopath. My thoughts were purely for Luna's growth and future. Really. As Karen said, it's not yet time to know the truth. Luna is only 15 years old. She couldn't handle the truth. In this world, 15 is the age of an adult, but to me, she's still a child. Even if she's a character in a game. Keek, Miss Luna. Cheer up. Everything is going according to my plan, isn't it? Plan. I didn't have you use your swordsmanship for nothing. The reason Luna wants to enter the academy was to gather information from the children of noble families. If someone is framed, it's likely the culprit is the one who benefits from it. There are emerging noble forces that rose after the Lester family's downfall. To dig into them, approaching their children is best. They're impulsive, thoughtless, and easy to intimidate. That's why Luna was obsessed with getting into the academy. Do you understand why Karen spared your life? It means he knows my family is innocent. Exactly. You haven't even entered the academy yet. To obtain such information already, you'll be able to gather much more in the future. So, cheer up. Your grudge against them isn't small enough to crumble over something like this. A spark of life returned to Luna's eyes. I will help you. I'll gradually share what I know. So, let's be strong together, Miss Luna. I'll nurture you well as you grow stronger. You'll become a key player in defeating the final boss, right? I really am amazing, aren't I? Not only using an extra character, but continuously uncovering hidden pieces in the entrance exam. I can't help but praise myself for being so impressive. Thank you. Excuse me. I said, thank you. Luna tried to hide her slightly flushed face. Tough, harsh, the epitome of a tomboy. Luna showing such a side. Why don't you say it again? I couldn't quite hear you. Tha. I'm not thankful at all. Luna's shout filled the forest. *****. On the way back to the third exam site, Karen reflected on the recent encounter. I never expected to meet that child here. Luna. One of the Lester family's descendants, the sole survivor. Her parents used to praise her endlessly for being adorable. How about it, Karen? My daughter is incredibly cute, right? Hello. I'm Luna. He remembered young Luna peeking out from behind their cloaks, shyly greeting him. She doesn't seem to remember me. It made sense. She was very young, and he was in disguise. Well, he had seen her a few times after that, but always with a different face. As he recalled those few encounters, he thought of the Lester family. The Lester family. Once one of the pillars of the empire. A proud family that never succumbed to threats or political maneuvering. There were aspects he related to, so they occasionally interacted, but his nature prevented a close relationship. However, he definitely liked them. He had thought of them as the true pillars protecting the empire. No, maybe. He might have been the one wanting a close relationship with them. The Lester family was known for their strong family bonds, as much as their pride. For Karen, who had lived his life alone, their harmony was a shock and an object of intense admiration at novel bin at. But it was forbidden for him, an outsider and a lifelong spy, to become part of their family. He had wished for their happiness from afar. But those bastards. He took a slight breath to calm himself. He was agitated. Now was the time to keep a low profile and wait for the opportunity. Revenge could wait. No, the idea of revenge is strange in the first place. He had no real connection with them. Even if he admired them, he couldn't casually speak of revenge. Especially not him, the Empire's rat, dealing with the Empire's dirty work. All he could hope for was that the Empire's enemies would become them. That was all. So don't expect anything, Luna. He wouldn't help her with her revenge, nor in the academy. Even if she was the child of the Lester family he admired, there would be no leniency. Professional and personal lives are separate. There's nothing allowed for him beyond serving the Empire. So, he would not extend a hand to Luna. Never. Passing the third exam? That was. If she learns something, she can survive outside. That's why I let her pass. He remembered Luna desperately fighting in the arena. Her one flash, clumsy compared to the Lester family's. But, it was an excellent one flash, Luna. Karen didn't realize. A faint smile was lingering on his lips. Soon, Karen reached the site of the third exam. You've arrived. The third exam is over. 239 survivors. The instructor's respectful greetings and their sparkling eyes. They seem thrilled. Do they think they've earned my approval? Delegating authority for the third exam. He had to delegate reluctantly, but they mistook it as trust. And why so fast? I just went to group 13, and it's already over. There should have been over 800 left. So, over 80 groups, but it's all done? He was fast at handling things, but this was excessive. What exactly happened? Ugh, so tired. This is Anwood Academy. Indeed, lives up to its reputation. The exam ended like lightning. Guess we need to adapt to this pace. This much is nothing. I'll never give up. Let's see what you got. The enthusiasm of the candidates. Well, it doesn't matter. The waiting time during other groups' exams is enough. No worries about the level of the passers. They are instructors of Anwood Academy after all. Professionals who would be respected anywhere else. Their judgment wouldn't be flawed. Shall we move to the next exam site? The instructors' and students' eyes lit up. Their morale skyrocketed. But, Luna hasn't arrived yet. Luna, crying with her face buried in the ground. She might still be crying. It was a considerable distance from here. Karen, sir. The instructor shone his eyes again. But it's fine. There's a valid reason. Let's wait for a while. The injured need time to recover, and we have to conduct that. I see. My apologies. The instructor quickly retreated. That. Knowing it meant a secret test. The entrance exam of Anwood Academy changes every year. However, the changes aren't made thoughtlessly. Each part of the exam has its purpose. First stage, maze test. It assesses basic reasoning, decision-making, and endurance. Average kids, or rather, the mediocre ones, all fail here. Second stage, illusion test. It tests whether one can overcome past pains and stand against harsh realities. It judges if they possess an unbreakable spirit. Even talented children, if weak in heart and mind, fail here. Third stage, duel test. It evaluates minimal combat ability and potential for growth. Administrative skills, calculations, knowledge, many smart kids excel here. In the current peaceful times of the Anwood Empire, the ruler of the continent, more bureaucrats are needed. But they too must have a certain level of physical fitness, at least not to hinder the knights protecting them. This stage checks minimal combat skills and whether one can keep fighting without giving up in adverse situations. The yet unseen fourth stage, written test. It assesses the knowledge one currently possesses. Hardly anyone fails. It's merely a process for placing students in appropriate classes. Most wouldn't know that there's a secret test. Yes, a system known only to a few within the empire. The secret test is exactly that. No matter how tight security is, there will always be rats. Not everyone at Anwood Academy is the best. Honor, money, status, or something else. There are things even the academy officials lack or desire. That's why there are rats selling exam information to large noble families. The secret test system was devised to prevent that. Since the headmaster changed, I've felt it more. The same was true in the maze and the illusion test. Not only passing too easily but also possessing artifacts to counter illusion magic. Alistair had to use stronger magic than usual. Frustrating. If this continues, Anwood Academy will gradually decline. The graduates will all be mediocre. There are several culprits, but the main one is clearly the headmaster. He badgered me about the secret test. Even resorted to threats. Will he be here next year? Karen sighed in frustration. All the injured are fine now. Is that so? It seems we can start now. Wait. I'm watching for the right timing. Understood. My apologies. He looked down the forest path, but nothing was visible. It's not for Luna. It's just waiting for all children to have a fair chance at the test. If asked why the exam has been relentless and non-stop until now, a misunderstanding. Yes, a simple misunderstanding. He tried to be fair, and it's the same now. What's the next test? This is crazy. When are we going to the fourth exam site? Yeah, we need orders to move or do anything. The students' gazes were sharp, a phenomenon due to their raised morale. Karen consciously ignored their stares. Hey, I really didn't cry, okay? Something just got in my eye. Keek, I see. Something quite big, it seems. It's true. Thump. Luna's fist dug into Zero's side. Zero's body bent into an L shape. Yet, the corners of his mouth remained raised. They seem close. For some reason, it's displeasing. A part of him feels uncomfortably unsettled. Probably because they were making noise at the exam site. Attention, candidates. Line up quickly. We'll count the heads and then move to the fourth exam site. Luna and Zero hastily ran over. Karen's gaze shifted to Zero. The boy's eyes were so narrow it was doubtful he could see. Come to think of it, that kid was there too. It wasn't just Zero's eyes that were suspicious. His skill was suspiciously good. Psychological warfare, an insolent kid. He recalled the 13th group's duel, where Zero, Luna, and Raymond fought. In fact, when Zero imitated one flash, not only Luna and Raymond's eyes widened. Karen was also taken aback. Even he was deceived, which meant something. Knowing Luna's technique was not just ordinary swordsmanship but a secret Lester family skill made him all the more surprised. Psychological warfare, It means he's had a lot of real combat experience. A kid his age with such extensive real-life experience? Certainly a child who has been through a lot of bad things. But why is such a kid with Luna? It seemed like he knew Luna's secret too. Sir Karen. I'm concentrating. Wait. Yes, sir. Karen slightly shook his head to clear his thoughts. Now was the time to focus on the task at hand, the secret test. Shoot out killing intent and observe the reaction. What he wanted to see was survival instinct and their current level of skill. A knight of 3 stars should be able to discern a gem from the rough. The moment he released his killing intent. Startled? Karen trembled involuntarily. Because he made eye contact with Zero. That kid, how long has he been watching me? The first to react. No, he reacted even before. As if he knew in advance that Karen would release his killing intent. He kept eye contact with Zero, indifferently looking at him. Well, it was hard to tell if he even had eyes, but he was definitely watching him. What a peculiar kid. A hidden master? Spy from an enemy country? A demon? Or perhaps something even worse. An enigma, a dangerous addition. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It seems to have worked. He casually turned his head. Karen was looking at him with some kind of fearful eyes. Exam information was leaking. Thus, the special scheme, secret test, was created. The type of task, the time, and the passers were entirely decided by the tester. However, there are no failures. What does that mean? Only bonus points are given to the passers, but these bonus points have absolute power in selecting the advanced class, because only passers get extra points. Currently, I have perfect scores in the first and second stages, and high in the third, though unknown. Even if the next fourth stage, a written test, scores low, adding the secret test bonus points makes it likely to enter the advanced class. How did I react to the killing intent? The instructors and Karen were positioned above the arena at Novel bin at. As soon as I returned, I positioned myself to see Karen from the side, and I turned my pupils to the side as much as possible to watch him. After all, my eyes don't show my pupils. Perfect for surveillance? Karen doesn't wait if he has something to do. Maybe he'll start right away. I never took my eyes off Karen, and it paid off. Luna also glanced at Karen and then tilted her head as if thinking, that's strange. Everyone moved to the fourth exam site. Words flowed from Karen's mouth. And so, we moved to the last exam site. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Thus began the fourth and final exam. Written test. The types of exams at Anwood Academy vary, but the last one being a written test never changes. Because of this, all the kids were in a state of intense concentration. I also received my test paper. Swordsmanship, magic, history, etc., a total of 10 subjects. It's a test paper crowded with numbers, letters, characters, and shapes. This, just as I expected. Damn, I don't understand any of it. How am I supposed to know whether the counterattack strategy of Count Julius in the Imperial Year 89 during the Schultz Kingdom's assault was named Vigorous and Strong Morning Assault or Intense and Powerful Noon Assault? The very names of the strategies are so bizarre. I'm almost wondering if my translation skill has gone haywire. But it's an S-grade skill granted as a game possession bonus, so it shouldn't be wrong. The only saving grace is that it's multiple choice. After marking Vigorous and Strong Morning Assault, I schemed through the next question. 1 page, 2 pages, 3 pages. Nope, nothing. I don't know any of this. I just answered the ones I had a hunch about and confidently pushed through the rest in a straight line. Better than getting a 0 for guessing wrong. But then, there was a subject I could answer effortlessly. Why is this happening? Q1. What is the following magic circle? 1 5th order demon summoning circle. 2 forbidden pact with a goat. 3 oath of deadly poison. 4 path of glory. The magic circle clearly says it's a 5th order demon summoning circle. What's going on? But flicking through, the other questions were the same. Too easy. The answers were all in the questions. I turned to the first page to check the exam subject. At the very top of the first page, it was written, Demonology. What? Why can I read this? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The exam is over. Everyone, please stay still. The written test was finished. All the children who had taken the exam just collapsed on the spot. Maze, illusion, duel, and finally the written test. The effects of the exams held continuously since morning. Quickly, to the staff room. But the teacher's work started now. From marking exams to announcing results and class divisions, and even the entrance ceremony. It was a long-standing tradition of Anwood Academy to finish all this in one day. 241 children who survived after the third test. The teachers assigned to marking had no choice but to be busy, with so many tests to grade. History, come this way. Magic studies, over here. There were a whopping 10 subjects. 20 teachers teamed up in pairs, each taking a subject. SHHH. Scritch. The staff room was filled with the soft sounds of grading. But as time passed, voices gradually started to emerge. After all, it was repetitive work. The objective test had only 20 questions. Just memorizing the 20 correct answers was enough. Eventually, the busy work became more about the hands and mouth, leading to chatter. Who do you think will be the top student this time? Surely it must be Terran from the Viorn-Ducal family. What about Eurydia from the Rounter Count family? I've heard she's a genius. I don't know. But surely not as much as Rodin from last year. Rodin is out of the equation. She's in a league of her own. Everyone nodded in agreement. Rodin, who had been appointed as the vice president of the student council this year. Her talent had been evident from the entrance ceremony. Her beautiful appearance that captured everyone's attention. Swordsmanship skills that even the instructors admired. When a noble harassed a commoner, she coolly slapped the noble, saying, "The real insult to nobility is you." Despite the tight schedule, she managed to pass the last exam while taking care of the injured. And the written test? Needless to say, she got perfect scores in all subjects. Good lineage, skills, looks, and personality. Truly, the world is unfair. That's what makes her more impressive. If I were Rodin, I'd have used my family's influence and looks for all sorts of things. All sorts of things? I'm curious what you mean. Ho ho ho? Well, just this and that. No one contested Rodin's position as the top student last year. But this year was different. There were many notable talents. In swordsmanship, magic, physical strength, and even cuteness. With talents shining in various areas, predicting who would take the top spot was challenging. What about that kid? Which one? The one who we can't see his eyes. He looks like the portrait of a dark sorcerer. I think I know who you mean. His name was Zero, right? It wasn't just dark sorcerers. Those notorious for committing significant crimes in continental history often bore a resemblance to him. Therefore, Zero was quite a hot topic among the teachers. Some here had seen Zero's face in person. The common opinion among those who had encountered him was, it felt like he was a scary kid. Right. Didn't he start smiling creepily while looking at the test paper? Or wait, can he actually see? His eyes were so slit, it was almost as if he didn't have pupils. I don't mean to discriminate, but I agree. The vibe wasn't good. There's a reason for physiognomy, you know. I was really creeped out. Their discussions about Zero weren't solely due to his appearance. His boldness and creativity in breaking the shrub next to the door of the second exam site after the exam time had ended. Furthermore, he was the first to pass Alistair's illusion test. According to the record, it was just 1 second? Is that even possible? Well, I doubt we could do it. At least, I know I can't. If Alistair made no mistake. It's somehow even more frightening. I was more scared when Alistair himself came to the staff room. Ugh, I thought I had made some mistake. After the second exam, the Archmage Alistair visited the staff room. Moreover, he apologized, claiming he might have made a mistake in setting the rules and suggested changing the grading criteria. It was surprising, indeed, for him to apologize to us. Yes, it's not for nothing they call him one of the pillars of the Empire. In truth, compared to other teachers, those who graded the exams were less recognized and skilled. Basically, they were assigned the more menial tasks. But for him not only to apologize to them but also to gift them with nice snacks. Although there was no reason for Alistair to apologize, his actions were enough to amplify the rumors about Zero. How about the third exam score? Let me see, it's 90. Huh? No, it's 85. Why did they deduct 5 points at the end? It's written here. Too friendly looking. What does that even mean? But even with the deduction, isn't that an incredibly high score? It was quite a generous score for the usually strict Karen. There were others who scored higher than Zero, but those who scored over 80 from him could be counted on one hand, at least in the past few years. What about the secret test score? An extra 50 points. That's the highest, right? That was a massive score compared to the 10 to 40 points others received. Essentially, it meant if you don't place Zero in the advanced class, be prepared to face my wrath. Could they know each other? Impossible. That man, no, that cold-hearted person. A man known for his strictness and lack of warmth. Even after working with him for 5 years, no one had ever dined with him. He always disappeared like the wind. Every invitation was met with rejection. Maybe a secret son. No way, that's too far-fetched. Besides, they don't look alike at all. True. You never know. Such a man might be incredibly great in secret. Alright, everyone, calm down. The main character has arrived. Startled? The teachers who were jolted looked towards the door. It wasn't exactly gossip, but the conversation was enough to make anyone uncomfortable. However, Karen was nowhere to be seen. It wasn't about teacher Karen but about student Zero. His name appeared on the test paper, and we were just. Everyone sighed in relief and patted their chests. Phew, for a moment there. Teacher Prom? You really scared me. They quickly went back to grading the test papers. The pace of grading didn't differ much. Just a few students' difference. Everyone quickly got back to grading, and soon they would reach Zero's test paper. Is this that kid's test paper? Let's see. This will be interesting. Alright, let's start. Zero didn't achieve the same renown as Rodin last year, but he successfully became a topic of interest. Perfect scores in the first and second exams, 85 in the third, and an additional 50 points in the secret test. If he did well in the written exam, the likelihood of him becoming the top student was high, but a heavy silence enveloped the staff room as the grading began. Is this correct? 20 points, 30 points, 25 points, 15 points. These were the scores typically received when marking a straight line, which he apparently did. In reality, the written exam wasn't that difficult. It was designed for scores over 80, with only a few challenging questions for differentiation. But these scores were unexpected. Everyone murmured, could he actually be incredibly dumb? Wow, amazing. He got 95 points. What's that? Tell us. Everyone gathered around the teacher. At the top center of the test paper, it read, Demonology. The study of demonic spells, magic circles, and their mysterious languages. A field of study that many scholars had toiled over for centuries. Studying demonic magic might enable one to use incredibly powerful spells was the premise that started this field. It was still a field many people avoided. But 95 points in it? Well, I made the exam easy, but he even got the challenging questions right. No, he got one wrong. But the one he got wrong was a magic circle question open to interpretation. Didn't the Assel School claim just the other day that the interpretation was wrong? That's right. But only someone deeply interested in this field would know that at this point, right? The question was left unchanged because the exams had already been prepared, and there was no proof yet that the Assel School's claim was correct. However, what did the Assel School claim? That it's not flames of hell but flames of karma, they said. Everyone's eyes turned to Zero's test paper. Zero's answer was flames of karma. If his answer turned out to be correct, it proves his deep interest in demonic languages. Already a subject of many rumors, Zero scoring almost perfect in demonology was troubling in several ways. It's a coincidence, right? Surely. People have different interests, right? But why did a chill run through the staff room? Then, there's one more. A subject with 100 points. What? Which one? Ethics. scoring poorly in other subjects but nearly perfect in demonology, and 100 in ethics. It was as if he was saying, Dash, I might not excel in other areas, but I have excellent morals. Dash, so what if I like demons a bit? I'm an ethical person. Dash, oh, I'm not a bad kid at all. See, look into my bright eyes. Even though his pupils were too small to be seen, we need to keep grading. I don't know anything. I didn't see anything. Exceptional appearance and excellent exam scores. And the odd scores in the written exam. A follower of demons. Or perhaps a demon himself. Oh, divine being, please look upon me with mercy. It was a moment that further fueled prejudice and misunderstanding about zero. ******. Hey, did you do well on the exam? The first thing he saw upon opening his eyes was Luna's face. Quite cute, indeed at novel bin at. Of course, 3D isn't really my thing. You were more charming when you were 2D. What? What does that mean? Are you still half asleep? How did the exam go? He. The black part was the text, and the white part was the paper. You express failure in such an elegant way. Yes, I completely bombed the written exam. Should I have chosen intense and powerful noon assault instead of vigorous and strong morning assault? Well, it's okay. I gained a major insight during the written exam. I can read the language of demons. Among the hidden pieces in the game is the ancient demon's grimoire. A hidden piece no one knew how to use. The description only said it was a grimoire created by an ancient demon. What if I can read it? I might be able to use magic. Even ancient demonic magic. Keek, I'm looking forward to it. Why can't you change that creepy way of speaking? That is something I absolutely cannot change. Just like Miss Luna's innate cuteness. What are you saying? Thwack. Ouch. That hurt enough to bring tears to my eyes. From Luna's perspective, I'm a mysterious figure, yet why is she so rough with me? Well, I decided to let it slide since she's a pitiful child. Am I losing the fights? No, really. The final results will now be announced. With the teacher's booming voice, a large paper was posted on the blackboard. Rustle. The students gathered around the blackboard in small groups. The names of the students were densely written on the paper. To summarize the key information. Top student, Taryn de Viurne. Second place, Euridia de Rounter. Class A, Luna. 0. Luna and my names among the top student, second place, and in Class A. Luna rushed over and hugged me tightly. We passed? We did it. Keek, congratulations, Miss Luna. A bit wild, but what does it matter? Seeing her so happy like a child. I spread my arms and hugged Luna tightly. And then, you pervert. I got my ear bitten. *****. We will now commence the entrance ceremony. The resounding voice of the Vice President of the Student Council, Rodin, echoed through the auditorium. To finish exams, grading, class assignments, and the entrance ceremony all in one day. Such insane progress. Whoever created this twisted world must have been out of their mind. Otherwise, how could such absurdity happen? In my opinion, the writer of this game's story is one of three things: insane, a pervert, or both. Next. The Student Council President will give a speech. The Student Council President stepped onto the podium. Tall and handsome, with a polite demeanor and a gentle smile. At first glance, he seemed like a good person radiating an aura of benevolence. Oh, is that the Student Council President? Miss Luna. It's not nice to refer to the Student Council President as that. I don't really want to talk to a pervert who hugs girls without permission. Keek, you were the one who hugged me first, and you seem to be quite enjoying this conversation with said pervert. Yikes. Luna bared her sharp teeth. At this point, she was more beast than human. I should put a note on her back saying do not touch, to prevent other kids from being bitten. Congratulations. From this moment, you are no longer examines but students of Anwood Academy. Wow! The students' enthusiastic cheers filled the air. At the same time, a blue window popped up in front of me. Main quest number 1, enter Anwood Academy completed. And so, I became a freshman at the academy in this game world. TL notes. Keek, quite impressive indeed. Standing in front of the mirror, I couldn't help but admire. A uniform under the guise of a school uniform. The golden threads embroidered at the cuffs and key points made the uniform look even more stylish. The fit was perfect. It was tailored to my body, so naturally. All of this for free. Is this why it's the top academy in the Empire? The Anwood Academy, where I enrolled. It wasn't just the uniform that was provided here. Food was free, textbooks were free, even the dormitory. Everything was free. I'm so glad they arranged a place to stay from the first day. A one-room dormitory, about 8 paiyong in size. From now on, I plan to bow 3 times in gratitude towards Anwood Academy every time I woke up. Has it already been a week? A rather long break of 1 week was given after the entrance exam. I collapsed into bed as soon as I was assigned a dormitory. From the first day of possession, understanding the situation, first, second, third exams, followed by a secret test and a written exam. It was a hectic day, too much for a beginner in possession. What's for breakfast today? I'm looking forward to it. The chefs at Anwood Academy were all top-notch. I haven't missed a day at the cafeteria for a week. It was no different on the day classes began. I leisurely walked toward the cafeteria. Of course, I hadn't just been playing for a week. While resting, I organized strategies for hidden pieces and boss monsters, major events in each episode. a list of members good to recruit in the future and routes to become stronger efficiently. As I wrote it in Korean, no one else would understand even if they saw it. Meaning, the security was perfect. I opened the information window to check my current status. 0. LV, 11. Strength, 20. Agility, 20. Intelligence, 20. Stamina, 20. Magic power, 20. Potential, 0. Owned PT, 10. Owned skills, translation S, interpretation S, mental defense S, information window S, twisted speech S, predation S, shop window S, cleaning S, ominous aura B, eye-opening F, rapid regeneration F. Titles owned, none. The rewards for clearing the first main quest were as follows. Level up by 2 and 10 gold, plus the shop window S skill. Shop window was a skill even I, a veteran, had never seen before. Surprisingly, the only thing sold there was just 1 stat point. A special shop where you can gain 1 stat point for 100 gold. It doesn't just mean the gold given as a quest completion reward. It seemed possible to buy stat points with the currency of this world. It's certain, because I could buy items with the gold received as a quest clear reward. A street vendor in the Academy's Fountain Square. There, I bought a newspaper and received 9 silvers and 8 coppers in change. 10 coppers make 1 silver, and 10 silvers make 1 gold. Meaning, 100 coppers equal 1 gold. The problem was the newspaper cost only 2 coppers. The prices are low, but conversely, it means the value of 1 gold is extremely high. But to spend 100 gold for just 1 stat? An unbelievably inefficient shop. Yes. To others, the shop window skill seemed like a trash skill. But to me, it's an overpowered skill. I had planned to use most of the stat points in a different way from the beginning. The hidden piece in the stat window, the potential stat. In the game, characters automatically distribute stat points as they level up, and a special skill is unlocked every time the potential reaches a 100 unit mark. But it's different for a custom-made character. You can raise stat points however you want. And that's when I discovered the hidden piece of the potential stat. Every time you invest 100 points in the potential stat, a skill is randomly given. Even more, it's given as an S grade. In this game, S grade signifies the highest proficiency. It truly boasts immense power. Just look at my mental defense skill. Didn't it even block the illusion magic of Alistair, the 9th circle archmage? But to give an S grade skill of the same level, words like cheat, broken, overpowered would naturally come out. Of course, the problem was that the skills were given randomly, but there weren't that many bad skills. If I get something like Sky Splitter or Absolute Defense, I could breeze through until the final boss. Veterans called this potential gambling. Anyway, by repeating this potential gambling, even the crappiest character could become useful. It was a playstyle even I, a veteran, preferred. Since the final boss was my goal. But why do I have only 10 remaining points? Because I gambled with potential. I leveled up 2 more times from the main quest reward, reaching level 11, and accumulated 100 points. The potential stat, which automatically increased due to leveling up, was 10. I invested 90 points into it and gambled with potential. So where's the skill I got from potential gambling? Isn't it down there? Cleaning, S. Sweep and mop cleanly. Swish swish at novel bin at. Yes, that's exactly the skill I got by spending 100 points. Cleansing it is. Cleaning. Cleaning. Ha ha ha. I can't help but laugh. Of course, it's a hollow laugh. In some ways, it was even more vicious than eye-opening. To think I wasted 10 levels worth of stat points on cleaning. This is madness, really. Initially, the hidden piece using the potential stat was meant for veterans. To obtain overpowered skills for tackling the final boss. A kind of reroll in the Hero of the Academy category, perhaps. I feel like restarting. But that was possible because it was a game. This is reality. Meaning, restarting is impossible. Someone save me. If there's a silver lining, it's that I obtained the shop window skill. As long as I have money, I can gamble with potential. Where to earn the money is the problem, but the important thing is that there's a way. Keek, shall we first overcome the crisis at hand? Solving hunger comes first. I was just about to take a bite, having found a seat in a corner of the cafeteria. A blue window appeared before my eyes. Main quest #2. Make friends. Make 3 friends. The quest is cleared only if they truly consider you a friend. Make friends, 0/3. Reward, 100 EXP, 10 gold, pocket space S skill. Penalty, all stats decrease by 3. Make 3 friends. At first glance, an easy quest. But in reality, it wasn't. My characteristic appearance of slit-eyes, twisted speech, ominous aura skill, and the look of a typical criminal on this continent. When most kids run away just by me speaking, there's no way I could make friends. Isn't it 10 times harder than making friends normally? But, Keek, it seems worth a try. In Korea, I was known as an insider among insiders. A mere 10 times penalty won't stop me. Besides, I have already made 1 slave. No, friend. The second quest seems easier to clear than I thought. What, you were alive? Just then, Luna came with a tray of food and sat down in front of me. The uniform style of clothing and skirt suited her well. Luna, whom I saw for the first time in a week, was cute as always today. Is it because she's going to be the victim of my quest? Luna. What? Keek, we're friends, aren't we? What kind of nonsense is that? Ugh, it ruins the taste of the food. Luna, carrying her tray, went to sit far away in a corner. It was then that I realized something was wrong. Perhaps this quest I might never complete it in my lifetime. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. From morning, formal classes began. All the teachers were passionate in their teaching. Though it was all about lessons from the first day, no child complained. Anyone who couldn't even endure this much would have been filtered out in the first exam. It's moderately interesting. A graduate from a prestigious university in South Korea. I had once breezed through the eye of a needle to enter a major corporation and passed professional and promotion exams in one go. Even in wealth management, I had a talent. It's only possible because I'm a seasoned player. Catching the final boss and returning to reality was one of the reasons. I had a lot accomplished in reality. I have to brag about it in the veteran cafe. Anyway, apart from subjects that required basic knowledge, the classes were generally worth listening to. I glanced around with a roll of my eyes. Currently, I was in the advanced class. Most of the main and supporting characters, except Luna and Raymond, were here. Of course, I had no intention of becoming close to them. They had to fully play their roles as the first party. The problem is forming the second party I'll be in charge of. Why not just pick them excluding the main and supporting characters? It's not that simple. Characters that influence the story must be excluded, and those belonging to noble factions couldn't be casually taken away. If I take away those who are like their own limbs, they'll all come together and beat me up. The early stage of Hero of the Academy is set in the Academy. Though it's mostly about the students' stories, the content isn't. The noble factions are effective here in the Academy, just like in the Empire. Factions of nobles in the Empire. Their children also form sides here and fight. Of course, it's child's play compared to the adults, but children's fights can become adults' fights. Playing as a commoner or a lowborn, there were many who picked fights. There are good nobles too, but their ratio is probably about 1 to 9. Anyway, it's hard enough to pick fights among these busy kids, and you want me to take one away? It's perfect for being branded a devil and getting burned at the stake. That's it for today's class. Dismissed. The classroom became noisy during the break between classes. Some kids glanced at me occasionally, but showed no special interest. The synergy created by my ominous aura and an appearance similar to a typical criminal of the continent. It was a problem. I had to make friends. Quest aside, I need them to catch boss monsters. Use friends as human shields. Use friends as swords. Use friends as life replacements. What a beautiful friendship. But no one wanted to be my friend. It was incomprehensible. Then, someone caught my eye. It was none other than Raymond, the child I fought during the third exam and one of the characters to become a member of the first party. Many kids talked to him because of his cute appearance and timid personality. What? How can this be? But perhaps due to his purely evil nature. One by one, the children who spoke with him left his side, trembling in fear. Truly a character worthy of being called your Raymond. TL note, it's literally, Nuje Raymond, meaning your Raymond. This makes no sense in English, but in Korean, it's just an endearing way of talking about someone. In this case, it's used in a sarcastic form. The author is basically calling him a piece of shit. A swear word used as a replacement for a worse curse among veteran players. Seeing it firsthand, he really deserved that nickname. He may be a first-party member, but wouldn't he be a good friend for quest completion? He won't become a friend right away, but I need to work on it a bit. Even Luna, whom I was somewhat close to, was hard to befriend, let alone others. He called me a pretty 30-year-old lady. Another girl stormed off from Raymond's side, fuming. Should I just give up on this quest? But one cannot simply give up without even trying. I headed towards Raymond. Keek, Raymond, are you feeling better from your injuries? Yes. I'm much better now. That's good to hear. Awkward silence. The conversation hardly continued. It seemed like he wanted to talk to me, but he just kept opening and closing his mouth without saying anything. He really is extremely shy. I decided to throw out my purpose right away. I would probably be rejected anyway, but if I keep trying, maybe he'll eventually become my friend. Keek, Raymond, would you like to be my friend? Yeah. Yes? So, sure. Let's be friends. You have satisfied the quest condition. Make a friend, 1/3. What? Just like that, we're friends? And this condition requires one to truly think of the other as a friend to clear it. Raymond really accepted me as a real friend. The system's judgment confirmed it. Turns out, he's quite a nice guy, isn't he? From now on, he's not just your Raymond, he's our Raymond. TL note, basically, he may be a piece of shit, but he's our piece of shit. Keek, maybe I was the one with the prejudice. Me, I don't have any such thing. Well, it's true that Zero's face looks a bit strange, but fight on? You can live just fine even with such an appearance. Fighting. Raymond, with his fists tightly clenched, was genuinely cheering me on. Watching him, my eyes welled up involuntarily. Forget what I said before. You're Raymond, indeed. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Before I knew it, lunchtime arrived. After lightly reviewing what I learned today, I headed to the cafeteria for a somewhat late lunch. By now, most students would have left, so there should be plenty of seats available. No need to rush my meal. There are no classes this afternoon anyway. The teaching style at Anwood Academy was different from typical middle and high schools. In the morning, the advanced class attended lessons together, but in the afternoon, students chose their own classes. This autonomous approach to education was preferred. Kind of like a college system, perhaps. Well, it was a necessary choice for the progression of the game, I guess. The protagonists are busy saving the world, after all. If they filled both morning and afternoon with classes, there would be no time to grow, let alone encounter the forces of evil. That's why I didn't sign up for afternoon classes either. Apart from the morning and the once or twice a week advanced class in the afternoon, I had a schedule as relaxed as a fourth-year college student. Today's dish is an omelette. Excellent. Yellow egg perfectly enveloping the fried rice. Homemade demi-glace sauce. I marveled at the perfect appearance of the omelette, shining brilliantly. Just as I was about to carefully taste a corner with my spoon, someone sat down in front of me. The person who chose the same omelette as me was none other than Luna. Wasn't today's class fun? To find a class fun. Isn't it really different here at Anwood Academy? Can you show me your timetable? Let's compare. I mean, I'm not trying to match classes, but you might have picked something I wanted to attend. Luna chattered on as she pulled out her schedule. She talked a lot even without a response. Luna. Huh. Luna looked at me with an innocent face. I dug deeply into the center of the omelette with my spoon. If this were a living creature, this might be where its heart is. Keek, you haven't made any friends yet, right? What did you say? Luna, as if stabbed in the heart, suddenly stood up, flaring up. From her reaction, it was clear that Luna hadn't made even a single friend today. Tisk, I wonder if there is anyone willing to put up with that prickly personality. Luna, who was actually quite tender-hearted on the inside, a classic tsundere. But the ones around her are just 15-year-old kids. From the first meeting, no one would want to be friends with a grumbling Luna. What about you? You don't have any friends either. Keek, I have been friends with Raymond for a long time. We even became best friends in just one day. Best friends? That's what you think. Well, it could be. But Luna, don't you have not even one friend? Keek, oh dear. I guess I'm better off. Luna trembled with rage. A friend is a friend, even if it's just one. There was no denying my words. You should have agreed when I asked you to be friends this morning. Moreover, when I started to review instead of going to lunch, Luna pretended to be asleep and waited. As soon as I headed to the cafeteria, she followed me, trailing behind. If she showed her cute side outwardly, she would make friends in no time. My family values friends so much that we would give up everything for them. That's why I'm just being cautious. Oh, really? If I set my mind to it, becoming friends with everyone is a piece of cake. Is that so? Yes? Of course I can. Yes, you keep saying that, don't you? Let's continue eating then. Luna, who will soon have lots and lots of friends. Hey, I'm serious. Luna's eyes welled up. This is going according to plan. After the whipping, it's time for the carrot. In fact, I wanted to be friends with you before someone like Raymond. If I cajole you gently saying that. Just this once, I will honorably be your friend. Know your luck? Wouldn't she agree to be friends if I said the same thing? In this urgent situation, she would have no choice but to accept me as a friend in her heart. Just when I was about to execute my final plan. Beep beep beep, beep. Unhealthy romantic relationships are grounds for demerits. Someone approached, blowing a whistle vigorously. The disciplinary badge on their left arm. Today, too, Rodin, the vice president of the student council, was in perfect attire with her immaculate ponytail and well-pressed uniform. 0, it's nice to see you here. Keek, I'm glad to see you too. As a welcome to your enrollment, I'll award you 1 point of merit and 1 point of demerit. Rodin smiled faintly. 1-1 equals 0. The miracle of balanced merits and demerits. Well, for the trouble I caused, this is a small price to pay. Keek, wouldn't it be okay to waive the demerit? I mean, I am a junior, after all. It's fortunate I didn't give additional demerits. Unhealthy romantic relationships are sufficient grounds for demerits. Unhealthy romantic relationships? Me, with this guy? Luna interjected, flaring up. This doesn't feel good. Weren't you in a romantic relationship? My apologies. You seem so close I misunderstood. Well, I'll correct it to close friends then. Who would be friends with this guy? At novel bin at. Bang! Luna's punch sent the food on the tray flying. She angrily tidied up her spot and stormed out of the cafeteria. Darn, I never expected to be interrupted by Rodin. Rodin tilted her head, watching her go, getting furious just because she said we were close friends. For Rodin, this must be an incomprehensible situation. Did I make a mistake? Keek, no, it's just that the child has a bit of a unique personality. Don't worry about it. But, Rodin looked in the direction Luna had disappeared, ready to follow and clear up the misunderstanding. But it would be problematic if the two got close. That's my SL. No, my party member. Clean up. With a handkerchief in hand, I activated the clean up skill, and my body began to move on its own. I collected the food scattered on the table and gathered it into one corner of the tray. Then, I slightly dampened the handkerchief, wiped the table, and turned it over to absorb the moisture. All these actions were part of a series of movements. This is convenient. When I activate the skill with the right tool, my body moves automatically. Though if I tried, it was possible to do it barehanded. The difference was it took more time, and the results were less satisfying. Anyway, the quickly tidied table was enough to catch Rodlin's attention. It even shone brightly, enough to reflect our faces. Remarkable. 0. Would you like to take care of the cafeteria cleaning for a year? I will award you 1 point for that. Keek, just 1 point? That's rather stingy of you. If you do well, I might even promote you to head of sanitation. Using one's abilities to serve the academy, that's what a true student does. Rodlin's eyes blazed. Yes, I politely decline. Just managing the party is headache enough for me. It was at that moment. Demon? Demon. Gah. What's that? The students in the cafeteria cringed. It was because a parrot, the size of an adult man's palm, had burst into the cafeteria. What was peculiar was that about half of its body was black. Even one of its eyes was darkened. The parrot circled the ceiling, continuously spouting strange words. Demon? Danger? Demon? Protect. What is that? Freshman, don't worry about it and eat your food. You'll see it often from now on. Keek, say hello and eat. It's senior to you guys. Looking closely, only the freshmen had shrunk back. The older students ate their food as if nothing was amiss. It meant they were familiar with this situation. Well, I was no different. 0, aren't you surprised? It's your first time seeing something like that, isn't it? Keek, actually, I was quite surprised. It's my first time seeing a parrot that praises the devil. A parrot that praises the devil. Now that you mention it, it does seem that way. Rodin continued her explanation. It's both a mascot and a spirit of our academy. It's been here even before I arrived, during the time of the seniors, and even before that. It seems it has been staying here for at least 20 years, according to the seniors. Wow, that's fascinating. It could have flown away, but it didn't. Exactly. And the average lifespan of that species is about 15 years. Yet it's still alive, so it rightly deserves to be called a spirit. Isn't that interesting? A spirit? In truth, I could tell even from afar. The parrot wasn't in great condition. Rough breathing, a slightly broken beak, feathers missing here and there, one eye bulging out. It was evidence that its life was slowly fading away. There must be a reason for it. A reason it has to keep living. Rodin gazed at me thoughtfully. Why is she looking at me like that? It makes my heart race. Fascinating. I thought the same. One of my goals before graduating is to uncover that reason and set that spirit free. I actually knew the reason why the parrot cried out like that, why it struggled to keep living, and what it desired. I knew all too well, but I can't tell her that. In fact, that parrot is a hidden piece. It's even the key to one of the top 3 overpowered skills in Hero of the Academy. Should I call it a guide bird? Anyway, as pitiful as it is, there's nothing I can do right now. It's because it's a hidden piece that requires quite high specs. A hidden piece that's only possible after episode 3 at least. So for now, I must be satisfied with just marking my territory. The freshmen often make a fuss, and I've seen them get bullied. They manage to avoid trouble on their own. But still, if they fall into a crisis, give them a hand. Keek, understood. Thanks. Now, I must be going. I have to patrol. Huh? Wait, she's just leaving like this? My prey. No, Luna, who will become my friend, just got chased away? That won't do. At least you should become my friend. Keek, there was something I wanted to consult about. What a pity. What is it? Listening to a junior's concerns is also a senior's duty. Feel free to speak. It's not something to discuss here. Please follow me for a moment. A confidential and important consultation, I see. That's my specialty. After returning the tray, I stepped out of the cafeteria. Leading the way, I guided Rodin to a secluded spot. The naive girl followed me, unaware of anything. This should be far enough. Behind the cafeteria, a deserted, shadowy, and secluded spot. It was just the right place for a consultation. 0, what's troubling you? Speak freely. Rodin asked, her eyes sparkling. With a faint sad expression, I opened my mouth. Kakeek. Life without friends is truly sad. I see. Given your appearance, it's not easy to break through prejudices. That's right. I thought Anwood Academy would be different, but it's just the same as outside. But if you try, surely there will be good results. I covered my face with both hands and slightly bowed my head. It's hopeless. My mere existence seems to discomfort others. Perhaps it's best for someone like me to leave the academy. No, stay calm, 0. I should just become twisted. Sob, become a dark mage, befriend corpses, and create skeletons to increase my friends. Ruthless self-deprecation? Befriending corpses and playing family with skeletons? If I run out of materials, I could attack people to make new friends. Had my thoughts really gone that far? At that, Rodin began to panic. It's only been a day. Even I am getting along with you. Getting along? Really? Yes, that's right. Just as planned. A smile naturally formed on my lips. Hopefully, it's not visible through the gaps in my fingers. Then we can call ourselves friends, right? Right, friends. No, that's not it. I am your senior. Senior. That's right. I'm the senior, you're the junior. We can't be friends. What kind of outdated line is that? It's not like I'm the teacher, and you're the student. Self-deprecation isn't working. I need a different approach. I gently pushed Rodin away and cornered her against the wall. Then, I blocked her escape route by pressing my left arm against the wall. The so-called wall slam pose. Does it seem like a strange posture? It's a misunderstanding. Only those with a head full of lewd demons would think so. Looking at it from any angle, it's just a very wholesome posture for making friends. Would you please be my friend? That's. I just need a friend. That's not too much to ask, right? That's. Rodin visibly panicked. Her cheeks flushed, her lips breathing out, her ponytail slightly disheveled from hitting the wall, her eyes spinning wildly. Almost there. Just a little more. Say it. Hurry up and agree to be my friend. I'm improper. What? Improper behavior punch. Thump. My vision spun. I felt dizzy. Had I really been punched? That proud Rodin resorting to violence? It was truly an incomprehensible situation. As I groaned with my face covered, Rodin's shout reached my ears. As the Vice Student Council President, I'll give you a demerit point. With those words, she quickly made her escape. All I saw was the back of Rodin, her ears red as beets. Keek, making friends is damn hard. It's all because of these slit eyes. *****. Really annoying. Luna burst out of the cafeteria, as if running away. She was extremely angry. Not able to make even a single friend. Even behind 0 in the number of friends. Misunderstood by the Vice Student Council President as being lovers or friends. Truly, everything was infuriating. Arg. Unable to contain her anger, Luna kicked the ground. The force caused a clump of grass to roll across the ground. Sigh. She tried to ignore it, but it was impossible. Luna was essentially a kind-hearted person. Just that her words and actions were a bit rough. After moving the uprooted grass back to its original place, she patted it down firmly with both hands. I'm sorry. What have you done to deserve this? Perhaps thanks to Luna's efforts, the grass returned perfectly to its former state. Seeing this, Luna felt a bit better. Don't get excited. What's the big deal about friends? I have something I must achieve. She realized she had been too excited. Too overjoyed about entering the academy, she momentarily forgot her purpose. Revenge. The sole reason and driving force of her life. Luna reminded herself of her purpose. Entering the academy was merely a means to an end for her. Now, she needed to find a student who knew about the Lester family. No matter how tight-lipped they are, it's hard to hide things from their own children. Being in line to inherit the head of a family, they would be educated about matters relating to their families from early on. She needed to find a child who knew about the downfall of the Lester family, or someone who was also framed. So, I don't need friends. I've always been alone anyway. Sniffle. Crying was not an option. Tears would not help in her vengeance. The very idea of having friends was absurd. I have a terrible personality. She wished she could speak more kindly, but it wasn't easy. Luna had been a wanderer for a full 5 years since she was 10. A traitor by status, a young child, and a female at that. She had faced many hardships and learned one thing. Those who offer kindness without reason are the ones to be most wary of. That's why she was fierce towards children who approached her first. Her body reacted before her mind. Luna was more broken than she thought. How did it come to this? She sighed slightly. Demon? Save me, demon. Luna pricked up her ears. It was a human voice, but with a uniquely irritating sound. But that wasn't all she heard. Ah, so noisy. Hihi, this is the punishment for disrupting the class earlier. Let's pluck out all its feathers. The laughter of children who found it amusing reached her ears. Was someone being bullied? As soon as Luna turned the corner, she grasped the situation instantly. A parrot. 3 children were tormenting an old parrot. Already a few feathers had been plucked. Each time a feather was pulled, the parrot screamed. Let's pluck one more. Judging by their appearance, they were freshmen like herself. Luna kicked one of the laughing children in the back. Thump. Cough. What the? Who is this guy? Typical third-rate villain dialogue. Luna chuckled, feeling anger at the same time. Seeing those who bullied the weak made her feel sick at novel bin at. What are you doing with a speechless beast? Huh? Speak properly. Look, it's a talking beast. Demon? Demon. Ha. Luna was frustrated, watching the parrot cry out for help without realizing what it was doing. What? She's just a commoner. We'll show mercy this time, so beat it. We won't let it go next time. Walk with your head down from now on. These people are of the same noble class as her? Lacking pride and honor, these pigs. Luna was appalled, but she couldn't reveal her family. The Lester family was currently branded as traitors. Luna flicked her fingers. Shut up and come at me. I was already stressed, but this is perfect. Turns out she's crazy. Let's just go. It's not good to get involved with a crazy woman. Eat this. Luna raised her middle finger. One on each hand, 2 tall mountains. Perhaps the 2 high mountains were too hard to look at. A boy slowly approached her. It seems like you need to be hit to come to your senses. I don't enjoy hitting a lady but. Ugh. It was when the boy reached out his hand. Luna easily dodged his attack and threw a punch. Kook. Luna's fist hit his jaw squarely. The boy fell, landing hard on his buttocks. Luna smacked her lips, watching him. Che, he didn't faint. But that's to be expected from an academy freshman, right? Luna was small in stature. It was uncertain whether she could subdue 3 boys, especially those who had passed the entrance exam, without a sword. But she had no intention of losing to such thugs. Especially not to those who bully the weak. Luna charged in, and the fight began. Throwing punches, kicking at vital spots, biting. However, the difference in body weight was significant. Luna rolled on the ground after taking a solid hit to her side. Cough. Ha, she really is crazy. This is why commoners are trash. Maybe she's even a serf. That's why she doesn't know her place, attacking nobles who should be revered like the heavens. Let's teach her what the heavens are really like. One of the boys harshly grabbed Luna's hair. Disgusting creatures. To think such people were of the same noble class as her. Unbelievable. These self-proclaimed heavens were not the traitors, but her family was. Ha, ha. Consider yourself lucky. If I had a sword, you all would be dead. Oh, is that so? I'm shaking in my boots. Ho ha ha. Let's end this quickly. The boy raised his fist high in the air. As Luna braced for the impending blow, she closed her eyes. Keek, what are you doing now? Huh. And who are you? A familiar laugh and voice. Luna opened her eyes slightly and saw him. A boy with eyes so small they were almost invisible. Zero. Can't you see we're just having fun? Beat it. Keek, that would be troublesome. She there is my friend. She's your friend. It seems I'm the only one who thinks so, but let's just say that for now. Zero's unique way of speaking and an air of nonchalance that could be called strange. The children seemed to sense the oddity as well. Why is he so relaxed? Is he a skilled fighter? But he's not a face we recognize. What? You know him. That's him, the one who got third place in the entrance. What? Him? Third place? Luna couldn't believe it. The academy hadn't publicized rankings beyond the first and second place. Zero, in third place. Anwood Academy is the Empire's most prestigious institution. While the average skill level of its students is high, the top ranks are on a different level. But Zero in third place. She knew he had been hiding his skills, but to this extent? The boys huddled together, whispering. He's a target for recruitment. What should we do? Let's let go of this crazy girl for now. No need to make an enemy unnecessarily. Che? No choice then. Thump. The boy relaxed his grip, and Luna fell to the ground. The boys left her side and stood in front of Zero. Pleased to meet you. I am Godner, the eldest son of the Jefferin Count family. Pleased to meet you as well. It's an honor. The vice head of the Viuran Duke family, Terran, is looking for you. You know why, right? Keek, I'm not sure, actually. Godner sighed deeply. What? I thought you'd be smart for being third. Let's be direct. Join Terran's faction. Zero cocked his head in confusion. Terran faction. Well, you're a commoner, but we'll take good care of you. You should realize by now, seeing that we've obtained confidential information like the admission rankings, that the power of the Terran faction is beyond your imagination. Listening to the conversation, Luna bit her lip. In the Noble Academy, they not only form factions but also extract confidential information? To think that nobles would stoop to such dirty deeds. It was unbelievable. There are too many arrogant people like her. They need to be taught a lesson. It's our duty, right? Keek, I'll think about it. All right. Today doesn't seem like the right time for this discussion. Let's talk later. Oh, and I wouldn't recommend associating with such lowly people. With those words, Godner and the children left. Luna staggered to her feet. Zero had already approached her. Keek, are you all right? The embarrassment was brief. Luna was lost in thought. Zero. A mysterious boy who seemed to know the secrets of her family. Usually, he was a playful, ordinary boy. But when it came to fighting, scary. Facing him now, she felt the fear intensify. What was his purpose? Why was he so nice to her? Why did he treat her well? Why, just why? He keeps coming closer. She had nothing, no money, no honor, no family backing, no friends, nothing. Just a foul temper. Yet Zero kept coming closer. She couldn't understand why. Luna, are you all right? Go away. You're bleeding. We should go to the infirmary first. Don't be nice to me. In the end, you want something from me too. What did he want? Why, just why? Why are you being nice to me? Her voice erupted with emotion. Zero's reply was simple. Because we're friends. Friends? Don't talk nonsense. You had a purpose in the beginning. During the fight with the transparent slime, Zero had said he was testing her skills at Novel Bin Adat. For some purpose. So, Zero calling them friends was clearly nonsense. That's right. Initially, I did. But not anymore. Luna, I like you as a person. That's a lie. Well, if Luna doesn't think so, there's nothing I can do. But I genuinely want to be friends. Zero smiled. It was a lie. It had to be. But why did she feel like pretending to believe him and taking his hand? Then reveal a secret. You know something about my family, right? If we're friends, you should tell me everything. That's only fair. Don't you see? It's precisely because we're friends that I do this. Explain it to me. No beating around the bush. If I tell you what I know, what will you do? Naturally, she'd have to go kill them immediately. Given Luna's personality, you'd draw your sword and attack right away. Do you think your revenge will be successful? It will end without you killing anyone. And if you do manage to kill anyone, it will be of the lower ranks. Not only that, you will be recorded as a madwoman who attacked people suddenly, and the Lester family will suffer humiliation forever. Luna was speechless, hit right where it hurt. Yes, she needed help. She, having nothing but a bad temper, needed someone like Zero. But she couldn't trust him. She wanted to trust Zero, but she couldn't. What should I do? As she was unable to decide, Zero, as if having a brilliant idea, raised his index finger and said, I understand Luna's anxiety. How about we do this? If you help me whenever I ask for it, I'll grant you the right to ask a question. A right. Yes. One question for every time you help. Don't think of it as a loss. In my view, it's much more beneficial for you, Luna. A question, huh? Certainly, with that condition, even a single question could reveal her enemies. But would Zero really tell the truth? She scrutinized his eyes as she looked at him. Damn it, his slit eyes make it impossible to read him. That's really cheating. Fine. Let me know whenever you need something. I'll listen to anything. Keek, that's a risky statement. Remember, I'm a man too. Slap. Luna smacked Zero on the forehead. Such a pervert. She couldn't let her guard down for even a moment. Luna, why are you hitting me? Not knowing why you deserve it is reason enough. Anyway, fine. Let's do that. Huh? Do what? You know what I'm saying. Luna brushed past Zero. One question for each time she helped him. She actually found this arrangement more comfortable. Well, this meant the previous condition had to be met first. Take care of me from now on, Zero. The words she muttered after parting from Zero. He wouldn't have heard them. For the first time since she was 10, Luna had made a friend. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. You have met the quest conditions. Make a friend, 2/3. Keek, seems like it worked. I rubbed my forehead, still smarting from Luna's surprisingly strong hit. I replayed the recent situation in my mind. I was lucky. If those guys hadn't recognized me, the information about unofficially being the third in the entrance exam. Without that, I would have ended up just like Luna. Then my whole concept would have been ruined, greatly restricting my actions. Threatening with the eye-opening skill could change the situation, but that was a 50-50 chance. I didn't want to take such risks unless necessary. I can only let things slide so many times. What I really need now is combat skills. With predation, I had the foundation to grow stronger. But I lacked the power to tackle bosses and named monsters. I had Luna, but to keep deceiving Luna, I need some power. The more mysterious my existence, the longer I could hold on to her. But a new hidden piece wouldn't be available until midterms. What should I do? That's when a parrot suddenly fell from the sky and landed on my shoulder. Demon? Danger? Save me? Help. The parrot screamed as if its life depended on it, almost bursting my eardrums. But I didn't shoo it away. I knew the story behind this bird. Keek, I'll make you comfortable soon. Just hold on a little longer. The parrot, the only friend of an unknown hero who had died in a near accident. But there was nothing I could do for it now. Just wait until episode 3 started. Friend? Danger? Help. Friend? Huh. I could use one of those. If only one would just drop out of the sky. Friend? Good? You? Friend. The parrot's cries. At the same time, a blue window appeared in front of me. You have met the quest conditions. Make a friend, 3/3. You have cleared main quest #2, make a friend. As a reward, you receive 100 EXP, 10 gold, and pocket dimension S. Even if it's not a human, it counts. It was like a cow backing up and accidentally catching a mouse. The condition was to genuinely consider you a friend, but that made it all the easier to accomplish. This parrot desperately needed someone to help. Friend? Help me? Friend? Save me. Keek, I appreciate you helping with the quest, but that's difficult for me. Instead, let me at least clean you up. I activated the clean skill on the parrot. That was all I could do for it at the moment. But then, the parrot underwent a change. Curious, I used the clean skill a few more times, and clearly saw the result. A hidden piece that could only be cleared in episode 3, one of the top 3 game-breaking hidden pieces. I had found a way to obtain it. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. So, this magic circle is. The morning lecture had started again today, but I couldn't focus at all. Is it possible? Or, is it too difficult? The possibility I saw from experimenting with the parrot. But it was just a possibility, not a certainty. But if it were possible. Hey, what are you doing? Aren't you coming to eat? Yes, I should. What have you been doing these past few days, spacing out like that? Luna grumbled. But it couldn't be helped. Before I knew it, it was already Friday. The moment of decision had arrived. Academy students can only go out on weekends. This hidden piece started in the town square. It would take at least a week, maybe more. But at the crucial moment, if it turned out that the possibility was 0%, I would be furious. Hey, are you coming to eat or not? Yes, I'm coming, Luna. I tucked my textbook into my pocket. Luna looked at me strangely. It's unusual for someone to put a book in their pocket, after all. But I wasn't uncomfortable at all. Pocket dimension, S. You can store all non-living items. If the user dies, all stored items will be destroyed. The second main quest was to make 3 friends. I completed it and received as rewards 10 gold, a level up, and pocket dimension. To put it simply, it's like having an infinite inventory space. One of the must-have skills for veterans, and I got it as a quest reward. I was lucky. Normally, I wouldn't have been able to get this skill until after episode 4. By the way, the third main quest hadn't appeared yet. Did I complete the second main quest too quickly? Well, that was indeed the case. It was a quest difficult enough to take at least a month for anyone else. In this world, slit-eyed characters are seen in the worst light. Yet I made 3 friends in just one day. Keek, I am indeed amazing. I would have bragged about it non-stop if I could connect to the pro gamers community. It was a shame I couldn't. Laughing again? You're really out of your mind. Keek, isn't the food just too delicious? A curry topped with a mountain of chicken. The excellent visual and taste made half of my worries disappear. Not all, but half. That's how deep my worries were, not even chicken curry could cover them. About halfway through the meal, Luna spoke up. Hey, Keek, please, speak. If you have a problem, just spill it. Don't suffer alone like a dog. I must have been worrying a lot. Even Luna was saying such things to me. Her eyes were seriously concerned. That's when I made up my mind. Yeah, what's the use of worrying? Just do it. Go for it, like a man. Luna. I spoke with a serious gaze. Could she have noticed my manly gaze? Luna met my eyes and responded. What? May I ask you a favor? Sure. I don't know what it is, but go ahead. You're agreeing without even hearing what it is. We made a deal. The deal was that if I did her a favor, she would grant me the right to ask her a question. Luna was referring to that. I have hundreds of things I want to ask you. So whatever it is, I have to agree. It's more urgent for me, as you said. And that, Friday, free, because we're friends. A voice as small as the flutter of a fly's wings. But I heard it clearly. Luna, you've grown up so much. To think she would call me a friend. Was this what it felt like to watch your daughter grow up? I felt like I was about to cry. Well, it was just a feeling, nothing more. Anyway, if you have any worries, feel free to talk to me. I'll go ahead. Luna abruptly stood up, threw her tray into the disposal area, and fled from the spot. I called out to the back of her head as she left. Miss Luna, let's meet at the school gate tomorrow at 9 a.m. There was no reply. She just raised her middle finger as she ran away. That means she'll definitely come tomorrow. A perfect interpretation? I could be called a Luna scholar at this point. Chewing on a piece of chicken, I was lost in thought. But is it really okay? Since I've decided to go for it, I will proceed. The NPC I need to meet, the location, the order of the conversation. I remember all of that perfectly, so there should be no problem. The current issue is the final battle. The battle with the demon's shard is problematic. Not just the attack power, but whether health is sufficiently high is the most important issue. Because it's a gimmick where multiple players have to share the damage. The common strategy for veterans was to clear it after episode 3 due to the health issue. This meant the veteran's best record was at the beginning of episode 3. No one had attempted it from episode 1, especially not in the first week after school started. If I succeed, I'll be both the first and the best. My motivation was surging. But right now, Luna is the only one I can count on. A two-person party. Actually, it's practically a one-person party. My stats are only at 21, I'm incompetent. To tackle it without trouble, I need at least 2 more people. Or one incredibly strong person. Isn't there a high-level player passing by? Then, Rodin entered my field of vision. She was busy giving demerit points to freshmen who were fighting. LV.43. There it is, a high-level player. Luna and Rodin. With the two of them, the attack power is more than enough. Both are characters who use their family's secret techniques. Though health is more important than attack power for conquering the demon's shard, what I am planning is not a normal strategy. A strategy that theoretically doesn't need even a point of health. I'm going to try that. Alright, it's decided. I should approach Rodin too. After finishing my plate, I headed towards her. Too friendly with the protagonist character Rodin? Who cares? There's a super cheat hidden piece at stake. Besides, Luna is already marked. If I hesitate, the game story will just proceed. To lose one arm and wander aimlessly until death. That's Luna's future. I never expected to get into a brawl with the Terran faction on the first day of school. Luna alone can never win. So I need to grow stronger. Slowly, I approached Rodin, who was organizing her demerit notebook. Keek, you seem busy today as well. Zero? You reflected on what happened last time, I hope. Last time? Oh right, there was such an incident. I cornered Rodin against the wall and coerced her into friendship. No, I merely suggested it in a very wholesome way. I was just overly eager to make friends, as you know I don't have any. So that was it. But I can't just pretend the demerit didn't happen. You'll have to make up for it in the store. As expected, Rodin was firm. But that's okay. If I'm a doctoral scholar in Luna studies, then I'm at least a master's in Rodin studies. I came to talk about that very thing. Do you have time tomorrow morning? In the morning. Well, I have no special duties apart from patrolling. How about we go to the square together and help maintain order among the people? Maintain order? Yes, I heard there's an event happening. Criminals will surely be active. As students of the academy, we should step in and help maintain order. Molesters, fights, pickpocketing, line cutting, and more. Events are prime time for petty criminals, so a string of minor offenses is expected. Since the town square is right in front of the academy, it's not strange for students to step in. It would promote the academy, ensure people's safety, and protect the children's smiles. It's like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. After a moment of thought, Rodin nodded emphatically. That's a noble cause. But let's leave out the first reason. Law enforcement for the sake of promotion? I can't approve of that. I see. By the way, do you like children? I'm quite fond of them. They are, after all, like the future of the empire. The more, the merrier. I already knew that fact. When pursuing this hidden piece, Rodin always played with children. Coming from a military family, with her stern speech and clear distinction between personal and professional life, the sight of Rodin happily playing with children was a refreshing shock to the players of the game. Kikik, the more, the merrier. That's great. Then, I'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. in front of the school gate. I left Rodin, with a question mark floating over her head, and departed. Everything was going according to plan. *****. Late at night. Just before going to bed, Rodin checked her schedule for tomorrow. Tomorrow's schedule is early morning patrol, then law enforcement duty with Zero. She thought his actions were aimed at earning store points. Of course, that didn't mean she wouldn't give them to him. If he properly performs the law enforcement duty, that's commendable in its own right. Just fulfilling her duty and having a positive impact was enough. If the event ends without anyone getting hurt or victimized, 1 store point is a small price to pay. Rodin had learned to be flexible like this last year. As she changed into her pajamas and untied her hair in front of the mirror, she thought, what was that about? What was the meaning behind Zero's meaningful smile? He always had a smiling face, but this time, it was definitely a smile with something behind it. Rodin recalled the incident from before. The wall pin. Senior and junior. Man and woman. And tying that to what happened today. No way. A date. A date, something she had never experienced in her life. And on a weekend, no less. Rodin couldn't help but be flustered, and her normal thought process broke down. Then, asking if I like children, could it mean? Was he indirectly asking if she would bear his children? What did I respond? Her memory quickly returned. Rodin was a bright child, after all. The more, the merrier. Yes, that's how she responded. The more, the merrier. From the perspective of the straightforward Rodin, this was almost like declaring herself a wanton woman. With Zero's meaningful smile overlapping in her mind, Rodin could no longer hold herself together. Boom! With the sound of something bursting, her face turned beet red. A face too embarrassing to look at with open eyes. Escaping from the mirror, Rodin crawled into bed, hoping tomorrow would never come. *****. The next morning, between the school gate and the square, I found myself in a very awkward situation. Explain properly about what happened yesterday. Pardon. About asking if I like children. You better explain what you meant by that. Asking if someone likes children means exactly that. What more explanation is needed? Geez, she even looked fierce, arms crossed tightly over her chest. She was in full defensive mode. Was she preparing for war? I only asked because there will be children to play with. I was asked for help. It would be troublesome if you disliked children. Is that really it? Of course. Then why is it just the two of us? There seem to be quite a few people around. Don't we need more manpower? Rodin, that's because I don't have any friends. You'll never understand how hard it is to make friends with this appearance. But I didn't need to make such excuses. A savior appeared from behind. What's this? Why is the vice president here? Ah, you mean from last time? Rodin couldn't finish her sentence. After a moment of deep thought, her face suddenly turned crimson. I see. My apologies, Zero. I misunderstood. What kind of misunderstanding did you? Hurry, let's go. Didn't you say you had a place to be? Rodin, mumbling her words, hurriedly left the spot. Really? She's such a strange woman. *****. So, where is this place you were asked to help? We'll be there in just a bit. Unlike the game, it's not easy when you have to move physically. But there's no need to worry. The person I'm looking for is quite a distinctive man. The clown. Not just by appearance, but also because he's a character who always has children around him, he should be easy to find. After about 10 minutes of wandering around the square, I finally found the clown. Dressed in his distinctive makeup, he was handing out balloons to the children. I have to work under this clown for a day. Doing so will grant me a skill, the starting condition for a hidden piece. Well, I wasn't actually asked for help, but I'll manage somehow. Luckily, Rodin was keeping her distance, so I should be able to deceive her easily. Just as a group of children left after receiving their balloons, I approached the clown. He suddenly grabbed my shoulders with a shocked expression. Ludorus? Is that you? Why is he acting like this? This dialogue was new to me, but I was more surprised by the clown's reaction than anything else. This clown character is always supposed to be smiling. An NPC often called the mask of madness among the players. Always smiling, whether in conversation, performing, or even during his breaks. He's called the mask because he smiles so much it seems like he's wearing a mask. But now, this character who always smiled was looking at me with a shocked expression. No, a look of desperation. I've played the game thousands of times, but I've never seen this reaction before. It meant a hidden piece I didn't know about had been triggered. He's mistaking me for a child named Ludorus. Fortunately, I knew about the character Ludorus at novel bin at. I recalled all the information related to him in my head. The hidden piece starting with the clown, the hero, the demon's shard, Ludorus, and the parrot. The connection between the clown and them, a mystery unsolved even by the veterans, ending only in speculation. As I fit the final puzzle piece I just found, a perfect picture was completed. TL notes. So that's how it is. The puzzle pieces are finally falling into place. A speculation close to certainty. The result of this speculation could only be confirmed around the end of this story. For now, it seems satisfying enough to have discovered something even other veterans didn't know. Keek, I'm Zero. It seems you've mistaken me for someone else. Ah, is that so? Ha, indeed, it couldn't be. Times have changed after all. The clown sank into thought for a moment, but his contemplation was indeed very brief. He opened his mouth, a bright smile reaching his ears. Hello, I'm the clown. Did you come to get balloons? Keek, despite appearances, I'm a student at the academy. Balloons are for children. A flinch. It seemed like Luna shivered slightly, but it must be my imagination. It has to be. In this game, 15 years old is considered adult. So, they wouldn't want a balloon. Even someone childlike as Luna. Really? Then what brings you here? Keek, I thought of playing with the children. Would that be alright? Sure, go ahead. But, no wages for this part-time job, Kiahi. The clown bent backwards with laughter at novel bin at. It wasn't even a funny conversation, but such a reaction. Indeed, he was worthy of being called the Mask of Madness. Rodin, checking the surroundings for security, came into view. She was quite a distance away, so our conversation must not have reached her. Senior, would it be alright to play with the children? It's different from our original plan, but it should be fine. Playing with children is as important as maintaining security. Keek, then I'll be counting on you for today. Rodin headed towards the clown. Then she took out a notebook and began to write something. Did she see through the opponent's strength? The clown switched to a bowing and scraping mode. Are you operating with a permit? Of course? Kiahi. Even the clown seemed intimidated by Rodin's authority. It was interesting to eavesdrop on their conversation. Luna approached with a visibly annoyed expression. Hey, what are you trying to do now? Keek, what do you mean? I don't know how to play with kids. And why should I play with those brats? Well, it must be baffling for Luna. She must have been tense thinking I was going to ask for something significant, only to find out it was about playing with children. But Luna had no choice but to agree to my request. This is exactly my request. Keek, there's a reason for everything I do. This is. She nodded emphatically. Living with the clown until sunset. That would grant the mimicry skill. This was the start of the hidden piece I was aiming for, a prerequisite. So, just by playing with the kids, you'll answer one of my questions. Yes, that's correct. Can't help it then. Annoying, but no choice. Luna scratched her head and headed towards where the clown was. The moment our adventure, for the hidden piece began. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A very splendid drawing. I'd like to hang it in our academy. Look at my drawing. Look at mine too. Wait a moment. You must learn to wait your turn to be a good child. Yes? Pretty sister. Cough, cough. Although her manner of speaking was a bit stiff, Rodin handled the children very skillfully. Storytelling, teaching about proper conduct as a good child, and even drawing. Her way of dealing with children was simply perfect. A small fan club even formed around her. And what about our Luna? Luna was, hey, you guys, if you get caught, you're really dead. Kaye, a monster is chasing us. That's right, I am the monster. Cray. She was having a mock fight disguised as a game of tag with a group of children. It means she was playing quite well with the kids. The problem is that she's become a child herself. Not only her mental age but even her way of speaking has regressed. At this rate, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say the kids were playing with Luna. To an outsider, they might think they are friends playing together. And what am I doing? I am. Keek, now, here's a small ball. But if you squeeze it tightly in both hands. I spread my hands, which had been clenched, towards the front. Surprisingly, there was nothing in my hands. Wow, the ball disappeared. It's magic? He made the ball disappear with magic. Wait, so my ball is gone. I didn't answer, just muttering Keek to myself. The face of the child who had entrusted me with the ball turned gloomy. Just a moment, what's going on here? Something round popped in and out of my chest. The children's attention was captured in an instant. Oh, the ball wants to return to its owner. You must have treated it very well. I reached into my chest and pulled out the ball that the child had entrusted to me. I handed it over along with one balloon. Keek, this is a gift. Please continue to cherish your friends. Yes? Thank you, magician. The child smiled so brightly. A magic show utilizing the pocket dimension skill. Even in a world where magic exists, magicians aren't that common, so it was enough to captivate the children's attention. Keek, I will perform again after a short break. Then the children dispersed in all directions. After a 5-minute performance, I took a 55-minute break. A very excellent work-life balance, one might say. It's only for today, but work-life balance is quite important. If I don't consider break time. Huff, huff, I'm dying. At this rate, they'll definitely pass the academy's entrance exam. Really, believe me, since I passed. Luna collapsed beside me, panting. It was only natural since she had been running around non-stop since we started. I agree. How can they have such stamina and curiosity? I should suggest researching it. If it can be applied to the academy, we can expect significant progress. These were Rodin's words as she slumped down beside me. Her usually neat ponytail was sticking out in several directions. I wonder if she realizes her armband's angle is drooping? Keek, just half a day more. Let's all keep our spirits up. Hey, aren't you going to give us something to eat? If you dragged us here, you should at least provide that. Keek. What? Can't you hear me? I said I want food. Keek. Luna's eyes glared at me fiercely, but there was nothing I could do. Considering my position of having to buy stats from the shop window, I couldn't afford to waste even a single penny. I was already living on the meals provided by the academy. Especially now, we were in a plaza with several ongoing events. The price of snacks was at least twice as high as usual, not to mention the price of a meal. But to buy food? Absolutely not. I didn't even bring my wallet. Aren't you going to offer me food? What, shall I roast you and eat you? Keek, Miss Luna. Cannibalism is prohibited in the Empire. Isn't that right, Senior? It seems an exception might be applied right now. His Majesty the Emperor would probably agree. Wait, is she really bringing the Emperor into this? Is this the same Rodin I know, always so upright? My heart swells with awe. I could feel fierce glares from both sides. At this rate, they might really eat me. What should I do? Should I go buy some cheap and filling potatoes? Rodin and Luna's faces were getting closer and closer. Ah, I see. Potatoes won't fill them up, will they? Then what about potatoes and sweet potatoes? Would that do? Despite this, the two of them didn't stop. It was when I was about to be completely squished between them. Hey, everyone! Emergency? Big trouble? Kiahi. The clown, who had been away for a moment, reappeared. His movements were somewhat exaggerated. However, it seemed like something really had happened. Keek, what's the matter? It doesn't seem like anything bigger than my current situation. Guess what? The people who were supposed to perform in the play can't make it. Kiahi? Big trouble, big trouble. The play had fallen through. This meant we had to fill in for that time. There would be even less time for Rodin and Luna to eat. I didn't need to turn my head to know. I could tell their eyes were filled with rage. They looked ready to tear me apart and get their meat if I didn't buy them something as expensive as meat. Kiahi? So, how about you guys step in and do the play? Us, you say. Yes, it's a very simple play. You can improvise the lines. The props are all ready too. Kiahi. Yes, just prepare props for 2, please. I'm about to change species from human to meat, you see. Ah, really? Mr. Clown, isn't this too much? We're penniless but working hard, and now you want us to do a play. Kiahi. I'll give you food. Excuse me, I said, I'll give you food. Kikik. Rodin and Luna's gazes met in midair. Plays are known to enhance children's creativity and emotional development. It's an important task. Didn't I tell you? I've always dreamt of being a play actor. Senior, is there really such a study in this era? Luna, and wasn't your dream revenge? Kiahi? Great. Then we're all doing it. Keek, I think I should be excused. Kiki? No way. There's a perfect role for you. A perfect role for me? I didn't know what it was, but I became increasingly anxious. *****. Princess, I have come. Hero, please save me. Rodin, draped in a cape, was giving a passionate performance. Luna, tied up with a rope, was doing the same. It wasn't just their acting skills, but how well they fit together that surprised me. In many ways, they were really amazing kids. For reference, Rodin was the hero, and Luna was the princess. And me. Keek, have you finally arrived? Black wings spread out behind me. Flimsy wings made of sturdy paper. Yes. The role I was given was, the devil. Kook. What tremendous magical energy. Hero, stay strong. The acting and lines were improvised. A typical third-rate story. But since the acting was good, the children were thoroughly engrossed. Let's finish this quickly and eat. I wasn't sure anymore. Let's just get this over with. Keek, come at me. Demon, take my sword. Keek, that won't do. With such crude swordsmanship, you can't defeat me. Using the eye-opening skill, the audience stirred. The red glow hidden in my slit eyes. Perfect for the climax. The problem arose here. I made 3 mistakes. The first was underestimating Rodin's hunger, the second was my slip of the tongue, and the third was, Rodin was too immersed in her role. Her eyebrows twitched. Crude, you say. Insulting my family. Quite a bold devil. Creak. Rodin pressed her wooden sword to the ground, holding it at an angle. This motion seems familiar. I soon remembered where I had seen it. It was the same stance I had seen several times in the game. Wait, but Rodin's wooden sword had already moved. That's right, it was the first secret technique of the Lucid family, Earth Flip. The stage floor began to turn over. A word involuntarily escaped my mouth. Fucking shit. Rodin's wooden sword initiated a crack that gradually spread across the stage. It was one of the Lucid family's secret techniques, Earth Flip. The crack expanded rapidly, and its end was pointed towards me. Damn. I quickly rolled to the side. The stage was narrow, so the side was just dirt, but now was not the time to worry about that. The terrifying aspect of Earth Flip wasn't just altering the terrain and changing the front lines, but also dealing 50% area damage to the surroundings. Now I understood why. Thump and crash? Arg. The planks are flying. As the stage broke apart, wooden splinters started flying everywhere. The audience watching the play recoiled in surprise, stepping back. Only then did Rodin come to her senses. Oh devil, are you alright? No. Zero, are you okay? I groped around and something fell into my hand. A small stone. I threw it to show I was still alive. First, we need to end the play. The clown might not give the skill if he's angry. Perhaps for the first time in the game's history, the clown could actually get mad. Normally, I would have been excited about discovering a new hidden piece, but the situation was different now. The skill given by the clown is something every veteran player starts with. So, I had to do my best to finish the play. Fortunately, Rodin, who saw me lying under the stage, stopped her actions. Dust swirled around the stage. I quickly crawled back onto the stage and lay sprawled on the shattered remains. Eventually, the dust settled, revealing the horrific state of the stage. The center was split lengthwise, with wooden planks twisted and turned in every direction. And atop it lay a person, no, a devil. Ugh, to think I would lose. I dropped my head, which I had been holding up with difficulty, and then stuck out my tongue to the side. Splat. The devil was dead. Hero Rodin lightly embraced Princess Luna. The clown's narration followed. And so the hero and the princess lived very happily ever after. Wow. I've never seen a play like this. Destroying the stage as part of the act? Truly amazing. Cheers from children and parents. While the clown engaged with them, Rodin and Luna hurried over. Zero, are you okay? Keek, it seems I'm at least alive. Not sure if all my limbs are still attached, though. So, sorry. I got too absorbed in the acting and... Rodin hung her head low. Of course, getting absorbed in the acting played a part. But from what I saw, it must be because I insulted her family. The remark about her crude swordsmanship. It was a joke, but the consequences were as evident. It was a revealing moment about what her family meant to Rodin. Click. Our gazes turned towards the source of the sound. The clown. He was looking at us, holding a camera. Kiahi, friends should get along well. Cheese. Click. This game, set in a medieval fantasy era, had cameras. They operated on monostones, a kind of third-rate fantasy setup. For reference, they looked exactly like Polaroid cameras. Perhaps inspired by them, a photo came out with a zing sound. We're not friends. We're senior and junior. Kiahi, a much cooler senior than I thought. But you're still close, right? Cheese. Click. The clown pressed the shutter button again. 3 photos. He handed one to each of us. Humph. What's this? It doesn't capture my beauty at all. But contrary to her words, Luna kept looking at the photo. She seemed pleased with it. I will cover the cost of repairing the stage with my own money. Kiahi, that's okay. The kids loved it. Well, a play where the stage gets smashed must have been a first for them. From the children's perspective, it must have felt like a 4D movie. Kiahi, time to eat, right? You need to eat well to grow big and strong. I may not be a child, but that's sound advice. I'll gratefully eat. Thus, we were able to have a late lunch. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Chomp chomp. Luna and Rodlin's hands moved ceaselessly. Both of them ate fiercely, as if they would even consume the bowls. Kiahi, aren't you eating more? The clown, who appeared suddenly from somewhere, thrust his face forward. Although startled, my expression remained unchanged. It was the power of the mental defense skill. Kiahi, didn't you enjoy it? Keek, it was fun. Not as much as playing with children, though. Kiahi, that's true. Just watching children brings joy. The clown approached me when Luna and Rodin were preoccupied with their food. I felt a strong sense of déjà vu. It was as if someone had instructed this moment for a conversation. Then I should play along. It was a good opportunity to turn a near-certain guess into certainty. Keek, do you have many children? You seem to like kids, so I assume you have a large family. Family. The clown muttered, his face turning serious, the smile gone. My question seemed to have struck a chord. Did you say you're from Anwood Academy? In truth, my son was just like you guys. Keek, is that so? He must be a senior then. If he were still alive. The clown's voice was laced with emotion. I couldn't, or rather, didn't say anything. Oh, don't worry. He must be alive somewhere. He's a smart kid, not the type to starve out there. So, he's missing. That's right. One day, he just disappeared. Probably, got tired of me. The clown's face changed indescribably. Sadness, sorrow, a faint sense of relief. A mix of all these emotions. The always smiling face of the clown with white painted lips. Maybe because it contrasted with his emotions, they felt even more intense. Probably, he wanted to cut ties with me. I'm just a childish adult who only likes kids. He must be living well somewhere. Better off, I suppose. He was too exceptional a child for me to keep. The clown's gaze turned towards me. I waited calmly until he spoke. It must be hard living with that appearance, right? Well, it seems so. But hang in there. If you endure, someday. The clown didn't finish his sentence. He didn't try to continue the conversation either. It means the hidden piece is fully processed. Now to proceed as planned. To have the conversation to get mimic. Keek, isn't it hard playing with children? It is hard. Children have endless energy. But why do you keep doing this job? The clown gave balloons to children for free. His income didn't seem substantial, yet he continued to be a clown. His answer to my question was very simple. Because it makes the children laugh. I already knew the answer. I had heard it throughout the game, every time I played a new character. It was always the same answer. So, the answer I would give was also the same. That's right. My dream isn't much different. Keek, do you dream of being a clown? How about learning under me? No, my dream is at novel bin at. A hero. The clown jolted slightly and froze. Then, he looked into my eyes, as if seeing someone else in me. I quietly waited for him to speak again. A hero. Keek, that's right. Heroes protect and make children laugh. A childlike dream, right? Maybe one that will never come true. No, not at all. The clown stood up abruptly and exclaimed. Kiahi, cheer up. This clown will be rooting for you. Keek, thank you. When things get tough, try following this pose. The clown struck a somewhat comical pose. I mimicked his pose as well. Simultaneously, a blue window appeared before my eyes. You have met a special condition. You have acquired the mimic skill. Mimic, F. You can fairly closely imitate movements. Finally, I had acquired it. A prerequisite skill leading to the hidden piece, evolving into the skill divine imitation. *****. About 2 hours later, as we continued to entertain the kids, the plaza began to be bathed in the glow of sunset. The clown gestured and gathered us. You've worked hard today. You can go now. Kiahi. Already. Kiahi, you guys need time to play too. Go on, there's lots of fun stuff out there. Now that I had obtained the skill from him, there was no further business with the clown. After exchanging farewells with the clown and moving a bit away, Rodin spoke. Sorry but I must be going. I have duties to attend to. Keek, then I shall also rest. We're going to play a bit more. You go ahead. Understood, Miss Luna. Today was enjoyable. See you next time, 0. My wish to go back to the dorm and rest was not fulfilled, because Luna had caught hold of my neck. Miss Luna. Come on, smile. You're suspicious. Keek. You sound more suspicious, like some third-rate thug, right? But to Rodin, it must have seemed like playful banter between friends. She smiled faintly as she gradually moved away. And so Rodin left. Miss Luna, has your dream changed to becoming a thug? What are you talking about? We have some settling to do, just between us. Settling. Questions. I listened to your request, so now you have to answer one of mine. Right. I had almost forgotten. The second main quest, making friends. But Luna was a deeply wounded, suspicious patient. Becoming her friend was no easy task. The deal was exactly for clearing Luna's doubts. Luna listened to my request, and I would answer her question. I thought it was clever at the time, but now it seemed not so. I gave away too much. What if Luna asks about the culprit behind her family's downfall? I would lose a significant amount of the leverage I had over her. She might even leave the academy, swallowed by her rage. I could lie, but that should be avoided as much as possible. If she ever realizes my words were lies, she would leave my side that very day. Nothing is more fatal than a well-groomed character leaving the party. So, if a tricky question comes, I must handle it carefully. Avoid lies as much as possible and do not give vague answers. Luna also needs to gain something from this. That way, she'll continue to listen to my requests in the future. Keek, ask away. Contrary to my casual response, I was extremely tense. Luna, noticing my state, threw her question at me. Are you on my side? Are you on my side? That's my question. Luna's gaze was earnest. It meant that this was indeed her question. Yes. I don't think I'll ever be your enemy. Good, that's enough. A small smile appeared on Luna's lips. Really? Is that it? No further probing? Does she think I'd lie to her? Unaware of my thoughts, Luna was busy staring blankly at something. Following her gaze, I saw many people. Holding hands, playing together, laughing together. The sight of friends. Longing and envy. Somewhere between those emotions was what Luna's eyes captured. Only then did I understand the intent behind Luna's question. Maybe Luna was afraid of losing me, her only friend. So afraid that she chose a question that could discern friend from foe as her first. Is she an idiot? What if I had lied? Does she intend to blindly trust a friend's word? Characters like this have a predictable future. Abandoned, hurt, and eventually facing death. It's a cliché in this culture. Still watching the people on the street, Luna. I decided to give her a small gift. Miss Luna. Why? A gift for you. As I took my hand out of my pocket, a balloon popped out and floated up into the sky. I grabbed the end of the string and handed it to Luna. She cautiously took hold of it. I'm not a child. Who would like this? Keek, is that so? But I won't throw it away. It's a gift, after all. Luna continued to grumble. She said it was something only children would play with. But what Luna didn't realize was that she was smiling. A genuinely happy smile, like that of a child. Hey, hurry up. Let's eat that and head back. I'll pay. Luna started running ahead. The sky, beginning to be painted in shades of orange and pale yellow at sunset. Her balloon was caught right in the middle of it. Luna was still smiling. Miss Luna, be careful, you might fall. I'm not a child. I chuckled and followed her. But wait, didn't she say earlier she didn't have her wallet? A sense of foreboding brushed past my heart. And so, I ended up losing 2 silver. Ah, the crazy parrot? If you're an academy student, you can't not know about it. Have you seen a devil here? Here? Are you mad? I gave a small smile and left the place. The condition was met. Characters that would have been NPCs in a game at novel been at. I engaged in conversations with them, unlocking conditions for the hidden pieces one by one. Did you know our academy was built where the sacred sword was embedded? Yes, the sacred sword that the hero thrust into the ground while slaying the great devil. After the hero's death, it became even more famous since no one could pull it out. But then the sacred sword disappeared without a trace 20 years ago. Who could have taken it, and how? Although there was no system notification, as a veteran, I knew. All the conditions had been met. The conditions to obtain divine imitation. The best time to attempt is this coming weekend. Originally, I was planning to wait for Luna's growth to increase the chances of success. I had the leeway to wait for about 1 to 2 weeks. But the situation had changed. Now I had to proceed as quickly as possible. Divine imitation had long since changed from good to have to must have. Because, today, we will practice barehanded. Pair up in twos. It was a day of Karen's class. True to his style of emphasizing practical training, we often had physically demanding lessons. Next, Zero and Alex. Come up. All right, please take care of me. Alex bowed to me and then assumed his stance. I cursed inwardly. Alex, a future top 5 of Anwood Academy, and the protagonist of this game. Information window. Alex, LV, 12. Strength, 28. Agility, 17. Intelligence, 10. Stamina, 37. Magic power, 13. Potential, 5. Owned skills, hard worker S, sense of justice A, charm A, swordsmanship C. Owned titles, natural hard worker. As a natural hard worker, the growth rate of skills is always tripled. Has an exceptional sense of justice. When fighting against evil characters, all stats receive a plus 20% bonus. Why is Alex the protagonist? Focus on effort, justice, hot-blooded foolishness, shining appearance, unbreakable spirit, etc. He possesses typical traits of a growth-type character often found in a shonen manga. But also because Alex is the only character available to choose during the first play of the game. After playing as Alex, supporting roles become playable, and then custom play is available. Perhaps as a beginner-friendly character for first-time players. A character with hefty protagonist buffs. Furthermore, one of the main members of the first party, along with Rodin and Raymond. Suddenly, I had to spar with such an entity. So, cursing inwardly was natural. I didn't even know how to fight barehanded, and with the stat difference, I could easily get hurt. Keek, let's just say I lost. What did you say? I don't engage in meaningless fights. I walked down from the sparring ground leisurely. I dislike meaningless fights, but I hate pain even more. As I declared my surrender, the surroundings instantly became noisy. I thought we'd finally see some skills. Seriously. It's obvious he's hiding his strength, but this is too much. Definitely a tactic to raise his value, right? And not approaching Terran and all. Maybe he lucked out to get 3rd place in the admissions exam. Murmurs. Giggles. Among them were kids openly mocking me. My 3rd place position in the entrance exam was information known only to a few. Quiet down. Karen's low voice cut through the chatter. Yet, everyone heard it loud and clear. The place became instantly silent. Zero, what did you just say? I said I don't engage in meaningless fights. Meaningless fights. That sounds quite ambiguous to my ears. You're not weak. So, does that mean? Karen's eyes sparkled. The opponent is too weak to be worth fighting. Silence engulfed the sparring ground. You could hear a pin drop. I just wanted to avoid getting hurt, but I've created this grave situation. Classic of the teacher I dislike the most. Then let's give it meaning. Come up. I'll be your opponent. Damn it. I can't help but swear. How did things get so twisted? Stay calm. They say even if a tiger bites you, if you keep your wits, you can survive. I slowly climbed back onto the sparring ground and faced Karen boldly. What I realized then was that Karen wasn't a tiger but a killing tank, and staying sane wouldn't save me. Come at me, Zero. A fight against me can't be meaningless. Karen's eyes glinted menacingly. My intuition as a veteran tells me something. I think I've found a hidden ending. The hidden ending where I die at the hands of Karen. Ugh, how can he stand so confidently? Seriously. Just looking makes my legs go weak. I might have survived by trembling in fear, but the mental defense skill won't even let me do that. A skill that doesn't operate on my will. It's driving me insane. And even that insanity is caught by the mental defense skill. Just knock me out? How am I supposed to fight a killing tank barehanded? But I had to do something. So, my choice was, Keek, I surrender. Surrender. Yes. It's the only way I can survive. Currently, I don't know how to fight, and I can't just stand there and die. So surrendering was the only answer. Whether it would work or not, I wasn't sure. Krahaha. Karen burst into hearty laughter. The laughter was short-lived. He then spoke seriously. So, you dislike anything that's not a real fight. You do realize how arrogant you are right now. Keek, do I? Absolutely. Zero, I will give you 3 penalty points. 3 points. That's harsh. I've felt it before, but he seems unusually aggressive towards me. Is it because of my slit eyes? But the Karen I know isn't someone who would fuss over such things. Wait a minute. That's unfair. Luna raised her hand and interrupted. As expected, my slave. No, my friend. Karen's gaze shifted to her. Unfair? Why do you think so? Well, because, a spar with the teacher isn't part of the lesson, right? And surrender is a viable option. Excellent point. I'll give you 1 merit point. Luna and the other students were stunned. I was too. Karen's standards are incomprehensible and bizarre. In fact, surrender is a good option. In real combat, it's an even better choice. But, this is not real combat, it's a class. Not only did you disrupt the lesson for personal reasons, but you also failed to fulfill your duties as a student. You also hindered your partner's potential for growth. If you were a skilled fighter, you should have helped. Isn't that what friends do? Karen shouted out loud. Indeed, there were valid reasons for me to receive penalty points. Theory is not more important than practice. But it's equally important, especially in an academy where learning is sought. Karen shifted his gaze away from Luna. Then he glared at me. He seemed really annoyed. Or maybe it's just my imagination. Therefore, 1 point for disrupting the class, 1 for failing to fulfill your duties as a student, and 1 for hindering your friend's potential for growth. A total of 4 penalty points. Keek, shouldn't it be 3 points? Why 4? Oh, that's because I'm in a bad mood, so I added 1 more. Any objections? No. I had plenty of objections, but nothing could be done. It's still much better than dying. 0, you're a very lucky guy. Yes. Because next week's class is exactly the kind of real combat you want. Karen's smile stretched from ear to ear. Wow, I didn't know he had such a range of expressions. Surprising. If you prove your skills in the real combat you so love, I'll cancel the penalty points and even give you merit points. How about that? Sounds good, right? Wow, I'm so thrilled, Mr. Killing Tank. Today's lesson ends here. Dismissed. Karen disappeared like the wind. He seemed to wear a satisfied smile. I have a hunch. The students began to leave the sparring ground in groups. Some thanked me, because Karen's class ended 20 minutes early. Hey, are you okay? Keek, Miss Luna. It would be better if you don't interfere next time. Why? I just feel it. That damned Karen and your family have something going on. I felt it very strongly. Anyway, for various reasons, I desperately needed an attack skill. Divine Imitation is one of the top 3 overpowered skills. I must obtain it. My decision was not just because of the practical test next week. That guy really annoys me. Exactly. How can he not show his face to Terran? Don't tell me he's sided with Eurydia. That's unlikely. It seemed like they were watching him too. Currently, the first year is divided into 3 factions. Terran's faction, who is the top student, Eurydia's faction, who is second, and the neutrals. But not all neutrals are the same. Those without abilities are ostracized even among the neutrals. Living almost invisibly, they play the role of the lower ranks of the academy and extras who die in the story. The problem is with those who have abilities but remain neutral. They're often bullied with threats like, if you're not with us, we'll kill you. Eventually, neutral students had to join one of the 2 factions. It's total bullshit. Anwood Academy knew about this but let it happen. The political strife and intrigue of the Anwood Empire. It's a microcosm of that. It's like they're telling us to get used to it here. Let's see his skills next week. Maybe he got 3rd place by luck. If he's talented, we'll recruit him. If not, we'll have to grind him up. He's no ordinary brat. They spit out such terrifying words casually. As you can see, my fate is postponed until the practical test next week. I must get Divine Imitation. Otherwise, I was imagining being torn apart by the kids. Luna tapped my shoulder. Hey, where are you going today? Huh, you've been wandering around for days. Whenever I ask, you always say it's a secret. Actually, I didn't need to take Luna along. The condition to receive the skill from the clown was a minimum of 2 people, and it was just an act to build a minimal bond with Rodin. And speak correctly. It's not me taking you, it's you following me. Maybe because I'm her only friend. She followed me around like a cat wishing to be chosen. I found something strange. Strange? What is it? Keek, it's a secret. Ah, I see. Luna smiled slyly. But her face turned into a demon in an instant. The demon began to bite my ear. What did I do wrong? Even if I told you, you wouldn't progress the hidden piece? Your intelligence is too low to understand anyway. Beep beep. Unhealthy relationships with the opposite sex are grounds for demerits. That's why I'm saying that we're not like that. Rodin instantly exorcised the demon. Rodin, as impeccable as ever today. She frowned. 0, you always seem to cause trouble. You misunderstand. I am the victim here. I know the truth. Just kidding. Rodin smiled playfully. Ah, so she can joke around too? Today is full of surprises. Demon? Demon. A parrot suddenly fell from the sky and landed on my shoulder. The kids watching stepped back. Don't say that and sit there. It sounds like you're calling me a demon. Keek, Mr. Parrot. You shouldn't say that. People will think it's weird. Demon? Save me? Demon. Stop talking. The parrot pecked my cheek with its beak. Fine, calm down. I'll take care of it this weekend. Rodin spoke as she watched us. Have you become friends with Mr. Parrot? Fascinating. Keek, it just happened. This year's first years are quite interesting. It's a relief to see a bright future for the Empire. Adat novel bin adat. Rodin gently stroked the parrot. Watching her, I pondered about the right timing. It's about time I had more interactions with the protagonist, Alex. The child Rodin called interesting. It was likely Alex. I should end this by this week. For this strategy, a skilled player like Rodin is essential. But even at this moment, the game story is surely progressing. From next week, it's likely she won't have time to spare, since she'll have to roam around with Alex. The problem is I can't force her to come along. In front of me is a living person, not a character. To move together, a valid reason is needed. So, I'd throw out a bait. A bait that Rodin can't help but bite. Keek, actually, there's something I want to consult about. Consultation. I hope it's not as absurd as last time. Rodin crossed her arms, covering her upper body. Luna, watching us, had a mysterious expression. Don't be like that. It makes it seem like I've done something bad. Before Luna turned into a demon again, I quickly threw the bait. I think I've found traces of a demon. A demon? Explain in detail. Rodlin's eyes grew serious. Her character is as justice-driven as the protagonist. Her aversion to demons would be immense. Demons are not imaginary beings. In the game Hero of the Academy, demons actually exist. Demons. Beings that find pleasure in wrecking human minds. There are significant restrictions for demons living in the netherworld to enter the middle world. So, they satisfy themselves with various tricks through contracts with humans or possession. From a human perspective, it's not a prank but a disaster. Even low-level demons have transcendental powers from a human standpoint. Sometimes they descend directly to announce the extinction of mankind. So, it's not strange for Rodin to take my words seriously. Besides, Rodin's family, the Lucid, has a deep enmity with demons. The weight of responsibility named pride. She had no choice but to bite the bait I threw. Even if it's a far-fetched speculation, it doesn't matter. Explain quickly. I'll make the judgment. Keek, could you take a closer look at Mr. Parrot's body? I took the parrot from my shoulder and held it in both hands. It repeatedly said demon somewhat loudly but didn't resist. Revealing the existence of a demon is exactly what this parrot wants. Rodin examined the parrot seriously. Not black skin, but something stained it black. Dye? A prank by students. The parrot's body was half-stained black, an unusual appearance. Even after partially removing it with the clean skill, it was still like this. It's not dye, it's traces of corrosion. Corrosion. Corrosion, called the worst of demon pranks. Rodin's expression was momentarily filled with horror, but she quickly returned to her usual expression. No, this isn't corrosion. It's different from what I know. Rodin shook her head firmly. Of course. She has seen corrosion with her own eyes. I'll explain about corrosion later. I'm busy now. Keek, what if we assume this is an initial form? Initial form. No, to be precise, it's more like a research form. Research form. Yes, compared to the corrosion spreading in the borderlands, its speed is extremely slow. Or rather, it's stopped. That makes sense. If it hadn't stopped, Mr. Parrot would have met death long ago. Right. Different from corrosion, but not completely. So, how about we hypothesize? What if this is the prototype of corrosion, an initial form? Rodin said nothing. But this should be enough. Our Rodin, unlike someone beside her, is a very smart child. Hey, what were you just thinking? It seemed like a very rude thought. Keek, Miss Luna, you misunderstand. I wasn't thinking about anything. Something seems suspicious. Ah, Miss Luna, what do you think when you see this? Blackened pork cutlet. Ah, I see. Pork cutlet, delicious. Maybe she's thinking of a well-fried pork cutlet. I looked away from Luna, who was slightly drooling. That's when Rodin's eyes lit up. The Empire first encountered corrosion 15 years ago, and this Mr. Parrot appeared about 20 years ago, it's presumed? That's right. Then, someone conducted experiments on corrosion, and this place, Anwood Academy, was the experimental site. The traces accidentally remained on Mr. Parrot's body. Clap, clap. I couldn't help but applaud. Her deduction was perfect. Even I, a veteran, was initially puzzled by this mystery. If we can find the research records of the prototype, we might find a way to eliminate the corrosion spreading across the continent. Keek, it's not certain yet, but it's worth investigating. No, more than enough. Rodin was noticeably excited. I understand why, but she needs to calm down a bit. I don't want to unnecessarily escalate things. You understand the reasons, I presume. Yes, indeed. There's no need to alert the Academy. It's just speculation and assumption for now. Keek, a rational decision. Obtaining the hidden piece is my goal. More people means more interference and wasted time. In the worst case, I could lose the chance to conquer the demon's shard. I plan to search the Academy for more traces until the weekend. I see. I'll look around when I can. Then, let's keep this between us for now. Wait, Zero. Rodin interrupted me. Why is she doing that? Did I make a mistake? Yes, go ahead. How did you know this is an early form of corrosion? Normally, people would just think it's a black spot, right? Ah, that's a sharp question. Normally, people would think it's a disease or just a parrot with black skin. But it's okay. I have the perfect excuse. I leaned close to Rodin's ear and whispered. That is, it's a secret. Zero, this is a serious matter. It's not something to be answered jokingly. I am serious. Everyone has their secrets. We're not yet in a relationship where we can deeply trust each other. I already deeply trust you. I don't have secrets to tell. Keek, is that so? Then, you can tell me the secrets of your family. The family's secrets. I whispered even closer to her ear, in a voice only Rodin could hear. The Lucid family is afflicted by a demon's curse, right? You, how did you? Rodin's face turned pale. Rodin's face became rigid. It was inevitable. That secret was known only to the people of the Lucid family. Well, it's actually something else and not a curse, but I had no reason to tell Rodin that. Oh, did I shock you too much? It was just a guess. Don't tell me the Lucid family is actually cursed by a demon. Rodin trembled. I threw out the bait to see her reaction. And from that reaction, I could discern the secret she was hiding. It's somewhat like the behavior of Korean tabloid journalists. It's the reason why noble heirs are trained to maintain their composure. A rash action or statement could harm their family's reputation. Rodin must be thinking she's been outwitted. Of course, as a gamer, I know the truth about the curse. A demon's curse? That's just too absurd. Is that so? My mistake then. Let's leave it at that. I'm busy, so I must go now. 0. See you this weekend. Yes, take care. Rodin walked away briskly. One might think I've worsened our relationship with this needless provocation. But this is the right way. A suspicious relationship, a slightly distant one, is preferable at novel bin at. Rodin is a member of the first party. I'm just borrowing her hand for this strategy. So, this kind of relationship is better. Tisk, now you're bothering the senior too? You're going to get in big trouble. Keek, aren't you worried, Miss Luna? About what? Didn't you hear why I've been so busy? We might encounter a demon. It could be very dangerous. Luna stared at me intently. She looked like a chick. A pink chick. It doesn't matter. Protecting the Empire is also a noble's role. If a demon appears, I'll fight. And? Who else will protect you if not me? You can't even fight properly since using skills leaves traces. This time, I stared intently at Luna. Is she thinking so nobly? When did our Luna grow up like this? It makes me wonder if this is how parents feel when raising a child. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Keek, Miss Luna. I'm truly moved. Enough, just buy me something tasty. Luna, slightly blushing, ran ahead. Buy her something to eat? Well, why not? My daughter has grown mentally. I should happily spend today. But what's this bittersweet feeling? Keek, I feel like I've forgotten something, but I can't remember. It wasn't until late afternoon that I recalled the forgotten memory. Luna still hadn't paid back the 2 silver she borrowed in the plaza? ****. Friday, with 1 day left until the weekend. Archmage Alistair's class was in full swing. A piece of chalk floating in midair was writing something on the blackboard. Corrosion. About 15 years ago, a bizarre phenomenon was first discovered in the borderlands. Land dyed in a dark red hue. Water drying up, the land cracking, plants unable to grow, buildings corroding and collapsing, and no living being could escape. Land where nothing could live. It was rightly called the land of death. It's not an endemic disease. It's something else. What's terrifying about corrosion? It gradually expands its radius, like a living organism growing. Excellent, Terran. The strengthening of evil creatures is one issue, but restrictions in activity are another problem. From the 3rd stage of corrosion, there are issues with mana and aura manipulation. Excellent, Eurydia. Alistair praised them. The top student and the second top student. Representatives of Terran's faction and Eurydia's faction. FCZT-. Their gazes collided in midair. The kids caught in between were having a hard time. Over time, corrosion has become more than just an issue for the Empire. It's a common problem for kingdoms, duchies, and the Holy State, affecting the entire continent. Where was the most recent appearance of corrosion in the Empire? The economic city of Pascal. Pascal, the economic city. Correct. Both of you are excellent. Alistair looked at them with a pleased expression, as if he actually enjoyed this competition. Well, that's understandable. Although now he appears as a kind-hearted grandfather, he's truly a seasoned politician in the Noble Council. Known as the Raccoon of the Empire, corrosion is sometimes called a demon's prank. Indeed, demons have been spotted in places affected by corrosion. Then, which family was the first to stop this terrifying corrosion? The Lucid family. The Lucids. The Lucid family. One of the 8 pillars of the Empire and the family of Rodin, the vice president of the Student Council. At the same time, the first family to face corrosion. The Lucids, who have been guarding the northern borderlands for generations. A family that hasn't lost a war in 120 years. Then one day, corrosion suddenly started. At the same time, there was an onslaught of demonic beasts. Despite their best efforts, the Lucid family eventually chose to retreat. Thus, they lost 3 castles and a significant amount of land in their first battle. The word defeat, although just 6 letters, had significant repercussions. After all, it was their first defeat in 120 years. Normally, opposition factions would have been in uproar, blaming them for failing to protect the borderlands, but no one blamed the Lucids for the defeat. If we retreat even once more, the Lucid family's grave will be right there. These were the words of Luke de Lucid, the current head of the Lucid family, when he visited the Emperor. His hair was wildly disheveled, not befitting a noble, with bloodshot eyes and lips chewed to tatters. Even the opposition didn't dare speak out against his furious demeanor. Luke de Lucid made a vow in that state. If they retreated again, they would all die there. Without exception. Even if it meant the blood of their own family. In proof of that vow, the Lucid family never retreated again. While other kingdoms' borders were shattered and their territories reduced, not a single piece of the Empire's land was lost. There hasn't been a single defeat since then. That's why the Lucid family's reputation is the highest in the Empire now. And now we've found something that seems to be the prototype of corrosion? For Rodin, it's something she cannot laugh off. The one defeat, the lost half-palm of land. That's the only blemish and humiliation of the Lucid family. Rodin, the current vice president of the Student Council, belongs to that family. She's an excellent student. Alistair leaned on the podium. Corrosion is a problem, but there are more important issues. What should our empire do to progress? Development through commerce, new sources of revenue, considering unification of the continent are options worth exploring. That's not it? This is a time when the empire has unprecedented power? We should conserve, cultivate talent, build internal strength, and look towards the distant future. For the first time, their opinions diverged. The atmosphere in the class rapidly cooled, as if a thin layer of ice had just cracked. Depending on which side Alistair sided with, the other would have to endure the wrath of hell. Gulp. Everyone watched Alistair's mouth. He then smiled politely and looked at me. So, Zero, what do you think? Excuse me. I'll give a point to the side you think is right. Everyone's gaze focused on me. Taryn and Eurydia's sharp eyes turned towards me. Why does this always happen to me? Tell them I'm right. Say that my side is correct. Taryn and Eurydia sent me silent pressure, being able to convey their message just with their eyes. Such impressive kids. Damn it. How did it come to this? This is just unfair. All I did was enroll in the advanced class, pick up some hidden pieces lying around, gather some starving kids to use as shields, and all I wanted was to clear the final boss? I don't understand why I'm caught in the middle of their rivalry. It's just unfair. Which side do you think is right? Take your time and think about it. That was Alistair's kindly phrased suggestion, but I didn't need such consideration. Taryn and Eurydia's gazes on me grew even more intense. In fact, it wasn't just Taryn's faction that approached me. I also had contact from Eurydia's side. After all, I was unofficially ranked 3rd in the entrance exam. That meant I was in the perfect position to tip the balance in the early power dynamics. But I shouldn't belong to either Taryn's or Eurydia's factions. Taryn is a fairly significant supporting character playing the role of a villain in the early to mid-game. He's meant to be defeated by the protagonist's group later. So, pass. Eurydia is one of the protagonists and one of the top 5 in the academy. A member of the first party. I can't get close to such an entity. It would just mess up the story. But now, both sides had expressed their desire to recruit me. My answer now could make them think I've sided with them. And the same would be true for the opposing side. So, the best choice I can make now is not to side with either. I'll get divine imitation tomorrow. I might be half dead by the end of today, but with Luna as my meat shield. No, by my side, I should be able to last a day. Alistair, looking at me with expectant eyes, heard me say, Keek, who cares? Such irreverence. Everyone's face was filled with shock. To say I didn't care in front of Archmage Alistair. Honestly, even I was surprised by my response. I meant to say, I don't understand enough about the subject to have an opinion, but it came out as Keek, who cares? The twisted speech skill had too strong an effect. Everyone, including me, thought Alistair would scold me. It was too arrogant an answer. But then, clap, clap, clap. Alistair clapped, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha, that's almost the right answer. Zero, you're very good. His applause and praise rang out. As if to resolve everyone's confusion, Alistair spoke. That's exactly what the average commoner thinks. The commoner class makes up 60% of the empire, an essential stratum that can't be missing. Really? Among them, 50% live day by day. Every second person is too busy worrying about their daily bread to save anything. Wait. Imagine them hearing what Taryn and Eurydia just said. It would sound like grasping at straws. Excuse me, Grandpa, are you listening to me? To them, economic development, continental unification, or planning for the distant future are all meaningless? In other words, what these two just said. Bang, bullshit, pure and simple. He slammed his fist on the podium, cursing. That was enough to sober up the students. Alistair then smiled at us. Zero probably said he didn't care after considering all this. Right. Yes, well, let's just leave it at that. Alistair continued speaking. Nobles make up less than 3% of the entire population of the empire. Very few make decisions. What happens if those few pursue impractical policies? It would fail. Correct. Therefore, we must rethink and improve our systems from the perspective of the commoners and serfs. Do you all understand? Yes. Alistair had returned to his kind teacher demeanor. He then addressed me. Zero, that was an excellent answer. I'll award you 2 points. And I'll give Taryn and Eurydia each a demerit point. What? Why? Don't underestimate the duties of nobility. You must bear responsibility for your words. That's what it means to be noble. Taryn and Eurydia turned their heads sharply to look at me. Their eyebrows were furiously twitching. I finally realized why my favorite teacher, Alistair, was doing this. He's setting me up. It wasn't a misconception. Taryn and Eurydia's responses were excellent. Rodin's was very excellent. And mine was very, very excellent. Including his action of treating nonsense as the correct answer. It was clear he was trying to push me forward. What he was thinking, even a veteran like me couldn't fathom. Exerting unseen pressure and robbing other students of their right to speak doesn't look good. Be careful next time. I have high expectations for all of you. Hopefully, you will work together to achieve great results. That's it for today's lesson. Alistair left. The class was filled with a chill. No one dared to speak. Lucky you, getting points. Everyone but our Luna, who seemed to be oblivious. Are you going to be top in the midterms at this rate? Taryn and Eurydia's shoulders twitched simultaneously. They were not only the leaders of their groups but also bore the honor of their families. If they didn't secure the top 2 spots, it would be a huge blow. To mention their grades amidst this factional fight. I had to clean up the mess Luna caused. Luna, I have more demerits than points. Oh, the ones from Mr. Karen? But he said if you do well in the practicals, he'll erase them and even give you points. With your skills, it's like expecting your points to double. Thud, bang, Taryn and Eurydia stomped out of the class. The other students hurriedly followed them. Of course, they didn't forget to glare at me on their way out. The class emptied in an instant. Luna scratched her head watching this. What's with them? Are they hungry? Yeah, right, Luna. Why are you doing this to me? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. You're here. Yes, I just returned. Karen nodded lightly towards Alistair. What did he say? That we can't dismiss him right away. As you know, leaking the test subjects isn't enough reason. Indeed. But let's keep collecting evidence. Small things can have a big impact when accumulated. Yes, understood. Investigating incidents at the academy. At the same time, trying to find grounds to dismiss the current principal, Dwinner. That was Alistair's purpose in coming here. I knew he was a parachute appointment, but he's far more incompetent than I thought. Due to his lack of ability, he doesn't act rashly. He just diligently carries out whatever orders he receives. But those are embarrassingly trivial matters, making it impossible to dismiss him. This was the Anwood Academy, where future talents are nurtured. To have such an incompetent person appointed here. Unbelievable. His Majesty has reason to worry. But what was the Harazus family thinking, putting such a person in that position? A question he had been pondering since meeting the principal. Soon, Alistair decided not to think too deeply about it. Overthinking could be exactly what they wanted. The atmosphere is strange. In the advanced class just after the lesson, the students poured out, not engaging in their usual confrontations but naturally splitting into two groups as they walked through the corridors. Karen immediately noticed their unusual mood. Haha, I just spiced up the bait for Zero, and quite a delicious seasoning it was. Is that so? Karen swallowed his saliva internally. This was exactly why he feared Alistair, the raccoon of the noble political arena. Not only was his magical prowess remarkable, but he also toyed with opponents, exploiting their weaknesses with his tongue. Solid logic, innate gaslighting, and a temperament for argument and conflict. For Karen, who survived by physical means, it was a troublesome situation. Especially since Alistair had orchestrated this situation. You seem to have taken a liking to that kid. Hehe, not really. Just a little, very, very little interest. Alistair enjoyed watching a favored child grow in extreme situations. And this was the academy, not the political arena. He could prevent most issues from escalating. Zero would grow under his protection. Or break in the process. Alistair was a good man, but not a kind one. Karen knew this well. When do you think he'll make his first choice? Which side do you think he'll choose? Probably Terran's side. Who knows? Could be Terran, could be Eurydia. Or perhaps. Alistair's eyes sparkled. He might create a third group. That's speculation. It's impossible. Karen had a lot he wanted to say but kept quiet. His real thoughts shouldn't be revealed carelessly. The formation of a third group was practically impossible. Because there's never been such a case in the history of the academy. Every year, students were divided into two factions, either collapsing or graduating in a stalemate. If it were possible, it would have to be Rodin. In fact, the current second year was in a unique situation. Last year, like always, they were divided into two factions. But they couldn't fight. Because Rodin stepped in. Instead of factional fights, she told them to study or train. There were objections at first, but not anymore. She half-killed anyone who approached her. Both factions wanted to join under Rodin, but she dismissed the idea and left. The Lucid family, the Emperor's Sword, was more interested in combat and beasts than politics. The idea of leading a faction would have sounded absurd to her. Ultimately, the two second-year factions were quietly living, avoiding the lioness, Rodin. Perhaps it was even more remarkable than creating a third group. Because Rodin was alone. But in this world, one can't survive alone. In that respect, Miss Rodin has a big disadvantage. Do you think the one who creates a third group is more impressive than Miss Rodin? Yes, I do. Moreover, to create a new group and compete with two already massive factions. Truly, it would be someone born for politics. Actually, what I'm hoping for is something else. Do you mean, uniting the academy? Haha, never even crossed my mind. That would be interesting. I think it's possible. If Miss Rodin decides to do so. Observing Karen, Alistair thought. Who knows, it might happen. Someone who creates a third group might even manage to put a leash on the lioness, Rodin. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Let's go out. Keek, I reject your proposal. I pushed Luna's forehead away with my arm as she rushed at me, insisting we go out. What? Luna flailed her arms, but they couldn't reach me. After all, there's at least a 25 centimeters height difference. Demon. As soon as we left the class, the parrot perched on my shoulder as if it had been waiting. Keek, are you here? The decisive action is tomorrow. Be prepared. Demon, save me, demon. Perhaps it was in a good mood. The parrot flapped its wings vigorously. Tomorrow will be our farewell with this guy. I felt a bit bittersweet. Not the sorrow of parting, but something constricting my heart. That's the reason. I spotted Alistair and Karen looking at us from a distance. Karen's eyes were blazing. His gaze could kill. No wonder my heart felt strange. Perfect timing. I needed some insurance anyway. I whispered into the parrot's ear, lowering my shoulder slightly. Mr. Parrot, remember those two? If I ask later, bring one of them to me. Demon. Keek, yes. It's teamwork. You understand, right? Team, play. The parrot struggled to repeat the words, clicking its beak. Right, I knew you'd remember. You're programmed that way. Now, All preparations for the conquest of the demon's shard are complete. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The parrot's memory number 1. Speak, tell me, chirp, speak, speak. I sighed involuntarily. This one was the same. It doesn't think before speaking, just repeats words. I spread my wings. Fluttering my colorful feathers, I could easily soar into the sky. Yes, I have wings. Of course, I do. I am a parrot, after all. But why am I the only one who can think? I knew before I could freely fly that I was a special being, a parrot that could think like humans. Though my speech was a bit clumsy, I could communicate well enough. The problem was, other parrots weren't like that. Too dumb. Eating, sleeping, breeding. That's all they cared about. So I decided to leave. I couldn't fit in with them. I was a special being, after all. Let's find a friend. A friend who suits me. And so began a long journey. I met and parted with many parrots, but none were like me. The more I moved, the longer the journey, the worse my condition became. But I didn't give up. The desire to have a friend outweighed the exhaustion. Could there really be no other being like me in this vast continent? During my travels, I arrived at a place they called the Academy. A place teeming with children. I should use this as a base for a while. There were some nasty kids, but more good ones. I wouldn't have to worry about food. Scouting the surroundings, I noticed a kid being bullied at novel bin at. Punches followed by kicks. A common sight, so it didn't feel special. I couldn't understand why they were so cruel to their own kind. Get it? Drop out. I can't stand the sight of your face. Tui. The short yet long bullying ended. The beaten kid dusted off and stood up. He was smiling. Smiling despite being hit. A strange kid, I thought. Hello. He noticed me and greeted. Only then did I get a good look at his face. I immediately understood why other kids bullied him. He had unusually small eyes, a peculiar kid. But a human greeting a parrot? Is he crazy? Definitely crazy. It's best to avoid madmen. I was about to spread my wings when he spoke. Do you want to be my friend? Friend? The resonance, no, the tremor of the word was enough to halt my movements. This was Litterus. My first encounter with that kid. TL notes. Demon? Demon. Yeah, I'm going to meet her today. So calm down, parrot. As soon as I stepped out of the dormitory, I was greeted by the welcoming parrot. I understood its feelings, but it needed to be calmed down a bit. The chance of success for today's strategy was 50-50. You've held on well for 20 years, haven't you? Surely, you can endure just one more day, right? A passing student looked at me with a he's crazy expression and quickly walked away. But my actions were not strange at all. After all, this parrot can understand human speech. The parrot, looking straight into my eyes, shouted gracefully. Demon. Keek, good. Follow me slowly. The parrot spread its wings and began to circle in the sky. As I said earlier, the chance of success for today's strategy was 50-50. I wanted to eliminate as many variables as possible, even if it was a parrot. The demon's shard is no joke. The demon's shard is powerful. It means one could really die. I had set up a few safety measures, but this kind of strategy was a first for me. And to think, it was a challenge for episode 1. My body was trembling. It's going to be fun. Of course, it was a tremor of excitement. The thought of devising an unprecedented strategy that no one had ever attempted before. Using it for the first time. Even the extreme environment where no mistakes were tolerated. I couldn't help but feel elated. It's not that I'm a pervert, but anyone who's a veteran would feel the same. You've come out quickly. In the distance, I saw Luna. Luna, with a real sword at her left side. As expected, Luna looked best in that appearance. Luna. Hey, why are you so late? I thought I was going to die of heat. Certainly, Luna was dripping with sweat. I was not late. In fact, I had come out 10 minutes early. Then, how long had Luna been out here? How long have you been here? Huh? About 3 hours ago. No, I just came out. Aha, I see. No, really? Why? Did you think someone was looking forward to playing with you? Then why have you been here since 3 hours ago? Did she think I would leave without her? And unlike usual, she wasn't even throwing a tantrum. She must have been looking forward to today. It's not a feeling of love. It's definitely on the side of friendship. She must have really enjoyed playing with the kids in the square last week. From Luna's perspective, today is the second day of playing with a friend. Thinking this far, I feel a bit sorry. Today's meeting wasn't for playing. Be thankful. I'm giving you my precious weekend to play. Keek, so you're playing with me not because of my request? Then I guess I don't need to give you a question. Huh? Of course, it's natural. Why would I want something in return for playing with a friend? Right, that's how it is. It's a bit strange to have a transaction between friends. The problem is today's play is demon hunting. Keek, guilt pricks at my heart. I tried to dismiss it as play, but what doesn't work, doesn't work. I will give you a question. Huh? No, I don't need that. No, please? Ask a question after today's play. I don't want to. Why are you like this? Stop clinging to me. I started to plead, clinging to Luna's leg. Luna began kicking to shake me off. Something feels strange. It's like I'm about to discover a new taste. Beep dash. Unhealthy opposite-sex relationships are a reason for demerits. Rodin appeared at just the right time. Thanks to her, I didn't have to discover a new taste. It's just him clinging to me. Look. It's definitely a different situation than usual. 0, get off her. Only perverts grab a girl's leg. He does seem like a pervert, senior. He does, doesn't he? Luna and Rodin began whispering to each other. Contempt flickered across the faces of the two looking down at me. It felt like I was about to discover yet another new taste. Before that, I quickly stood up. I'm not a pervert, after all. Keek, I'm glad you welcomed me so warmly. Thank you. Personal and professional matters should be kept separate. Well, it's my mistake to respond to such exaggerated and delusional remarks. The rumor that the Lucid family was cursed by a demon. For Rodin, it was an unavoidable and alarming question. It was a secret known only among the Lucids, something that must be kept hidden at all costs. I should reflect on this. Such occasions will be frequent in the future. It seems I let my guard down for a moment. I am grateful to you for that. The Lucid family, to which Rodin belongs, is among the elite of the elite. A distinguished family that maintains its position as one of the pillars of the empire, without forming factions. Rodin must be feeling both pressure and responsibility. Keek, that's why I hope you understand that I have my own reasons that I can't speak of. Of course. Responsibility is not a privilege exclusive to the nobility. You must also be shouldering something. Good, very good. I knew she was a character of integrity and rationality, but I didn't expect this level of respect. It seemed like from now on, I could get away with a lot just by saying Keek, it's a secret. Let's move on to work matters then. I've been patrolling and looking closely, but I couldn't find any signs of corruption. Keek, actually, I'm in the same situation. So, how about following up on rumors? Rumors. Yes, rumors about corruption or demons. But that's too vast. Even if we limit our search to the academy, it's too vast. I pretended to be lost in thought for a moment. The process of deducing where the demon's shard might be. I knew the progression route perfectly. All I had to do was to naturally feed this information to Rodin. Keek, what if we limit it to people from 20 years ago? 20 years ago. Yes, you know the parrot has been around since then, right? Now it was Rodin's turn to ponder. Her mind was probably like this at novel bin at. We don't know when the prototype of the corruption was made, but it somehow leaked out and left traces on the parrot. The parrot appeared about 20 years ago. Its words were demon, danger, protect, save me, help, etc. Unique words, but among them, demon is particularly unusual. What if the parrot had encountered a being it could call a demon and was asking for help? But it's impossible to talk to animals. Then, getting information through events or people at the academy around 20 years ago, that's what you're suggesting. Keek, precisely. You're truly remarkable. Her reasoning deserved applause. You gave the hint, didn't you? It's a very simple deduction that anyone could make after hearing that. I silently looked at Luna. She was still tilting her head in confusion. Yep, there she is. A kid who can't even make a simple deduction. Just grow up healthy and strong. Once again today, I felt like a father raising his daughter. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Conversation with the building manager. 20 years ago? It was total chaos then. The sacred sword suddenly disappeared. The sacred sword of the hero, you mean? Yeah. The sacred sword that hadn't been pulled out for over 100 years disappeared without a trace. All that was left were the marks of the sword being pulled out. I don't know if it's still there. It's been a restricted area for a long time. Conversation with the steward. This is a rumor from back then, but they said a student went missing too. Missing? Does that mean they still haven't been found? At that time, the investigation teams were completely focused on finding the sacred sword. Moreover, it was just a rumor. What was the name of the student presumed missing? I can't remember. It was so long ago. Rodin let out a sigh, not being able to properly determine even one student's disappearance. What were the student council members doing at that time? Rodin rummaged through the documents. Information about people who had been working since 20 years ago. Being the vice president of the student council, she had easy access to such information. Well, I can find it without such things. It's the root of the hidden piece I've repeated thousands of times. Now, the last step was to talk to an unidentified old lady. This is the last part. The person who has been at the academy the longest. That seems to be the person over there. The old lady standing by the flower bed. And next to her was Raymond. Pure evil Raymond was tending the garden. Raymond. Oh, Z0. Hi. Hello, senior. Raymond bowed deeply. A polite young man. Of course, his mouth wasn't. Hey, am I invisible? Luna? Sorry. You're so small that do you really want to die? Why are you angry? I was just telling the truth. You're really small. Luna started to shake Raymond by the collar and swing him around. Rodin tried to calm Luna down. Well, it wasn't my concern. Hello, Grandma. Ho, lots of visitors today. Nice to see you all. Do you remember anything from 20 years ago? About a demon, or a sacred sword? 20 years ago, there were rumors about a demon. You said demon just now. Rodin hurriedly approached and asked. Yes. Many people said they saw something black and spiky. It quieted down as no traces were found. I see. There was also a presumed missing case, right? It wasn't a presumption, it was a real disappearance. Really? I saw that child often. What? What's the name? He didn't tell me his name. He was a mysterious child, always wandering alone. He used to be with a parrot. Rodin's gaze drifted to the parrot floating in the sky. A smart child, indeed. Why didn't you report it? I did, countless times. But no one believed me. The records in the student department disappeared. Someone must have tampered with them. That can't be. Do you really think so? A missing case at Anwood Academy is a huge disgrace. Especially if it's a student that needs to be protected. Anyone would have wanted it to disappear. That's terrible. Rodin couldn't continue her words. Dirty people exist everywhere. Erasing a single student's record to protect their position, they could easily commit such an act. You're part of the student council, aren't you? Rodin, trembling, covered her student council badge with her hand. Though it couldn't really be concealed. There's no need to be ashamed. It's not your fault, is it? Still, I'm sorry. If you bury this matter even after hearing it, then you should be sorry. So, will you believe this old lady's words and find that child? Of course. I swear on my name as vice president. No, on my own name. Thank you. Now I feel a bit relieved. As soon as we turned our backs on the old lady, Rodin's expression turned fierce. She must have realized that the people who covered up the student's death were nobles. Now it's just a matter of putting the pieces together. After gathering and deducing the information, it's time to head to that place and start the battle. It was when I was about to leave. The granny's gaze was fixed on Raymond. Poor Raymond, his hair was being torn out by Luna. Yes, well, we are in the same class. Then can't you take him with you? Yes. He comes here every day and just stays here. He must not have friends. Play with him, even if it's just for today. But I'm worried he might end up like that child. That's why I'm asking you this favor. The granny reached out her hands and gently grasped mine. And she handed me something. Cold metal, but to me, it felt incredibly warm. Judging by its weight, it's gold. Not copper, not silver, but gold. An amount sufficient for your Raymond to become our Raymond. TL note, reminder that he's calling Raymond a piece of shit, but is emphasizing that he's now our piece of shit. Keek, leave it to me. I will make sure he has an unforgettable day today. I misjudged you. You only resemble that kind child in appearance. Keek, such an impertinent remark. Despite appearances, I am a person with a Buddha-like perfect personality. Raymond, come here. Zero, it hurts so much. Luna, that's too much. To bully my best friend Raymond. I reached out my arm and supported Raymond. Keek, come here. 1 gold. No, Raymond. For today, just for today. We're best friends. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Parrot's diary number 2. Hey, friend. Look at this. I brought your favorite fruit. I glided down, wings spread wide. Whack. Huh. Ludorus looked at his empty hand. I had easily snatched the fruit from his grasp. Ah, darn it. I was going to use this as an excuse to play with you today. Ludorus leaned against a tree pillar. It was the tree I was sitting in. A week since I started hanging around the academy. Still unable to make a friend. Me, a parrot, and Ludorus, a human. They seem to be going for training together. I'm envious. I want to form a team and play with friends too. Always getting 0 points for team play. The teachers are too harsh, don't you think? Apparently, making friends is also considered a skill here. I can empathize. What a demanding academy. If parrots also had an academy, I would have scored 0 too. At novel bin at. It was when I was halfway through the fruit. Ludorus's face suddenly appeared beside me. Plop. Whoa. Thump. Ludorus fell to the ground below. It must have been at least 2 meters. When did he climb up here? Ouch. Sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. Tears flowed from Ludorus's eyes. It must be because of the pain. He hit his back on the ground after falling from the tree. Am I really not cut out for this? Can't I make friends? Just because of how I look. Ludorus sobbed. Tears streamed endlessly from his small eyes. Have I inadvertently worsened his emotional wounds? I'm not sure. Let's leave. It's a waste of time. That's why I must leave. But after gliding for a while, I found myself in front of Ludorus again. Parrot. We are different in appearance. Different species. We barely communicate. But still, can we become friends? I'm not sure. Just having these thoughts, pondering these questions, is probably wrong. But I wanted to alleviate his loneliness, and mine, even if just for a moment. Slowly puffing up my neck, I uttered the words I'd been holding back for a long time. Friend, friend. Ludorus smiled brightly. Just for a moment. Just for a very brief moment, we are friends. Until we each find other friends. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Raymond and I, bound by the bond of best friends because of 1 gold. But I soon had to regret that decision. Best friend. I'm so happy. Raymond twisted his body and blushed. It's annoying how a boy can be so whiny, even when stepped on by Luna, or when receiving contemptuous looks from Rodin and Luna. There were many times I felt like discovering a new preference, but this preference is definitely not okay. Morally, socially, and even sensorially. In many ways, it's going to be the end of me. Anyway, Raymond's shyness was a problem, but the real issue was something else. Hey, are you really best friends with him? Keek, yes, we are? Why? Because we're friends. Aren't we friends too? Then I guess we're best friends too. I suppose you could say that. Who gave you permission? I don't need a friend who lacks loyalty. Is loyalty necessary even among friends? But I couldn't say, oh, that's surprising. Because Luna's glare was too fierce. I have a bad feeling about this. Luna's interrogation did not stop there. When did you become best friends? Well, that time, after I parted ways with you. You know, I saw you enter the dorm. You haven't come out of your room since then. How does she know I haven't come out? Was my beloved daughter actually a stalker? Explain precisely when, where, what, how, and why you became best friends with him. Do I have to explain why we became best friends using the 4Ws and 1H? Like I'd bother with that. Keek, Luna. There's no reason for being best friends. It just happens when the hearts match. That's what I'm curious about. How did your hearts match? You haven't even met before. Ah, I see. Being slick doesn't work when it comes to a friend's issue, and so, I learned something new. Though it might cost me my life. What could it be? What's the reason? It was when Luna was pressing me, slowly leaning in closer. Raymond wedged himself between us and shouted. Stop it. If you're jealous, be jealous of me. Jealous? What are you talking about? I'd never be jealous. Especially not of someone who's disloyal and dirty. It is jealousy? It's ugly? Jealousy is really ugly. Ugly. Crack 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 dash. Luna's neck made a bizarre sound as it twisted. Scary. Not joking, really scary. A horror movie unfolding right before my eyes. Oh, she kind of resembles the final boss, now that I look closely. Eek. Raymond hid behind me. To make Luna into the final boss and then hide behind me. That's so typical of our Raymond. I'll stuff you. The title of the piece will be The Friend Who Couldn't Become a Best Friend. Don't worry. It won't hurt at all. To stuff, you have to skin completely. It's the default. It means the basic setting. Luna, her neck bent nearly 90 degrees, was approaching. I blurted out an excuse I just thought of. Keek, Luna, do we really need to call our relationship best friends? We're in a relationship where we share secrets. Pause dash. Even if we're best friends, we don't just casually share secrets, right? True. Finally, Luna's neck returned to normal. Luna glanced towards Raymond and said, we share many secrets, a very secretive and sticky relationship. No, it's not like that. Regardless of my thoughts, a smile settled on Luna's lips. A smile of victory. Seeing this, Raymond started to blabber. I like cute things. Zero, did you know? When I was little. Does he think sharing secrets will make him more than just a friend? Raymond kept blabbering nonstop. Even whispering secrets I really didn't want to know. I'm tired. Really. Alright, enough chit-chat. Can everyone focus? Rodlin's call to order. It seemed she had finally organized her thoughts. I've organized the information. There was an incident 20 years ago. The loss of the sacred sword, a student's disappearance, traces of a demon, the appearance of a parrot, signs of erosion, and so on. It could be several unrelated events, or all interconnected. It's just speculation, but at least 3 of these are likely related. In reality, all of them were intertwined, but Rodin couldn't be certain of that. The problem is there's no place left to gather more information. Does anyone have any ideas? Rodlin's question, but everyone remained silent. After all, the only one here capable of such deduction was Rodin herself. Well, except for me. Wondering if she was counting on me, Rodin glanced in my direction. Deciding to fulfill her expectations, I spoke up. The location of the sacred sword, perhaps. The sacred sword? But that place. You thought it was the least likely, right? Because it's too obvious. Rodlin's eyes widened. What we were looking for were traces of the demon. More precisely, a research lab or facility for erosion. So, the location of the sacred sword would be the first place to be ruled out. It was nothing more than a spot where the sword had been thrust into the ground, abandoned by its owner. The spot continuously radiated holy power. But who would build a demon's research facility near such a place? It would be madness. That's precisely why it's more likely. Yes, the investigators back then probably thought the same as us. They wouldn't have searched thoroughly around the sacred sword. You know the saying, the darkest place is under the candlestick. The darkest place is under the candlestick. Rodin muttered, mimicking my pose. Perhaps she realized it was a pose that boosted deductive reasoning? After a moment of thought, Rodin spoke. It's worth investigating. The safety of the students is paramount. An excellent decision. Unfortunately, we can't request support from the academy yet. There's nothing concrete. I smiled inwardly, watching Rodin murmur to herself. All the information we currently had was based on rumors. Without solid evidence, we couldn't rashly ask for support. The best things are to be enjoyed alone. If there was someone strong in our group, they'd be sent away just before encountering the demon's shard. After all, why would students be fighting a demon? Let's go. And so, we headed towards the grave of the sacred sword. Clunk creak creak dash. A rather large door opened with a creaking of metal. It was the door located at the entrance to the tomb of the sacred sword. It's a restricted area, but we have no choice. As the vice president of the student council, I'll keep it open only until our investigation is over. Rodin, having tucked away a bunch of keys, spoke. Don't touch anything recklessly once you're in. This place is akin to a historical site. It's convenient to have Rodin as a teammate. During gameplay, if she's not in the party, one has to crawl through a dog hole to get through this place. A penalty that reduces stamina by a whopping 20%. Slowly, I surveyed the tomb of the sacred sword. A round circular plaza, surrounded by pillars. 4 statues of goddesses, each facing the center from the north, south, east, and west. In the center of the floor, there was a deep groove. This is where the sacred sword was placed. It looked similar to what I had seen in the game, but seeing it in person, its majesty was palpable. One of the places users like To think I'd see it with my own eyes. My heart swelled with friend. Yes, we're friends. The parrot flapped its wings on Raymond's shoulder. Seems like they've decided to become friends. Wondering if she couldn't be outdone by Raymond, Luna lifted her head slightly and said, can't be helped. I'll be your friend too. The parrot turned its head sharply. Even its incessant chatter stopped. Hey, why are you avoiding my gaze? Didn't I say I'll be your friend? No. What? Zero, fetch some water? We're having chicken for dinner. Luna grabbed the parrot and began to shake it. Don't do that. Raymond clung to Luna with his whole body to stop her. The two of them scuffled, along with a single parrot. They bumped slightly into the eastern statue of the goddess. Thud, crash, the jar the goddess statue was holding. It fell to the ground and shattered. Everyone's gaze slowly shifted from the jar to somewhere else. Right to where Rodin was standing. I told you to be careful, didn't I? Rodin's words were clipped. Her expression fluctuated between demonic and normal. Sorry, so sorry. Apologies? Apologies. Accidents always happen when you least expect them. Especially at times like this, you need to be. Two humans and a parrot, now in a state of reflection, knelt down. And Rodin, lecturing them. It was a sight to see. I took out a camera from the pocket dimension and captured their image. Click dash. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. We were engrossed in the search for a while. But we couldn't find even a trace of the demon, let alone the demon itself. It seems our deduction was wrong. 0. This place has a higher probability than others. Let's search a bit more. Alright. I'll request help from the student council. If we search one place each week, something will turn up. Well, not finding anything isn't bad. It means there's no demon. Rodin was more focused on the search than anyone. We also have to find the missing student. This is serious. But Rodin wouldn't need to ask the student council for help. This place is the only path to the fragment of the demon. And the missing child can be found there too. I sent a signal to the parrot. Then, the parrot flew up to one of the pillars and flapped its wings. Everyone, look over there. It seems our parrot friend has found something. Everyone's gaze turned in that direction. Atop the pillar where the parrot was, there was a small lever protruding. A lever. Why is there a lever there? Because that's how the game is set up. Is it some kind of mechanism? It could just be decoration. We need to investigate. But in a place like that. Rodin began devising a way to climb atop the pillar. I subtly pushed her towards the center as she did this. It was when we were gathered around the area where traces of the sacred sword remained. Demon. The parrot, seeing my signal, pulled the lever. And at that moment, fizz dash, a magic circle. Darn, it's too late to escape. Everyone, come to me. Before Rodin could finish her sentence, the magic circle activated. The ground vanished beneath us, and we all hung in midair. And then, we began to plummet downwards. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Parrot's Diary number 3. The winner? Luterus. Friend, we won. It's our victory. Friend, victory. Luterus came running, cheering. Eek, if he catches me, that's at least an hour gone. I quickly flapped my wings to keep distance from him. Friend, come here. We must celebrate our first victory. No, the ongoing team play duels since the start of the term. The subject where Luterus, who had no friends, had been scoring 0 every week. Teacher, is this fair? Teaming up with a beast. It's a skill too. If you're envious, do the same. This is ridiculous. The children trembled with indignation. They used to ostracize Luterus daily. Serves them right. Friend, let's at least take a picture. Picture. Click dash. The camera trembled as it started printing the photo. Such a fascinating object, always amazing to see. Capturing a living being's movement and freezing time into an object. What humans call magic. It was clear. Hihi, it's a photo commemorating our first victory. Luterus showed me the photo. A photo marked first victory commemoration. I liked the photo. I could remember this moment anytime. Controlling a beast, definitely the child of a demon. Exactly. Why doesn't the Academy expel such a person? Winning the team play mission wasn't entirely good. Another ominous rumor began to follow Luterus. It's okay, such things are trivial. It would be hard alone, but now it's okay. Because we were two, so it's okay. That's what Luterus was saying. It's okay. Heroes always face trials. Luterus smiled. Hero. Luterus's dream and goal. He always said he wanted to create a world where children could laugh happily, dreaming even in such a situation. My friend was truly an amazing person. Can I become a hero too? My friend's dream was filled with such strong will, it sometimes influenced me. Probably impossible. I am a parrot, after all. So, being the hero's friend and staying by his side. That's now, my dream. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Essay, save us. Luna and Raymond screamed, clutching each other. Fighting one moment and now best friends. 0. Initiate physical contact. Rodin's urgent shout. It was somewhat vague, but I reached out and grabbed Luna's wrist, understanding her intent. Whoosh. Then Rodin embraced me with her whole body. My face buried in Rodin's chest, her necklace shone. Levitation. A soft yellow sphere enveloped us. Simultaneously, our falling speed noticeably slowed. Thanks to the buoyancy magic embedded in the artifact. Rodin's necklace has 3 magics stored in it. As expected of a noble family, their magic artifacts are top-notch. Rodlin's also top-notch. Ahem. Thud. Thump. Thump. Just before hitting the ground, the levitation magic faded. Luna and Raymond, failing to land properly, groaned in pain. Is everyone okay? At novel bin at. I think I can talk if you let me go first. Currently, I'm in a princess carry, embraced in Rodlin's arms. Breathing is difficult in several ways. Realizing this, Rodin gently put me down. Keek, thanks to you, we're alive. It's fortunate. But it seems we can't climb up from here. We were in a place that seemed to be a cavern. The walls emitted a faint light, so it wasn't dark. A magic circle based on illusion and object change magic. I can't believe I didn't notice. It must be the work of someone skilled in at least the 6th circle. Keek, how about using that artifact to ascend? It won't work. Levitation is different from flying. Rodin looked up at the sky. Its vast height seemed immeasurable. Right. With what we had, escape was impossible. Demon? Demon. You almost got us killed? I'll really turn you into chicken. Wah? It's too scary. Luna started a ruckus, along with the parrot's shrieks and Raymond's cries. A real disaster. There doesn't seem to be a lever or anything like that here, nor anything that looks like a device. Even in this situation, Rodin remained calm. She assessed our current predicament while surveying the surroundings. Given the specialized devices, someone must have used this. So, Keek, there must be an exit somewhere. The only sane ones here were Rodin and me. Well, I relied on the knowledge of the game. Sadly, it's unlikely we'll be rescued. We have no choice but to move forward and look for an exit. An excellent judgment. In such a situation, Zero remains calm. Impressive. If we return safely, I'll reward you with points. I don't need points. I plan to gain something much greater from this place. Rodin approached the children. Everyone, calm down. I understand being scared, but now's not the time to assign blame. Especially not a time for tears. Sniff. But we are students of the greatest academy in the Empire, Anwood Academy. This is nothing compared to the trials we face. Rodin's ability to command the atmosphere was beyond imagination. She instantly boosted morale. Luna's eyes sparkled with determination, Raymond's with hope. I will protect you all. I swear on my name, Rodin lucid. It almost seemed like a halo shone behind Rodin. Luna and Raymond looked at her, joining hands in admiration. They were almost worshipping her as a deity. But, don't touch anything recklessly. Parrot, that includes you. Rodin's caution. The parrot looked straight at me. What, this little guy? Did you pull the lever, or did I? The parrot flapped its wings, as if to say it was wrongly accused. Of course, Rodin couldn't understand its intention. Let's move forward. I'll lead the way. Rodin took the lead as we set off. There was no risk of getting lost. It was a one-way path. Oh, light. Soon, we arrived at a new location. A rectangular space. At the front was a door with a bizarre atmosphere, and on the right wall, there was a pattern of unknown meaning. Looks like a pattern with a rule, but it's damaged. There's a movable space. I see. A puzzle. Rodin, confirming there were no traps on the door, pushed it with all her might. But it didn't budge. A structure where the door opens only after solving the puzzle. This is serious. We don't even have food or water. Rodin groaned, clutching her head. Not flustered by the puzzle-like structure. Rather, she seemed to take it as given. Well, that's the world of this game. Demons torment humans because they find joy in the process. Puzzles are one of those torments. Toys created by demons to watch humans suffer? That's roughly the concept of this world. So Rodin's immersion in the puzzle was quite natural. Ugh. It's a structure I've never seen before. It might take at least 3 days. Steam seemed to be coming out of Rodin's head. But she didn't back down. Instead, she focused even more, driven by the responsibility to protect her juniors. Cute. I gently pushed Rodin aside and placed my hand on the puzzle. The puzzle before us was a sliding puzzle. Using the empty space to move the puzzle pieces, matching shapes or numbers. It's a basic puzzle, also known as the essence of puzzles. I moved the puzzle pieces quickly. Zero, you shouldn't move it randomly. In times like this, you need to stay calm. Keek, isn't this a fun puzzle? I couldn't let you have all the fun by yourself, senior. This isn't something you can enjoy. Rodin couldn't finish her sentence. Probably because the completion of the puzzle was steadily increasing. After completing about 90%, I muttered with my arms crossed. The problem is that last part. I think I need to change the order of the 3 patterns. Zero, this is. As she responded, Rodin's hands became busy. Actually, it was easy. The puzzle was designed to be solved by spinning the 3 patterns around. Click dash. Thunk dash. The door is open. Long live the senior. Luna and Raymond cheered. Rodin smiled awkwardly and waved at them. Zero, I'm sorry. Actually, it was you who solved the problem. Keek, it's fine. I really didn't know. I would have given up if it weren't for you, senior. Giving up is not a good habit. Let's make today a starting point for improvement. The warm atmosphere didn't last long, because another door appeared before us. Is this a quiz this time? The door was covered in demon language. On its right side were 3 levers of different colors. If the first trial was a puzzle, then the second was a quiz. The quiz would be easy if one could interpret the demon language. Blue, gray, and black levers. The question on the door. I'm not sure. There are words like white and black. Maybe she was recalling her demon archaeology class. Rodin began to sweat profusely. This is troublesome. We need a scholar proficient in demon archaeology. When mixing colors at a ratio of white 9, black 1, pull the lever of the resulting color. I see. So that's the question. Then it must be gray. Rodin quickly turned her head towards me. I turned to face her as well. Her expression was different from her usual stern look, showing surprise. It was cute. 0, do you know demon language? Keek, I have a personal interest in it. I know a little, just a little. In reality, I'm not just a little knowledgeable, but a master. The translation skill even interprets demon language. Well, even without the skill, it wouldn't have been a problem for me since I knew the answer in advance. Is that so? I was lucky then. Rodin tilted her head as if something was off. Pulling the gray lever, the door opened slightly with a heavy sound. At the same time, everyone except me flinched. Magic? So there really was a demon. Rodin grabbed my collar and pulled me back. What? Did everyone feel it except me? I'm like a complete outcast here. Stay here, everyone. I will go and take care of it quickly. What? Senior, you're going alone. Luna, in truth, demons are not that strong. I can eliminate them in a single strike. But everyone here knew. They knew Rodin was lying. We will fight together. I understand your feelings, but waiting for rescue increases our chances of survival. We are also students of the Academy? Didn't you say earlier, no trial is too much for Anwood Academy students? Luna, I will also try my best. I might not be of much help but, at novel bin at. Raymond, goodness, what a melodrama. I'd appreciate it if you could leave me out. Thank you, everyone. 0, you feel the same, right? Huh, I had momentarily forgotten that all of you are Academy students who have passed the rigorous entrance exam. Excuse me, can you not hear me? Let's go together. But I'll take the vanguard. Seems like I don't have a say in this. Well, I wasn't planning to sit out since I'm central to this strategy anyway. What about Raymond's weapon? Can't be helped. He'll have to use my scabbard. Raymond, who was exchanged for Granny's 1 gold. Currently, he was without a weapon. He couldn't have imagined going on an adventure to hunt a demon. Raymond, use this. Huh? But then 0. Keek, I have a different weapon. After handing my sword to Raymond, I reached into my pocket. A pocket dimension. From there, something elongated slowly began to reveal itself. Everyone's eyes widened. Even the parrots. Because, a mop. Keek, yes. A really big and great one. No one responded to my bragging. They just gave me strange looks and whispered among themselves. Why though? This is a really good weapon. I feel like I shouldn't even ask, but I'll do it out of courtesy. Why are you taking that out now? Keek, that's a secret. Luna started to tremble, about to spit out some words. But she held back, realizing this wasn't the time. Someone approached and took my hand. It was Raymond. He was shedding tears. I'm the reason. You're sacrificing yourself. What am I to? That's not it. This is actually my real weapon, a new strategy to exploit the demon's shard. I'll protect you for sure. Don't worry about 0. Raymond, shedding tears like chicken droppings, seemed genuinely moved. I whispered to him softly. Raymond, hold the sword in your left hand. Huh? Why? Because you are left-handed. In fact, Raymond didn't even know he was left-handed. He just held the sword in his right hand because other kids did. Not knowing this, he fooled both enemies and allies until the middle of the episode. He's really pure evil incarnate. Keek, trust me. We're BFFs, right? Yes, that's right. We're BFFs, so I'll fight with my left hand even if it kills me. With that, everyone was ready to fight. Rodin was the vanguard, and the rest lined up behind. Actually, I want to arrange a formation. Me, who even decoded the demon's language after the puzzle. It's okay for now, but once this is over, Rodin's suspicions will begin. Considering the strategy I newly devised, Rodin's suspicions will only grow stronger. So I'll arrange a formation and share strategies in the middle of the fight. It'll work out somehow as long as I play it off as being smart and observant. With Raymond unexpectedly joining, this should be fine. Then let's go. Everyone, stay sharp. Everyone nodded in agreement instead of speaking. Bang! Rodin, who was regulating his breathing, kicked the door and charged. We followed behind him. Left, right, above clear. Front is. No need to say it. Everyone was watching. A pitch-black sphere big enough to block the view, with throbbing veins on it. The sight was nauseating. Egg. A black egg. And its bottom was stained with a dark red color. It resembled the erosion we studied in textbooks. Erosion. With Rodin's remark, the confirmation was complete. At the same time, the black egg convulsed violently. Veins tore as the center split into a large straight line, revealing a giant eyeball. A being created during experiments on erosion. The demon's shard revealed itself. *****. Parrot's Diary number 4. It was a day when I was playing with Luterus. Right. You haven't been there yet, have you? There. It's called the Tomb of the Sacred Sword. It's where the hero fought the great demon and met his end. Hero. A being people called a hero. I was intrigued. Luterus had always dreamed of being a hero. Let's go? For fun? Let's go. Hehe, I knew you'd say that, being my friend. We arrived at the location of the sacred sword. Indeed, it was a bit old, but it had a noble aura. There's a legend that the sword of the hero can't be pulled out. Someday, I too will wield such a sword against demons. Swoosh. Ludorus, holding the sacred sword, met my eyes. Don't look at me like that. I'm more shocked than you are right now. Why, did it come out? At the same time. The floor disappeared, and Ludorus vanished into the darkness. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A pitch-black egg as dark as ink, contrasting with its bright yellow iris and vertically slit black pupil. It looked exactly like a fragment of a demon from the game. Seeing it up close, it's grotesque. The thick veins pulsating periodically added to its bizarre feel. Rodin didn't rush in immediately, partly due to the lack of information on the opponent, but also because she's considering the most effective way to attack based on its appearance. This is the basic of fighting. An egg. There are signs of erosion around it. No need to approach it hastily. The opponent, presumed to be a demon, was in the form of an egg. It showed no signs of movement, not even an attempt to roll, let alone arms or legs. This means it currently has no means to attack us. Even if it takes time, throwing weapons seems like the best option. When everyone, except me, nodded in agreement, the demon's shard glanced over us, and a sound like scraping metal echoed. Who is it this time? Again, mere mortals. As ever, your weakness remains unchanged. It seemed capable of speech, despite its lack of a mouth. When its gaze turned to me. What are you? You feel familiar somehow. A human, intriguing. Good timing. I needed an explanation for what happened during my recovery. Stay out of this for now. I'll spare your life. Rodin, Luna, and Raymond glanced at me. They all must have felt it. The familiarity in that grating voice. Just by saying that, it's clear it intends to spare me. That level of familiarity was being shown. Tap tap. Rodin shifted her position slightly. A spot where she could keep an eye on both me and the demon's shard. I needed to explain, but I held my tongue. Because this is a new line for me. It means a hidden piece was triggered for some reason. It can't be just because I tried in episode 1. Others had tried it before too. So, it must be my traits. The ominous aura skill and my slit-eyed impression. Though it's displeasing to ordinary people, it might attract those with evil tendencies. Yes, that's it. I can feel it. The vibe of a veteran player. How to act in front of those with evil tendencies to get favorable outcomes. Keek, pleased to meet you, fragment of a demon. He sent me to you. Then, indeed, it's best to make use of this situation. Desho, I knew it. There was no need for pretense. Yes, sir. He told me to follow the demon's shard upon arrival here. How may I assist you? The sound of Luna grinding her teeth reached here. She too had distanced herself from my side. No, that can't be. Zero would never do that. Even in this situation, Raymond stayed by my side. But why is his loyalty so high? I haven't done anything. Kahihi, it's simple. Just help me take root in this place. Couldn't you do it alone? Although it's an initial type of erosion, I thought you could handle that. Before I went to sleep, I had an accident. A sacred sword. I never imagined. So, I lost most of my power. A sacred sword? Where is that? I'm not quite sure. Before I fell asleep, it was over there. The demon's shard moved its only eyeball. Everyone's gaze turned there. There lay human bones, clothes, and traces of a shattered sword. Friend? Friend. The parrot screeched almost like a scream. There was no longer any need to hide it. These were Ludorus's traces. He had perished after a fierce battle with the demon's shard. That was part of the story created in the game. Kahihi, a fine sight. Well, I had to rest due to severe damage, but now it doesn't matter. You're here, after all. How much of your strength has been restored? About 20%. The only abilities I can use are erosion and thorny tentacles. Damn, how did I end up like this? Black tentacles writhed around the demon's shard. Tentacles with sharp, spike-like ends. That was his way of attacking. Oh dear, can't you move? That's right. The power of erosion isn't what it used to be. I doubt I can take over space in one go. It would have been a disaster if you hadn't been here. Did he give you any other orders? Like plans for the future? The plan was to replicate me after my completion. I overheard that another plan is underway on the White Plains to the north of the Empire. Wait a minute. The demon's shard moved its eyeball in a circle. It seemed to be thinking. But why are you asking this? You should have much more information than me who was asleep. Oh, that? Because. Keek, I am your enemy. His pupil dilated. His surprise was palpable to all of us. Such a cunning human. Keek, how foolish. Truly befitting a demon. A race known to be worse liars than humans. What are you saying, you insolent brat? Lying is a demon's forte. Yes, bring on the next demon. Playing with losers isn't fun. This brat. The orb vibrated violently. The tremor clearly conveyed his real anger. It was time to observe his trembling form. Luna stepped beside me again and said, well done. I believed in you from the start. Didn't you just grind your teeth? Ahaha. Yes, acting, just acting. I wouldn't betray a friend, right? How was my acting? If that was acting, she could be a great actress. Next was Rodin. Zero, just one question. Go ahead. How did you know that thing was the demon's shard? Did I mention that? A mistake. But there were plenty of excuses. It was written on the door. At novel bin at. On the door. Yes. No joke, it was really written there. The demon's shard was temporarily sealed here to give it time to recover. It also says do not awaken for 50 years, but saying that would be counterproductive if they could read it. Demon archaeology is not as advanced a field as one might think. Even a little research would have you branded a black magician and burned at the stake. It's a discipline that's only recently come to be seen as necessary. So, it's best to be sparing with words. Damn humans! I'll kill you all. A black aura burst forth from where the demon's shard was, a roar signaling the start of battle. At the same time, a blue window appeared before me. Hidden quest. Defeat the demon's shard. Reward, 300 EXP, 30 gold. Penalty, death. This game has hidden quests too. After all, it's an old game that revolves around quests and dialogues. For episode 1, the reward is quite generous. But I wasn't feeling good. A death penalty already? The level difference must be huge. A penalty of death means there's no harsher penalty that could be given. What's the point of any other penalties like stat reduction after death? You're already dead. In other words, it's a sign that the difficulty is too high for my current specs, almost like a bad ending. A kind warning to be extra cautious while playing. Information window. The Demon's Shard, S. LV, 39. Strength, 58. Agility, 39. Intelligence, 18. Stamina, 350. Magic power, 250. Disposition, evil. A creation born from someone's research. Appears to be made by a considerable expert. Gradually erodes everything around, destroying all. Harbors tremendous malice towards humans. Currently weakened due to the influence of the sacred sword. Owned skills, Space Domination S, Erosion B, Demon Magic B, Corrosion D. I'll kill you all. Whoosh, black thorns were shot towards me. If I get hit, I'll end up dead, just as it said. My level is only a mere 12. But my companions are quite strong. Clang, clash, Rodin and Luna shattered the thorns heading towards me. Luna's level is low, but she has specs comparable to a main character. Having caught the invisible slime with me, her level would be higher than usual. And she's specialized in attack, so her attack power is strong. Though she may lack in defense and stamina, her attack power is more than sufficient. Plus, the Demon's Shard is weakened compared to its specs due to the influence of the sacred sword. So, it's not strange that Luna could shatter the thorns in one go. Earth flip. One flash. Boom, crack. The ground flipped and a flash of light from a sword strike. A stream of blood flowed from the body of the Demon's Shard. The damage was there, but minimal. The Demon's Shard raised its thorns in defense. Ugh, arg. Rodin and Luna retreated simultaneously. And that's not all. Their arms and legs turned a light purple, due to the space domination and erosion skills possessed by the Demon's Shard. Erosion is a low-level skill, but the damage is stronger due to the space domination skill. Specifically, the efficiency of stats and skills increases in the area declared as its space. The blood-red ground is the space successfully dominated by space domination, and gradually, that space will expand. In the game, being hit by erosion 3 times consecutively meant instant death. 3 consecutive times. Meaning, if you step out of the range in between, it resets. That's why experienced players use a strategy of rotating 3 characters to distribute damage and attack. Of course, a minimum amount of stamina is needed. You still take damage when hit by erosion. Rodin and Luna retreated again. Dangerous. Rodin should be fine, but Luna's health must be critical. Kahihihi, I'll kill you all. Luna, step back. I'll handle this alone. Damn, but it's time for Rodin to retreat too. She's already been hit by erosion twice. Proving this, the erosion had reached up to her neck. Everyone, come over here. 0, the area of erosion is expanding. If we delay any longer, there's a way. Come here, and I'll explain. Luna immediately retreated, and after a moment of thought, Rodin approached my side. Kahihi, foolish humans. It's useless anyway. This body is. Would you be quiet, please? Can't you see we're having a meeting? Impudent human, I'll kill you right now. I know your range doesn't reach here. You can't even move without legs. Swoosh. He shot out thorns, but they landed 20 meters away from where we were. The Demon's Shard, muttering to itself, I'm a bit rusty after waking up. I should do some stretching, planted thorns around itself. Seems like it was embarrassed too. Given the situation, we decided to be understanding. How is your physical condition? Actually, a bit dangerous. Huh. Rodin moved her body. Soon, the skin that had turned purple reverted to its original state. It seems to be an initial form of erosion, different from what I've experienced before. I see. The speed of erosion is fast, but its duration is pitifully short. Keek, premature. That's unfortunate. Rodin's face turned red. She really isn't immune to such crude jokes. I'm not premature, I'm just tired because I woke up after a long time. Just thinking to myself, but keep that in mind, grumbled from somewhere. Are demons sensitive about such things too? I'll explain the strategy. If you're hit by erosion twice, retreat immediately. You must wait outside the erosion area until fully recovered. I understand. But the attack is the problem. I will remove the eroded land. So, please protect me until then. You mean to say you'll eliminate the eroded land? That's impossible. Rodin was someone who has first-hand experience with erosion. So, she would know. Erosion can't be removed. It can only be eliminated with immense holy power, so Rodin's statement seems accurate. However, what we have is not complete erosion. It's an initial type. So, it should be possible to remove it. Assuming that's true, how do you plan to remove it? With a sly smile, I raised my right hand. In it, I held my weapon. A very large and beautiful mop. You can't be serious. Rodlin's expression soured. But, unfortunately, she was right. Let's clean up this dirty land. The unfortunate skill obtained after paying 100 potential points. The power of clean S. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Parrot's diary number 5. Friend. Suddenly, the ground collapsed. I flew towards Luterus, who was falling. He was falling much faster than my speed. Damn, damn, damn. Thud. Arg. Luterus screamed. Fortunately, he wasn't dead. There were layers of plants cushioning his fall. Friend. I'm okay. But what is this place? Plants turned black. A place full of dead plants, an ominous atmosphere. Huh? What's that? The land stained with dark red. In the center, there was a black egg. Who's there? A giant eyeball popped out from the black egg. At the same time, a black aura engulfed us. This is how we die. Whoosh dash. Just when I thought we were dead, a light burst from the sword Luterus was holding. Sacred sword. Ka. The black egg screamed in agony. Simultaneously, hundreds of thorns were shot towards us. That must be the demon. Vroom dash. Whoosh. With the swing of his sword, Luterus released a holy light. Hundreds of thorns melted away. There was nothing more to say. The battle had begun. Crack. Damn it. Luterus couldn't approach. He was too busy fending off attacks. I may be a parrot, but I've seen many sparring sessions. There's no chance of winning. We'll lose at this rate. Realizing this, Luterus spoke to me. Bring people. I'll hold on until then. No, I can't do that. I can't leave you, my friend, behind. We can run away together, you fool. Perhaps sensing my thoughts, Luterus smiled brightly. The kids mustn't get hurt. You'll definitely bring people. You're my friend, I trust you. Remember, it's team play. Team play, right. We can win. Alone we can't, but together, we can. I'll be back quickly. So, please, hold on a little longer, friend. I flew faster than anyone. The ground was back to its original state, but there was a gap created when the sacred sword was pulled out, allowing me to escape. As I burst onto the surface, I shouted, Demon, help, demon, please help. A demon has appeared. Friend, save. Please save my one and only friend. Please. Kahihi, I'll kill them all. I'll prove I'm not a premature one. The demon's shard swung thorns made of magical energy wildly. Have you been worrying about this for a while? It's hard to believe it's a demon, considering how timid it is. The range of erosion has expanded. Rodin muttered under her breath. It must be because she felt more pressure from the now wider expanse of dark crimson earth. Premature. No, the demon's shard was not stupid. It was diligently pressuring us, eroding the surroundings. Keek, it's okay. Everything will go according to plan. It's just that the plan is too preposterous. Do we have any other choice? That's true, but... Rodlin's gaze turned to my hand. The firmly gripped mop. She sighed, as if she still couldn't believe it. Fighting a demon with this is surprising enough, but to think it'll play a more important role than a sword. It must be unbelievable. Especially for Rodin, who has witnessed fights with demons firsthand. Keek, then let's go. The formation is as I mentioned earlier. There's only one thing to be cautious of. Everyone remembers, right? Of course. If we get hit by the erosion twice, we retreat, recover, and re-enter. Definitely, after experiencing it, this seems absolutely crucial to follow. Alright, let's go. With Luna's shout, everyone got into formation. Me in the lead, Raymond second, Luna at the back. Rodin was in front of me. More precisely, slightly to the front and to the side. Ta-dot-dash? Kahihi? Come on. I'll kill them all. Huh. The demon's shard's bewildered voice reached us. It couldn't be helped. We hadn't charged at it. Instead of charging, we were circling around the demon's shard. Who would expect that the guys who had a meeting to thoroughly prepare would suddenly start running around like they're on a sports field? It's natural to be confused. What on earth are you doing right now? Huh. The demon's shard couldn't finish its sentence. It must have started to show or be felt. The fact that its territory was shrinking. My erosion? How is this? Its eyes bulged out. If it were human, it would be wide-eyed. Then a cry close to horror echoed in the void. What are you doing? Can't you see? I'm cleaning. No, that's not what I mean to say. At novel bin at. Seems it needs a kind explanation. I'm a good person, so I should explain. That's why I came up with this strategy, back at the beginning of last week, when the semester had just started. After becoming friends with Raymond and Luna, thanks to a parrot, we accidentally cleared the second quest. I used the clean skill on the parrot. I knew about the existence and value of the parrot, but due to strategic issues, I planned to clear it only after episode 3. It's not much of a reward, but I used clean on the parrot, and during that process, I found out. The clean skill can erase erosion. It was natural that the veterans didn't know this. You can only raise the level of the clean skill to S in the latter half of the game or if you take a potential gamble. Although I'm not sure, there must be quite a few who obtained clean through potential gambling. But who in their right mind would play with clean? They would rather choose to restart the game. The power of an S-grade skill was tremendous. Just running with the mop touching the ground was enough to efficiently clean. Rodin, who had been watching this for a while, let out a dry laugh. I didn't expect erasing erosion to be this easy. Keek, it's just a prototype of erosion. The real erosion won't be like this. I know, but I can't help feeling good. Rodlin's face lit up with a genuine smile, perhaps truly feeling good. Considering the troubles her family's borderlands are still enduring, it makes sense. Suddenly, while smiling, Rodin swung her sword. Clang! It seems we're in range. Everyone, increase your alertness. Rodin shouted after deflecting the blackthorns. I didn't need to worry. They have the skills to block all of this. Everyone except me. For now, the plan is to keep circling and erasing the erosion, until Rodin and Luna are ready to attack. What's the distance around the demon's shard? About 2 squares of land in the game? Rodin will let me know when we're in striking distance. Until then, my only job is to clean. Just to note, focusing on one area is inefficient, because the demon's shard only needs to defend one spot. Therefore, it's better to clear all sides and let Rodin and Luna attack based on their judgment. You, dammit, fight fair and square. Fair and square, coming from a demon's mouth? It's the end of the world. And isn't fighting with just a mop fair enough? I've won the fight against that brat with a sacred sword, but now I'm losing to this. Didn't expect to lose to a mop, did you? It'll go down in all the histories. A demon being defeated by a mop for the first time. KRGH, die. The blackthorns were shot towards us. Rodin shattered the thorns, and Raymond deflected them, protecting me. As I felt before, their swordsmanship skills are incredible. Oh, what? This feels easier than usual. Keek, what did I tell you? How is this happening? I just changed hands. Of course, it's natural. You're left-handed. But to be able to use a sword with the left hand for the first time, that's an insane talent. Die. Clang, clang clang. The battle of spear and shield continued. Rodin was concerned about different types of attacks, but the demon's shard only had one attack method. Thorns made from magical energy with the power of demon magic. That's all there is. But it can only be cleared after episode 3. The dignity of the 3 strikes erosion rule. No matter how much stamina you have, 3 consecutive activities on eroded land mean instant death. You can't ignore the damage taken from the thorns and activity on the eroded land. That's why only veterans who have enough stamina challenge it after episode 3. But what if there's no erosion? How difficult would it be? It becomes incredibly easy. The only method the demon had to attack were thorns made of magic. Right now, the demon's shard is almost a punching bag. 0, we're within striking range. Good. Let's change formation. Rodin and Luna shot out like arrows, positioning themselves in front and behind the demon's shard. Raymond took the spot beside me, previously occupied by Rodin. Earth flip. 1 flash. Quagagagagak dash. Black blood splattered. The demon's shard screamed in agony. Cryik, you. Luna continued to attack, while Rodin stepped back momentarily to pause her assault. They acted so their attack timings wouldn't overlap. Eventually, we had to take turns stepping back. In terms of the game, the land 2 squares away from where the demon's shard was too risky for me to go there and erase it. The probability of dodging decreases. The closer the distance, the lower the dodge probability, and vice versa. That's one of the features of this game. Moreover, I always have to keep in mind that Raymond's defense might fail. And there's another reason why I can't get any closer. 0. I'll step back for a bit. Keek, understood. Raymond retreated, part of his body turned purple. The rule of instant death after 3 exposures to erosion. This applied to Rodin and Luna as well as to Raymond. Initially, as we circled around erasing the erosion, Rodin and Raymond took turns to avoid the triple overlap of erosion. But now, Raymond had to handle it alone. This is the problem. An inevitable small gap occurs. Sooner or later, the demon's shard will notice this gap. Could I not retreat with Raymond when he's hit twice by erosion? Impossible. The erosion spreads faster than expected. Maybe it's because we are close to the demon's shard. Even a short rest causes the dark crimson land to stretch rapidly. I have to keep cleaning non-stop for Rodin and Luna to have free land to attack. Time is on its side. The attacks of the demon's shard might be weak, but its AoE is unavoidable. Rodin might be fine, but Luna, Raymond, and I, with our lower stamina, will fall if the damage accumulates. In other words, with Raymond as the shield and Luna as the sword active now, this moment is our only chance. I was focused on cleaning when it happened. A blackthorn pierced Raymond's defense. Quagic? So, sorry. It didn't touch me, but the mop was destroyed. Kahihi, now you can't clean. What a sight. The demon's shard laughed as if it was enjoying the situation. So, I laughed along. Keek, thank you. I was just about to change it. Swoosh. I reached into my pocket and pulled out another mop. 2, in fact. The demon's eyes filled with shock. It's as if it's saying, why is that coming out of there? Keek, I brought all the mops from the school. The demon was dumbfounded. It's just eyes, but it was clear. So thoroughly prepared. I'm impressive. 0. Yes. To think you'd steal and damage the school's resources. I'm giving you 1 demerit point. Rodin scribbled something in her notebook and then resumed fighting. A demerit point for stealing some mops. Damn it. All because of that demon. *****. Parrot's diary number 6. Demon? A demon, where? What? It's Luterus's parrot. Where did it learn such words? Shoo. No, really? A demon appeared? I cried out desperately as I circled the academy, but the reactions of others weren't much different from those kids. No one listens to me. Demon? Demon. There's a demon. Save me, friend. Please save me. Someone, please. Friend. Please save my only friend. 3 days passed. I can no longer speak. My body, hit by stones, hurts too much. Is my friend all right? Staggering, I headed towards the tomb of the sacred sword. As I was about to enter through the hole where the sword was pulled, I saw something. What? Why is the sacred sword? A woman in a black mask stood there. No, floating. Did she think I was just an ordinary parrot? She kept mumbling to herself. Hidden in plain sight strategy failed. That's unfortunate. Strategy? Then the one who put the demon below. It's fine. It was just a prototype. The experiment results aren't bad. Let's just set a simple trap and leave. It's you? You planted the demon. Demon. Eek? What? I attacked with my beak, but only managed to scratch her face. Damn, why am I so weak? A parrot? You dare to scratch my face? Crack? A crimson energy shot towards me. My memory ends there. 20 years had passed. Though I entered the hole created when the sacred sword was drawn, a sturdy door had formed, preventing further progress. Demon. Fortunately or unfortunately, the demon showed no movement. Ludorus must have won. If my friend had lost, the demon would not be quiet. My friend might still be alive. This hope kept me here. Then the other students left, and even the teacher left. The faces I knew changed dozens of times. The academy was still thriving. Demon? Demon. Of course, it still wasn't listening to me. No one pays attention to the words of a mere parrot. Ugh. I'm not feeling well. The wound left by the mysterious woman hurts, but aging is the bigger problem. Is this how I'm going to die? It's okay if I die. As long as my friend is saved. As long as my friend is saved. It's okay to die. Then I met a human. He looked similar to Ludorus. His name was Zero, right? Friend? Danger? Help me. A friend. I need one too. Wish one would just fall from the sky. Zero grumbled. It was hard for him to make friends because of his appearance. Such a fool. Ludorus had told me, even if appearances differ, even if species differ, even if communication is hard, it's possible to become friends. Friend? Good. You? Friend. I became friends with Zero. And then he said, he might have found a way to help. Friend? Friend. I shouted for my friend with all my might. It reached. Finally, it reached. My earnest wish. To save my friend. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. There was a minor disturbance during the battle, but the strategy was proceeding without issues. I'll step out for a moment. Raymond, affected twice by erosion, left his position. I fixed my gaze on the demon's shard, heightening the tension. The only vulnerability in this strategy. The moment the shield called Raymond disappeared. But again, no attack came my way. Turns out it's dumber than I thought. Maybe because it's a game based on algorithms? It just repeated attacks and defenses using thorns at novel bin at. Maybe the developers didn't anticipate this scenario. After all, it's a game governed by predefined algorithms. They probably didn't expect someone to fight by removing eroded land with a clean skill. Maybe the demon's shard is stuck in some kind of bug. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be taking hits this stupidly. Well, if it's bugged, it's good for us. They steadily wore down its health. The moment Raymond, who had stepped out to avoid the third stack of erosion, returned to my side. Something shot out from under the eyes of the demon's shard. Rodin dodged, and Luna, who was behind it, was safe. The problem was my sword. Raymond's sword had melted halfway. His habit of deflecting attacks had backfired. Anyway, if Raymond had dodged, I would have been hit, so it can't be helped. What I'm wondering now is, I've never seen such a skill. No, to be precise. I know the skill, but I've never experienced it. Corrosion skill. But it never used it before. Even when I played thousands of times. Even when other players played tens of thousands of times. It's a skill I've never seen before. Some curious players had experimented. But even going up to the 9,999th turn, the demon never used the corrosion D skill. That's why I confidently reassured Rodin not to worry about anything else. Why on earth? My question was answered directly by the demon's shard. Kahihi. I didn't want to show my mouth, but I have no choice. Only then did it come into my view. Beneath the large eyes, a small mouth twitched. I cannot lose to a mere rag like you. To expose even my complex, I won't let anyone live. Complex? Just for such a trivial reason, it didn't use the corrosion skill. A skill it never used even when fighting the sacred sword or dying thousands of times at the hands of users. I couldn't believe it. Die. Clang? Raymond, with half his sword remaining, deflected the black thorns. But he couldn't deflect them perfectly as before. Zero. I'm sorry. It's my fault. Raymond's face was full of distress. No, this wasn't the child's fault. It was my complacency. Hey, don't just stand there, move. The ground is eroding. Luna shouted from a distance. But we weren't the only ones in bad shape. Luna was in the same state. Soon we'll be running out of stamina. Though her role was to distract and divert attention rather than attack, Luna had crossed the eroded land back and forth several times. Her stamina would soon reach its limit. The demon's shard has about 20% of its health left. This is just an estimate by a seasoned player. It's early in episode 1. Given Rodin and Luna's low levels, it might have more health left than estimated. The shield called Raymond is broken, and the sword called Luna is about to shatter. So, the only option left for us is retreat and call for backup. Is there no other way? Retreating is entirely possible. The demon's shard cannot leave this space, and the further the erosion spreads, the slower it becomes. And I can use the clean skill from a distance where the thorns can't reach. As long as I am here, complete expansion is impossible. Requesting support can be left to the Parrot, Alistair's kindness and high intelligence, and Karen's strange obsession with Luna. Just hearing Luna's name from the Parrot's beak will bring them running. I've stored a month's worth of food in the pocket dimension, so we have enough time to wait. It's a shame I can't get the hidden piece, but it can't be helped. Unlike in the game, I only have one life now. I spoke to the Parrot flying behind me. Mr. Parrot, you remember team play, right? Team play. Yes, remember the two people I told you about? Bring either of them here. Just mention my name or Luna's, and they'll follow. The Parrot, which had been staring blankly, vanished like the wind. Now it's done. Now I just have to get everyone to retreat. Ugh, I'll step out for a moment. Raymond, with 2 layers of erosion, left his position. And at the same time, die. Whoosh, black thorns shot towards me. Incredible speed. I instinctively knew I couldn't dodge. I have to block it with my body and move back. I can endure it once. Just avoid the head. A critical hit could be fatal. As I raised my hands to brace for the impact, feathers from the Parrot scattered around. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Parrot's diary number 7. 0 was a fascinating child. He talked to me as if it was nothing special, as if it was natural. But that wasn't the only extraordinary thing. He actively wandered around, searching for traces of Ludorus, as if he knew about my relationship with Ludorus and what had happened to us. Well, what does it matter? Not only did he listen to the story that no one had heard for 20 years, but he also led his companions to the place where the battle between the demon and Ludorus had happened. So what if he's a bit strange? The important thing was that we could save Ludorus. Keek, somewhere on that pillar there should be a lever. When I signal, please lower it. Zero's words were true. There was a lever on the pillar. As I put my weight on it, the children dropped down below. He effortlessly opened the solidly blocked door. There was another door besides the one I saw, but it was useless in front of Zero. Ludorus, I'm here. Finally, I arrived at the place of our separation 20 years ago. Ludorus was not there. Only a pile of human bones, pieces of clothing, and the broken hilt of a sword remained. I recognized whose bones they were immediately. Not just the clothing, but the side of the hand bones still firmly gripping the sacred sword even now, 20 years later. The hand filled with the will to protect the children. It was unmistakably Ludorus. Friend, what are you doing here? Friend, come on, get up. I'm here. Friend, I'm here. Get up, please. Tears streamed down. But no miracle of Ludorus rising again occurred. I was too late, and he died. My friend died. Because I was too late. I knew it, actually. Logically, a human couldn't survive alone for 20 years. I had harbored a sliver of hope, but now it can't be helped. I have to accept Ludorus's death. I have to acknowledge my friend's death. 20 years. My body has aged, but my mind has grown stronger. Now is not the time to grieve. It's time to do what I can. What about Zero and the children? Clack, clang. The battle was fierce. As a mere parrot, who aspired only to stand beside the hero, I dared not interfere. But surely there was something I could do. It was time to wait calmly and look for an opportunity. Mr. Parrot, you remember team play, right? Zero said that. Team play. Of course, I knew it. But I was puzzled. How did he know about the conversations and events between Ludorus and me? Friend, then I'm counting on you. Zero's request was simple. Bring either Alistair or Karen, the humans. I had checked their faces before. Just as I was about to fly out quickly, déjà vu hit me. No, not déjà vu. This is exactly like when I parted with Ludorus, isn't it? It was the same back then. To find someone to help, to hold on until then. No, I turned and flew back. Since parting with Ludorus, I had been thinking about something every day, regretting something every day. Team play? True team play means always being there for each other. In joy or sorrow, always being together, that's what real team play is. I should have fought together 20 years ago. Even if I wasn't much help, I should have done it. Because I am the hero's friend. I won't make the same mistake again. So this time, I will protect my friend. With my own body. Whoosh, black thorns pierced through my body. Unlike the normal Zero, who always smiled calmly, as if mocking the world, his face contorted in an instant. But unlike him, I smiled. Friend, don't be too sad. Team play is exactly this, isn't it? Multicolored feathers fluttered in the air. The parrot, pierced by the black thorns, fell to the ground, lifeless. Raymond, charge. Yes. Raymond, having reset his erosion accumulation, charged forward. I followed behind, using the clean skill. Damn it. It wasn't a thoughtless charge driven by rage. It was a well-considered decision. The first reason I charged. With the parrot dead, there was no one to come to our aid. So now, with its health greatly reduced, was our only chance. Second, because we're going to die. If we retreat now, all we can do is ration our food and hope for a lucky rescue. I'm not stupid enough to rely on such an absurd chance. And the third reason I charged. It's infuriating. The new strategy is on the verge of failure. The ridiculous reason the demon's shard started using the corrosion skill. The lost opportunity to obtain the hidden piece with the parrot's death. And the tragic end of Luterus and the parrot's story due to my reckless strategy. All of it. Infuriating. That's why I charged. Kahihi, die. The demon's shard laughed. A laugh confident of victory. But I have a chance to win. I was about to play a move I've never played before. No, a move I should never play. Specifically, the move of using me. Just avoid the piercing attacks. Ignore the glancing ones. No response came. Raymond was too focused on blocking the thorns. It's definitely possible. With our Raymond, the closer the distance in the game, the lower the evasion rate. But Raymond is a special character. The opposite is true for him. The lower his health and the closer he is to the enemy, the higher his evasion rate. Meaning the increase in evasion is greater than the decrease. That's why he takes on the tank role in the late game. So he should be able to easily fend off the demon's shard's attacks. Raymond's arm turned purple. First erosion. I was behind him, using clean, so I wasn't eroded. Clang, clack. Raymond faithfully executed the orders, deflecting attacks that could pierce, and ignoring those that could only graze, being able to distinguish between them. I asked, but he's really incredible. Swoosh, swish, ugh. A blackthorn grazed my left arm. An attack like a whip. Despite wearing clothes, I could feel it. The skin where it grazed was torn to shreds. Raymond was no different. Arms, legs, body, cheek, there wasn't a single unharmed spot. Information window. The remaining 20 PT. I poured all the stats into stamina. There's no time to be stingy. It's a matter of life and death. Hold on, hold on. Despite being injured, we kept advancing. Part of Raymond's face turned purple. Second erosion stack. I picked up a rag and threw it, shouting, Raymond, pass me your sword. Raymond, having deflected the last attack, passed me his sword. The moment our eyes met, I knew. He had no intention of retreating. Even with the second stack of erosion. Retreat? You'll get caught in the range of my attack. Yes, yes. Only then did Raymond withdraw. At the same moment I stepped forward. Ugh. A severe pain shot through my body, and my hand turned purple. It meant I received the first erosion. Meaning, I can still endure one more. The demon's shard was right in front of me. In game terms, about 1.5 squares away. I inserted the half-eroded sword back into its sheath. Holding the protruding hilt tightly in my right hand, I slightly bent my waist. At the same time, I activated eye-opening. Keek, you're making me step in. No choice then. Let me show you the real one flash dot. The demon's shard locked eyes with me. The eye-opening skill at extremely close range, and even Luna's one flash stance. All of its nerves were focused on me. Crack dash. Kook. As I stepped forward, another wave of intense pain swept through my body. It meant the second erosion had overlapped. One more hit and it would be instant death. But I can't back down. I assumed the position. My left knee slightly bent, and the scabbard set at a right angle accordingly. Even the angle of my wrist as I drew the sword. Mimic is activated. With the mimic skill I received from the clown, I achieved the perfect one flash stance. The eyes of the demon's shard widened. At the same time, a tremendous number of spikes shot towards me. I'm sorry. This is all I can do. I'm sorry. I can't avenge you myself. I'm sorry. I'm too weak to soothe your souls. I'm weak, so I'll ask you to do it in my place. Keek, have you checked your back? Oh, maybe that's impossible with just one eye. It used all its spikes on me. There's no way it could block that. Judgment came from behind the demon's shard. The first secret technique of the Lucid family. The first secret technique of the Lester family. Earth flip. One flash. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Quagagagagag dash. Quagic. The earth and rocks scattering. The shining flash. And then. Keek. The demon's shards of flesh and blood scattering in all directions with a scream. I pressed my body closer to the ground. Tuk to duke dash. After a while, the noise ceased. I shook off the dust and debris from my hair and surveyed the surroundings. The demon's shard was nowhere to be found. Only overturned earth and a single sword mark remained. Hey, are you okay? Zero, are you alright? Hyong. The children each said something as they ran towards me. But why is Raymond crying like that? I slowly checked my body. No cuts, and the double erosion had disappeared. Aside from minor cuts here and there were no significant issues. Phew, that was a close call. The double erosion, the black spikes shot at me, and the damage from Rodin's attack range. It's a miracle I'm still alive. How did I dodge the black spikes? I rolled away. After flopping to the ground and dodging the spikes, I rolled away from the erosion and Rodin's attack range. It was quite an unseemly sight, but no one must have seen it. The battle was that fierce. Just as I was about to push away Raymond, who was running towards me with a face covered in tears and snot. You think you can defeat us? The grating voice, characteristic of the demon. Chills ran down my spine, and my hair stood on end. Everyone's gaze turned in that direction. Through the pile of stones, a large eye emerged. The demon's shard. It was still alive. Damn, was my level too low? At this point, it's only the early part of episode 1. Rodin and Luna's levels are inevitably low. Naturally, their attack power would have been insufficient to CAK, Quagok? The demon's shard stood up, supported by black spikes. Its eye shimmered with madness. Do you think I will lose? Explosive magical energy and the crimson earth resettling beneath it. About 2 squares of range in game terms. The triple overlap instant death rule is still in effect. The only changes were its position and health. Reviving from a different position. From now on, it's an unknown territory even for a seasoned player like me. I need to retreat. I was about to issue the retreat command, when a flash of blue-tinted black hair brushed past me. Hey up. It was Rodin. She reached the demon's shard in an instant and swung her sword. Her hand was already dyed purple. The first erosion had applied as soon as she swung. Kakang? Kwajik? Kup. Rodin groaned. Her speed was fast, but the attack was too straightforward. The attack was blocked by a barrier of spikes, and a couple of black spikes pierced through Rodin's arm and thigh. Kahihi. That looks painful. Don't worry, I'll send the rest soon. A second erosion overlapped on Rodin, her hands and face turning purple, her veins swelling as if they would burst at any moment. Luna. Before I could even speak, Luna was already running. Raymond and I ran too, but it's too late. Whether it's the continuing spike attack or the third erosion leading to instant death, there was no way for Rodin to avoid death. That's what I thought when. I won't be stopped by this. Rodin raised the sword she held in both hands above her head. At the same time, she adjusted her stance, aligning her left and right feet. Crunch. In the process, the spikes embedded in her arm and thigh broke. The eyes of the demon's shard filled with astonishment. This monster. Blood gushed out, but Rodin ignored it and moved into her next stance. The middle stance, a fundamental of swordsmanship. From there, she raised her sword above her head. I then realized what Rodin was trying to do. To the people of the Lucid family. Rodin's voice. No, her firm vow echoed in the cavity. I quickly kicked Raymond, who was running beside me, and threw myself at Luna in front of me, embracing her. A second defeat is not permitted. As Rodin's eyes shone, she brought down her sword. Yes, that's it. The fourth secret technique of the Lucid family. Sky Splitter. Rodin swung her sword, but nothing happened. Instead, a profound silence filled the air. A quiet so unusual it felt strange. What is this? Creak. Those were the last words left by the demon's shard in this world at novel bin at. As it opened its mouth, its body split in half. And then, a storm raged through the cavity. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Ugh. The first thing I saw when I opened my eyes was Luna's face. Looking at her breathing softly in her sleep, she was irresistibly cute. If only she was this quiet all the time. I pinched Luna's cheek, and she let out a small moan. Feeling satisfied with my little revenge, I got up. A blue window appeared before me. You have cleared the hidden quest, defeat the demon's shard. As a reward, you receive 300 EXP and 30 gold. You have been awarded the title, the one who mopped the floor with a demon. The one who mopped the floor with a demon. Demons you encounter will fear you in multiple ways. All stats of demons you face 3. Getting a title 2. I'm lucky. This game allows stacking of titles. The more, the better. Looking at the quest completion, it seems like the demon's shard is definitely dead. I looked around. Next to Luna was Raymond, and beside him was a parrot. Kahyuk. Kahak. The parrot was breathing heavily. Its wounds were completely healed. Did Rodin heal it? But it's not in good shape. This world, being a game, has items like potions. As a noble of a renowned family, Rodin would naturally carry them. But this is a problem. Divine imitation. The hidden piece I sought, a skill. This skill is completed by the death of the parrot. What does that mean? In the game, the player clears the demon's shard, and at the same time, the parrot falls asleep beside Luterus. The parrot, already living beyond its average lifespan. A natural death due to aging, but also an inevitable sacrifice for the completion of a touching story. Thus, the parrot dies. But now, it's too different from the game. Not only did it take a hit for me, but the demon's shard resurrected. Lucid Family's final secret technique, which was supposed to be available only in the latter part of the episode. Everything has changed too much. What happens to the hidden piece now? A complicated situation in many ways. That's when I was scratching my head. It was Rodin the Lucid. Her clothes were torn here and there, to the point where it seemed better to take off her stockings. I took out a coat from the pocket dimension and handed it to her. Thank you. The coat was large enough to cover Rodin's thighs. She buttoned up the coat all the way. I've taken care of the wounds. The exit is over there. Keek, are you alright? It was nothing compared to the real erosion. It's highly likely it was a prototype, just like you said. There was also a place that looked like a laboratory over there. I nodded in agreement. Rodin, who had been watching me intently, spoke. Zero, would you mind coming with me for a moment? I have something to discuss. But the emotion in her eyes was strange for such a request. Could it be a confession? I am an attractive man, but that would be problematic. The place Rodin led me to was where the remains of the demon's shard lay. It's neatly split in half. Not just it, the ground was also split in half. Is this the Sky Splitter technique? It's worthy of being called the Lucid Family's greatest skill. If Sky Splitter comes up during a potential gamble, I won't need another attack skill until the final boss. According to the information window, Rodin's family swordsmanship is Class C. A Class C Sky Splitter is this powerful, so Class S needs no further words. I didn't expect Sky Splitter, which is unlocked after Episode 5, to be used here. That's impressive power. Why didn't you use it from the start? I wasn't confident I could control it. It's a skill I learned by observation, and I didn't have permission. Rodlin's arms and legs trembled slightly. It must be a skill that puts a lot of strain on the user. Oh, I almost forgot. I approached the demon's shard and reached out my hand. A hidden piece obtained from the transparent slime. It was to use predation. The skills the demon's shard possessed were spatial dominance, erosion, demon magic, and corrosion. Luckily, they were all useful skills. Which skill would I get this time? Through the power of predation, you acquire the spatial dominance skill. Its grade is lowered to F. Not bad. A skill that inflates stats and increases the efficiency and power of other skills. Though it's class F, so the space I can dominate is limited and the efficiency isn't great. But it's a good skill for me who can see the future. I was smiling pleasantly when it happened. Swoosh dash. A cold blade touched my neck. It was Rodlin's sword. I naturally raised my hands above my head. What did you just do? What do you mean? Didn't you just do something to the corpse of the demon? I saw it all. The black fragment entering your body. Was there an effect to predation? Or was it a unique effect when stealing a skill from a demon? Of course, now wasn't the time to ponder over that. Keek, it's a secret. Don't try to gloss over it. You've been suspicious from the start. What do you mean? The way you effortlessly solved the demon's trial, and the conversation you had with it was too natural. As if you knew it all beforehand. She was referring to the conversation I had with the demon's shard before the battle. Keek, it was an act to extract information, you know that, right? You used the term that person. That implies there's someone both of you know. What does a prototype of erosion imply? It means someone artificially created it. That's why I used the term that person. But you seemed quite familiar with it. The way you instantly proposed strategies, and how you involved me in the process. You. Rodlin's eyes shone coldly. What exactly are you? Rodlin's gaze and presence were quite formidable. Is this why I was summoned here? Not a confession. Disappointing, yet a relief. There's a risk of losing my head, but I wasn't nervous. Convincing Rodlin? No. Deceiving her isn't so difficult. To persuade Rodlin, logic is important, but emotional persuasion is more critical. After all, she's a typical tough on the outside, soft on the inside character. Keek, Senior. Do you remember when we first met? I do. The way people looked at me from a distance, like I was an animal in a zoo. Rodlin must have seen it too. Not everyone is like you. Living with this sort of appearance, one encounters many things. The demon showing familiarity towards me was one of those things. That's why I acted friendly to catch it off guard. Huh? That sounds like a confession of meeting many demons in your life. Yes, that's right. Numerous demons have tempted me, urging me to kill those wretched humans who discriminate based on appearance. Rodlin flinched. Partly because of my shouting, but also because meeting and conversing with demons is enough reason to be burned at the stake. Confessing my encounters with demons, I've now placed my life in Rodlin's hands. Anyone else might have been overjoyed, but not Rodlin. It must be a burden. So much that she'd want to let go immediately. That's why I could easily solve the demon's riddle and devise strategies to win against them. I can't believe it. Everyone who has encountered demons numerous times and survived has been seduced by demons, bringing chaos to the continent. Was she recalling that fact? Rodlin's sword tensed. Demons aren't beings one encounters easily. Entities that prey on the gaps in human hearts. Meeting demons frequently implies a high chance of falling for their temptations. But who reported the discovery of the demon's trace and wanted to investigate? You. Who extracted information from the demon's shard and cooperated in killing it? You. Who took all the attacks at the last moment, giving us a chance? You. And still, you doubt me? Just because the demon felt familiar with me. I took a big step forward. Blood from my neck flowed down the blade. Rodlin trembled and stepped back. You are not the only one that hates demons. I do too, Rodlin. She remained silent, but that must have been enough for her. Being the soft-hearted person she is, she was likely convinced. The moment she stepped back marked the end. Click dash. A clean sheathing of the sword. It was as good as admitting her defeat. Anyway, what I just did was part of the investigation. The corpse of the demon is a big help. A nice excuse. Though I may have lost some favor, it doesn't matter. A suspicious guy and the vice president of the student council. Our relationship is just fine as it is. With a troubled look, Rodlin brushed back her hair. For now, it's hard to judge. I'll withhold any decision on your fate. That's an honor. Don't be sarcastic. And stop with the exaggerated claims of meeting demons multiple times. If someone else heard, you'd have been arrested on the spot. Is she choosing to overlook it for now? Rodlin pulled out a potion, soaked a handkerchief with it, and applied it to my neck. Remember, I'm always watching you. Contrary to her words, her eyes were filled with regret. Though I might have lost some favor, it seems not too much. I wish she'd lose interest in me. It would make things easier. What kind of trouble should I cause next to decrease her favor? The thought alone makes my heart flutter. Is it time to seriously consider making a confession? Zero, come here. Something's wrong with the parrot. Luna's urgent cry came from afar. When I rushed over, Luna wasn't the only one awake. Raymond was circling the parrot, not knowing what to do. Zero, hurry up. Parrot. Parrot. Luna, calm down. And what do you mean by the parrot? Who are you talking about? Parrot? My friend. Luna yelled. She seems to have already given it a nickname. Calling a parrot Parrot. TL note, basically, she's calling the parrot, Parrot. This doesn't make sense in English, but in Korean, is used for birds, so it's basically parrot bird. But now she's just calling it parrot, which indicates that it's a name. In Korean, it went from Aang Musai to Aang Mu. Her naming sense is quite poor. Do something? Parrot is in pain. Has she already built such memories? Tears were streaming down her face. I carefully checked the parrot's condition, but there was nothing I could do. The treatment has already been completed. I touched my neck. The wound Rodin had just made on my neck. Though it was a deep cut enough to bleed, it had healed very cleanly. It must have been treated with a high-grade potion. Given Rodin's personality, it's highly likely she used the same on the parrot. Meaning, the reason for the parrot's poor condition isn't just a simple injury. Aging, stress from physical shock, the sense of loss after achieving its life's goal of revenge. All these factors have combined. Or else, this is the role given to the parrot. This was the most likely scenario. A developer's trick to end the story emotionally. Friend. The parrot struggled to speak. But it wasn't me who answered. Luna pushed me aside and said, "Yes, parrot." Sob. "I'm here." The parrot sharply turned its head to the other side. Even in its near-death state, it refused to acknowledge Luna as a friend. It deserved a statue in its honor. Parrot. Of course, Luna was clueless. She hugged the parrot and buried her face in it, crying. "I worried it might die sooner like this. Luna, please calm down. This will lead to trouble." "How can I calm down when my friend is dying?" "I don't think the parrot sees it that way." "What?" Luna's eyes widened, then she stared straight at the parrot, as if asking if that was true. The parrot pretended to be in pain and avoided her gaze. Then Luna muttered, "I have to ask directly." "Directly? Ask whom?" "I'll have to meet Hades and ask." "Meet the god of death?" It's difficult enough to meet him, but she wants to ask if Parrot considered me a friend. She's lost her mind. "What will you do when you meet him?" "Ask him to revive Parrot. If he refuses, I'll cut off his head." "Ah, I see. So, she thinks she can revive the parrot? Is she serious right now? Parrot has to consider me a friend? It protected me, even sacrificed itself." "No, the parrot protected me, not you. What on earth is happening in your mind? You must let go when it's time. That's being an adult." "No, I'm going. I'll bring my friend Parrot back." She really seems determined. Did the parrot sense the same thing? The parrot cried out urgently. Friend. Sob. Parrot. The parrot declared Luna its friend. Is it just my misconception that it's pleading to be let go? At novel bin at. Did I befriend someone dangerous? Both Raymond's reaction when I called him best friend and now, Luna's obsession with friends is terrifying. "My friend, you mustn't be in pain." Luna hugged the parrot tightly and sobbed. Seeing that, even Rodin sniffled. Her eyes were red, trying to hold back tears. Such a beautiful friendship. Really? If that's the case, I'm the strange one. It was time for a serious consideration on whether my mental defense skill blocks even the emotion of being moved. K-hyuk. The parrot coughed up black blood. At the same time, his complexion gradually turned pale. Zero. Do something. It was then that the parrot was passed to me. But even for an expert like me, there was no clear solution. The only thing I can do is grant his wish. What this child wished for was to find rest beside his friend. I stroked the parrot and headed towards where Luterus' remains were. Friend. The parrot left my embrace and settled next to Luterus. Then it turned to look at us. Was it a feeling of regret for parting, or perhaps a final farewell? Or maybe it was a sign of apology for drawing us into this. But the parrot didn't need to have such feelings. Rest in peace, friend. It was an honor to be the friend of heroes, even for a short while. In the game, Luterus is referred to as a hero, but I always thought differently. There are two heroes. One person and one heroic animal. Friend. The parrot's eyes slowly closed. And soon, it stopped moving altogether. At that moment, a blue window popped up before me. You have satisfied a special condition. You have acquired the copycat skill. Copycat, F. You can imitate voices quite accurately. You have satisfied a special condition. Mimic and copycat will be combined. Congratulations! You have acquired the divine imitation skill. Divine imitation, S. You can imitate and use skills you have seen with your eyes. You can store and use up to 3 skills, 3/3. The grade of the imitated skills is fixed at A. However, skills that require special conditions can only be used when those conditions are met. Current imitated skills, Demon Magic, 1 Flash, Sky Splitter. After a hard struggle, I finally got the skill I wanted. One of the overpowered skills at that. But I can't say I'm happy. The story of the parrot and Luterus was one of my favorite side stories. Not just because the reward skill was extremely good, but also because it was an emotionally stirring story. A story played thousands of times. But seeing it unfold before my eyes felt strange. The parrot throwing itself was also a first. You have satisfied a special condition. You have acquired Feather of a Friend. Suddenly, a feather of the parrot appeared in my hand. Feather of a Friend. I've never seen such an item before. It looked like an ordinary feather at first glance. It seemed impossible to use it right away. Someday, there might be a use for it. After storing it deep in my pocket dimension, I was lost in thought. A hidden piece of the story, placed by the game developers. A hidden piece. Cleaning the eroded land with the clean skill, the sacrifice of the parrot, and the feather of a friend I just received. One of them must have been it. Then, maybe there's more to the story. That was the end of Ludorus and the Parrot's story. But I felt like there was more I could do. I had that feeling. Ludorus' tattered clothes. Something could be seen through the gaps. A photo. Dozens of photos of Ludorus with the parrot. The locations and compositions varied, but there was one commonality. Maybe this could work. I was organizing the photos when Rodin urgently spoke to me. Zero, you shouldn't touch it recklessly. Until the investigation team has finished. It's just a photo, isn't it? Still, it's not allowed. Not unless there's a special reason. A special reason. What if it's to be delivered to his family, his next of kin? Next of kin? If that's the case, it might be possible. But he's a student whose records have been erased from the student body. It won't be easy to find his family. You have satisfied a special condition. You can carry Ludorus' belongings. It might be a meaningless action. It might be a waste of time. But, let's go together. Where to? To someone who's waiting. Someone still desperately waiting for the hero's return. One person. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Kiahi, what brings you folks here? Came for another part-time job. The clown in the square in front of the academy. His face was filled with smiles today as well. Many people speculated that the clown and Ludorus were father and son. Not just because he gives the mimic skill that evolves into divine imitation, but mainly because the story starts with the clown. But no one ever found out. Even when I came to him after defeating the demon's shard, he only laughed, never giving a straight answer. Always the same repeated dialogue. But I wanted to let him know. No, I wanted to change it. The ending of this story. What did you say was the reason you do this? For the children's laughter. Kiahi? Embarrassing to say, but that's all there is to it. The clown laughed awkwardly, as if feeling bashful. Indeed, he resembled him. The laughter, the thoughts, and the heart. There was someone who resembled you. No, perhaps I should say someone exactly like you. I handed him the photos I got from Ludorus' belongings. The clown's eyes widened. The smile that seemed like it would never fade, that was always on his face, disappeared completely. Ludorus saved numerous lives. You might think it was a sacrifice unknown to anyone, but it's not. Many people remember Ludorus. We here, the gamers around the world who played Hero of the Academy. And you. All of us know Ludorus. A child who dreamed of being a hero. A child who never succumbed to bullying. A child who cherished his friend. A child who did not hesitate to sacrifice his own life. Ludorus is, no, your son is truly the hero of the academy. Luna and Raymond began to cry profusely. A soldier doesn't cry. Contrary to her words, Rodlin's eyes were red and swollen. She was obviously trying hard to hold back her tears. I see. My son, he finally achieved his dream. The clown, staring blankly at the photo, murmured. Was my son happy? Of course. How do you know that? I know. I can know. Not because I played the game thousands of times. Ludorus certainly had a happy life at the academy. Dozens of photos of Ludorus with the parrot. Time, composition, location. All different, but one thing always the same. Isn't he smiling brightly? Finally, a smile bloomed on the clown's gloomy face. More than ever before. A smile full of happiness at novel bin at. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Parrot's diary number 8. My body feels utterly weak. I sense that death is near. It hurts, but it's not unbearable. A strange thing, really. Did I realize the end was approaching? The kids each say something as they see me off. Rest in peace, friend. It was an honor to be friends with heroes, even for a short while. A hero. Is that so? Have I also become a hero? I made a good friend, got revenge, became a hero, and have kids crying for me when I die. Not a bad life, I guess. Friend. Ludorus remains. I lay down next to them and closed my eyes. Ludorus, you know, I made other friends besides you. The mysterious Kid Zero, the small but strong Raymond, Rodin who has been protecting me since last year, and I slowly opened my eyes. There she was, as if about to rush towards me. Was her name Luna? Right. Pink hair. You're a friend too, let's say. After all, friendship isn't such a difficult relationship. Right, friend? Of course. A voice I've been imagining for over 20 years. Startled, I opened my eyes. There he was. Ludorus stood before me. Ludorus. I see. You were waiting for me too. Of course, we're friends. Hurry up. There are so many worlds that heroes need to protect. Yes, we are friends. We are heroes. Spreading my wings, I flew. Thus, we embarked on a new adventure. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. And so, I request that the family's investigation team be dispatched. Rodin added a bit more explanation about the demon's shard. A magical crystal that allows communication over long distances. There, resembling Rodlin's hair, sat a man. With blue-tinged black hair and eyes full of resolve. The current head of the Lucid family, Luc de Lucid, the Duke. An erosion with its own will. Yes, Lord. Luc de Lucid is Rodlin's father. But Rodin always used the formal title Lord for him. A traditional military family that has protected the Empire's frontiers for hundreds of years. For Rodin, raised in such an environment, the titles Dad and Father felt emotionally distant. It wasn't always like this. She didn't remember well, but at some point, the title Lord had become fixed. It also meant that there was a distance between father and daughter. Among the Lucid siblings, several use the title Lord, but they are those who have earned the right to stand beside Duke Luke. It means they are recognized as his children. The word is the same, Lord, but the meaning is different. Currently, Rodin is the only one who cannot enter the land of erosion. When will she be recognized by her father? Focus. Now is not the time to think about this. Rodin shook her head and regained her focus. While Zero and his group returned to the dormitory for a break, Rodin couldn't afford such luxury. Preserving the crime scene, writing reports, organizing stakeholders, interviews, and drafting plans for post-incident processing. Even amidst the hectic activity, she had requested a meeting with her family. Duke Luke was always busy, so it was only now, at dawn, that she could secure some time. If it hadn't been related to the demon, even this meeting would have been impossible. She began her report immediately. No need for pleasantries like asking if he's okay. As long as the neck and limbs are intact, it means nothing happened. That was the Lucid family's way of inquiring after someone's well-being. A prototype of erosion, so it's confirmed. Erosion was initially created as a being with a will. It seems so. It was quite a talkative creature. Information gleaned through Zero's acting. Something is being plotted in the White Plains. The demon's shard went dormant 20 years ago. An old piece of information, but invaluable for the Lucid family. The probability that the erosion started from the White Plains is high. Yes. The snowy plains in the northeast. Something there is causing the erosion. Erosion devours the land, continuously expanding its reach. There seemed to be no limit to its expansion. But Duke Luke knew something. There is nothing in this world without a weakness. A 9-star knight, a sword master, Duke Luke. The first thing he realized upon reaching this realm. Everything in the world has its logic and lives in harmony. And one of the biggest reasons for this harmony, survival. To hide or block one's weaknesses, they harmonize with other things. But erosion is different. It devours and destroys everything by itself. A being that defies the logic of the world. Duke Luke had always believed that erosion must have a weakness. Sacred power is a weakness, but there must be something fundamental. The priests are already overwhelmed just by preventing the spread of erosion. Having organized his thoughts, he spoke. The erosion disappeared after killing the creature known as the demon's shard, you said? Yes, Lord. What if the erosion at Pascal also has a starting point? If something at that starting point is removed, might all the erosion entrenched in Pascal also disappear? The erosion caused by the demon's shard and the erosion in Pascal are clearly different. But the possibility was sufficient. It's worth investigating then. You've done well, Rodin. To hear words of appreciation from her father, Rodin was overwhelmed with emotion. It's about time for the meeting. Dispatching the investigation team and researching the White Plains. Anything else you need? Excitement tinged Duke Luke's voice. Perhaps that was why. Rodin, feeling invigorated without realizing, spoke. Lord, actually, what Rodin brought up was about Luterus and the Parrot. A story irrelevant to the Lucid family, and potentially even bothersome. Duke Luke silently listened to Rodin's story. So, I wanted to erect a gravestone for Luterus and the Parrot. You were refused, weren't you? Yes. Rodin wanted to illuminate Luterus' sacrifice and past deeds, to honor him. But she was refused, not only for the gravestone but also compensation for his father. It wasn't during my time, was it? What's this about a parrot? And who said to contact me on the weekend? Those were Principal Dwinner's words. Rodin might be famous, but she's just the vice president of the student council at best. Handling matters without the principal's permission was impossible. TCH, damned fool. That man is a disgrace to nobility. Duke Luke also knew about Dwinner. He was consistently among the top 3 most incompetent nobles in the empire. But, Rodin, there's nothing we can do about that. You understand why, don't you? Because of a lack of justification. Rodin clenched her fists. She knew, which is why she hadn't intended to speak of it. But she got carried away and blurted it out. Such a foolish mistake. Exactly. Using the family's power, offering appropriate compensation, and erecting a small gravestone would be easy. But do you think that's the right thing to do? Correcting past wrongs, doing something just and valuable. But the process is the problem. It would mean using the family's power and prestige to pressure the academy. Rodin closed her eyes tightly. The Lucid family's reputation is high because they don't get involved in political issues and serve the empire faithfully. She couldn't use the honor built by her ancestors over hundreds of years for something like this. Even if it is the right thing to do. She clenched her fists tighter. It's difficult and painful to watch injustice and wrongdoings in front of her eyes and do nothing about it. We are a military family. Knowing when to overlook an injustice is also a virtue one must have as a member of the Lucid family. I trust you understand, being wise as you are. Yes, Lord. Contact me this time tomorrow. If there's any information you've forgotten, tell me then. The crystal darkened. Rodin sighed deeply, bringing up unnecessary matters. How foolish. But no matter how much she thought, there seemed to be no other way. Just a vice student council president. A lone figure without power at novel bin at. She couldn't expect support from her sophomore peers. Having power behind you means having to cater to their desires. Justification. If only the family had a perfect justification to pressure the academy. Rodin's night deepened with worries. Asterisk. Kakeek. Kakeek. Ah, shut up and eat your food. How long are you going to keep laughing like that? Clang? Luna's thrown spoon hit my head. But my laughter didn't stop. Even getting hit by a spoon, even being scolded, the world just seemed beautiful. Why, you ask? Divine imitation, S. You can mimic and use skills you've seen with your eyes. It's a state imbued with special power. You can store and use up to 5 skills, 5/5. However, the grade of the imitated skills is fixed at A. Current imitated skills: swordsmanship, earth flip, one flash, demon magic, sky splitter. Yes, the number of skills I can mimic increased from 3 to 5. An increase by 2. There was a hidden reward. Uncovering the relationship between the clown and Ludorus. It was just a veteran's curiosity, but it returned such a huge reward. I couldn't help but feel elated. The overpowered skill has become even more overpowered. Why divine imitation is called an overpowered skill? Because it can mimic even the secret techniques of each family. Of course, there are penalties. First, you can only mimic skills you've seen with your eyes. Second, if it's a mana-consuming skill, you need enough mana to use it. The same goes for skills that require other special conditions. Third, in the case of secret techniques, only one can be mimicked. For example, Luna has a skill called Lester Family Style E, and Rodin has Lucid Family Style C. Ideally, if you mimic Lucid Family Style, you should be able to use all its secret techniques. But that's not the case. If it's Earth Flip, then Earth Flip, if it's Sky Splitter, then Sky Splitter. Each must be mimicked and used separately. Quite a painful penalty for a skill called overpowered. However, the skill is so good it makes the penalty seem laughable. Divine imitation can mimic even the final boss's skills. The problem is dying as soon as you see them. The fact that mimicked skills are all fixed at A grade becomes a significant penalty later on. But in the early stages, it's overpowered. As long as the conditions are met, I alone can spam A grade skills. The 5 skills I've chosen currently are as listed above. Originally, corrosion was in the place of swordsmanship, but I switched it to swordsmanship. Here again, the reason why divine imitation is an overpowered skill comes out. It can even equip passive skills like swordsmanship. I'll mimic the aura later. I imagined myself fighting, scattering sword energy. Just like my handsome face, a very cool image. Ah, Parrot died and you're just laughing, grumbling. Truth be told, Luna wasn't in a great mood. Her friend, Parrot, had entered eternal rest. Maybe that's why. She was only eating 2 bowls of rice. Normally, she eats 3 bowls as a standard. Keek, don't you need a question token? A question token I give to Luna whenever she helps me. But Luna, saying there's no need for such between friends, refused. Such a naive kid. How will she survive in this harsh world? Luna, lost in thought for a moment, spoke. I don't need a question token, but let's replace it with a wish token. A wish token? That's a bit. Shut it. You don't have the right to refuse. She's like a robber without a blade. No, she actually carries a blade, so a real robber? Turns out, the naive one wasn't Luna, but me. Don't die. Excuse me, don't die. If you die, I'll follow and kill you. Just so you know. Luna, looking embarrassed, bowed her head and ate her rice. It could be a touching statement. But from my perspective, she's no different from an obsessed stalker. No, don't follow me if I die. And definitely don't think about killing me. Maybe befriending Luna was the biggest mistake in this game. To die and then die again. What could be scarier? So, what are we doing today? Resting. How about changing our mood with some ice cream? Not bad. Contrary to her words, she seemed quite happy. Luna's body was wriggling with excitement. A good kid who's happy just to do something with me. The problem is she doesn't know the difference between a friend and a stalker. When will our Luna realize this fact? I'm seriously considering confessing just to make things clear. Then we can just be normal friends, right? Huh. Squeak. Somewhere, I heard Rodlin's horn sound. Even on this Sunday, she was diligent in guiding the students. But the horn sounds weak. Seems like something's up. You judge people's feelings by their horn sounds? Are you a pervert? But to my ears, it clearly sounded that way. Well, I have a rough idea why. Rodin, having spotted us, approached while blowing her horn. Unhealthy opposite-sex relationships are a reason for demerits. Her words dragged, and her body swayed. Her disciplinary badge was askew. Rodin looked utterly drained at first glance. You really are a pervert. Excuse me. Reacting to a horn sound as a sexual desire. Don't worry. I'm a great person who respects the preferences of friends. But contrary to her words, Luna was gradually moving away. She shouted from a distance not to worry, that our friendship is strong. And that's how I became a pervert. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Have one. Thanks. I'll pay you back next time, don't worry. Keek, there's no need. You helped me yesterday, too. No, I will definitely repay you. Rodin took a bite of the ice cream, turning her head away, seemingly embarrassed. She must be feeling overwhelmed, having forgotten her wallet and now accepting food from a junior. Such a tiresome personality. Rodin is too mature for her age. It wouldn't hurt her to act more her age. Well, I understand, though. The weight of the family Rodin carries. She couldn't escape her family even until the end of the game. Rodin delucid, discarded by her family but never abandoning it herself. In the later part of the game, there's an episode where she is betrayed and abandoned by her family. The handle of the sword was in Rodin's hands. She could have proven her innocence and turned her back on her family at any time. But Rodin always let go of the handle. The stigma of a traitor, the tarnished honor, the slave brand on her back. None of these broke Rodin's heart towards her family. No veteran player could ever change Rodin's heart. It would be the same this time. That's why I'm also planning to withdraw my interest. After all, my goal isn't Rodlin's salvation, but defeating the final boss. Rodin, even as a slave, plays a key role as a first-party member, so there's no problem. Such a fool. Rodin is walking into a thorny path by her own choice. All I can do for her is to provide brief respite like this. By the way, where did Miss Luna go? She said she needed to do some mental training to maintain her friendship. Rodin looked puzzled, as if she didn't understand what that meant. A natural reaction. I couldn't understand Luna either. Being unable to accept a friend who's a pervert because he reacts to horn sounds? I need more training, she said, starting to run, saying she might understand better after sweating it out. Even on a day off, doing mental training. Truly a model student. I should reflect too. Perhaps she rationalized it with her own logic. Rodin jotted something down in her notebook. She's really severe, seriously. Keek, but it seems like you have something on your mind. It's nothing. Please tell me. Just sharing your worries can lighten your heart. I knew what was troubling Rodin. It was also related to the hidden piece I had obtained and the brief content connected to it. Actually, you see, Rodlin's story can be summarized as follows. She successfully restored Luterus's student record, but her proposal for an official announcement and memorial was rejected. It was exactly like the conversation she had in the game, and I knew very well how to resolve this matter. There's a strategy posted by a veteran player, but I listened carefully to every sentence, every word, because there were a few changes from when I played the game. In 3 days, Luterus's father will come to visit. His father? Yes. Not only to receive an apology, but they should also prepare a proper compensation. Luterus's father. He is the clown in the village. His visit to the academy was unprecedented in the game. Normally, this episode would end with the restoration of Luterus's student record. Using the veteran player's strategy, she could even erect a tombstone. But that was supposed to be all, the end. Is it because it became known that Luterus and the clown are father and son? From here on, it's uncharted territory for her. It's unclear what hidden piece this might lead to, but I have a hunch. It's the first time the clown visits the academy, but I had a strong sense of what to do, creating the most advantageous situation for him. That was likely to lead to the best outcome. I might even get a hidden reward. A hidden piece within a hidden piece. It's tantalizing. I decided to use the veteran player's knowledge first, persuading Duke Luke to erect a tombstone for Luterus. That part of the strategy was already public. Keek, isn't it simple to use your family's power to pressure them? Watch your words. Such acts are for scoundrels only. Should we fear losing honor for doing the right thing? So that's how the Lucid family built its honor. Rodlin's eyes sharpened. She was truly angry. For her, the family was more precious than her own life. But my tongue didn't stop. Isn't that so? Afraid of dishonor, you choose to ignore this injustice. Even the noble Lucid family is no different from other nobles. You better watch your mouth. I've seen many lose their heads for less. Keek, is that so? That's a bit frightening. I stood up. Rodin was emitting an aura as if she was about to draw her sword. As I walked past Rodin, I slowly said my last sentence. Embracing dishonor, that is the true honor. No response came. But with this hint alone, Rodin would be able to understand. Even in the game, this much conversation was enough. I left Rodin lost in thought and headed to the dormitory. Sigh. Late at night, as dawn was nearing, Rodin, looking at the crystal communicator, let out a deep sigh. Is there no way? No, in fact, Rodin had found a way. A perfect excuse for the family to intervene in the academy's affairs. Tap, tap. The student record book on the office desk. Rodlin's fingernails kept tapping on the student record book. The odd thing was, the color of the student record book had faded considerably. That was to be expected. This student record book was 20 years old. Chuck dash. The student record book was opened by Rodlin's hand. There, she saw a face she knew well. Thud dash. The student record book closed again. Rodlin's fingernails tapped on the student record book once more. A behavior she had been repeating dozens of times. But Rodin was unaware of that fact. It was proof of the seriousness of her dilemma. Rodin, can you hear me? Greetings to the Lord. Enough with the greetings. So, have you come up with something new? Rodin reported in detail, step by step. In the midst of confusion, a few pieces of information that had not been conveyed were finally delivered. Duke Luke nodded. I see. The investigation team departed yesterday at dawn. They should arrive in about a week. Until then, I entrust the preservation of the scene to you. Yes, Lord. Don't worry. Right, it's late. You should get some sleep tonight. It was now time for Rodin to say her final words and end the communication. Just as Rodin was about to bid farewell, Zero's words echoed in her head. Embracing dishonor, that is the true honor. Rodin clenched her fists tightly. Opportunities to speak like this with Duke Luke were rare. Maybe he will be disappointed in me. No, he will definitely be disappointed. But she had to be brave. Even if it led to the same result as yesterday, even if it meant falling out of favor with Duke Luke, she had to be brave. The only one who could restore Luterus and the Parrot troops' honor was herself. Just one person. Lord, there is something I must say. Have you thought of something else? No, it concerns the treatment of Luterus. I thought we finished discussing that yesterday. Have you forgotten already? Or has your mind dulled? Duke Luke's eyes turned cold. It was frightening. But not as much as she had expected. Once she had spoken out, there was no turning back. but she was convinced it was the right thing to do. There is a justification. A reason for the family to intervene in the academy. Speak. Rodin spread out the student record book. 20 years ago, the student record book from that time. There was a member of the Lucid family listed. 20 years ago? Then that would mean. Yes, that's right. It's your eldest daughter. Rodin's finger pointed to a photo of a young girl. Black hair with a hint of blue. A model student-style girl wearing glasses. Lucia de Lucid. Duke Luke's eldest and Rodin's older sister. Why was she suddenly bringing up that name? After a moment of thought, Duke Luke's face filled with shock. He had realized what Rodin was thinking. Rodin, you don't mean. Yes, that's right. I intend to accuse my older sister. And the reason for this accusation? For failing to protect a junior. Not only failing to protect a student but also not even realizing they had gone missing. That's a disqualification as a soldier. It was far-fetched. Ridiculously so. If another family had brought this up, it would have backfired. But to accuse a member of the proud Lucid family from within, that changes the narrative. There will have to be a re-investigation, and a memorial for the victim. The academy would have no choice but to accept the Lucid family's intervention. The Lucid family admitting their mistake and seeking forgiveness. In such a situation, not supporting them would backfire on the academy. Of course, apologies and related expenses will have to be borne by our family. But the real issue is something else. Compensation and the cost of erecting a memorial. Considering the wealth of the Lucid family, it's nothing significant. The problem arises from accusing a member of the same family and reproaching the wrongdoer, and the youngest accusing the eldest. A disgrace to the family. It's like cannibalizing oneself. Turning a family member into an enemy is a dangerous game. But if it restores Ludorus's honor, the forgotten hero's honor is preserved. And at the same time, the honor of the Lucid family is elevated even higher. The Lucid family punishes those who do wrong, even if they are from the same family. This phrase would be etched in the minds of everyone in the empire. People would unanimously praise the Lucid family. It's not an easy thing to do, especially if it's one of the noble families, a pillar of the empire. Embracing dishonor. Could that not be the true honor? Haha. Embracing dishonor to achieve a higher honor. What a crazy strategy. The only one to bear the dishonor is the eldest, Lucia. And that too, only for a short while. Having finished speaking, Rodin bowed her head deeply. The decision to accuse a family member was not an easy one for her, especially since it was her eldest sister, who always cared for her. I will apologize to my older sister personally. There's a flaw in your words. If it's about correcting a wrong, why would you apologize? That's because. Rodin faltered. Duke Luke could discern two things here. First, Rodin had a stronger character than he thought. And secondly, who is it? Pardon. Rodin, this isn't a strategy you could come up with. Rodin is a child of integrity, unfamiliar with shortcuts. After spending a year at the academy, she barely grasped the concept of flexibility, indicating the level of her integrity. And to think of such a clever plan as soon as she became a sophomore. That's impossible. Duke Luke knew well Rodin's feelings towards the family. A child who is anxious even about the slightest scratch on the family's honor. Would such a child think of a premise that embraces dishonor for the family? It's impossible. Someone must have advised her. No, it's not like that. I thought of this. Who is it? I'm asking for the second time. It was a warning that his patience was at its limit. Rodin closed her eyes tightly. It's Zero, Lord. Zero? The one who played a significant role in tackling the demon's shard. Yes, that's right. Zero also solved two of the demon's tricks. Normally, the conversation would have ended there. But Zero's appearance and ominous aura. The hidden piece activated by revealing the relationship between Ludorus and the clown. Rodin's fondness for Zero. These three factors triggered a new hidden piece. His appearance aside, he's proficient in demonic language. Plus, coming up with such a strategy at his age, it's suspicious. No, it's not. He has exceptional deductive skills. He found Ludorus's father and despite his appearance, he has a kind heart. Rodin stopped herself at novel bin at. She had unwittingly opposed the Duke, raising her voice. A brief silence ensued. Duke Luke was just as flustered. Sorry, I haven't been sleeping well lately. I made a mistake. You seem very tired. Get some rest. I'll contact the eldest about this. Then, I will take my leave, Lord. The crystal communicator darkened. Duke Luke, after watching it for a moment, spoke. Albert, prepare the announcement. We need to make it public as soon as morning breaks. Yes, my lord. Shall I contact the eldest lady? Yes, prepare an apology and explain the situation well. And tell her it's my order. Understood. With the Lord's command, there would be few who held a grudge against Rodin. Butler Albert left the office, closing the door behind him. There would be no mistake. He had been in sync with Duke Luke for over 40 years. Ludorus. A valuable individual lost. Duke Luke valued honor. The heroic spirit of Ludorus was enough to move his heart. From the beginning, he wanted to create even a small memorial for him. If only there was a sufficient reason. Though I discussed it with my vassals, I couldn't think of any way. But the youngest of the family, and that too the upright Rodin, thought of this method. Embracing dishonor. That is the true honor, indeed. Alone in the dimly lit office. Suddenly, Duke Luke burst into hollow laughter. It was because he remembered Rodin's demeanor just a moment ago. Not only had she brought a bizarre strategy, But she also stood her ground and boldly retorted to him, "The Lord. The growth of children is astonishingly fast. Duke Luke felt like he could sleep pleasantly tonight. Really, why is there such a fuss about erecting a tombstone for this?" The highest-ranking person at Anwood Academy, standing at the pinnacle, Principal Dwinner kept grumbling. An incident 20 years ago, where a student died at the academy. Admitting and recognizing the academy's fault was burdensome enough, but erecting a tombstone and offering compensation as if for a distinguished service was another matter. Ugh, the pain in the frontal lobe of my brain, struck by a demon 10 years ago, Dwinner groaned, clutching his head. Partially peeled off, somewhere in a corner of his head, there was actually a small wound there. That demon from back then comes to mind again. Such a brutal creature. The wound was Dwinner's pride, almost like a medal of honor. In truth, it was a wound he got from falling while watching others fight a demon. But since Dwinner fainted at the same time he fell, he firmly believed it was a wound inflicted by a demon. Cuckoo, let's calm down. The wound might reopen. That heinous demon, even in death, torments me. But I, Dwinner, will never be defeated. The demon would probably say, "Ah, that's a bit," and want to heal the wound himself, seeing such an overreaction and misunderstanding. Anyway, Dwinner continued walking through the forest. He had a secret place where he spent time whenever he was stressed. Oh, looking healthy today as well. A small pond hidden in the forest. Several carp there greeted him. Well, actually, it was the envelope in his hand. Right, weren't you cold last night? No one caught a cold. The carp opened their mouths and inhaled breadcrumbs. Watching them, Dwinner felt his brain pain, no, his stress, melt away like snow. Why am I here? Dwinner pondered. He was a noble, but not from a highly esteemed family. He had heard of a glorious time thanks to an ancestor who fought a great demon, but that was a long time ago. Currently, his family was in such a state that it wouldn't be strange if it collapsed any moment. Back when he was roaming noble parties to find a job, treading the path, I met Duke Aziz de Harazuz, one of the pillars of the empire, the Harazuz family. Duke Aziz, the current head, personally spoke to him. He had begged for any job, bowing low, and right after getting drunk and passing out the next day. An unfamiliar ceiling. The ceiling of the principal's office at Anwood Academy, naturally. Me, a fallen noble, waking up to find myself the principal of Anwood Academy, the empire's finest. I'd be cursed if I named a novel like this. But the fact that he had become the principal was an undeniable reality. So Dwinner. Cuckoo, surely he recognized my abilities. Truly, one of the pillars of the empire. It's the shell of a fallen noble that had prevented him from being recognized? It was those idiots who couldn't recognize a talent like him who were the problem? Having finished justifying himself, Dwinner resolved to perform excellently in his role as principal. But his life as principal was not easy. Ewin de Harazuz and Rodin de Lucid. Managing Ewin, the student council president, was tough enough, but it became harder after Rodin enrolled last year. A polite child usually, but once she starts working, she lights a fire in her eyes. If even one number or one letter is wrong, she would attack from both sides. If a signature was late, causing a delay in the schedule, he had to be confined in the principal's office for a week, working. It can be late sometimes. Not everyone has perfect handwriting, but Dwinner couldn't stand up to the two of them. Their outstanding abilities were one thing, but both came from very powerful families, so it was difficult to confront them. Even now, he had fled from the exhausting power struggle between Ewin, the student council president, and Rodin, the vice president. Ewin, he blatantly ignores me. But it was unavoidable. After all, it was Duke Aziz de Harazuz who had placed him here. Ewin is the grandson of the Harazuz family. Therefore, he couldn't be treated recklessly. Knowing this, Ewin must have felt justified in his disrespectful behavior towards him. How frustrating, so frustrating. How did my family end up like this? Even Dwinner, with his exceptional abilities, found it difficult to tolerate the near-contemptuous disregard. It was while seeking peace of mind watching the carps that he noticed someone approaching from afar. A student? No one ever comes here. Had they lost their way? Soon, he could see the child's face. Eyes so small they were barely visible, like slits. Student, how did you get here? The path must have been rough. Keek, sorry. I have poor eyesight. The boy scratched his head. Did having small eyes mean poor eyesight too? Dear me, you should have been careful. I'll escort you back. Just wait a moment, I need to feed these guys first. A child with an ominous appearance and aura. However, Dwinner showed no particular reaction to him. He was rather dull and without much thought. Hehe, carps, snacks, student council, scary. The boy, observing Dwinner, seemed to have an idea, suddenly striking his palm with a fist and exclaimed, "Could you be Principal Dwinner? Huh? You know me, of course? Aren't you the great 18th principal of Anwood Academy?" The boy let out an admiring exclamation. It was only natural for Dwinner's shoulders to lift. Yes, I am the 18th principal, Dwinner. Pleased to meet you. What's your name? I'm Zero. It's surely a stroke of luck, meeting the heir of the Sagan family here. You know of my family. Keek, of course. How could I forget the great and grand Sagan family who defeated the 4th Legion commander Balapar 200 years ago? His voice was full of admiration. Dwinner swelled with pride unknowingly. Well, an ancestor did kill a demon minion. To call the Legion commander a minion? Truly the heir of the Sagan family. HMHM, those demons are nothing special. I myself battled dozens of them 10 years ago. This scar is from that time. Dwinner nonchalantly showed a scar on his head. Zero exclaimed in admiration again. He knows my family. A true student. How wonderful it would be to have such an excellent student by his side, instead of Ewin and Rodin. He wanted to bring him to the student council immediately, but it was impossible. It was certain Ewin and Rodin would interfere from both sides. I can't drag this child into that hell because of my greed. KRHM. The principal was ready to sacrifice himself for the sake of a student. Dwinner felt like he could cry at his own noble sacrifice. Keek, but, you seem to be troubled. Is something bothering you? Well, there are various issues when you're in this position. There are those who ignore me. What? What? Ignore you? Who are these ungrateful wretches? I'll go and teach them a lesson right now. Zero seemed ready to dash off immediately. Dwinner had to stop him. Thus, Dwinner was weak to flattery. Because, until now, no one had ever flattered him. Of course, Zero's skill at flattery played a role too. Sway sway. Tinkle tinkle. Bounce bounce. Zero's extreme flattery nearly cracked Dwinner up. Ultimately, he ended up mentioning the very issue that was causing him such a headache. Actually, there's something that's been troubling me lately. What's bothering you? I have to provide compensation to a student who died 20 years ago. It wasn't even during my time as principal. Moreover, the Lucid family had issued an apology that very morning. Even though the Lucids said they would pay all the compensation, it's the academy's prestige that's taking a hit. A student had died at an academy meant for teaching, and they didn't know about it for 20 years? It was enough to make one want to be stoned to death. He might even have to step down from this position he had earned through his abilities. But that's not the only problem. Ewin wanted to quietly brush it off as a mistake from the past. Rodin hoped they would apologize together, considering her family's involvement. Honestly, Dwinner wanted to side with Ewin at novel bin at. But now that the Lucids have made it public, we have to align our steps too. Why did such an incident have to happen while he was the principal? It was then that his head wound began to throb. The boy named Zero opened his mouth. What a moving story. Huh. To take upon yourself the filth for the honor of a student, even though it wasn't during your time. What a deeply moving story. Is it? To bear dishonor, that is the true teaching of honor? I am genuinely moved. Dwinner's ears fluttered. To bear dishonor. Somehow, it sounded like a magnificent phrase. Is it? Well, it seems right. Willingly bearing dishonor. This is the mark of a great principal. But Zero's words didn't end there. The Emperor might even bestow a reward on you. Such a great principal, I would have definitely given one. Your name might even be recorded in the Imperial Chronicles. As an outstanding educator of the era. His name in the Imperial Chronicles? Dwinner's ears visibly twitched. Yes, that's what he should do. Especially since the Lucids had already made a move, he had no choice but to align with them. First, I should report to Duke Aziz. You're not seeking someone's permission, are you? That's what incompetent people do. Incompetent. The word Dwinner hated the most. Conversely, the word he loved the most was competent. With your position as principal, you should be able to handle such decisions without reporting. Acting first and reporting later eases the superiors. That's what a competent person does. Competent. Yes, Principal Dwinner, you're competent. That's right. I'm a competent principal. I just remembered something I need to take care of. I'll be going now. Dwinner started to run off hastily. Zero, watching his back, muttered. Cookeek, just as planned. A smile crept onto the boy's lips. A very, very wicked smile. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Principal, where did you go off to again? As soon as Dwinner returned to his office, Ewin shot at him. Partly because there were documents 30 centimeters high waiting for his signature. As I said earlier, an official apology from the academy is impossible. President, a person died at the academy. An apology is mandatory, compensation comes next. Crackle, invisible sparks flew between Ewin and Rodin. Dwinner, who had fled outside earlier due to the suffocating atmosphere, felt choked up again. But now, I'm okay. Because the boy named Zero had given him courage. Prepare to draft the apology. You've made the right decision. An apology is absolutely impossible. What? Prepare the apology. We'll also prepare for a reinvestigation and compensation, and a tombstone with a distinction befitting a contributor. Dwinner's bombshell statement came out of nowhere. A brief silence fell in the office. Rodin tilted her head, wondering if she had heard correctly. Ayan immediately objected. How can we officially acknowledge that someone died at the academy? It would tarnish the academy's reputation, not to mention the principal's honor. Normally, he would have immediately averted his gaze and fled. But today's Dwinner was different. Ayan, I think a bit differently. Embracing dishonor? No, bearing it. Could that not be true honor? Such a profound statement coming from Dwinner's mouth. And what about the deep meaning it contained? Is that really the parachuted in Dwinner? Ayan couldn't believe it, but soon nodded in agreement. It must be advice from my father or grandfather. Then I should follow it. It means the calculations are done above. A task to elevate the honor of the Lucid family. There must be a good reason to push for this. That's what Ayan concluded. There's no helping it. We'll proceed that way. Ayan reached this conclusion after much thought, but to Dwinner, it seemed like an acknowledgement of his competence. Why not? Let's also erect a statue. The location will be the Tomb of the Holy Sword, and the title, The Spirit of Two Heroes. What do you think, Miss Rodin? A statue too? That sounds good. Miss Rodin, you said you met the bereaved family. Please convey my sincere feelings in my stead. Tell them about the compensation and the grave, and that we'll erect a statue of the two heroes. Oh, of course. I will surely convey the principal's sincerity. Rodin answered loudly, and Dwinner smiled contentedly. But Rodin was thinking something else. Embracing dishonor? No. Bearing it? Could that not be true honor? Is it a coincidence that it's similar to what Zero said? Could it be that this profound statement existed before, and both Zero and Dwinner quoted it? That must be it. Zero is not manipulating Principal Dwinner. Rodin thought it was time to read some books after a long while. This is Luterus belongings. Rodin presented a small box. Inside were Luterus worn clothes, a parrot's feather, a trophy, a certificate of appreciation, and a broken sword hilt. The clown carefully touched the clothes. Sorrow, anger, regret, mixed feelings, wistfulness. What were the emotions on his face? Unlike usual, he was neatly dressed and without his clown makeup. For Rodin, quick to notice, reading others' emotions was easier than eating. But she couldn't guess his feelings. Partly because the clown wore an inscrutable expression. Who am I to even dare? Who can understand and comfort the grief of a parent who lost their child? But one thing was certain. No mere words could ever express what he was feeling now. Parrot's feather has been enchanted for preservation. It will remain intact for 100 years unless seriously damaged. I see. There are also the trophy and certificate of appreciation. Rodin trailed off. What meaning does an award have after death? But she was doing her best to honor Luterus as a hero. That was a clear fact and Rodin's sincerity. The clown said nothing. Was he feeling a bit better, or preparing to reproach? It was unclear. But even in such a situation, work must be done. That was her assigned duty and role. The ashes will be interred in the National Cemetery of the Empire. A gravestone and statue are planned for the Academy. A hero's treatment. Thank you. The clown bowed his head. Rodin followed suit, bowing deeply. With that, the official briefing was complete. Rodin, not knowing what to do, spoke up. I apologize once again. Not knowing for 20 years, I can only say I'm sorry. It's all right. It's not your fault, Miss Rodin. You might not know, but back then, my older sister. I'm aware of that too. And that it wasn't her fault. Really, what could fellow students have done? Yet, the Lucid family showing such consideration means, there must be something I don't know about. Rodin was speechless. To be receiving consideration from the bereaved family, both as the Vice Student Council President and a military family member, she felt disqualified. By the way, I've felt this since I first saw you, but you rarely smile, Miss Rodin. Is now really the time to smile? Kiahi, is that so? Still, please smile. For me. Rodin forced an awkward smile on her lips. Seeing this, the clown smiled brightly. Children should smile to look beautiful. I'm not a child. To my eyes, you are a child. Maybe it's because you carry too many burdens. Children should be allowed to be children. Rodin had no choice but to hesitate. A child of a noble family, and a military family at that. Having to mature quickly since childhood, she was not used to being treated like a child. Miss Rodin, do you have something you want to do? Excuse me, do you have a dream? A dream? Did she ever have one? She wasn't sure. Her only wish was for the peace and well-being of the Empire. Realizing something, the clown nodded his head. As I thought. I hope you find your dream soon. Otherwise, you might break without even realizing it. Thank you. If fate allows, we'll meet again someday. With that, the clown put on his bowler hat. As he picked up the box of belongings, Rodin hurriedly spoke. If there's anything you wish, please tell me. My family has ordered to provide maximum support. What I wish for? I'd like Miss Rodin to have a dream, but that seems difficult for now. So, putting down the box, the clown raised both of his index fingers. Then, he pushed up the corners of his mouth with them. An artificially made smile. With that expression, he spoke. Your smile will be my reward. Excuse me. Smile. Luterus would surely want that. Haha. Again, Rodin forced an awkward smile. Seeing this, the clown completed his preparations to leave. That's enough. Thank you for preserving my son's honor. There's no need to follow me. I've received enough in return. Stay healthy, Miss Rodin. Click. The door closed quietly behind the clown. Rodin, about to follow, changed her mind. Maybe he needs some time alone. Everyone copes with grief differently. Then Rodin's eyes caught the mirror hanging next to the door. A fairly large mirror. Unknowingly, she stood in front of it. Dreams, and smiles. Words that don't seem to suit her. Her reflection in the mirror looked odd at first glance. Expressionless. Expressionless. Having grown up in a noble family, managing expressions had become a part of Rodin's life. Have I always been so expressionless? Scratching her head, Rodin raised both her index fingers. She put them to the corners of her mouth and lifted slightly. Haha. A strange smile. So awkward it was hard to look at. When was the last time she had seen herself smile? She couldn't remember. But it's good that she realized it now. Starting today, she should practice smiling. She needs to work on a natural smile. I'll be able to greet the family's guests. The clown said it's good for children to smile, but she's an adult. She must not bring shame to the family's honor. That's her duty and role. First, I need to find a natural smile. She moved the fingers on her lips this way and that. All the smiles seem awkward and strange. Kiahi. It was time to laugh out loud, like the clown. As the door burst open, someone about to enter stopped abruptly. It was Zero. I apologize. Click. The door closed gently again. Rodin looked back at the mirror. There she stood, her fingers to her lips, laughing ridiculously. Flush dash. Heat rose to her face, turning it bright red. Her face in the mirror turned as red as a beet. Not even knocking. Lack of manners. Rodin resolved to give a penalty point tomorrow. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Why was she doing that? I left the principal's office as if fleeing. I came to meet the clown, but was greeted by Rodin laughing bizarrely. I had never seen such an expression in the game before, and was genuinely confused. As an experienced player, there's a high chance that the hidden reward will come from the clown. Yes, I was searching for the clown. Whether it's a hidden story or reward, I need to meet him to find out. Could Rodin's strange smile be a hidden piece reward? The Vice Student Council President's secret hobby. I felt like I saw something I shouldn't have. Just then, I shivered. Oh, Zero. I was just looking for you. I turned towards the voice. It was the clown. Today, his face was clean, without any makeup. He was dressed in a neat suit. Keek, did your business go well? Yes, it did. Hero's treatment for Luterus, he must be pleased. The clown didn't look sad. Rather, he seemed relieved. Perhaps because he knew Luterus spent happy days with his friend, or because his dream was fulfilled. Did you need me for something? Yes. Would you accept this? The clown took something out of the box he was carrying. It was a sword hilt. Specifically, powerless sacred sword hilt, attack power? One of the 9 sacred swords made by the Sacred Kingdom. It lost its power after its owner died. Caution, it's in a severely damaged state. Handle with care. A sacred sword. Sacred sword. A sword made by the Sacred Kingdom to punish evil beings. After Luterus disappeared with the sacred sword 20 years ago, the Sacred Kingdom took 5 years to create the 10th sacred sword. It seems easy in words, but the astronomical cost incurred over 5 years is still affecting the kingdom's finances. The 10th sacred sword is currently in the Sacred Kingdom. So, the sword in my hand is the 9th sacred sword that Luterus pulled out, made 100 years ago. Well, only the hilt remains after the battle with the demon's shard. Still, it can't hurt to have it. I don't know where it might be used, but since it's given as an item, there must be a purpose for it. It won't hurt to keep it. I put the sacred sword hilt into my spatial storage. Is it okay for me to have this? Already keeping it and then asking, what's the point? Keek, did I do that? Kiahi, I like you, Zero. You have many childlike qualities. The clown's tone changed, back to how it was when we first met in the square. I knew then. He was planning to leave this place. Are you leaving? I must go. Now that I know my son was happy and will continue to be happy. What will you do now? What will I do? Well, obviously. The clown's hands fluttered like a gentle breeze. His face was quickly filled with the clown's distinctive makeup. Kiahi, I'll create wonderful memories for the children. Keek, I wish you all the best on your journey. The clown placed a parrot feather in his bowler hat. As he brushed past me, he murmured, "Thank you for preserving my son's honor." He was turned away, so I couldn't see his expression, nor could I feel his emotions. Then, from the clown's mouth, a sound emerged. Kiahi, a sound that revealed his mood. A very pleasant, happy laughter. A vast mansion. In it, a laboratory was situated. A woman wearing a black mask suddenly froze in her movement. SSS? The tattoo on her shoulder burned away, and soon her flesh twisted grotesquely. She was faced with the agony of her flesh burning away. Yet, the woman did not utter a single moan. The demon's shard is dead. A place beneath the sacred sword where one would hardly think a demon could exist. 2 puzzles. And spies secretly planted there. They were so well hidden. How did this happen? An incomprehensible situation. But her confusion was short-lived. Because reports had come in from the spies she had hidden in the academy. The Lucid family has issued an apology. It was absurd enough that they were apologizing for something that happened 20 years ago, but even more so, the youngest of that family had denounced her own sister. And then, it was that child who killed the demon's shard. The woman fell silent in thought. The silence did not last long. She spoke, having gathered her thoughts. Rodin, it would be better to deal with her beforehand. The woman toyed with the tattoo on her forearm. The 4th-ranked demon, Binus. Since the demon's shard was of the 8th rank, one could easily understand how formidable Binus was. Eradicate her. By any means necessary. Yes, Lady Lisbeth. The worst hidden piece, dispatching a demon to the academy, was now in play. In the game, the demon's shard typically meets its end after episode 3. By that time, Lisbeth would be too busy spreading corruption across the continent to pay attention to the death of an 8th-ranked demon. But now was different. The episode had just begun. Zero wouldn't know. This hidden piece. The fastest path to a bad ending. Until the 4th-ranked demon Binus arrives at the academy. D30. *****. Rolling around. The eldest of the Lucid family, Lucia, rolled on the bed at novel bin at. Although she had been repeating the same action for a month, it always felt new and thrilling. Look at this chubby backside. Smack. A middle-aged woman slapped Lucia's bottom. But there was hardly any reaction, just a teasing laugh as if it tickled. Nanny, don't you know the latest trend? Men go crazy for this. Yes, I suppose you're right. I'd go crazy too. Whack. a strike imbued with mana. Only then did Lucia scream. Kaye, why did you hit me? You should go out and show off that crazy backside. Please, just go outside. Are you done with today's sermon? Then feed me, nanny. Rub rub, Lucia said, scratching her belly. Crack dash. No more food starting today. Go out and eat. I'll just get something myself. All thrown out. You'll have to go out and buy something if you want to eat. A wicked smile played on the nanny's lips. Lucia was now in a situation where she had no choice but to go outside. What? Nanny, have you lost your mind? It's you who's crazy, madam. Does it make sense to be in your mid-30s without a single man? Do you plan to live as an old maid forever? Thud. Old maid. Those words deeply wounded Lucia's heart. To think her lifelong nanny would utter such harsh words. Truly sad. Nanny, I'm an adult. I'll get married on my own, you'll see. Adults don't roll around for a month and don't scratch their bellies asking for food. And you have to meet people to get married, right? Thud thud thud. She couldn't argue back, as everything was true. Lucia was in despair. If only you were half like your younger sister. What do you mean? She should be like me. I've grown into such a fine adult. Don't even speak of your younger sister rolling around and scratching her belly, that's a terrible thought. Why, Nanny, you only hate me? Give me food. Lucia rolled around, wrapping the bedsheet around her body. Such an annoyance, truly annoying. With a pretty face and a good figure, why on earth isn't she dating? Lucia, who looked at least 10 years younger than her actual age. Even though suitors were lining up for arranged marriages, she stayed cooped up in her room, leading to people getting married to others and even having children before she'd consider them. The nanny, who had been clutching her head in frustration, suddenly thought of something. Right, there was a message from the head of the house. Here's the letter. Another demon? Where's this one? Lucia, still wrapped in the bed sheet, sluggishly moved but then vanished in an instant, reappearing right in front of the nanny. Her eyes had turned fierce. The previously docile expression was gone. However, after reading the letter, Lucia couldn't help but feel deflated. Write an apology letter. It's an order. In her mid-30s. Suddenly tasked with writing an apology. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. So that's what it was. Lucia finally understood the situation after the nanny's explanation. Well, it's a bit unfair, but if it helps. At the time of the incident, Lucia was in her 3rd year. It was a time for gaining experience, traveling here and there across the empire. She hadn't even heard the name, let alone the face of a boy named Luderus. But a little dent in her own reputation would benefit the Lucid House, Rodin, and Luderus. The gains far outweighed the losses. Lucia decided to write the apology letter. Our cute youngest caused a mess. How could she cause trouble so adorably like herself? Despite the youngest of the family putting her in a tough spot, she wasn't in a bad mood. Instead, she felt a strong trust towards herself. Lucia flopped down. She had thought it was a new order to deal with a demon, but it wasn't, and the reason her sister had accused her was trivial. If it had been a challenge, she would have taken care of it with love. Why is our family so obsessed with honor? Are you letting it slide? Favoring the youngest, aren't you? What's wrong if my honor takes a hit? I don't care about honor, but it's not like there's anything to diminish. Just let them nibble away at it. Such arrogant words from a lazy person. But the nanny had to agree. Lucia delucid. The achievements she had made to date could easily fill 2 chapters of the Empire's chronicles. The name Lucia and the dignity it held were untarnishable by anything. Except for one thing. That high honor is dropping bit by bit because of the old maid label. Nanny? I told you to stop saying that. Have you ever been involved with a man? Well, a lot. The men I've met so far could fill 3 books. Yeah right. Always busy rolling in bed, tired from hunting demons. It would be a wonder if she even had 3 words, let alone 3 books. So, who is it? What do you mean? Such a scheme couldn't have come from our cute youngest. Someone advised her. Who is it? Aren't you underestimating the youngest too much? Lucia laughed heartily. Do I not know our youngest? Such a flexible thought is impossible for her. Integrity, uprightness, conviction. These 3 old-fashioned traits were all embodied in the girl called Rodin. Even if it meant gaining greater honor, she wasn't the type to betray her own family. Besides, the 2 of you are somewhat close. The nanny sighed slightly and began to speak. A student named Zero. Apart from being a commoner and ranking 3rd in the entrance exam, there's no significant information about him. So it was just common information? I thought it was someone from a sworn enemy family. Does the Lucid House have such a family? No. Anyone who dared to oppose us quickly realized their place. It sounded like a light remark, but the meaning behind it was anything but. Being able to say such a thing nonchalantly. It was indicative of the current position of the Lucid House. Anyway, maybe it's time to see the youngest's face after a long time. Going to the academy? There's no need to. I'm also curious about that Zero. Why? Well, if he's smart, it's good to recruit him, right? Tisk. The nanny clicked her tongue. This was exactly why she had tried to hide information about Zero. I didn't want to give any unnecessary excuses. Busy enough looking for a marriage partner, now she's planning to visit the academy. A waste of time. But it's fine. She had anticipated such a situation. I knew you would, so I have already arranged the schedule. Oh, really? As expected, nanny. You're so competent. Thank you for the compliment, madam. Shall we start preparing? The nanny took out various items from the wardrobe. Jewelry, shoes, and a dress. A very dazzling one. Why are you taking that out for a visit to the academy? It's a noble party, of course. What noble party? I've booked every party on the way to the academy. While you're going, why not look for a marriage partner? Lucia pressed herself against the wall. I don't want to go. I've gained weight, and the dress won't fit. I've prepared a very sturdy corset, so don't worry. The nanny stretched the corset's strings, her eyes sparkling and spinning around. Isn't that something only a demon can do? I've got a bad reputation these days. Even the little honor I had has just dropped. It's okay. You have both the family and your backside to rely on. The nanny's eyes spun around again. A demon. She's a demon obsessed with marriage? Kya. Until Lucia de Lucid's visit to the academy. D30. ******. He opened his eyes, but all he could see were the sleeping children and the jolting carriage. He thought he heard a scream from somewhere. He tried to go back to sleep, but the ride of the carriage made it difficult. He decided to organize his thoughts about the current situation. Is the dungeon still far away? His class was currently traveling by carriage to the dungeon. A practical lesson in fighting magical beasts, overseen by Karen. I'm not worried. With divine imitation acquired, the beasts in the dungeon for first-year students were no longer a match for him. What concerned him more was what lay ahead. What hidden piece should I aim for next? It was natural to be lost in thought. Most of the hidden pieces he had in mind, especially offensive skills, had become useless. There are decent skills in B and C grades, but that was before acquiring divine imitation. After mimicking Rodin's Sky Splitter, any lower-level offensive skills were meaningless. There's no particular limit to using Sky Splitter. There is no mana or mental power consumption, nor any unique cost required to use the skill, meaning it could be used repeatedly. Useful hidden pieces will only become available as the episode progresses. He had yet to face the boss of episode 1. Locked locations, items, characters, a situation with many restrictions. Becoming too powerful too quickly isn't good. The record for acquiring the divine imitation skill the earliest was in episode 3. He had shortened that to episode 1, which said it all. To have a problem because of being too talented. I'm so scared of myself. Excuse me, could you move over a bit? Cuddle up more. Ugh, look at that ominous smile. He must be plotting something suspicious. Is he finally going to summon a demon? Such a pathetic world, unable to accept a genius. Maybe I should seriously consider turning into a real dark mage. I was contemplating it. We've arrived. Everyone, get off. We had reached the anthill. Under the instructor's guidance, the children one by one stepped off the carriage. What we faced was the entrance to a massive cave. The entrance was so large, it easily seemed over 3 meters high, just like in the game. It's impossible not to remember. After all, this is the first combat episode since entering the academy. The monsters are remnants created by the demons. That was the setting. Demons create dungeons, and from these places, monsters are born to attack people. The Empire conquers these dungeons, destroying their cores to obliterate them. However, a few are preserved like this. They're preserved for practical training of students and knights, and for securing magic stones. As long as the dungeon's core exists, monsters continue to be born, necessitating periodic maintenance. Once a month, they check and reduce the number of monsters, dealing with the dangerous ones in advance. Since today is the freshman's first real combat, there must have been an extra special check about a week ago. But accidents still happen. That's the nature of dungeons, a trick of the developers. Be it novels, comics, or games. If there's no event, it's not a dungeon. This dungeon is no exception, though it's not a big deal. Monsters attacking from all sides? It's a standard event when you first play the game. Main quest number 3. Defeat the monsters? Kill 100 monsters. Monster kills, 0/100. Reward, 10 gold, 1 skill grade up point. Penalty, all stats decrease by 3. The third main quest appeared suddenly. I immediately fell into thought. They're already offering a skill grade up point. It's literally a point that can be used to upgrade a skill's grade. An F grade skill to E grade to D grade, exclusively for skills. Of course, an A grade skill can also be raised to S grade. Anyone who's played games would know. This reward is ridiculously good. But there's a reason the system gives out such a quest. It takes a long time, even though it's in front of a monster-filled dungeon, and an event where monsters attack from all sides is scheduled. It's physically impossible to kill 100 monsters alone. After all, this is just training, so not many opportunities will be given. Maybe about 20 at most? In other words, to complete this quest, one would need to invest at least a month. That's why they offer good rewards for the difficulty. In fact, more than half of the users often refuse the monster-killing quest, because no other main quests are given until this one is cleared. 1 month. If I get good quests one after another, I could clear 2 or 3 in that time. So, it wouldn't be strange if I refused this quest here, because there aren't many opportunities to kill 100 monsters. Of course, that's only if you follow the normal methods. You have accepted the Defeat the Monsters quest. What's with that smile? Keek, what do you mean? I'm always smiling. You're suspicious. What's your ulterior motive? It was when Luna pressed me with her face close to mine. Karen shouted loudly. Everyone knows, but fighting monsters is no joke. Yes, we understand. Bold response. But it's always the advanced class that suffers accidents every year. You all know why. Because they believe in their own strength and become careless, thinking they can easily handle low-level monsters. That's why the injury rate is higher among the talented elites. Well, I'm not worried. I know I shouldn't be careless, but it's inevitable. The attack skills mimicked with divine imitation, and the assistance of swordsmanship even if a demon, not just a low-level monster, came, it would be laughable. Now, we divide into groups and enter. That was the story of the game. But then, to loosen up and heighten the tension, there's nothing like a sparring match. Karen looked at me and grinned. I feel somewhat uneasy. Zero, come forward. Your kind always causes trouble. So, I'll help you raise your tension. It's for your own good. The children's eyes were all fixed on me. I knew it was Karen's scheme, but there was no avoiding it. I had built up some bad karma in the last lesson. I was really weak and avoided sparring, but from Karen's perspective, I must have seemed incredibly arrogant. What was that rushed excuse again? Keek, I don't engage in meaningless fights. It's impossible not to be annoyed. So, I quietly followed Karen's words. You wouldn't back out of something that's for your own good, right? Keek, I'm just grateful you care so much about me. You better be. Now, if anyone wants to spar with Zero, step forward. I'll specially award points to the one who wins. Murmurs. Points from Karen? That's valuable. But isn't he the third ranked in the entrance exam? I've never seen him fight, so. The children each made their judgments about me. The busiest were Terran's faction and Eurydia's faction. They gathered in small groups to discuss whether to go forward and who would go. Is it really wise to upset a potential recruit? Is he even worth recruiting? Surely he's all bark and no bite. Still, it might be good to see his skills. Flash. As the situation took a strange turn, Luna quickly raised her hand. But Karen deliberately turned his head away. He knows Luna won't charge in with full force. Several others followed Luna and raised their hands. One from Terran's faction and one from Eurydia's faction did too. The chosen one was Godner, come forward. It was Godner, one of Terran's underlings and one of the kids who had clashed with Luna. Maybe ranked 6th in Terran's faction? That means he's quite skilled. Well, I'm not worried, though. Most of what I've mimicked are the family's secret skills. I can't use them here, but I have swordsmanship A mimicked with divine imitation. Considering most first-year students are at swordsmanship F, I'm confident enough to overwhelm them with just this. It's not arrogance. Ever since acquiring the swordsmanship skill, I've felt different even just walking around with a sword. The way I walk, the stance I hold. My body maintains a stance ready to draw the sword at any moment. Perhaps it's the autocorrection of the swordsmanship system? I'll provide practice wooden swords. Facing Godner with a wooden sword in hand. The cool yet heavy sensation felt the moment I held the sword. The long period of humiliation and persecution is about to end. Now it's time to return as Sword Saint Zero. *****. Unlike my leisurely demeanor, Godner was extremely tense. It was natural since he was facing Sword Saint Ko Gildong. No, me. TL note, Korean cartoon reference. He twiddled the wooden sword and said, Keek, come on. I'll let you make the first move. I said it because losing to a sword saint is not shameful, but it seemed to have sounded different to Godner. Godner's eyebrows twitched as he charged at me. Hape. A straightforward downward strike from the left. I easily placed my wooden sword against it. I'll block and spin around in one go. Then Godner will have no choice but to drop his sword. Godner's wooden sword would soar into the sky and then plummet to the ground. As the sword hits the ground, I'll turn around and mutter, Keek, you're quite good. But you're still far off. Like the hero in a novel, an utterly cool figure. I might even charm the female students with this pose. Too busy to think about romance. What should I do? Clack. While I was lost in my imagination, our wooden swords finally clashed. Now, if I just spin around once, my opponent will lose his grip on the sword. My swordsmanship skill is A grade, after all. But then, instead of spinning, the wooden sword was being pushed towards me. Something was wrong. Was I relying too much on the skill? I pushed back with all my might, putting my whole body weight into it. Swoosh. Then Godner pulled back his wooden sword. Me, who had been pushing forward forcefully. Naturally, my body lurched forward, losing balance. Godner didn't stop there. As he reclaimed his sword, he dived to my left. I moved my wooden sword haphazardly towards that direction. Thwack. Ugh. In the midst of lost balance, our wooden swords crossed. A tingling sensation in my palm, soon turning into a sharp pain. It was pain. So strong I almost wanted to drop the wooden sword right away. What the? Had I not instinctively moved my hand and angled it differently, I would have lost the sword in that strike. Just 2 exchanges of sword strikes. But it was enough to realize a certain truth. Am I only superior in swordsmanship? Strength, agility, experience, reflexes, even the calluses on my hands. I wasn't ahead of Godner in any of them. Hey, focus properly. Where did all your earlier confidence go? Keek. You're quite good. No need to be polite. Oh, or maybe, Creek. Are you really that weak? Godner shifted the crossed swords, aiming for my neck. It felt like his wooden sword would touch my neck any moment. Fortunately, my swordsmanship skill started to kick in. Creek. Godner's wooden sword continued to move. My hand moved instinctively in response. Not only defending his attacks but even aiming for Godner's neck. I wasn't sure, but it seemed like things had turned bad for him. Gardner's complexion was starting to harden. And I realized one thing. Swordsmanship skills only enhance technical proficiency. It means I have to do the basic attacks and defenses. Then the swordsmanship skill assists me. TCH? Nice tricks. Seeming to decide he couldn't go on, Gardner pushed his sword with force. Since our swords were crossed, we both moved apart slightly. I quickly used this gap to put some distance between Gardner and me. I can't use the secret techniques. The secret techniques of Rodin and Luna, mimicked with divine imitation. But using other families' secret techniques would cause an uproar. There's a reason they are called secret techniques. And if I use an A-grade adjusted secret technique, Gardner would vanish without a trace. I do have demon magic, but using that would be like skewering myself for a stake burning. Gahaha. What now? Was all your behavior just bluster? This guy's a piece of work. Keek, you're free to think what you want. If you wanted to raise your price, you should have gone easy. I never liked you from the start. Click, clack. Gardner's onslaught continued. But blocking was not as difficult as before, because he's getting sloppy. His movements became larger and more flamboyant. The reason was obvious. Terran and his followers, Karen, and the students from the advanced class. He was showing off his skills to them, subduing the third place of the entrance exam in a flashy way. It would be an irresistible provocation for the kids. Of course, from my point of view, it's childishly unbearable to watch at novel bin at. Well, thanks to that, I have time to think. Hape. A flamboyant attack, spinning in the air and striking down. I dodged the predictable attack and calmly collected my thoughts. Currently, there are 4 problems. Stats, difference in sparring experience, difficulty in discerning attack paths, and the difficulty in attacking. While I was busy blocking, it was hard to find the right timing to attack, but the bigger issue was that any reckless attack would confirm my defeat. The moment I thrust my wooden sword, it's as good as losing my defense. To drag this out for a draw, I glanced at Karen sneakily. He was watching us with his arms crossed. I could tell intuitively. This sparring match wouldn't stop until one of us was defeated. But I can't lose. Not just to avoid bullying as the weaker one, but because of the characteristics of this zero character, mystique, and the need to act as much like the mastermind as possible. The hidden pieces triggered so far, and the assurance from my encounter with the demon's shard confirmed it. This character must walk a tightrope between good and evil, so I can't afford to lose. It would completely shatter the mystique. The problem is the huge gap in power between Gardner and me. Is it almost time to end this? Gardner's attacks were getting faster. I need to see something to counterattack. I had an idea. A way to overcome this crisis. I used the information window skill here and there. I wasn't interested in names or stats. What I needed now was a skill. And I found the desired skill in one of the kids. Dynamic Vision F. I immediately activated Divine Imitation. Deleting Demon Magic, I mimicked Dynamic Vision. Divine Imitation skill effect sets the grade of Dynamic Vision skill to A. The reason for mimicking Dynamic Vision among numerous skills. It's not noticeable from the outside. Divine Imitation is a skill that forcibly sets the grade of mimicked skills to A grade. A grade. It may seem laughable, but considering that skills start from F grade, one can understand how hard it is to reach A grade. Even an extras technique can be devastatingly powerful at A grade. Using active skills with strong effects or impacts is inappropriate in the current situation. That's why I chose Dynamic Vision, a passive skill that's not noticeable even at A grade and most suitable for the situation. This is the end. Gardner thrust his sword. A stab. I clearly saw him extend the sword in a straight line. Maybe because of the A-grade Dynamic Vision. Gardner's movements seemed incredibly slow, like a slow-motion scene. I twisted my body and dodged his stab. At the same time, I thrust my wooden sword. No need to exert extra force or use any tricks. Gardner was practically walking into the thrust himself. Thud. Ugh. I felt a heavy throb in my hand, and simultaneously, Gardner grabbed his stomach and knelt on one knee. Slow. Every movement was too slow. Even falling down is slow too, isn't it? What did you say? Gardner's eyes blazed with unbroken will. At that very moment, as he charged at me again. That's enough. Karen suddenly appeared and grabbed Gardner's wrist. Teacher, I can still fight. That's because this is a sparring match. In a real fight, you'd be dead by now, lying on the ground, spilling your guts, begging for your life. Gardner's lips sealed shut. Not so much for lack of words, but more due to Karen's intimidating gaze. I'll award 1 point to the victor, 0. Keek, thank you. You received 4 penalty points last lesson, remember? You'll have to work hard in the dungeon to recover the remaining 3 points. Wasn't it your fault for giving 4 penalty points in the first place? Even one of those points was deducted because you were in a bad mood. Keek, I'll try my best. But the opponent was a killing machine. After bowing my head, I headed back to my seat. Phew, that was a close call. Good thing I have Divine Imitation. Another reason why Divine Imitation is such an overpowered skill lies right here. Overwhelming flexibility. Just as I did just now, I can switch my mimic skill depending on the situation. Adapting to the situation, I switch skills to counter. It's a must-have skill for all the top players. There's the limitation that someone to mimic a skill from must be around, but it's almost embarrassing to call it a penalty since I can mimic the enemy's skills too. Active skills can only be mimicked after seeing them being used, but it's different for passive skills. Always active. That's the nature of passive skills. To think such an overpowered skill isn't even one-time use. As long as it's not switched, it can be reused multiple times. I lost demon magic, but since I managed a situation not even in the story, it's not a loss. At the same time, it was a moment of reflection. Sword Saint Zero, my foot. At novel been at. I realized the reality. The cold reality that I'm still weak. As I sighed, a mix of relief and annoyance, Luna grumbled. What, you're strong enough even without secret techniques? She seemed to recall the lie I told during the transparent slime quest. The lie that it's difficult to use my secret technique because it leaves traces. Why have you been pretending to be weak all this time? I mean, you might have easily won against the demon's shard if you had stepped in from the beginning. Suspicion filled Luna's eyes. An excuse prepared for such a situation? Of course. There wasn't any. Did Luna think he was being overpowered? That's proof of how powerful swordsmanship is. I was so focused on defeating Godner that I hadn't considered this situation. Something's fishy. Luna leaned in close, pressuring me. Her eyes were speaking. There are no secrets between friends. So, spill it. It's a tough spot. In such situations, the best thing to do is smile it off. Keek. Huh? Why don't you just say something? Keek. Luna was unusually quiet. Is she upset? I turned my head slightly. What I saw as I turned my head to the side. Luna, with her mouth wide open, lunging at me. Asterisk. He seems strong. Yeah, but he seems weaker than I thought. Still, since he overpowered Godner, we should recruit him. The children murmured, evaluating Zero. Most of them rated his skills as mediocre. Karen couldn't help but click his tongue. TCH, they don't see that there's more than meets the eye. The world looks different at each level of expertise. There's a difference in perspective, so this is inevitable. But this is the advanced class. And yet, they're underestimating Zero's skills. They think he won by luck after being pushed around in the match. The children might think Zero was just lucky with his counter, but Karen saw it differently. He was just being modest. Why? Because winning too overwhelmingly brings its own troubles. That's why he did that. Though it looked like he was frantically blocking, Karen saw clearly. The way he cleverly moved the angle of his wooden sword at each moment. Such skill is something only a superior can exhibit while guiding a junior. Meaning, there was that much of a skill gap between them. And that last strike. It was so perfectly timed it felt like it was measured with a ruler. Not even using his own strength but utilizing the opponent's force for a perfect strike. TCH. Such skill at the age of 15. At 15, Karen couldn't even imagine possessing such formidable abilities. It must be the overall improvement in standards. The Empire's future looks bright. He was a bit surprised, but he couldn't say Zero is the strongest in the advanced class. Terran, Eurydia, and Dake. That guy is an exception. Karen glanced towards where Dake was. Terran's bodyguard, his hunting dog. A prodigy unmatched in history, achieving the realm of a 5-star knight at the mere age of 15. Even if Zero tries his hardest, he wouldn't be able to beat Dake. Because that's a monster. It hurts. Miss Luna, it hurts. Of course, it hurts because I'm biting. Die. Karen's gaze shifted to where the commotion was happening. Luna was perched on Zero's shoulder, biting his head. They seem close. He pulled out his notebook and scribbled down Zero's name. Disturbance during class. 1 penalty point for Zero alone. Today, too, Karen was not fond of Zero. Asterisk. Having been defeated by Zero, Godner was feeling a mix of emotions. Shame and an overwhelming sense of humiliation. What? Even falling down was slow? That bastard. Does he even know who I am to dare? Trembling for a moment, he immediately headed towards where Terran was. That bastard Zero, who had brought shame upon his noble self. He deserved to be torn apart 100 times. But there was something more important than that right now. Lord Terran? I was just caught off guard. If I fight again, I'll definitely. Off guard? Surprising. To think that's something you'd proudly announce. Terran sneered. It was already shameful to have lost while showing off, but to make excuses on top of it. Didn't teacher Karen say before the duel? Don't be careless. If you're careless just because the opponent seems a bit overwhelmed, wouldn't you be careless in a dungeon too? This applies anywhere and could lead to fatal consequences. Especially in the fox-filled world of politics. Boasting is a poison. Reflect on yourself for a while. Embarrassing us by losing in front of Eurydia's faction. What a disgrace. Godner's face turned red with anger. He was the 6th in rank in Terran's faction, holding a significant position. And yet to be humiliated publicly like this. I can't leave this place. He thought of joining Eurydia's faction with his followers. But it wasn't a simple issue that could be resolved just like that. Our departure won't really affect the overall situation. Terran's faction had a wider range of talents compared to Eurydia's. Of course, Eurydia was there, known as a magic prodigy. But she's no match for that monster. A boy standing behind Terran. The moment he faced him, he instinctively knew. He would never be able to beat that monster. Being killed by that monster is something I'd rather avoid. Shame is temporary. Right now, it was more important to maintain his position and regain trust. As Godner was pondering, Zipa, ranked 7th and eyeing his position, spoke up. Are you calling that an excuse? Just admit it honestly. You were lacking in skills. Gardner's eyes widened in anger. What are you talking about? Well, isn't it obvious? Losing to such a guy. It seems you've been hiding your pathetic skills while leading your pack, but that's over now. The argument that Gardner's absolute skills were lacking. Before he could even rebut, the children, mostly following Zipa, began speaking. Honestly, that Zero's swordsmanship wasn't great. Right, it looked like he never formally learned swordsmanship. Losing to such a guy? The swordsmanship of a prestigious family? Impossible. So, is Gardner really that incompetent? Mostly the words of Zipa's followers. But the impact wasn't small. Children belonging to Terran's faction began to doubt Gardner's skills. Come forward. What? All those doubting my skills, come forward? Including you, Zipa. I'll take on everyone. Hearing Gardner's challenge, Zipa secretly smiled. This was exactly the situation he had hoped for. A tense situation that could lead to a fight with just Terran's approval. Soon Terran spoke, and his words were shocking. Both of you, demoted by 1 rank. Everyone was shocked. Terran had declared the demotion of Gardner and Zipa. With this, Gardner fell to the 7th rank and Zipa to the 8th. Terran? Why? Do I really need to explain every little thing? You really are hopeless. Only then did Zipa firmly shut his mouth. He realized that saying another word would not just drop him a single digit but push him into the double digits. Terran clicked his tongue. The ranking system was devised to create a synergistic effect where everyone grows by challenging each other. But at some point, it degraded into a tool for belittling others. Waiting for a member of the same faction to make a mistake. They don't even know what's important right now. But that wasn't the only problem. If we recruit that guy, what rank should we give him? Rank 5 should be enough. His caliber is more than sufficient. At best, rank 4. He definitely can't go higher than that? Terran was incredulous. Do these guys have holes for eyes? Or is there something wrong with their heads? They don't realize he's hiding his true abilities. These guys hold single-digit ranks? Unbelievable. He thought they were skilled, but they turned out to be mediocrities? It was a situation that was bound to infuriate anyone. And this wasn't just an issue with Terran's faction. Eurydia, this confirms it completely. What does? That Terran's faction is pathetic, and that Zero's abilities are even more pathetic. Watching her right-hand man smile happily, Eurydia thought. They were even more pathetic than the miserable Terran faction. Really driving me crazy. Really driving me mad. Eurydia and Terran exchanged glances in the air. The only person who sympathized with her thoughts was the leader of the opposing faction. There couldn't be a more ridiculous situation. Let's give him rank 4. Rank 5. Even factions were split in half, starting a battle of egos. But Terran had no interest in them. What mattered now was Zero's ability and his worth. Dake, what do you think? Terran muttered quietly. His voice was so soft it was as if he wondered if anyone heard him. But the answer came back clear. He's strong. He's deliberately hiding his skills. Thought so. This is troubling. His type is not easy to handle. An atmosphere that seemed unwelcoming. His ominous appearance was one thing, but he would run away pretending not to hear even if shown interest. He seemed uninterested in Eurydia's side as well. That type is hard to control. The girl named Luna by his side was the same. Not only was she temperamental, but she also overstepped her bounds without knowing her place. He didn't want such a person by his side. But we can't just hand him over to Eurydia. Dake, what about you? Can you beat those two in a fight? Dake looked at Zero and Luna. They were definitely strong. It was hard to find their match among their peers. But I will win. That's the answer I wanted. Terran's mouth split into a wide grin. The effort to recruit wouldn't stop. If he demanded to include the temperamental cat in the deal, he would agree to that too. But what if I can't have them? Then, of course, destroying them is the right choice. Sweat droplets the size of grains trickled down the neck in the hot and humid temperature. Glowstones embedded at intervals emitted light, but only enough for visibility. It was to be expected. We were inside a cave, and we were continually descending. Yes, we were inside a dungeon. Under the instructor's escort, we were delving deep into the dungeon. Screech, scratch. A decapitated ant gushed green blood from its neck. The severed head of the ant rolled and reached in front of us. Ugh. Horrible. Ugh. The children screamed again. This was the 5th time they had encountered ant-like monsters. However, the number of children who had not adapted was much greater than those who had. Black ants. Low tier among the low tier monsters. Other than their tough shell, they lacked any notable abilities. But their intimidating presence was immense, considering they were as big as 2 meters. If you get bitten, it's a minimum of an amputation. That's when it happened. As the ant climbed the wall, 2 of them snuck up beside the instructors. Several children turned to run away. A group trying to stand their ground and a group trying to escape. Chaos erupted between them for a moment. Crack dash? At that moment, someone burst forward. It was Dake. A kid who hadn't spoken a word since entering the game, but I knew him better than anyone else. Crack, crunch. His heavy great sword swung mightily. In an instant, the heads of 2 ants flew off. The movement was barely visible. It looked as if the ants had simply collapsed at the same time the sword flashed. I told them, and they still run. The sound of Karen clicking his tongue was heard. From class time to before entering the dungeon. And even after entering, Karen had emphasized the importance of order. Those who just tried to run will receive penalty points. The children hung their heads. No matter how elite the class, fear is still fear, especially for these 15-year-old children. If I didn't have the power of mental defense, I might have been among them. Keek, I knew this would happen. Exactly. It's always the ones with no skill who put on airs like that. Terran's faction swelled with pride. This was because the two children who ran away belonged to Eurydia's faction. Moreover, Dake, who had swiftly cut down the ants, was a member of Terran's faction. Their morale was bound to soar. Clean skills. Dake, I will award you 1 point. But don't step forward again. I need to see the other children's response capabilities too. Understood. Although Dake received points, no one harbored any complaints. No, they couldn't. He perfectly exploited the weakness. The weakness of the black ants lies in the relatively thin connecting part between their head, chest, and abdomen. There are only 2 such weak points. The standard approach is to target the connection between the head and the chest. If you cut between the chest and abdomen, it still moves for a while. Impressive. As Luna passed by the corpses of the 2 ants, she murmured, Keek, do you think so? At novel bin at. You're lucky you don't understand. This level of skill, probably only Rodin could do it. Luna's eyes darkened. The gap with Rodin was something she accepted. Born into a prestigious family with natural talent, plus being a year senior. But to have such a skill gap with a peer like Dake was depressing. Luna, who dreamed of revenge, couldn't help but feel gloomy. I've caught the invisible slime and the demon's shard, but the gap is still this big. Currently, the Luna of right now was much stronger than the Luna from the game. Yet she still saw Dake as a high wall. This was not good. Dake was the one who cuts off Luna's arm. Alex, Rodin, Raymond, one of the main characters, and one of the top 5 of the academy. And Terran's hunting dog and slave. Being Terran's slave, he was one of the kids who clashed the most with the protagonist's group. After several events, he ends his own life. One of those several events is Luna losing an arm. That was the problem. Is it too soon to confront Dake? Not just for Luna, but for me as well. I couldn't use the A-grade active skills mimicked by divine imitation in front of others. Given its importance in the early story, it couldn't be handled carelessly. So, I decided to prepare in advance. In the simplest and safest way possible. Luna, don't get involved with Terran's faction. Huh? What do you mean by that all of a sudden? Just as I said, don't get close to them, whether for good or bad. Well, okay. I didn't like them from the start anyway, so that's fine. Luna scratched her head. This thick-headed, no, this child didn't fully understand what I was saying. You must also refrain from rescuing the weak from bullying. Only then did Luna look at me with a start. You're finally looking this way? What kind of nonsense is that? You once fought them while trying to save Ewin, right? Avoid such incidents. No, don't do it at all. Luna said nothing. I knew the truth. That Luna truly detested Terran's gang. But Terran feels the same way about her. It might be partly because she rejected his recruitment offer, but mostly due to Luna's aggressive nature and her belief in standing up for the weak. These two were likely to clash soon, just as they did in the game. And the cost will be one of Luna's arms. Luna's mouth jutted out stubbornly. No way. I can't tolerate nobles forming gangs and bullying the weak. Still, please endure it. Why should I? Because it's dangerous. I can run away if it's dangerous. Nobles are people too. But running away from wrongdoing right before my eyes is not what a noble should do. How can a child be so righteous? Good. Very good. Perfect to be broken. Conviction is a word permitted only to those who are prepared. The conviction of the unprepared is no different from nonsense and can lead to the worst outcomes. And Luna was on the brink of that. Luna's eyes sparkled. She seemed to ask if there was more to say. Eventually, I decided to use the last resort. Luna, let's make a promise. Never to interfere. But why should I do that? Because I don't want my friend to be in danger. Suddenly, the corners of Luna's mouth twitched. Luna, who is particularly fixated on the word friend. This was a request as a friend, so it would be hard for her to refuse. She desperately tried to lower her rising lips, but was it impossible? She turned her head to the side and coughed. Ahem, don't worry about unnecessary things. Fine, I'll be generous. Let's make a promise. Luna extended her pinky finger. Was she suggesting a pinky promise? That's a bit embarrassing. What is this? We're not children. Huh? In my family, we always did it this way when making promises. A pinky promise symbolizes a firm commitment to keep one's word. It reflects your family's value on the importance of promises. Something that people these days, who make promises lightly, should reflect on. I blurted out the response without a pause. Luna smiled brightly, saying that's how promises should be made. I was busy catching my breath. You probably said that for a reason, right? Isn't that so? Keek, yes, it is. I don't like them, but I'll endure it for a friend. Rejecting a friend's request is not what a friend does. Because we're friends, I have no choice at all. Luna laughed heartily while thumping my back. Her childlike, innocent smile. Because she treasures promises with friends. She will keep her promise not to get involved with Terran's faction. Right? However, Luna's smile did not last long. The black ants let loose intentionally by the instructors. Luna dodged their legs and attacked from the side, but she failed to behead them with a single blow. Damn. The wounded black ant went berserk, and only after the other children swarmed and beat it could they finally finish it off. Not being able to handle even one properly. Luna's eyes darkened. She could have killed it with one flash, but that's an secret sword technique. It means it doesn't help her improve her own skills. Keek, you did well enough. Others aim for the neck only after cutting off the legs. But still, at this rate, when could she ever complete her revenge with skills not even good enough to beat her peers? It was natural for Luna to feel disappointed in herself, given how distant her goal seemed. Keek, don't worry. Luna, you will become strong soon. Trying to console me, huh? Well, thanks anyway. It's not just consolation. The Lester family's swordsmanship is beyond your imagination. Humph, I know that. Our family's swordsmanship is the best on the continent. Well, I just lack proficiency now. No, Luna doesn't understand the true power of this swordsmanship. No one in her family has ever shown its real strength. Damn, why am I so weak? Luna's anxiety was palpable to me. A sharp cat usually, now trembling like an abandoned one. For Luna, I quietly whisper a secret that only I know. Keek, Luna, don't worry. The real Lester family swordsmanship can even cut the moon. The moon. Yes, that's right. Luna stared at me blankly. Then she blurted out a single phrase. What nonsense. Are you out of your mind? Luna twirled her index finger around the side of her head at novel bin at. The look of someone seeing a madman was a bonus. I couldn't help but feel wronged. Really, truly. Capable of cutting the moon. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. We've arrived. We'll rest here for 10 minutes. After walking for about an hour, we reached a vast square. More precisely, a high-ceilinged cavern. The peculiar thing was, wow, look at that? Crazy. Why are there so many holes in the wall? Don't tell me all those are pathways. The walls had countless holes, too many to count. Moreover, they all plunged into darkness. A sign of their depth, beyond the reach of sight. Ugh, creepy. These holes surrounded us. It was inevitable for hair to stand on end. The eerie howls coming from the holes turned the children's faces pale. Of course, Karen, the killing machine, had no sympathy. From now on, move in the groups we arranged earlier. There are numbers above the holes, so each group can proceed. This place was an anthill. Fitting for an anthill inhabited by ants, there were dozens of paths. Which group are we in again? Keek, we're in group 3. 8 students per group, with an instructor assigned to each. I checked the names with information window, but none were particularly memorable. Beings I had never seen in the game. In other words, extras. Hi everyone. I'm Ron, your instructor for group 3. I'm an alumnus, so feel free to speak casually. I didn't remember the instructor's name either. A group full of extras, just perfect for a death trap. Well, no one dies in this dungeon anyway. It was the first major event and attack event where the main characters first come together. No one died when this event ended. It's an episode guaranteed to be safe. Even intentional trolling would lead to the same result. The last survivor of the party right before death. Karen suddenly appeared and dispatched the remaining ant with a single blow. Not catching even one ant meant a loss of experience and rewards, needless to say. The harsh words and penalty points from Karen only served to infuriate the veterans even more. They tried everything to make a fool of Karen, but it was the same even in special situations. Karen would always appear, shattering everything and saving the students. Anyway, there's no need to worry, even in a group filled only with extras. After all, we have Karen, the killing machine, behind us. Oh, time's up. Let's go in. Is the formation ready? Yes, we've simply divided into front, middle, and rear guards. 3 in the front, 2 in the middle, and 3 in the rear. Luna and I were in the middle. Not bad. As you all know, I will only intervene when it's dangerous. So, be as careful as you can. It was during our walk along the path. One of the children in the rear guard asked. There were so many holes in the plaza. Isn't that dangerous? It was dangerous at first. But now it's safe. More than 80% are blocked. Can't the ants just unblock them? Haha, that hasn't happened so far. Even if it does, it'll be just 1 or 2 places. We can easily block those. But what if all the holes get unblocked? Then, of course, it would be dangerous. But that's unlikely. The ants aren't that intelligent, are they? I see. Oh, can I take a bit of an ant leg? I want to show off to my parents this weekend. Well, as long as it's small enough to fit in your pocket, it's fine. Then I'll take some too. I'll give it as a gift when I confess. You might end up just being good friends. Ha ha ha. The pleasant laughter of the children and the instructor resonated. Of course, I was in a state of disbelief after hearing their conversation. What? The holes aren't unblocked? The ants aren't intelligent? Showing off to parents? Confessing. It's hard to stack clichés like this. And all of them leading towards death, no less. What kind of extra group is this? It's all because of these guys. It wasn't the game developer's trick, but these guys piling up clichés like mad that escalated the situation. The Ant Hill Plaza attack incident. Contrary to the instructor's expectation, the ants diligently worked to create pathways, and most of the blocked holes were about to be reopened. The moment the main characters, returning to the plaza, tried to rest, the ants launched their attack. In the game, it's the first battle after the tutorial and the battle where the main characters become aware of each other. And at the same time, it's the battle where I can level up like crazy, aka power leveling. I also plan to complete the quest of killing 100 monsters. There were a few minor issues, but it would all work out. The biggest problem is getting rid of the stalker. I glanced to the side. Stalker, no. Luna was continuously on guard around her. Her tension was at its peak. Being the kind person I am, I decided to ease Luna's tension. Luna, what? If you divide an ant into 3 parts, what do you get? Do you think I'm stupid? It's the head, chest, and abdomen. Luna chuckled at the absurdity of my question. Firmly, I replied to her. No, it dies. If you divide an ant into 3, it dies. Kakeek. I thought it was a great display of wit and humor, even if I say so myself. Did my consideration work? Luna, who had been staring at me, cracked a slight smile. 0, do you know what happens when a person bites another person? Oh, is she trying to ease my tension now? Such a considerate Luna. I felt like crying, seeing the growth of my daughter. But I've never heard such a riddle before. Keek, do they become zombies? No, when a person bites another person, they die. Huh? What kind of answer is that? The children gradually moved away from my side. Instructor Ron also kept his distance. Why is everyone distancing themselves? I saw Luna opening her mouth wide, making threatening gestures. That's when I realized the meaning of the quiz Luna posed. You don't think so? Then let's test it. Right. Please, don't come any closer, Luna. Don't be nervous. I'm just trying to give you the right answer. Luna slowly approached, a smile filling her face. Shortly after, my screams echoed throughout the cavern. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After a minor accident of being playfully bitten by the wild beast Luna, we continued along the path and soon reached our destination. Collect the wooden tag over there. Then we're done and can head back. Instructor Ron pointed to one side of the wall. A small wooden tag hung there, engraved with Group 3. What? It's over already? That was less than I expected. Right. And no one got hurt. Did we get them all? Uttering the ultimate cliché leading to death. I've lost count of how many times this has happened. As the saying goes, clichés are science, and as we let our guard down, numerous monsters hidden didn't attack us. It's amazing these guys are still alive after uttering such problem-invoking clichés. They're really lucky. Well, the attack will start once we return to the plaza. Anyway, the so-called Anthill Plaza attack incident. Even now, they must be gathering for the ambush. I didn't expect low-tier monsters to be this weak. We could easily take on mid-tier monsters, right? What are you talking about? You were shaking until their legs fell off before you even fought. Hey, I was just waiting for the right opportunity. Dozens of these guys are no problem. I'll confess to her when we get back. Even in this situation, they're still diligently building clichés. Truly amazing extras. If we all survive this without casualties, I might actually start respecting Karen. We're here. Good job, everyone. We soon returned to the plaza. The walls of the cavern, with countless holes. It still gives me the creeps to see it. Soon, ants will pour out of there like rain. Oh, quite a lot have returned. This batch seems quite skilled. I surveyed the surroundings. About 70% of the people seemed to have returned. The attack wasn't far off. At the same time, it meant the moment for rapid leveling up was approaching. 3 things to do now. First, find a secret passage. Second, escape the notice of Karen and others. And lastly, shake off the stalker. No, Luna. What are you thinking about? Keek, nothing at all. You seem suspicious. Luna tilted her head, her usually clueless self suddenly showing sharp intuition. Typical of a stalker. Luna, aren't you thirsty? Shall I get you something? No, I don't need it. I'm quite thirsty. I'll be right back. Let's go together. I'm thirsty too. Did I miss something in the conversation? Just a couple of lines ago, she said she didn't need it. I need to go to the restroom for a bit. You said you were getting water. Keek, I think I need to go before that. Would you like to come and see? Luna frowned. She seemed hesitant to follow me to the restroom. You have 60 seconds. Run there and back. Only 60 seconds? It would have been quite a problem if I really needed to use the restroom. Despite appearances, I am a person of great stature. Of course, I'm talking about height. I blended in among the children and slowly made my way towards the wall. Then I began feeling around the wall. It should be around here. The hole was made by ants, but the vast cavity was a natural formation. Or, did the game art team create it? Well, it's not important right now. Let's not dwell on it. On the surface, it appears to be a circular structure, but there's definitely a top and a bottom. And on the lower right side of the map, there's a secret passage leading to that place. The peculiar thing about this secret passage is that it seems blocked from the outside, but once you enter, there's a movable path. Why? Because old games used to have such features. Walls that look solid, but have passable paths inside. To be precise, it's a limitation of the 2D map structure. Hero of the Academy is a game from 18 years ago. It's a classic among classic games. A major game, but it couldn't escape the map structure unique to 2D SRPGs. In other words, it's a path that's actually open, but doesn't appear so from the outside. Of course, this being reality, such a mechanism would be impossible. However, there must be some way it's implemented. Either hidden with illusion magic, or made with a breakable wall. Or it could be both. Fumbling. Fiddling. It was when I was tenderly feeling the wall. What's he doing now? Touching the wall. I've heard people have diverse tastes, but to think such a preference exists. Don't look. Perversion is contagious. Whispers. In an instant, I became a pervert who loves walls. But that was only for a moment. With slit-like eyes, the synergy of ominous aura. The kids quickly averted their gaze from me. An existence so ominous, people hate even to look at. They would rather avoid than ask what I'm doing. Impossible to understand, but isn't it just pretending not to see someone's tastes? That's not it. The game's settings definitely had an effect. It had to. For the sake of human dignity. Well, it's a good thing for me. If I were caught entering the secret passage, various problems would arise. So, this is a good thing. Being called a pervert who fondles walls is nothing. Drip. After wiping off a bead of sweat, I refocused. Fumbling. As I continued to feel the wall. Swoosh. Found it. The secret passage leading to the ant nursery. *****. Surprisingly, my hand was half gone. At a glance, it looked like my hand had penetrated the wall. It wasn't severed. I could still move my fingers on the other side. It must be an illusion. An illusion that made a real open path look like a solid stone wall. Who did this wasn't important. After all, it's a dungeon that's used once in the game. I withdrew my hand from the wall. I couldn't enter right away. I'll wait for the ant's attack. Luna is a problem, but avoiding the eyes of the instructors and Karen is a bigger issue. But soon I'll be out of their concern. The ant attack will start soon. What if something unexpected happens? Of course, that's possible. Hero of the Academy is a game with high degree of freedom. But that won't happen. Because I've experimented thousands of times in the game. The wall with illusion magic. When the ant attack starts, and you're near this area, two choices are presented. Head to the space behind the wall. Fight the ants. Heading to the space behind the wall leads to the hidden ant nursery, a hunting ground for leveling up. A route favored by most veterans, including me, repeated tens of thousands of times, but instructors like Karen never pursued. Not even once. That's why I was so confident. When the option to move appeared, it was confirmed that there's a 100% chance they'd forget about my existence. I was calmly waiting for the right timing. That's when Karen shouted loudly. What is this? Everyone, form a circular magic array. Huh. It's an attack? Stand back to back in groups? Half of the instructors should block the holes, the rest protect the students. Before Karen could finish speaking, the instructors sprang into action. Simultaneously, ants burst out of several holes. Squeak, scream, ah, everyone run. I need to confess. The instructors were busy moving around, the children huddling together, some tripping as they ran, others falling into panic, and so on. It was chaotic, much more than expected. Now's the time. As I pushed myself forward, I was sucked into the wall. Inside the wall, I had no issues with breathing. I could move freely. It's no different from the cavity next to it. The problem was the utter darkness. I couldn't see anything around me. But it's okay. This place is a straight path. I moved forward slowly, my hand on the wall. My absence won't be much of an issue. Karen is one thing, but these are instructors from Anwood Academy. Experts who could easily earn a knight's position in a prestigious noble family. Even our group's instructor, Ron, was skilled enough to easily subdue someone like Luna. After all, it's an event where no one dies. Luna has no reason to worry either. So, what I need to do now is not miss this opportunity to become stronger. There's light. A single twinkling light in the distance. I quickened my pace a bit and soon reached the spot. I arrived at the intended location, but I didn't move rashly. No, I couldn't move. Because as soon as I emerged, a steep cliff greeted me. Keek, just like in the game. I wasn't flustered at all. Because it was the same landscape I had seen in the game. Two massive cliffs facing each other. On the opposite cliff, there were paths made by ants, and hundreds of them were busily moving around. The queen ant, the baby ants, the eggs, and the worker ants were all there. Yes, the opposite cliff was the breeding ground of the black ants. But the queen ant and the baby ants are deep inside the cliff. The dungeon managers probably had no idea such a place existed. They couldn't have imagined two queen ants in one dungeon. They would suffer for a while with paperwork and cleanup, but that's not my problem. What's most important now is my level up. The secret passage I came through is one of the hidden pieces. A secret passage only accessible to supporting and extra characters, not the main character. But there was one more condition required. The character must be capable of long-range attacks. Yes, the way to level up explosively, or power level, was to bombard the opposite cliff. There was no need to aim specifically. There were so many ants that no matter where you attacked, you would always hit. That's how swarming they were. Of course, even with maximum preparation, including mana potions, a 3 to 4 level up was the limit. This is the early part of episode 1. The lack of variety in skills and pathetic attack power were to blame. Even if you got lucky with a potential gamble and acquired a good skill, there was a limit due to the lack of mana. But I am different. I now possess divine imitation. An overpowered skill that you could only get after episode 3. And I have that skill now. Keek, other veterans would be jealous. I laid my hand on the new sheath I had received. It was the sword Rodin had given me after conquering the demon's shard. I received a demerit point, but so what? As long as it was free. After placing my hand on the sheath, I fell into a brief contemplation. The attack skill I'm currently mimicking are Earth Flip, Sky Splitter, and One Flash. First, I'll exclude Sky Splitter. It can only be used vertically. The skills mimicked through divine imitation are all rated A grade. Moreover, the secret swordsmanship of the Lucid family is considered the best. To split from the ceiling to the floor with such a secret technique, the whole cavity might collapse. On the other hand, One Flash is flexible in angle. In fact, there was another reason for coming here. To gauge the real-world potency of an A-grade skill. In the game, the results of skill effects were often not shown after they were deployed. Partly due to the difficulty of implementation, but more so because it was a 2D game. There are clear limits to the graphics of a 2D game. One flash has the effect of splitting the moon. That's why I told Luna that the Lester family's swordsmanship could split the moon. It's one of the most beautiful effects in Hero of the Academy. Of course. Except for when the final boss uses this skill. The feeling when I saw my character fall after the moon-splitting effect is indescribable. Anyway, I needed to check the potency of an A-grade skill. That way, I could distinguish when to use it and when not to. If it's weaker than expected, I'll use it comfortably anytime. I should use it horizontally on the top path. If I cut at the bottom, the cavity might collapse. Well, it's unlikely to be that powerful, but as someone who prioritizes safety, caution is best. The number of ants killed will likely be less than I thought. After confirming its power, I can use it a few more times without delay. Lester family's one flash. As I declared the use of the skill, my body began to move on its own. My left knee slightly bent, the sheath set upright in response. Even the angle of my wrist as I drew the sword. All these movements flowed naturally as one. Simultaneously, my right hand moved like lightning to draw the sword. The Lester family's first secret technique. One flash. And then, the light in the cavity went out for a moment. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Essay, save me. The huge pincers on the ant's mouth targeted a boy's neck. Am I going to die without ever confessing? He had hardly spoken to her, but surely she would have accepted his confession. How regrettable. Crunch. Huh. The boy couldn't help but be surprised. The neck of the black ant threatening him was already lying on the ground. And beside it. C.A., Karen sir. Join the others over there. Yes, yes. But joining them was just an expression at novel bin at. Karen began moving towards where the children were clustered, the boy tucked under his side. Even amidst this, Karen didn't stop his movements. Dozens of ants met their end in Karen's hands. Regain your composure here and join the fight. Yes, yes. Karen placed the boy in a safe spot. As he cut another ant's neck, he surveyed the situation. There were still innumerable ants. However, the chaos has diminished. The anxiety, fear, and panic that began with the ant attack. Panic is the most dangerous element in battle. It renders logical thinking impossible and inhibits one's true abilities. Yet, that panic had disappeared. It hadn't even been 5 minutes since the battle started. It was thanks to the instructors showing their true abilities, but the basic capabilities of the children were a bigger factor. He recalled what the other subject teachers had said. This batch is said to be the golden generation. It wasn't just lip service. Though he didn't engage in conversation with them. He only happened to overhear while collecting information hidden in the shadows. There were some insults about him among them, but he wasn't particularly bothered. After all, emotions were not allowed for him. He faithfully executed his orders. That was his role and reason for existence as the rat of the empire. Fire rain. Boom, 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 bang. Dozens of ants were pierced by the rain of fire. The ants, unable to exert their strength due to being pierced all over. The children of the Eurydia faction rushed to deal with them. As expected of Lady Eurydia? Haha, nothing is a big deal when the Eurydia faction unites. Alfonso, I'll leave this area to you. Then where is Lady Eurydia? I'm off to save children in danger. Lady Eurydia, it's dangerous. Alfonso reached out his hand. But that was as far as he went. He didn't follow Eurydia. He was afraid. The ants were still pouring out even now. Dake, keep those filthy things away from me. Yes, understood. Terran pulled out a handkerchief and covered his nose, because of the indescribable smell coming from the monsters. At the same time, Dake began to swing his sword in earnest. Snap, crack, one ant at a time. He steadily eliminated the ants, though his targets were only those coming near Terran. Watching this, Karen thought, such a diverse bunch of humans. People trying to save others. People who only care about their own lives. People who prioritize their hygiene over the safety of others. People who faithfully follow orders. But Karen didn't want to blame anyone, because there's no right answer. Eurydia, who cares for others, is remarkable, but it's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's a judgment that can put her life and those of her followers in danger. Crack. Karen smashed an ant's face and was about to move again. Zero, where are you? A girl's voice pierced his ears. Now a familiar voice. Luna. Is she alone? And why is she wandering around? In this situation, being under an instructor's protection is the best option, and forming a mutual defense with other students is the next best. But to still be wandering alone is very dangerous. Squeak. Reality was just as Karen expected. An ant blocked Luna's path. What are you? Get lost. Crack. Luna decapitated the ant with a single strike. To behead it in one strike without the family's secret swordsmanship. Impressive skill. Well, getting covered in blood was a minus. Has she improved that much already? Impressive. Karen felt a sense of pride without realizing it. As soon as this place was cleaned up, he planned to reward her with a point. Zero, where are you? Luna's muttering reached Karen's ears. She seemed completely unconcerned about her own state. Seeing this, Karen called out. TCH, Ron, are you there? Did you call for me? Keep an eye on that girl. She's on the verge of significant growth. However, she seems to be swayed by her emotions. Assist her if she's in danger. Yes, understood. Ron, a bit of a goofball but among the top 3 instructors, could protect Luna while dealing with the monsters. Karen secured Luna's safety and surveyed the surroundings. Now that I think about it, that guy's missing. The mysterious child, Zero. He was nowhere to be seen. Strange. I didn't think he was the type to run away without a fight. If he had died somewhere, at least a corpse would have been left behind. But there was no sign of him. In the end, Karen decided to use a desperate measure. I have no choice but to use that. The tracking scent he developed through a combination of special chemicals. After clearing his nose with the chemicals, he focused on tracking. The tracking was easy. He had already marked Zero with the tracking scent. Soon, Karen started to move, following the smell. How dare he leave Luna alone? No, that's not it. Karen shook his head, organizing his thoughts. It was impossible for him to be angry because of Luna. Yes, what angered him was entirely. How dare he desert the battlefield? That bastard Zero. If I catch him, he'll receive a penalty of 5 points. At novel bin at. Karen soon reached where Zero had been. The wall was filled with the scent of the tracking fragrance. No, not just that. The scent continues behind the wall. There must be a space behind the wall. Karen put his hand into his pocket and when he pulled it out, a dagger with a sharp blade was nestled between his fingers. Ta-da-tang! He threw 4 daggers, but only 3 sounds were heard. One had disappeared. Exactly. This is the spot. Pushing his hand where the dagger had disappeared, half of his fingers vanished into thin air. An illusion magic. Precisely, an illusion magic circle. I wasn't informed about this. He moved forward, slightly crouched. Pitch darkness. But to Karen's eyes, the structure was clearly visible. Darkness was his main stage. With just a small light, he could see through its structure. The fact that light is coming from somewhere means there's a gap somewhere, and it's very likely leading somewhere. Karen's well-trained senses were telling him this. No traps. Odd, isn't it? Setting up an illusion magic circle is never an easy task. Money, materials, time, physical disguise, and even a high-ranking magician. It was an illusion magic circle that even he failed to notice, so it must have been quite a struggle to set up. But not even a simple trap in sight. But that wasn't the only oddity. A space not only absent from the maps but also unnoticed by him, who had traversed this area countless times. Zero had found this place and even concealed himself here. There's a smell. A bad smell was wafting through the air. Finding Zero wasn't difficult, since there was only one path and he stood right in the middle of the exit. Well, it's also because the path ahead was a cliff. Zero was looking at the opposite cliff. Countless black lines drawn across the cliff. Interestingly, these lines were moving slightly, as if they were alive. No, wait. Those aren't black lines. Ant-shaped monsters. Karen couldn't help but widen his eyes. The black lines. On closer inspection, each one was an ant. The number was so great they felt like lines. If all these creatures swarm here, Karen and the instructors might survive. But the safety of the students couldn't be guaranteed. Zero isn't the priority anymore. How he found this place and why he came here is irrelevant. What matters now is immediate evacuation, sealing the entrance, and calling for reinforcements. I must drag him out immediately. Just as Karen was about to grab Zero by the scruff of his neck, Zero, his hand on the sword hilt, spread his feet wide. Then, he slightly bent forward at the waist. That stance is the distinctive ready stance of the Lester family. Suddenly, Karen remembered the entrance exam. Zero imitating Luna's one flash to break through Raymond's defense. But why would he act like this here? Before Karen could finish his thought, Zero moved. His left knee slightly bent, aligning the sheath of his sword at a right angle. The explosive rotation in his ankles and wrists visible only to the eyes of the skilled. His waist bending further down. And then, a massive streak of light, engulfing the surrounding light, flying forth. Yes, that was exactly the first secret technique of the Lester family style. One flash. Karen had to widen his eyes. Not because the opposite cliff was collapsing. It was the sight of the Lester family, whom he deeply respected and admired. There it was, right in front of him. Renia, the head of the Lester family and Luna's mother. Renia de Lester. The images of Renia and Zero from behind overlapped in his mind. They were completely different. Yet, the proud swordsmanship and that confident figure from behind. You, what exactly are you? How could he perfectly use the secret technique of the Lester family? The most plausible explanation would be, could it be an illegitimate child of the Lester family? But the proud Lester family would never hide the existence of an illegitimate child. Rather, they would publicly announce it, maybe even boast about it. Especially Renia. Of course, he couldn't jump to conclusions. They're human after all. If Zero is indeed an illegitimate child, it would explain why Luna trusts him. They would be half-siblings. But what if that's not the case? What if he's someone planted by them? If he's plotting another scheme using the Lester family? I'll deal with him here. Karen slowly approached. Behind his wrist, a sharp dagger was hidden. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A single flash of lightning. But the aftermath it created was anything but small. Boom! A deafening explosion. The cliff was shaking as if it was about to collapse. The opposite cliff was filled with dust. At the same time, the screams of the ants filled the space between the two cliffs. You have met the quest conditions. Monster kill, 100/100. You have cleared main quest number 3, kill the monsters. Reward, 10 gold, 1 skill grade up point. Incredible. Seeing the information window, I couldn't help but be amazed. My level is now 25. That's a 10 level increase. My PT also jumped to 130, earning that many PTS for the potential stat gamble in one go. The shock was more about the 10 levels at once. The highest record for leveling up among the pros was 6 levels. I've just broken that record. And by 4 levels higher, the dust started to settle. The power of one flash was clearly marked on the opposite cliff. Although I aimed for the top of the cliff for safety, the entire top part of the cliff had disappeared. Clearly, I can't use this on people, but it can be used on monsters as much as I want. I sheathed my sword again and took my stance. Potential gamble? That can wait. What's more important now is this sweet opportunity. The opportunity, a sweet honey, needed to be savored to the fullest. I'll scrape every last bit off the bottom. In the game, no matter how much I unleash skills, the ants don't cross over to this side. They were presumed to be separate spaces, not connected. That's why there could be 2 queen ants. It was the same now. They were just panicking, guarding, and recovering, not moving towards this side. The path was definitely not connected. I was about to use one flash again. Zero, what are you doing here right now? A sudden shout from behind. I couldn't help but be startled. Not just by the loud shout, but the owner of the voice was none other than Karen. Why is he here? All sorts of actions like breaking the terrain, dancing, singing, jumping off cliffs. No one had ever come here despite everything. Yes, this is a new hidden piece. I was pleased. But it wasn't the time to rejoice. Why had this hidden piece been activated now? And how would this hidden piece end? That was the problem. Among all those people, it had to be him. Karen, the rat of the empire. No one among the elite players liked him. Not just because of his rigid tone and emotionless personality, but often, he would appear out of nowhere and snap the players' necks. That's why some elite players called him this, the bad ending maker. In fact, Karen is a character with a unique event. In the game, if you encounter Karen outside the main story, a situation like this unfolds. Then, players are given 2 options. Fight. Talk. The problem is, if you choose fight, there's a 99% chance of total annihilation. Even after entering the final chapter, defeating Karen is no easy task. Thus, players have no choice but to choose talk and engage in a fierce psychological battle with Karen. And about 80% end up getting their necks snapped. That's why Karen was known as the bad ending maker. Karen, before being an academy teacher, was a man who was the rat of the empire. If he deemed someone a threat to the empire, he wouldn't hesitate to snap their neck. Oh no, there are so many monsters. Karen, checking the other side, clicked his tongue. I couldn't help but be alarmed. It seemed he had no interest in me. Is this not a bad ending hidden piece, but some other hidden piece? A hidden piece I wasn't aware of. There was a possibility that it had been triggered. If that's the case, how long has he been here? Of course, he might have just arrived. The deafening noise created by one flash. He must have thought something had happened here, and finding a secret passage would have been easy for Karen. Zero, snap out of it. We need to leave this place immediately. Karen shouted loudly. The sense of alarm made it clear that the situation was dangerous. Yes, that could be the case. There were countless monsters, and many students to protect. But that's not like Karen, is it? The Karen I know would have hidden his panic. His personality is cold, and he wouldn't want his anxiety to spread to the students. So, there's only one conclusion. He's acting. Years of espionage. A specialist in lie detection and interrogation. The one who guards the emperor's back from the lowest and darkest places. That's the rat of the empire, Karen. With this in mind, the assumption that he had just arrived vanished. Karen must have been watching me all along. Perhaps. Even at the moment I used one flash. Zero, what are you doing? Follow me right now. Karen reached out his hand urgently. What would happen if I took that hand? I wasn't sure, but being dragged along wasn't my plan. Keek, isn't something strange? What do you mean? It's obvious that the other cliff has been struck by a powerful attack. Why aren't you pointing that out? Karen, focused on his act, had made a rookie mistake. The aftermath of one flash was still ongoing. Even now, large and small pieces of rock were falling, and the ants were still in disarray. Most importantly, it was clearly engraved on the other cliff. The huge scar left by one flash. I see. Did you do this? Keek, how could that be? Then who did it? Oh, I was wondering about that too. A hint of annoyance flickered in Karen's eyes. Why was he looking at me like that? I was genuinely curious and asked. It's possible someone else was here. That person might be the culprit behind this incident. That's right. And the perpetrator must be someone from the Lester family. Why would you suddenly say that? That trace. It's the one flash of the Lester family, isn't it? One mistake often leads to another. I know Luna is a survivor of the Lester family. Naturally, I know about the technique one flash. Realizing his mistake, Karen clenched his mouth shut. Opportunities to corner Karen aren't frequent. Intuitively, I felt it was time to use that skill. It's strange. You should know that's the trace of one flash. So, as I opened one eye, I activated the eye-opening skill. Are you pretending not to see it on purpose? Karen's complexion turned rigid. Just as expected. Karen had witnessed my one flash and had been observing me for some purpose. Keek, you made a mistake, Mr. Karen. No, Mr. Rat of the Empire. Was my comment too provocative? Karen twisted his body in bizarre ways. Crack crackle dash. Karen stretched and adjusted his posture. Gone was his flustered demeanor, and he seemed 1.2 times larger than usual. And then, I hate smartass rats. A cold light shone in Karen's eyes. To know my nickname, that's surprising. Karen approached me. His steps were leisurely. But the moment I opened my eyes, Karen was already in front of me. A face full of scars. Eyes that seemed capable of effortlessly taking a life. Even the situation leading to a bad ending, Karen's exclusive hidden piece, was activated. It was the worst possible scenario, but not without hope. In such situations, one skill shines. Mental defense. Indeed, it's a cheat in times like this. Being able to think rationally even in this situation is a tremendous advantage. I recalled information about the character Karen in my mind. The rat of the Empire, the Emperor's shadow, master of assassination and espionage. Rodin was also a character with excellent deductive skills, but not as much as Karen. She's still young and lacks experience. Furthermore, she's the type to weaken when appealed to emotionally. A little talk and she could be easily swayed. But not Karen. To him, emotions are like grains of sand on the road. Having lived a rough life of espionage across many nations, a naive lie would be instantly seen through. I've deceived many, but Karen is a different league. Especially now, in this space where only Karen and I exist. If one of us were to die, it would be quietly buried. Of course, that one would be 100% me. The rat of the Empire. It's been a while since I've heard that nickname. Keek, is that so? Karen gripped my collar tightly and lifted me into the air. Beneath my feet, a cliff appeared as if it had been sharply cut. Yes, I've killed everyone who mentioned that word. Keek, is that so? It would have been nice if you had told me earlier. Karen's expression subtly changed. Because I wasn't panicking at all. Why wasn't I panicking? Because of the mental defense skill, but also, because it's strange. The monster attack, the student's crisis. In the midst of that, the discovery of me, an abnormal entity. An emergency within an emergency. But someone as skilled as Karen should be able to control such a situation. Knock me out, restrain me, secure the student's safety, then torture me for information later. That would be the most logical and efficient method. But why choose to engage in a cumbersome conversation with me? There must be a special reason. And that reason is likely related to the Lester family. From what I saw, Karen appeared to be connected to the Lester family. As I mentioned before, emotions are not something allowed for him. But then, why would such a Karen show favoritism towards Luna? There must be something tying him to the Lester family. It wasn't in the game, but I'm certain of it. I had a strong feeling about it. Unraveling the relationship between Karen and the Lester family. That was the key to tackling Karen. And the only way out of this situation. Enough with the silly jokes. With your current state of mind, you'd struggle to even come up with excuses. So, let me do the questioning. You just answer. What considerate care? In fact, this is one of the techniques to gain the upper hand in a conversation. Well, I didn't particularly care about gaining the upper hand. Right now, what's more important is how to lie without getting caught. Karen has various methods to detect lies. Contrasting with the information he has, logic and reasoning, eye movement, breathing, changes in heartbeat, etc. Among them, the most critical to be careful about are the movement of the eyes, breathing, and changes in the heartbeat. Involuntary movements that can't be physically controlled are the problem. Luckily, I have slit eyes. At novel bin at. My eyes are so small that my eye movements are not noticeable. But the problem is the changes in breathing and heartbeat. I do have mental defense that always keeps me calm. However, whether this skill can control heartbeats is still in question. Under these circumstances, I'll mix lies and truth in my answers. The most perfect lie is one that's about 30% truth. Now, a fierce psychological battle through conversation is about to unfold. The first psychological battle between the elite player and the rat of the Empire. No matter who wins, it's going to be a dirty and intense battle of wits. Karen's eyes gleamed coldly. Are you a bastard child? A question asking if I'm an illegitimate child of the Lester family. Has he deduced that? Well, it's a logical deduction. One flash isn't a technique just anyone can use. But, Keek, no. The great Lester family would never do such a thing, would they? Karen closed his mouth. He must have been taken aback by my counter-response to his first question. Karen's first question. Though it seemed like a straightforward question, it had a hidden trap. Of course, he thought I would answer yes. Admitting to being a bastard child would have increased my chances of survival. There's no genetic testing technology in this era, after all. But that's only if the lie had worked. I still don't know if mental defense can control heartbeats. If I had said yes, I am Luna's half-brother. Boo-hoo, poor me, and mental defense couldn't control heartbeats? I would be long gone. He must have thought of about 20 ways to pressure me if I said to be a bastard. So I told the truth. But it's not like Karen gained nothing. Karen, who showed inexplicable favoritism to the Lester family. If I were a bastard, he would have treated me on par with Luna. But now that he knows I'm not, Karen has no reason to hesitate anymore. In other words, by sacrificing his first question, Karen has now gained the right to end my life at any moment. So how can you use the Lester family's swordsmanship? I passed the first barrier. Now it's time to test and confirm mental defense, and to extract information from him. I swallowed nervously and then opened my mouth. I learned it. Have you received the secret techniques of the family? Keek, it's not an official inheritance, but something similar. It wasn't a complete lie. The skill was imitated using divine imitation. In a way, it could be considered an inheritance. At this, Karen let out a scoff. Something similar. That's quite a vague answer. Keek, I'm just telling the truth. After all, I'm someone who hasn't been officially recognized. This wasn't a lie either. The fact that I wasn't officially recognized was true. Not officially recognized. Explain in detail. Keek, while it's true that what I pursue and what the Lester family pursues are different, there isn't much information about the Lester family in the game, but they were portrayed as a family that valued pride highly. It was ridiculous that they were wiped out due to a single ridiculous incident of being branded traitors. And Karen would know this better than I would. Well, the incident at that time isn't what's important now. What's important now is that the Lester family was once a noble and prideful family. That's what matters most. True intentions. What does that mean? The rat of the Lester family. That was the position I want. No, wanted is more accurate. The family no longer exists, after all. It wasn't a lie. Was it around the 3rd year of the game? I dreamed of being a spy for the Lester family. I was young then. I let my imagination run wild, thinking that if I had been in the Lester family, they wouldn't have experienced certain things. So, what I said now wasn't entirely false either. A position that couldn't possibly exist, you dreamed of it. The position of a spy. A role that required not only skill but also a willingness to engage in dirty work. Such a position could never exist in the Lester family, who valued pride. Keek, you are right. Isn't it too much? Even though I was willing to do the dirty work, they wouldn't accept me. Why did you volunteer for that position? I wanted to repay a debt. Repay a debt. You must know, the orphanage secretly operated by the Lester family. It was information that came out in the game. The Lester family wanted to do good deeds in secret, and one of them was the orphanages in each of their territories. They even operated them in the territories of other families. On the day I received a large piece of bread, almost dying of starvation, I decided I would dedicate the rest of my life to the Lester family. There wasn't much information about the character Karen, but the bread given by the Emperor himself. It was one of the reasons he decided to become the Empire's rat, one of the few pieces of information about Karen. It stimulates the imagination, reviving his memory, making him feel pity for me, to create a sense of kinship, to see himself in me. I stole food from the orphanage and headed to the Lester family. It took me half a year to get there, and another half a year begging to be accepted. It wasn't a complete lie. I was actually raised in an orphanage. Who would have thought that would come in handy here? Life is indeed full of surprises. Karen said nothing. Was it because he couldn't distinguish between the 30% truth and the lie? Or because he was interested in the story about the Lester family? Or maybe he was seeing his past self in me? Whatever the reason, it was the perfect situation for an experiment. Can mental defense control even the heart? That was the experiment. And finally, I was able to face Lady Renia, the head of the family. I was stubborn, asking to be accepted, and I got the chance to repay my gratitude. Did they accept you? Keek, yes, they did. Do you believe me now? This time, the sentences were filled with 100% lies. It's fine if I get caught. Being caught in a lie doesn't mean he'll immediately cut my throat. The important thing now is to verify mental defense. That will determine the direction of my next move. No, not at all. It's now certain that you're lying. So, mental defense can't control the heartbeat? It was time to revise the strategy. The Lester family is strict. Not just in words and actions, but more so in swordsmanship. They would never pass it on to someone dreaming of being a dirty rat. I noticed something odd in Karen's words. What he pointed out was the pride of the Lester family. He didn't point out my lie. Then, it worked. It's a 100% pure lie. Mental defense does control the heartbeat. To always maintain composure. Of course, I couldn't be certain with just one instance. It might be an act to make it seem like he's fooled. To make me tell more lies, to confirm that I have no connection to the Lester family. Karen is by no means an easy opponent. But it was clear that I had gained the upper hand. Keek, that's disappointing. To dismiss the truth as a lie. No, it's definitely a lie. The proud Lester family. Just then, a good opportunity presented itself. Karen's choice of words, the speed of his speech, our conversation. And finally, the timing. They wouldn't raise someone like you. They wouldn't raise someone like me, right? The same phrase flowed from both our mouths simultaneously. Karen's eyes widened. They returned to normal in an instant, but it was too late. I had seen everything. I quickly spoke up. You're right. The Lester family would never accept someone like me. Not just because I'm a child, but because I wanted to take on dirty work. Lady Renia would never allow it. Then what? I made a deal with Lady Renia. A deal. Give and take. I paid a price and received teachings. You paid a price? Don't make me laugh. What could someone like you possibly pay? I was 15. Still young even now. Younger back then, there's no way such a person could pay anything to the Lester family, one of the pillars of the empire. Karen was pointing that out. Now that I think about it, that's true. I was going to say I gave some useless information and received teachings out of pity, but seeing Karen's reaction, the pride of the Lester family seemed much higher than I thought. Such an unbelievable excuse wouldn't be enough. It's too much to make up more. So, I brazenly proceed. Keek, isn't finding that out part of your job? Kahak. Karen's hand moved like lightning and grasped my throat. Hanging in midair, my throat was naturally constricted. Making such a ridiculous joke. Do you want to die? I tried to answer, but I couldn't. Because of the terrible pain. But that wasn't the only problem. This damn mental defense skill. My mind was clear. Even as my vision blurred, the pain was felt vividly. Normally, as breathing gets difficult, dopamine or endorphins are secreted to make it hurt less. But there was only pain, nothing else. Mental defense. This skill really has a problem. Is this a bad ending? The emotion I felt just before death was regret. For 18 years, and even after entering the world of the game, regret for not having cleared it. I wanted to save the kids too. Rodin, Luna, Raymond, and even those I hadn't met yet. I wanted to help them overcome their pain and live happy lives. It was going to be tough, but I wanted to guide as much as I could within my reach. But it seems I'm not fated to be a hero like Luterus and Parrot. Damn. It was when I spat out my last curse towards Karen. Suddenly, the hard ground struck me out of nowhere. At the same time, my breath returned. That's when I realized. It wasn't that the ground hit me. It was that I had fallen to the ground. Huff. Huff. I looked up at Karen, meeting his gaze. He had decided not to kill me. In other words, I had survived. Karen didn't have a rational reason to kill me. Don't ever make such stupid jokes again. Next time, I'll really break your neck. A chilling warning. But I was certain. It wasn't because of the joke that Karen strangled me. It was just an act to gain the upper hand in a disadvantageous situation. So, it was as if Karen was proving that I was doing well. Like a gamer saying, "Ah, this guy plays the game terribly." It was like receiving the highest praise. What's your reason for protecting Luna? Karen's question followed. He must have seized the moment while my mind was still unorganized, but it wouldn't work on me. I answered, extending one finger at a time. First, she's the only survivor of the Lester family. Second, the family's swordsmanship needs to be passed on. Third, it's part of the deal with Lady Renia. And most importantly, the fourth. I extended my fourth finger and cheerfully said, because Miss Luna is cute. Karen's expression turned sour. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. About a minute passed. TCH. Karen clicked his tongue. His attitude showed he was not pleased with the situation. It was expected. Instead of being intimidated by the threat, I was making more jokes. Well, Luna being cute isn't a joke, but a fact. But the situation wasn't right for that. Given that Karen, who rarely shows his emotions, reacted like that, it said everything. Karen didn't speak. He was discerning the truth of my words until now, beyond the joke. This confirmed it. The mental defense skill. It can control even the heartbeat. What an overpowered skill, at novel bin at. Of course, in a good way, except for making one feel vivid pain even on the brink of death. Audacious. You have many and varied reasons. Keek, a bit of my whimsy is also mixed in. The deal with Lady Renia was somewhat broad, so, I guess I got tied up in it. What exactly was the deal? Well, that was. Keek, it's a secret. Because no such deal was made. But Karen, unaware of this fact, seemed angry. I don't know what the deal was, but the Lester family no longer exists. There's no reason to keep a promise, is there? Is it wrong to keep faith? Though of humble origin, I have my pride. I hadn't been officially recognized, but I had received teachings from the Lester family. That must be how it sounded to Karen. What? Why is he acting like this all of a sudden? A complex expression appeared on Karen's face. Sadness, regret, envy, jealousy, and perhaps even admiration? Of course, this wasn't certain. What was his relationship with the Lester family? I thought about delving deeper but then decided against it. Information about Karen wouldn't be revealed all at once. The ant nest in the first chapter of the battle. The very beginning of the early game. There was no way such well-hidden information would be disclosed. I'll take my time and explore it leisurely. Karen, an interesting character has emerged. Unearthing the hidden stories of characters. That's one of the charms of gaming. To do that, building a trust relationship with Karen was essential. Karen, still wearing a dissatisfied expression, was addressed. Keek, do you still not believe what I'm saying? Of course not. I see. But this problem can be easily solved if you think about it a little differently. What do you mean? Believing what I say. Wouldn't that simply prove my existence? A child who dreamt of becoming the Lester family's rat, living in the shadows. Renia made an unknown deal with that boy and imparted the family's secret techniques. Then one day, the Lester family was annihilated, and his world collapsed. What if this being lived for revenge? There's no evidence, is there? His tone suggested he couldn't possibly accept it. But there was clear evidence. Karen had to acknowledge the undeniable proof. Keek, you've seen one flash. Do you need more proof than that? One flash, far superior to Luna's. There was no explanation other than having been personally taught. After a moment, Karen spoke. You barely pass. What? I've known for some time that you're related to the Lester family. I was just testing whether you could handle the weight of it. Karen's words, suggesting everything so far had been a test. But to me, it seemed like he was just trying to act cool. Barely pass? After having no choice but to use force. Anyway, the first duel between the veteran and the Empire's rat ended in a perfect victory for the veteran. But I had no intention of ending it here. Let's make a deal. A deal. Yes, exchanging information we each have. Preferably something beneficial for both. What? Ha ha ha. Karen began to laugh, his lips twisting. A clear mockery. Why, do you think the information you have would be of any use to me? The value of information. He was talking about the disparity between the information each of us possessed. The value of information held by Karen, who operated behind the scenes of the Empire, and myself, a mere 15-year-old. There was a huge gap between the two. If only I wasn't a veteran. Didn't a hole recently appear in your trash bin? Karen's smile vanished from his face. He must have been shocked, unable to even attempt hiding his expression. The trash bin. A place where scraps of information mixed and rats incessantly scurried in and out. An euphemism for Karen's intelligence agency within the Empire. Dare to wrinkle your brow in front of a veteran. Using information? If I reveal everything I know, Karen would be astounded. The information a veteran holds is terrifying. I don't understand what you're saying. Is that how it's going to be? Passing by Karen, I muttered. Then it can't be helped. I'll consider this information discarded. Go ahead and blabber about it. It's probably just made up anyway. Karen grabbed me. A hole in the trash bin meant there was a rat leaking information. If the traitor is not ousted, it would undoubtedly lead to serious consequences. It's Hus. He's been providing information to the black magicians. Karen frowned. The fact that the information was being passed to an unfavorable party was one thing, but it was more likely due to me knowing the exact name of a top-secret informant. At this time, Karen must have suspected a leak. He just hadn't identified who it was. In the game, it's discovered around the end of Chapter 1, so telling him now wouldn't cause much trouble. He won't act until he finds concrete evidence that Hus is the traitor. Karen must have his own list of suspects. I'm just lending a hand. The future won't change dramatically with this butterfly effect. Where did you get this information? Naturally. Keek, that's a secret. Karen didn't get angry. Not revealing the source of information is a basic rule among intelligence agents. This was probably his way of testing my level. A deal. Karen muttered. My proposition to trade the information we each possessed. At first, he thought it was a boring joke, but upon closer inspection, its value was considerable. It wasn't unreasonable for him to ponder over it. Information, by nature, varies immensely in value, from worthless to priceless. But sometimes, information can be more valuable than life itself. He must be pondering because he understands its value. The potential butterfly effect of trading our information was unpredictable. A prolonged hesitation wouldn't be good. I decided to ease his mind. I'll provide this piece of information as a service. Service. Yes, an indispensable part of business relationships, especially for the first transaction. After all, from Karen's perspective, there was no certainty that my information was even real. This was a small price to pay to earn his trust. Finally, Karen nodded. You better not think of running away. He implied that I might have spread false information to avoid a crisis. Although, he seemed to think that possibility was low. Moreover, Keek, I'm confident in my information, so I won't run. You're going to keep an eye on me anyway, aren't you? Having someone watched. Was this too obvious for me? Karen didn't even pretend to be surprised. Instead, he smirked. A real laugh, not an act. I couldn't believe it. Karen laughing. You dreamt of being a rat, but you're at least a baby rat. A baby rat? Even smaller than a rat? Well, it seemed I passed anyway. I've wasted too much time. I need to return quickly. Keek, I wonder if the children are all right. Isn't that right, Teacher Karen? Stop that snickering laugh. And that Teacher Karen sounds creepy. Just keep calling me you. Did I say that? The psychological battle was so intense, I barely remember. Well, twisted speech must have spat out the right words for the situation. Keek, you're mistaken. Then what should I call you? You, rat? Or, respected senior? I see. Senior it is then. After all, I'm the baby rat you acknowledged. Karen's expression soured. If you call me senior one more time, I'll break your neck. Then, Sir Karen. Thump. Crash. Suddenly, Karen's kick came flying in. Strangely, it didn't hurt. He didn't intend to injure me. He spoke to me, now upside down against the wall. Roll some more. What? You're returning from a fierce battle, aren't you? If your clothes are too neat, it'll arouse suspicion. The space, still bearing traces of one flash, was off limits. I had to pretend I'd been in the pit from start to finish. A disguise was essential for that. That was Karen's thought. The problem was, does that justify kicking me? I gave a thumbs up. That's right. You truly are a senior. Just this time, I'll help you. At novel bin at. Then he started rolling me around. With his feet. Very carefully. What did I do to deserve this? Did I bully Luna? Tell a lie? Threaten someone? Did I fail to show respect to you, senior? All of the above? That must be a misunderstanding. Someone as pure as me couldn't possibly do such bad things. Your face is too clean. Karen then smeared mud all over my face. Was it my imagination that he seemed to be laughing? Keek, you seem to be enjoying yourself. It's a misconception. Ah, I see. Misconception. Indeed, the root of all evil. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Karen and I returned together from the pit. Timing our exit from the magical illusion was easy. Karen provided the perfect timing. Not even the instructors noticed. It was a flawless moment. Move the seriously injured this way. Minor injuries over here. Instructors and children were busy transporting the injured. The battle seemed to have ended. The corpses of ants scattered around the pit testified to the fierceness of the battle. From now on, restrain yourself from conspicuous behavior. Act like a rat should. But I'm a baby rat, am I not? I felt Karen's glaring gaze. Well, if I don't look, it's over. What can you do in such a crowded place? And another thing. I strained my ears, but couldn't catch the rest of his words. What was that? A new kind of voice fishing to make me turn my head? I tried hard not to turn around. But I had to, because Karen said something shocking. Don't get too close to Luna. Was that your taste? Not just the personality, but the age gap is huge. I looked at Karen with a look of disdain. I was disappointed with his character. You seem to be misunderstanding something. It's a misconception. SSSSH-. But despite what I said, my body was honest. I distanced myself from Karen. It's really a misunderstanding. Save your explanations for the noble court. Though it seems to be already ruined. We made a deal. I also made a deal with Renia. Karen shouted in desperation. A deal with the head of the Lester family? What kind of deal did you make? That's a secret. Wow, stealing my style of speaking? This guy is really shameless. 0. Just as I was about to corner Karen, Luna appeared, shouting angrily. If it weren't for her voice, I wouldn't have recognized her as Luna. Her hair was disheveled. Her face was streaked with dried tears and snot. Her body was covered in green fluid. 0. Luna, no, the green monster rushed towards me and hugged me tightly. Ah, I see. I'm supposed to become a green monster too? You fool? Where were you? Keek, struggling to stay alive. But it seems it's over now. Are there any ants left? Where? You've become a green monster, haven't you? And even if you hadn't, it feels like I'm going to die. Luna. Blazing eyes dash. Karen was giving me a death glare. This idiot? Fool? Worm? Why But Luna didn't move an inch from me. She just clung to me, crying her eyes out. Lord Karen, there are 3 severely injured. TCH? Wait. I'll look at them myself. Karen left our side, clicking his tongue loudly. Even then, his head was still turned our way. What's with that monster? Do assassins' necks rotate 180 degrees? Lady Luna, perhaps you should step back a bit. No, you fool. The children murmuring about how sweet it was. Caught in the worst situation by Karen. But still, the fact that someone is worried about me wasn't such a bad feeling. You fool. You're really a fool. Yeah. I said I was sorry. Sniffle dash. Luna sniffled loudly once more. After rinsing her hair and clothes with water, I took a hair tie from my pocket dimension and tied her hair into twin tails. Our Luna, after all, besides her dog-like personality, twin tails are all she has. Why do I carry a hair tie, you ask? To take care of a child, you need to be prepared for anything. Well, the problem is that this child is 15 years old. But despite my utmost care, I couldn't do anything about her swollen eyes. Sniffle. Don't get the wrong idea. It's not because you were gone. Not because I thought you had died. No, I mean, got hurt or something. Did she hate to even think of me dying? How cute. She might think she looks fierce, but with her swollen eyes and those words, she wasn't very convincing. Really? You think I'd even blink if you died? Keek, it would be a bit sad if that happened. No, I mean, not really like that. I'd save you before you die. It would be sad if a friend died. Did she realize her slip of words? Luna looked confused and lost. I gently patted her head. Keek, you've worked hard. Don't worry, I'll always stick close from now on. I could feel Luna calming down. As expected, the best way to soothe a child is a combination of praise and patting. Who's a child here? Luna pushed my hand away and pounced on me. Now she's back to the usual Luna. I ignored her biting my head and fell into thought. What was the deal Karen made with Renia? Only 3 things were certain at the moment. That Luna was involved. That there was a need to prevent me from getting too close to Luna. And that it was a request made by Luna's mother, Renia. Could it be? Was the deal to find a good man for Luna? Then I'm the perfect candidate. I'm a great guy. Good enough to offer my head to the fierce Luna? From now on, don't step a foot away from me. Why would I let you out of sight? We'll be together wherever you go. Remember that. Anger control disorder, stalker tendencies. And now, separation anxiety too? This is my only party member? I feel dizzy, really. Oh, 0. You're safe? Thank goodness. A group of students approached me. They were kids from group 3, who had explored the ant nest with me. Lady Luna is amazing. Thanks to her, I can now confess. Yeah, really. Thanks to her, we survived. The cliché spouting, confession killer, survived too. Listening to their conversation, it seemed Luna had saved the kids. Did Luna fill the gap left by Karen? LV21. The number floating above Luna's head. She was level 18 before we parted, so she had gained 3 levels. Moreover, ambivalence. A new skill had appeared. A skill, especially an A grade, popping up suddenly. Ambivalence is a synergy skill. Synergy skills are passive skills activated when there's a character in the party meeting specific conditions. Ambivalence affects the overall stats, either increasing or decreasing them. Stats increasing or decreasing. What does that mean? If the condition matching character is present, stats increase. If not, stats decrease. From what I know, A grade means plus or minus 25%. At novel bin at. For reference, S grade means plus or minus 50% stats applied. Yes, it's overpowered. But such a skill also comes with a penalty. First, if something happens to the condition matching character, the synergy effect immediately disappears. Given the current situation, the target of Luna's ambivalence is me. If I were to move away, faint, or die, the effect of ambivalence would immediately disappear, and she would receive a minus 25% penalty on all stats. Secondly, the penalty is excessively harsh. When I'm not together, it's minus 25%. A whole quarter of the strength is reduced. And this impact will only grow as levels and stats increase. Thirdly, it's best not to expect this skill to reach S grade. Reaching S grade with conventional methods is nearly impossible in this game. In this game, S grade is not just a simple step up. It's fair to say that the skill itself transforms, creating a huge difference. That's right. S grade is not just about grinding, it requires luck to reach that level. That's why there's a 25% difference between A grade and S grade. And this is exactly why. This is why veterans gamble on potential. To obtain an S grade skill that's off the charts. Though it's random, the value of an S grade skill makes it a gamble worth taking. Come to think of it, I've accumulated enough points for another potential gamble. I gained a whopping 10 levels in the ant nest, all from just one use of one flash. Perhaps Karen's appearance was designed to prevent this. In a game where leveling up becomes increasingly difficult, had I continued to use the skill, I could have reached at least level 50. The issues that would arise from that are not few. Karen's appearance was designed to prevent a balance collapse. Indeed, this game is fun, isn't it? I wanted to gamble on potential right away, but I held back. There were too many watching eyes. I had to consider the possibility of acquiring a skill that manifests involuntarily. Summing up the gains from this ant nest: a 10-level gain, 100 points for potential gambling, 10 gold and 1 skill level up point from completing the quest, discovering Karen's hidden piece, establishing a minimum level of trust, and Luna's growth on top of it all. I reaped an enormous harvest in just one day. The ambivalence skill, it's not bad enough to complain about. Rather, with Luna by my side, she gets a plus 25% stat increase. Since we're hardly ever apart, it seems there's no need to worry too much. Zero. You're safe. Someone was trotting towards me from a distance. It was Raymond. Following him were two children. Alex, the protagonist of this game, and Eurydia, the magic prodigy. It seems they met as planned. The ant nest episode is where the first battle unfolds and where the three first become aware of each other. They'll be separated for a while but will eventually become companions through various incidents. I was a bit worried when Karen left. Fortunately, it seems to have progressed just like the original. Their levels are high. All three were 1 or 2 levels higher than I expected. Not just Luna, but the other children had grown a stage further. Was it the impact of Karen's absence? Normally, Karen would have killed those ants, but the instructors and children had to divide the task, making it a natural outcome. It's not a bad thing. The stronger the protagonists, the higher the chance of clearing the game. This must be one of the hidden pieces. It's a relief that it ended without any incidents. It was fortunate that the main characters, who should belong to the first party, were safe, but Raymond also made friends. It will take a bit more time for him to join them, but it's just a matter of time. It was important that he found someone to rely on. Was he conscious of my gaze? Raymond swung his arms widely, saying, no, it's not like that. I made new friends, but we're not as close as I'm with you, so don't misunderstand. What is he talking about now? Misunderstanding? I was just glad that the three of them had gotten acquainted. Anyway, his pure evil trait is the problem. What's with him? Isn't he going to leave? He's making Zero uncomfortable. Luna? You were bothering Zero again? It's you who should leave. What are you talking about? Who takes care of Zero better than I do? Luna, how about first letting go of my head that you're biting? That might make your argument more convincing. You, I can engage in that level of physical contact anytime, you know. Does this look like physical contact to you? Are you sane? And I don't want to be bitten by a boy, thank you. Sticking out tongue. Zero isn't the type to do physical contact with just anyone. He's quite principled, you know. Was I engaged in physical contact? Being forced to have my head bitten? Me? I am his BFF. That means best friends forever. BFF? I am closer than that. I am his BFF. Luna, there's no such word in this world, you know? Adding more B's doesn't make you any closer. Give me back my friend. Who's talking back now? Luna started pulling Raymond's hair. Her grip is quite strong. So, ambivalence applies to such scuffles as well? Thanks for the new information, Luna. Let go of me. Go play with your new friends. Why are you clinging to him? I like Zero better. My Zero doesn't like someone like you. That's not your Zero, it's my Zero. Luna and Raymond's petty fight had begun. I had no intention of stopping them. Children grow by fighting, after all. Hello. That was when Eurydia approached me with a gentle smile. She must think this is a good opportunity to get acquainted with me and make her presence known, and eventually, to suggest that I should become subservient to her. By the way, although people from Eurydia's faction had visited me a few times, she herself had never come in person. Probably because of noble pride, and the pride of leading a faction. She wanted me to acknowledge her authority by approaching first. And this was no different on Terran's side. Their pride wouldn't allow them to come in person, so they kept sending people. They had been frustrated by my lack of response despite their continuous overtures. But to have such an opportunity now, she must think this is the best of luck. It's important that it wasn't a prearranged meeting or that I didn't seek her out, but rather a chance encounter. Ordinary people might wonder what's the difference, but for high-nosed nobles, it's a completely different concept. As different as heaven and earth, perhaps. Keek, hello. My name is Zero. Of course, I knew that. Every freshman knows the name Zero. Nice to meet you for the first time. I'm Eurydia de Rounter, the third daughter of the Rounter family. Her uniform was a bit torn, but that didn't diminish Eurydia's dignity at all. Utterly polite and well-mannered. Of course. She must be thinking something completely different inside. In reality, Eurydia is quite the troublemaker. But she's a noble. Moreover, she's hailed as a genius in magic, carrying the expectations of her family. Even if she wanted to reveal her true nature, she couldn't. Well, the family thinks she's reformed through education and guidance. But in reality, they haven't changed even 1% of Eurydia. Her acting skills and patience are quite remarkable. To sum up, think of her as a character living behind a mask. It's easier to understand her character that way. Right now, inside, she's probably saying this. Maintaining manners is so damn annoying. But since it's our first meeting, I guess I should care. Is what she'd probably think. She's not a bad kid. Just a child whose inside and outside are a little different. By the way, Eurydia has nicknames like Two-Faced Eurydia, Azura Eurydia, and Jekyll and Eurydia. It's because when playing as Eurydia in the game, her dialogue is accompanied by her inner thoughts in parentheses. For example, it's an honor to meet you. I was a bit upset that you didn't respond even though I sent people to you. Just a little bit, of course. You brat. I sent people to you, why didn't you come? And ignoring me too? Do you want a little taste of death? Would be her actual thoughts.